Chapter 1. We pioneer, we explore, we illuminate the path ahead. Meg. Done. In a Manhattan apartment, a young man stretched, exhibiting fatigue, yet unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Before him lay a laptop displaying a series of meticulously crafted video texts. His name was Lin Ye, a traveler of worlds. This was none other than the peaceful New York City, nestled within the unpretentious Marvel universe. The original inhabitant had met his demise at the hands of a Chitauri minion's energy weapon during a catastrophic event. Yes, the Chitauri. Not long ago, Manhattan had witnessed a terrifying alien invasion, nearly obliterated by a nuclear blast. Upon arriving in this harmonious yet precarious setting, Lin Ye found it difficult to maintain his composure. While watching films, he had been captivated by dazzling special effects and grand spectacles, but now, immersed in reality, he recognized this as a calamity for ordinary people. A single Chitauri minion could decimate a vast number of innocents. His life hung by a thread. Yet, this was not the most dire aspect. The true despair lay in the fact that this Marvel universe was on the brink of an invasion by the Backroom. The Backroom, a peculiar realm constructed from countless layers, could also be described as a unique dimension. An eerie space teeming with various horrifying entities. Perhaps for superheroes, this posed little threat, but for common folk, it was a veritable apocalypse. With a stroke of bad luck, one could unwittingly step into the Backroom, leaving them oblivious to their impending doom. If fortunate enough to survive, they would become wanderers, perpetually at risk of being ambushed by entities. Danger lurked at every turn. The lives of ordinary individuals were truly as fragile as blades of grass, let alone facing numerous villains, extraterrestrials, and the myriad layers and entities beyond comprehension. Even if New York were genuinely safe, he would still contend with the mundane tribulations of life loan repayments, dual responsibilities, grocery shopping, tax obligations, and a struggle for survival in a city that never sleeps. Fortunately, he had awakened the natural disaster science popularization system. The invasion of the Backroom was unavoidable. His sole recourse was to disseminate information about the Backroom, enlightening others about this impending unknown threat. The broader the dissemination, the greater the rewards he could reap. According to the system's explanation, rewards included not only extraordinary items from the Backroom, but also unique abilities possessed by various entities. After several days of intense effort, aided by the system's provision of documentation, he finally completed the first batch of video summaries. Ding! Your video production has been successfully completed. The system can actively offer a certain degree of optimization. Would you like to accept? Oh, it can be optimized? Yes. Lin Ye nodded eagerly. Soon, he observed the laptop as if enveloped by an unseen force. The finished video rapidly played back, appearing modified yet unchanged. The rapid visuals left Lin Ye in a daze. Finally, ding! Video optimization complete. Would you like to release it immediately? The system's notification echoed in his mind. Yes. Lin Ye's spirits soared. He was eager to release the video and obtain the various rewards promised by the system. He cared not for the nature of the system itself. In this invaded Marvel world, strength was paramount. Simultaneously, as the video was released, a series of luminous halos suddenly appeared in the azure sky. Initially faint, the halos grew increasingly distinct with the passage of time, until they became visible to the naked eye. The blue halos exuded an aura of advanced technology. Yet, the inhabitants of Manhattan, upon witnessing these halos, were overtaken by terror. Sheesh, those aliens are back. Damn it, I should have left this godforsaken place. Sheesh, not again. Panic ensued. Everyone was in a frenzy. Manhattan had just endured an alien invasion, and before the survivors could regain their composure, they beheld the emergence of the halos. Chaos erupted as all scrambled to escape, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire of an alien skirmish. Meanwhile, within Stark Tower, Tony Stark was diligently repairing his recently damaged Iron Man suit. Following the incident in outer space, he contemplated whether to create suits specifically designed for space environments. What if he had to engage in another outer space battle? What if new extraterrestrial foes arrived? Anxiety gnawed at him as he struggled to organize his thoughts amidst a flurry of tasks. Just then, a voice broke through his reverie. Sir, there's an anomaly in the sky. It was the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. At this, Tony's heart raced. What? So soon? The anticipated alien invasion had returned. Without hesitation, he donned the noticeably repaired Mark 7. While Jarvis's voice resonated, once more it appears to be neither a space wormhole nor a typical anomaly. But indeed, there are unusual light patterns. Whatever it is, initiate emergency protocols and contact Nick Fury. As soon as the words left his lips, the repulsors beneath him activated, propelling him skyward. It was at this moment that he finally glimpsed the luminous spectacular blue light, as if gathering something profound. In a daze, he thought back to previous encounters with space wormholes. Can this thing be turned off? His first instinct was to seek a means to deactivate it, but he found no familiar device akin to the Tesseract. This phenomenon seemed to have materialized from thin air, deepening Tony's unease. "Stark, what's happening?" Simultaneously, on the aircraft carrier, Nick Fury received Tony's alert. As he connected the communication, he gazed through the panoramic window at the gathering light. No devices, no source. This enemy may be more formidable than we imagined. "Fury, prepare for evacuation." Just as Tony was speaking, alarms blared throughout the aircraft carrier, red lights flashing incessantly. Agents at the control panel reported urgently anomalies detected in San Francisco, anomalies detected in Washington, anomalies detected in California, anomalies detected in New Mexico, anomalies detected in South America, anomalies detected at the Antarctic Research Station, anomalies detected in the Africa Division, anomalies detected throughout various regions in Europe. With each report, Nick Fury's expression darkened further. "What's going on?" he demanded. Similar anomalies have been reported globally. Witnesses describe a luminous mist gathering, resembling what we're observing. Agent Hill reported gravely. "Global catastrophe." Nick Fury's countenance shifted as he turned to the hovering Iron Man, murmuring, "Tony, it seems we have a predicament." Indeed, at that very moment, similar events transpired worldwide. Whether day or night, in bustling metropolises or the sparsely populated polar regions, as long as there were people, raising their eyes to the sky would reveal the abnormal gathering of halos. In Kamartaj, sorcerers stood ready, while sanctuaries across the globe remained on high alert. The X-Men were equally prepared for battle. Amidst the rising tension, the flowing light finally coalesced into a singular screen. It was unmistakably a screen, akin to a virtual projection. Bewilderment and incredulity flooded the minds of the masses. What on earth is this? An alien civilization playing a trivial joke on Earth? Just as countless individuals grappled with uncertainty, the dark screen displayed a series of ominous words. If you inadvertently slip into the wrong reality, alas, you have descended into the back room. Here lies a peculiar dimension, skewed temporality, unsettling echoes, and maddening psychological contamination. The entities are cloaked, the dimensions decay. Even the weight of the soul may be distorted. Should you hear something prowling nearby, do not despair, do not decay, and certainly do not fall. Remember, pain is real, death is a luxury, and hope is the final weapon. If you still possess your sanity, walk towards the light. If the light has extinguished, become the light. Use flesh and blood as your beacon, and will as your shield. Cut through the darkness until it surrenders. We shall forge ahead. We shall explore. We shall illuminate the path. MEG Protocol No. Declared. Chapter 2. The first level of the back room, Level 0. What is that? Ward? Why does it feel like an electric current is passing through? What is this thing? At that moment, accompanied by the words appearing on the screen above, countless individuals felt a chill run down their spines, unable to suppress a shiver. Those cold, emotionless words evoked a sense of horror in many. What is the future? What dimensions? What dislocated time and space? What is this MEG? Is it an organization? In that instant, numerous discussions erupted, and the air was filled with noise. Some could not resist pulling out their phones, aiming the camera at the virtual screen above. This action seemed to trigger a chain reaction. As soon as the camera focused on the virtual screen, the phone connected to Wi-Fi as if by magic, instantly sharing the image. It even became apparent that through the phone, various comments could be sent. This only deepened the mystery for many. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, in the sky, Tony Stark gazed at the lines of text displayed on the screen before him. An odd sensation washed over him. The text seemed unfamiliar, resembling a series of symbols, yet upon his gaze, it translated into comprehensible language. However, the more he understood, the more bewildered he became. What is the back room? What dimensions? And what is this MEG? JRVS, conduct an exhaustive search regarding the back room and everything about MEG. This MEG could not possibly signify anything like greatness or arrogance, nor could it be an abbreviation for any chemical materials. There could only be one possibility. This is a code name for an organization. Contextually, this organization's full name might be something like the Mastery of Exploration Groundbreakers. Soon, JRVS began to report back after the extensive search. Sir, I have found several companies with similar names. Here are the details regarding these companies. A list of major companies appeared on the virtual panel before Tony. Indeed, some companies were named MEG, engaged in cutting-edge scientific and technological research. However, after reviewing the list, Tony felt none of the companies could match the technology of the virtual screen before him. Yes, the technology of virtual screens was not entirely new. His workshop was filled with such devices, capable of displaying virtual screens at a mere command and even capturing his movements for interactive response. Yet, those were all hidden projection devices that created the illusion of a virtual screen. But where were the projection devices here? He scanned the area thoroughly, finding no equipment whatsoever. This virtual screen appeared to project from thin air. Frankly speaking, he represented the pinnacle of technological advancement in this world, the forefront of innovation. If he could not accomplish such a feat, it was implausible for any other company to do so. Was there a possibility that this was some form of magical technology? In an instant, various thoughts flickered through Tony's mind. Simultaneously, he inquired in a low tone, "What about the back room? Have you found any information related to it?" There are various descriptions of the back room online. Here is the list of what I found, but I believe there is no relevant content. As JRVS spoke, another set of information appeared before Tony. It indeed related to the back room. However, these were merely mundane anecdotes shared by netizens, such as retrieving goods from the back room of a supermarket, a cinema's back room, a mall's back room, and a company's back room, etc. These were all commonplace aspects of existence, entirely dissimilar to the back room described on the virtual screen. Not to mention the bizarre dimensions and dislocated time and space it was utterly incongruous. "Tony, have you made any discoveries?" A voice crackled through the earpiece. It was Nick Fury. "This is definitely not technology that belongs on Earth. Perhaps it is related to extraterrestrial civilizations." Tony pondered for a moment before responding. "Aliens, huh?" Nick Fury could not help but stroke the beeper resting in his pocket. "Are there aliens in this world?" "Certainly." Nick Fury himself had encountered more than one extraterrestrial race, such as the Skrulls and the Kree. Wasn't Thor also an alien? Furthermore, there was the recent invasion by the Chitauri, also extraterrestrial. What kind of technology do aliens possess? Unfortunately, Nick Fury was not privy to that information. He was not an expert in that field. However, the mere fact that they could come to Earth indicated that their technological prowess surpassed that of humanity. Of course, it was also possible that this was some form of magical technology or a trick played by superhumans. This world has never lacked for the peculiar. On the grand stage of Marvel, if you have a problem, come forth. But regardless of whether it is alien technology or a superhuman prank, what could be their purpose in doing this? Nick Fury furrowed his brow. It seems related to the back room. "Fury, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have any records concerning the back room?" Tony countered. "That is precisely what I wish to inquire." Nick Fury replied, somewhat helplessly. "The back room? A phantom of the back room. There are no related records whatsoever. Not even a similar account exists. It is important to note that S.H.I.E.L.D. is an international intelligence agency responsible for addressing supernatural and extraordinary threats. Its duties include monitoring potential threats, gathering intelligence, and responding to various supervillains and supernatural phenomena. They even possess information related to vampires and some vague introductions about the Celestial faction. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence is undoubtedly the most comprehensive in the current world. Yet this so-called back room has never been heard of. Not even the faintest record exists, let alone MEG. For the first time, Nick Fury felt a sense of powerlessness. It was a feeling of losing control, an unknown fear. S.H.I.E.L.D. claims to be the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, yet now they do not even know who the emerging enemy is. What security can they provide? It appears we need to consult some experts on dimensions and space-time. Tony spoke somberly. Dimensions, you say? Nick Fury sighed. There are many top scientists in this world. Dimensions can be verified from multiple perspectives: mathematics, physics, and even philosophy. However, mathematicians are mathematicians, physicists are physicists, and philosophers are philosophers. Yet there has never been mention of a dimension specialist. Even if some scientists do possess knowledge related to dimensions, will it truly aid in understanding the current situation? Simultaneously, within Kamartaj, the bald, ancient one gazed at the luminous screen above, scrutinizing the lines of text, her expression filled with suspicion. Strange dimensions? Are they referring to entities such as the Dark Dimension? She murmured. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she was well aware that this universe comprises not only the visible dimensions, but also a myriad of unseen ones. While ordinary individuals may perceive Earth as vulnerable to alien invasion, those like her recognize that reality may also be threatened by various magical dimensions. The Dark Dimension is one among many. Beyond it, there are the Chaos Dimension, Hell Dimension, Crimson Dimension, and Magical Dimension, among others. Even these sorcerers possess the commonly utilized mirror dimensions. In other words, this so-called backroom is likely a manifestation of dimensional intrusion. Yet, as the Supreme Sorceress, she has not sensed any dimensional energy. Had it not been for the suddenly appearing virtual screen, she would have remained oblivious to the existence of the backroom. How troublesome. At this moment, Ancient One felt an overwhelming sense of complication. Previously, she could detect incursions from dark dimensions and combat them using the power of magical dimensions. But this backroom dimension, is it truly an invasion, or has a rift appeared in the dimension, causing ordinary people to inadvertently fall into backroom? After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that her only course of action was to urge sanctuaries worldwide to bolster their defenses. Should any individuals go missing or peculiar dimensions manifest, it is imperative to resolve these matters promptly. Only they, the sorcerers, can serve as the first line of defense against such issues. At this very moment, as countless individuals across the globe plunged into thought, the screen displayed new developments. Lines of text replaced the previous introduction. This is MEG. Our primary responsibility is to research and document the characteristics of each level of the backroom. We provide survival guides and resource support for the lost. You may unexpectedly cut out of the real world at any moment, perhaps by colliding with a wall around a corner, or encountering a dim wall in an abandoned building, or through a door that seemingly leads nowhere, or by misstepping down a staircase and falling flat on your face. Nobody knows which will arrive first, the accident or tomorrow. Thus, please pay careful attention to the following content, for this may be your sole survival guide should you fall into the backroom. If you successfully reach the backroom, do not panic, for sounds may attract certain entities. Remember your surroundings and ascertain which level you have entered. Do not act rashly, as any movement may inadvertently lead you into a more perilous level. We will endeavor to enumerate all possible levels you may encounter, providing the utmost assistance to the lost. Should you find yourself in the backroom, it is most likely that you will discover yourself in level 0. The first level of the backroom, level 0, the tutorial stage. Chapter 3, level 0, the solitary wanderer, the beginning of the backroom. The backroom? Cutting out? Level 0? What does all this mean? Under the vast expanse of the sky, Tony Stark furrowed his brow, growing increasingly perplexed. It was bizarre, truly, exceedingly bizarre. Was this some extraterrestrial prank? Or did the backroom genuinely exist? Instinctively, he found it hard to believe. Throughout his life on this planet, having encountered so much and immersed himself in the endless information available online, even S.H.I.L.D. bore no record of such a phenomenon. It was difficult for him to accept its authenticity. Yet, to dismiss it entirely felt implausible otherwise. What purpose would there be in the grand scheme behind the virtual screen that was revealed globally? To assert its reality, the content displayed felt exceedingly strange. Throughout his life, he had encountered moments of misfortune, from bumping into walls to tripping downstairs. If fate decided to be cruel, even drinking water could lead to trouble. Yet, despite such tribulations, he remained unscathed, let alone facing the concept of descending into the back room. What? You mentioned that tens of thousands, even over 100,000, go missing globally every day? What does that imply? That these individuals have cut themselves off from reality and entered the back room? Nonsense. It was utterly impossible. His first instinct was denial. Yet soon after, Tony sensed an unsettling dissonance. The recent extraterrestrial threats had kept him awake at night, leaving him with a sense of PTSD. Indeed, when confronted with the unknown, the instinctual response is to deny its existence. However, this should not have been his thought process. Regardless, since it had occurred, his responsibility was to uncover the truth behind it all. If the back room did indeed exist, he needed to devise a counter-back room armor and formulate a viable plan to address its threats, rather than persistently denying its existence. Having clarified his thoughts, Tony dismissed the virtual screen before him. Standing idly would yield no results, nor would it lead to any discoveries. He promptly flew back to Stark Tower, shed his Iron Man suit, and instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to create a new folder inputting vital information such as back room, entities, dimensions, cutting out, MEG, and level 0. The back room should encompass the entire dimension, while entities signify the threats within this dimension. Cutting out refers to the means of reaching the dimension of the back room. Meg appears to be a certain organization within the back room, seemingly friendly towards humanity at present. Level 0 is one of the dimensions within the back room. Come on, let me see what else you have. Tony retrieved a pack of cookies, squinting at the virtual screen projected before him. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had established a new research team dedicated to investigating this virtual screen and its contents. Level 9 Agent Maria Hill was appointed as the lead, with Level 7 Agent Melinda May as her assistant. They also allocated quantum physicists, negative space researchers, and supernatural biologists to conduct a comprehensive, multifaceted study of this newly emerged back room. If the back room was indeed as described, a mere unremarkable accident could lead one to fall into it. Then, the consequences could be dire. Simultaneously, they had to contemplate the daily disappearance of people worldwide. What unforeseen incidents could lead to their demise? Or had they simply fallen into this back room? On the other side, within Baxter Building, the brilliant Reed Richards, known as Mr. Fantastic, raised an eyebrow upon witnessing the content displayed on the virtual screen, an unmistakable glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. While he was indeed a superhero, in truth, being a superhero was merely a side venture. He identified primarily as a scientist. Saving the world had never been his ambition. Exploring the unknown was the true focus of his research. Frankly, he found himself quite bored. His exceptional intellect rendered everything mundane, as if no puzzle in the world posed a challenge he could not unravel. He had even begun to toy with the idea of genuinely embracing the role of a superhero. Until recently, the Chitauri invasion had piqued his interest, allowing him to acquire Chitauri technology, which he swiftly comprehended, only to slip back into boredom once more. But today, a brand new, never-before-heard-of phenomenon, seemingly related to dimensions and the unknown, had suddenly emerged. The excitement in his eyes was no facade. In that moment, he even began to ponder whether he could truly cut out of reality and enter the back room, based on the screen's description. However, his bodily coordination was so exceptional that even tripping downstairs or colliding with walls would result in him deftly evading such mishaps. This was foolish. There had to be a method to reliably access the back room. Reed mused, a smile creeping onto his lips. Excellent. A novel experience, a fresh challenge. Entities pose danger. Levels are terrifying. Then I shall witness firsthand just how perilous these entities truly are, and how terrifying these levels can be. At this moment, reactions around the globe varied widely. The average person was primarily bewildered and lost. Meanwhile, those with capabilities felt concern and contemplated the risks. Yet there was also excitement, a thrill to embrace new challenges. Tony Stark and Reed Richards were merely two reflections of this phenomenon. With different personalities came differing thoughts. Amidst the multitude of discussions that erupted, new lines of text appeared on the screen. Backroom, Level 1, Level 0, Survival difficulty, relatively safe, relatively stable, with an extremely limited number of entities. Description: this level is a non-linear, infinite space. It resembles the storage room of an ordinary small store. All rooms here feature yellowing wallpaper, damp carpets, and rows of fluorescent lights. The fluorescent lights within this level flicker erratically and emit a constant humming noise. This humming noise is relatively loud, more jarring than normal lighting, yet its source remains unknown. The liquid eroding the carpet is not water and cannot be consumed. Its composition is unclear. Abnormal manifestations include spatial distortion, isolation properties, mental pollution, and special rooms. 1. Spatial distortion. The space in this level is warped and nonlinear. Moving in a straight line may lead one back to the origin or into a new room. Due to these characteristics, navigation and positioning become challenging, and even wireless communication may encounter issues. 2. Isolation properties. It can be confirmed that no life exists within this level, even though it serves as a primary entrance to the backroom dimension. There have never been reports of other wanderers being seen here. 3. Mental pollution. Individuals within this level commonly experience hallucinations. These include, but are not limited to, the following scenarios. 1. The noise of the lights gradually intensifies until it becomes painfully piercing, only to suddenly fall silent. 2. In a daze, one might perceive a door or a staircase. A sudden sense of déjà vu envelopes one, as if this place had been encountered before, as if one had traversed these grounds in times past. The sounds of human voices can be heard, yet the language spoken bears no resemblance to any known dialect of Earth. Out of the corner of one's eye, creatures resembling tiny insects may scuttle beneath the wallpaper, but upon focusing one's gaze, they vanish into thin air. The chirping of insects can be discerned, emanating from any number of unseen creatures. In this layer, rare instances may reveal the existence of peculiar chambers. Among them are the Red Room and the Manila Room. The Red Room, though similar in appearance to others, is distinguished solely by its crimson wallpaper and the red luminescence that bathes it. It is imperative to note that under no circumstances should one enter this room. To date, all known individuals who have ventured inside have been deemed deceased, with no hope of escape. Conversely, the Manila Room is an exceptionally rare anomaly within this level. Unlike the Red Room, reaching the Manila Room merely requires traversing a sufficient distance in any direction. This chamber is devoid of the various anomalies present in the rest of the level, allowing wanderers to cross paths within its confines. However, caution must be exercised, for this room does not serve as an exit. Rather, it functions as a sanctuary for weary survivors after a long journey. Within its walls, one may also discover documents we have placed, which can aid newcomers in gaining a better understanding of the backrooms and enhance their chances of survival. Entities. Aside from the Manila Room, no human presence is observable in this layer, nor are there any known entities. Should you encounter, hear, or perceive the presence of humans outside the Manila Room, be forewarned, they are not human. Entrances. Cutting in serves as the singular method for reality to access this layer. Additionally, within level 283, one may come across aged, moldy wooden doors, which also provide entry to this level. Exits. The sole means of departing this layer is through cutting out, which typically leads to level 1. Chapter 4. Black Widow. Natasha. Is this it? Is this what they call the back room? At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Tony gazes at the so-called Level 0 data, his brow arching in curiosity. Nonlinear space? Isolation? It hardly seems dangerous. At worst, it might slightly affect one's psyche. It certainly deviates from the hellish scenes he had envisioned. There's merely a perplexing red room. The rest appears to be just an odd place. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. As Tony scrutinizes the crucial information harvested by Jarvis and the text that appears on the screen, he notices an anomaly. A minuscule number of entities? No entities at all? He murmurs, sensing a disquieting inconsistency. This text is not as straightforward as it seems. It begins by stating that there are a scant few entities and then asserts that no entities exist. Is it possible that this MEG has encountered glitch? Or perhaps this MEG truly fails to grasp level 0? Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. What he truly wishes to comprehend is, what exactly are these entities? Entities? Supernatural phenomena? Like the monsters of myth and legend? A cascade of questions floods his mind. Tony cannot help but recall a certain explosive protagonist. If he were here, Perhaps he could penetrate this back room? Meanwhile, within SHIELD, a research team dedicated to the back room is meticulously analyzing and striving to comprehend every detail regarding Level 0. Isolation? Does it hint at some form of four-dimensional space? A physicist raises this query. Why four-dimensional space? Another retorts. It should be referred to as chaotic four-dimensional space. The physicist then launches into an elaborate explanation. If we consider linear space as our three-dimensional realm, then this nonlinear space constitutes four-dimensional space. When you move forward, you might find yourself behind your original position, or if you move to the left, you might appear on the right, or in front, or behind, or of course, in the normal right. This space is chaotic, incomprehensible to the average individual. However, if one could perceive the structure of space, this nonlinear realm would reveal its own order. To see through space? The words of the physicist leave everyone exchanging bewildered glances. What a bold hypothesis! To discern the structure of space? Why not claim to perceive the flow of time while you're at it? Who could accomplish such feats? It seems only the legendary gods could manage it. Thus, May turns to the physicist and inquires, "We are neither gods nor superhumans. What should we do? Ordinary humans are naturally imperceptible, yet through various means, we have come to understand the vast majority of the unknown in the world. Therefore, we merely need to create a device that can render space visible." The physicist asserts. TSK. May and Hill exchange a glance. Well, they do not comprehend the world of scientists. So, do you possess such a capability? Hill counters. The physicist falls silent, pondering for a moment before finally saying, "This may require someone with considerable research experience in space, extensive engineering expertise, and, ideally, a space-related superhuman would be even better. Goodness, where on earth do we find such a person?" Silence envelopes the room. If these criteria were to be sought individually, it might be feasible. But combined, it becomes quite the challenge. Naturally, if we could provide a space-related superhuman for study, that would be splendid. If not, the physicist pauses and adds, "I've heard that there's a cube within the agency that possesses spatial abilities. Could we possibly?" Absolutely not. That item has been destroyed. Before the physicist can finish, Hill interrupts sharply. "Very well." The physicist shrugs. "What about a space-related superhuman?" Hill, it may share a look. After a moment of silence, Hill states, "I will report to the director." Simultaneously, within Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. "Professor, what's the status?" On the rooftop, Professor X places his fingers on his temples, his eyes closed, seemingly harnessing his immense psychic power to perceive certain information. Behind him, the beast, covered in blue fur and exuding a wild aura, yet dressed impeccably, inquires in a gravelly voice. After a considerable time, Professor X lowers his fingers. Such extensive probing appears to be quite taxing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a brief pause, he finally speaks. "I have uncovered some information regarding dimensions, but it bears no relation to the back room." "Dimensions?" The beast grins, curiously asking, "What kind of dimensions?" Professor X shakes his head. "What kind of dimensions? This is not something that mutants like them can meddle in." He has found some related information, such as that pertaining to sorcerers. However, those sorcerers possess formidable psychic power. He has merely gleaned a fragment of information, learning that beyond the reality plane, there indeed exist various distinct dimensions. Yet, none of the information he has discovered connects to the back room, let alone the exceedingly detailed text regarding Level 0. Observing the professor shake his head, the beast wisely refrains from further questioning and instead states, "So, what action should we take?" Judging by the description of the text, while the back room appears perilous, if that child were involved, perhaps he could retrieve someone from within? The beast is, of course, referring to Kurt Wagner, also known as Nightcrawler. Though the beast does not elaborate, Professor X seems to grasp his intention. However, Professor X shakes his head. Although he possesses teleportation abilities, it remains uncertain whether he can traverse dimensions. He certainly does not wish any individual to take risks. If he were capable, he could mobilize everyone, but if not, he would do nothing. Unlike Iron Man, who stands in the limelight as a superhero, he is first and foremost a mutant. And only under suitable conditions does he assume the role of a superhero, The entire X-Men operates similarly. He is concerned with the survival of mutants. As for saving humanity, if it aligns with his goals, he is willing. However, if it necessitates the X-Men risking their lives to defy fate, then that is a different story. He can distinguish between the importance of mutants and humans. Therefore, he will refrain from taking risks unless absolutely necessary, much less putting the children in jeopardy. He shall observe the unfolding events, Professor X states calmly. Simultaneously, he instinctively glances at his phone screen. He notices the earlier level 0 text gradually fading away. Perhaps the forthcoming text pertains to the so-called level 1. Deep in thought, he suddenly sees the screen shift. No text, but rather an image. The image reveals a figure clad in a specialized tight combat suit, with long, wavy crimson hair, slender limbs, a graceful figure, and a face nearly ethereal. Her vigilant yet fierce gaze embodies the essence of a competent agent. This is, Professor X initially blinks in surprise, then suddenly recognizes the individual. Is this not the sole female superhero of the Avengers, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, who shone brilliantly during the Battle of New York? This, as if sensing something, Professor X's pupils constrict. Chapter 5 Natasha, you are on television. What? At that moment, it was not only Professor X whose pupils dilated. Meanwhile, in a Manhattan apartment, Lin Ye was taken aback upon seeing the image that emerged from the virtual screen. System, did you do this? Is this a live broadcast? Lin Ye questioned, bewildered. This was not content he had seen in his videos. He knew well that his videos primarily consisted of text and images provided by the system regarding levels or entities. There was no way video footage should appear. Yet now it had emerged. The crucial aspect was the individual depicted, Natasha Romanoff, a member of the Avengers. The Black Widow, a renowned superhero in the Marvel Universe. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Lin Ye's mind was also greeted by the system's notification sound. According to calculations, the system will capture individuals most likely to fall into the backrooms for live broadcasting. Lin Ye did not understand the system's principles, nor did he feel the need to. The implication of the system's statement was clear. Lin Ye's expression shifted. Did this mean that Black Widow was likely to descend into the backrooms? But hadn't the system previously stated that the backrooms had not yet invaded? How could it be that they had just finished surveying level 0, and the backrooms had already descended? Or was the survey merely a prelude, and this was the means through which the backrooms were summoned? Host, do not misunderstand. Regardless of whether you survey or not, the backrooms will descend. One occurrence is random, while the other is guided. The system had admitted its connection to the dimension of the backrooms. Lin Ye momentarily found himself at a loss for words. What could he do? Apart from surveying and accepting, what else was there? He was merely an ordinary person, reliant on the system for strength. He took a moment to adjust his emotions, and then smiled. Haha, there is no misunderstanding. I simply didn't comprehend the situation and want to clarify. It's that simple. The system remained silent. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Ye gazed at the projected virtual screen before him, observing the delicate profile of Black Widow as she smiled faintly. Simultaneously, aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury's expression darkened upon seeing Natasha on screen. What's going on? Is this a projection? What is happening? Nick Fury pondered, unsettled. Natasha had been dispatched on a mission, a fact he was acutely aware of, as she was the agent he had sent. Reports indicated unusual activity at the former Hydra base, prompting him to send Natasha there. Although Natasha was merely a level 7 agent within S.H.I.E.L.D., her capabilities were top-notch, particularly suited for infiltration and assassination. Nick Fury intended for her to gather intelligence on the situation at the former Hydra base. However, to his astonishment, she was still on a mission and suddenly appeared on television. Nick Fury's expression shifted again. In that moment, various possibilities flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on a seemingly impossible yet plausible conclusion. The bizarre appearance of the image was the work of Hydra. Otherwise, why would Natasha be broadcasted while on a mission at the former Hydra base? Yet, hadn't Hydra been eradicated long ago? Could there still be remnants? Nick Fury remained uncertain. Looking back at the image of Natasha, it was evident that she was completely unaware of being broadcasted. At that moment, she was cautiously observing her surroundings. On the surface, the underground base showed no signs of activity. Yet the camera was almost in her face. Could one truly claim there was no one present? Nick Fury had no time to contemplate further. He pressed his earpiece, intending to contact Natasha. However, it seemed someone was quicker. Stark? What's going on? I am currently on a mission. I will contact you shortly. Natasha suddenly pressed her earpiece and whispered. Yes, the only one who could so boldly breach DS communication channel and be addressed as Stark could only be Iron Man, Tony Stark. Indeed, it was Tony. At that moment, within Stark Tower, Tony watched Natasha's image on the screen, raising an eyebrow slightly. Real-time synchronization? This was truly a live broadcast? Tony pondered, bewildered. Upon seeing Natasha, he had directly hacked into DS communication network and contacted her immediately. Upon confirming that this was indeed real-time communication, Tony, like Nick Fury, had the name Hydra bounce into his mind. What could Hydra possibly want? Tony muttered softly. What? Natasha, seemingly not having heard clearly, responded. Nothing. Tony smiled as he regained his focus. I was saying, you're on television. What television? Natasha appeared taken aback. No, what is going on here? You have been exposed. Live before the entire world. Do you need me to rescue you? Tony teased, chuckling. If the virtual screen above was an extraterrestrial creation, he would not be so relaxed. But if it were Hydra, that was another matter entirely. No matter how great Hydra's threat, it could not compare to that of extraterrestrial forces. Moreover, Hydra had long been eradicated. Even if some members were still operating, they were merely remnants in their twilight. Indeed, he acknowledged that this virtual projection technology surpassed his own. It had signified little. He had previously dismantled Hydra. He could certainly do so again. Thus, Tony felt at ease. Dealing with aliens required deep contemplation. But handling one's own was a matter of simplicity, was it not? What exposure! Meanwhile, Natasha furrowed her brow, warily surveying her surroundings. What is happening? A worldwide broadcast? What does this mean? Clearly, Natasha had yet to grasp the situation. When she had entered, there had been no virtual screen. As for exposure, that was a concept she could not fathom. Since infiltrating the underground base, she had not encountered a single soul, let alone the notion of exposure. Much less a live broadcast. There were indeed cameras, but through device detection, she had determined that they were largely non-functional, and the presence of dust indicated the former Hydra base was mostly abandoned. In such circumstances, how could she have been exposed? Despite her mission being to ascertain the abnormal activities at the former Hydra base, suspected remnants of the old regime, the current scenario suggested that any potential threats would likely be deeper within the core of the facility. The periphery, where she found herself, was essentially derelict. Exposure? She refused to believe it. Coupled with Tony Stark's somewhat dubious reputation, it was plausible that he was merely jesting with her. Yes, that seemed quite likely. Of course, she remained vigilant, her body tense, eyes scanning her surroundings. Are you sure you don't need me to rescue you? If something happens, well, the Avengers might just lose their social butterfly, came Tony's teasing voice through her earpiece. Natasha rolled her eyes inwardly. What do you mean by social butterfly? Did she really come across as such? No need, this is my mission. Natasha whispered softly as she turned the corner, surveying her surroundings. Despite the dimness of the place, her keen insight, coupled with a faint source of light, allowed her to discern a difference in the thickness of the dust ahead compared to that behind her. The dust in front appeared to be lighter, suggesting that not long ago, this location had been occupied. Ahead lay a door, which likely held the key to accessing the core area. She approached cautiously and examined the door, discovering it was locked with a relatively simple mechanical lock from the previous century. This posed no challenge for her, retrieving a wire from her tactical pack. She inserted it into the lock and deftly manipulated it. With a satisfying click, the door swung open. With her weapon drawn, Natasha pressed herself against the wall, listening intently for any sounds beyond the door. To her surprise, there was an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of electrical currents from some odd machinery. It was peculiar, only noise, devoid of any human voices or other sounds. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Finally, She cautiously peered inside, and the sight that met her eyes filled her with an unsettling strangeness. The room resembled an emptied storage space, with yellowed wallpaper, damp carpeting, and fluorescent lights illuminating the area. It felt absurd. Throughout her journey, she had not encountered any functioning lights. Most were broken. Yet here, not only was there light, but the room's layout was also bizarre, starkly contrasting with what one would expect from a base. The inside and outside of the door felt like two entirely different worlds. After a moment's hesitation, Natasha resolved to enter. Regardless of how strange this place was, her purpose was to ascertain the situation, and there was no reason to retreat upon encountering anomalies. However, just as she was about to step inside, a sudden exclamation from Tony crackled through her earpiece. Chapter 6. The first encounter between Marvel superheroes and the back room. Cold sweat trickled down Tony's forehead. The previously carefree expression vanished, replaced by a visage of tension as he gazed at the projection before him. Initially, he had assumed this was merely a scheme concocted by Hydra. Although he did not comprehend their motives, it had allowed him to remain relaxed. Instinctively, he felt that this so-called back room was a fabrication of Hydra. However, everything changed when he witnessed Natasha open a door, revealing a scene that unfolded behind it. Yellowed wallpaper, a damp carpet, and the incessant hum of fluorescent lights. Was this not the level 0 that had been previously leaked? This meant the back room truly existed. The question remained, was it indeed created by Hydra, or was it something else entirely unknown? At that moment, Tony found himself at a loss, genuinely unable to discern the truth. Of course, it was also possible that it was merely a similar room, not some unknown dimension. Yet, he had to be cautious. What if it were real? Tony could not afford to gamble, nor did he dare to. Natasha, stand still. I'm coming for you now, Tony exclaimed urgently, donning his Iron Man armor without hesitation, and set off towards Natasha's location. Whoosh! A streak of light sliced through the air, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Meanwhile, in the projection, Natasha seemed to be struggling to hear him. What? There appeared to be some interference with her earpiece, and the communication device was slightly distorted. She faintly caught words like move, coming, and now. The term move held various meanings depending on the context, but in this scenario, Natasha interpreted it as action. Coming indicated arrival, while now meant the present moment. So, was Tony instructing her to act immediately? Natasha felt a twinge of confusion. Although they were a team, members of the Avengers who had fought side by side, she was still a S-H-I-E-L-D agent and was currently executing A-S-H-A-L-D mission. Was Tony Stark, Iron Man, attempting to dictate her S-H-I-L-D tasks? What did he mean? Had he usurped the role of director? Still, despite her confusion, she understood that action was required regardless of Tony's words. Static crackled through her earpiece, clearly indicating that Tony was saying something. However, during her mission, she answered only to the director and was not obligated to heed anyone else's commands. Given the unusual circumstances, her task was to investigate, and she had no reason to wait for Tony to relay his instructions. Even if Tony faced an emergency, he could wait until she had clarified the situation before inquiring further, or could simply come in to find her. With that thought, Natasha stepped forward, entering the dimly lit room. Oh no! In the distance, Iron Man observed this scene through the projection on his visor, his expression darkening. His speed was already considerable. The Mark 7 armor lacked supersonic flight capabilities, yet at full power, he had barely achieved the threshold of supersonic speed. And still, it was not enough. At that moment, Iron Man regretted not having constructed a specialized flight suit. Now, he could only hope that Natasha would not close the door. That entrance needed to remain stable. Only then could he enter and rescue her. Alternatively, it could all be a ruse, just a similar room with no otherworldly dimensions in existence. Regardless, clinging to his last glimmer of hope, Iron Man once again powered up to full capacity and soared towards Natasha's location. Simultaneously, while Natasha had yet to fully enter, he frantically sent her information regarding the back room. Natasha had her phone on her, and although it was powered off, the device still possessed location capabilities, allowing it to track even while shut down. He simply hoped that Natasha was equipped with a local network device, even if she entered an alternate space. She should still receive the information he had sent, as it was a straightforward matter of connectivity. Concurrently, he reached out to Nick Fury, urging him to dispatch the nearest agents to the scene. At the very least, they needed to secure that door. Nick Fury, in response, assured Tony that he did not require instruction. Had Tony not monopolized the line, he would have contacted Natasha long ago. Furthermore, nearby agents were rapidly making their way to the incident site. Meanwhile, on the virtual projection screen, as more individuals began to share the screen via their phones, it became evident to some that there appeared to be little danger involved. Some began to send messages in a trial-like manner. Isn't this the agent from the New York battle? So familiar. It's her, definitely her. Ward, does this backroom really exist? Is this scene real or staged? A live broadcast or actors? Was she just communicating? Stark? Is that Iron Man? I saw it. I witnessed Iron Man flying out of Stark Tower. So, is all of this real? Does the backroom genuinely exist? A new dimension? What is the panic? What does this have to do with us ordinary folks? Saving the world is for these superheroes. Exactly. Instead of worrying about this, how about thinking about repaying student loans or paying this year's property taxes? Maybe browse the supermarket and buy some groceries outright. Ward, buying groceries outright? Brother, you are truly wealthy. I can also get groceries for $0. At this moment, as more people sent messages, the atmosphere quickly devolved into chaos. Unlike the anxiety experienced by those in the know, an increasing number of viewers regarded this virtual screen as a platform for communication. Of course, this was of no concern to Tony and the others, nor to Natasha, who had just stepped into the back room. Upon entering this place, Natasha was struck by an eerie sensation. It was silent, too silent. Aside from the buzzing of the fluorescent lights, there was no other sound. It felt strangely surreal. Moreover, there was a sense of isolation and desolation, as if no one had set foot in this place for decades. This impression was reminiscent of the earlier Hydra base she had encountered. However, what was peculiar was that the lights were still operational. Cautiously, she glanced around, yet found nothing amiss. The room was utterly devoid of equipment. The floor felt sticky and damp, indistinguishable from water or something else. When she turned around, wait, where was the door? Natasha's expression morphed into one of disbelief. She had clearly stepped in through the door, yet now behind her was nothing but emptiness, no door in sight. All around her was this strange, vacant room. The door had simply vanished. How bizarre. It was truly too strange. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Director, can you hear me? She tapped her earpiece. The director could hear her through the screen, but she could not catch his voice through the earpiece. Stark? She inquired again, but received no response. The communication channel seemed to have been hijacked, devoid of any echo. How odd. Cautiously glancing around, she quickly positioned herself against a wall, retrieving her phone from her tactical belt and powering it on. The phone activated, but there was no signal. She could not dwell on that now. No matter how strange the situation, her priority was to complete the mission. Setting her phone aside, she armed herself with her handgun and rose to her feet, swiftly beginning her exploration of this peculiar room. Chapter 7. Finally found someone. Damn it. In the vast expanse above, Tony Stark was still soaring through the skies. Yet upon Natasha's entrance into the back room, he lost her signal entirely. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Her location had already been marked, and all he needed to do was arrive at the designated spot according to prior records. His concerns materialized as he feared. The door had vanished. He had no idea what the situation was like within the former Hydra base. Moreover, Natasha was unreachable. The most critical point was that Natasha, at this moment, was completely oblivious to the back room. She had no comprehension of where she had ended up. Nevertheless, it was somewhat reassuring that Level 0 posed no significant danger, and if the textual descriptions were to be believed, Natasha might find the Manila room and thereby grasp some fundamental aspects of the back room. Taking a deep breath, Tony decided to set aside his worries. He was about to reach the last known location where the signal had disappeared. At long last, he landed on that island. It was only then that SHELDS helicopter arrived, albeit belatedly. Without further ado, Tony scanned the area and swiftly located the entrance. Forcefully breaching it, and soon arriving at the threshold where Natasha had last vanished. However, gazing at the seemingly ordinary door and the normal environment beyond, Tony's expression darkened considerably. He repeatedly attempted to open and close the door, but to no avail. It remained steadfastly closed to the back room. Damn it! Tony struck the door with his fist, deforming it, and then spoke solemnly to Nick Fury. Fury, we can no longer establish contact with Natasha. On the helicarrier, Nick Fury clenched his fists, his expression grim, the shade of his skin appearing even darker. Tony, I believe we require a cross-dimensional device, he stated somberly. Tony fell silent. A cross-dimensional device? This was no trivial matter. If it were a spatial teleportation device, he could potentially devise one through sheer willpower. However, cross-dimensional? The concept of dimensions was exceedingly vague. Were they referring to the 0 to 10 dimensions, or perhaps different universes, planes, or parallel worlds? It was not that he lacked understanding. Rather, he had never witnessed such phenomena with his own eyes. In a certain sense, the notions of dimensions, alternate universes, planes, and parallel worlds were still confined to theoretical realms. Now, Nick Fury expected him to create a cross-dimensional device based solely on such concepts? One absurd jest. He was a genius, but not a deity. Yet, not pursuing this research was not an option. It appeared that he would need to reconnect with that celestial being. Tony murmured. The celestial being he referred to was, of course, Thor, the god of thunder. While he couldn't think of anything related to dimensions, he did recall something pertaining to space, the cosmic cube. Following the aftermath of the battle, the cosmic cube had been entrusted to Thor for safekeeping in Asgard. In his estimation, that artifact might just provide the means to traverse dimensions and locate Natasha. He gazed at the screen before him, watching Natasha explore level 0, and a wave of concern washed over him. He hoped nothing untoward would transpire. Meanwhile, within Baxter Building, did she really get in? Reed observed Natasha exploring the surroundings in the footage, astonished. He had attempted various methods to access the back room, but had failed at every turn. Could it be that Natasha was destined for this? Simply opening a door and entering the back room? How is that fair? I was the one who wanted it first. Reed felt a pang of frustration. His desire to enter was genuine. Fine, if you want to let me in, then I shall force my way in. It's merely a cross-dimensional device. I can build it. Reed scoffed. He was nearing the completion of the spatial model he had been constructing. It seemed the exploration of dimensions should also be prioritized. It would be even better if he had a means of locating it. However, lacking a location was not a significant hindrance. What? You ask how to enter the back room without a location? Quite simple. Just go through it multiple times. With that thought, Reed dashed in the laboratory without a second thought. At that moment in the footage, as time elapsed, Natasha finally sensed that something was amiss. Not only were the surrounding rooms eerily identical, but everything she observed was essentially the same. Fluorescent lights, yellowing wallpaper, and damp carpets. There were no signs of human activity, nor any objects in sight. She could find neither exit nor entrance. Not even a single door, let alone anything else. She attempted to use a small clay explosive, and surprisingly enough, it did shatter the wall. However, the scene behind the wall was merely another room with a near-identical layout. It felt as though she were trapped in a space that extended infinitely in both vertical and horizontal directions. She tried placing explosives on the ceiling, but the ceiling's condition was different. The clay bomb seemed utterly ineffective. It did explode, but the ceiling showed no signs of damage. The floor was similarly unaffected. In this room, it appeared that only the walls could be destroyed. Everything else remained unscathed. What on earth is this place? Even with Natasha's resilient mindset, encountering such a phenomenon left her a bit rattled. After wandering around for a while longer, she finally discerned the spatial anomalies of this location. It was as if she were caught in a never-ending corridor. The wall she had demolished seemed to reappear before her as she walked. She longed to blast her way through, but ultimately restrained that impulse. The ammunition she carried was limited. She would conserve it as much as possible. Thus, she continued her exploration in search of an exit. Gradually, fatigue began to set in. Even though she was a seasoned agent with physical capabilities that far surpassed the ordinary. In this oppressive, lightless environment, it was easy to lose one's sanity, and her perception of time began to blur. Slowly, She lost track of how long she had been in this wretched place. Perhaps 2 hours, or maybe 3 to 5 hours. She remained composed yet weary, softly murmuring to herself, infiltration, assassination, even killing aliens. But what in the world is this damned wall? Exhaustion, primarily of a mental nature. Suddenly, a buzzing noise erupted from the fluorescent lights above, intensifying to a deafening crescendo. Natasha's expression tightened in discomfort, instinctively covering her ears. Yet just as she did, the sound vanished mysteriously. Everything plunged into silence. Was this a trap set by Hydra? Or something else? Regardless of whether it was Hydra or any other terrorist organization, I believe you have underestimated the psychological resilience of a level 7 agent. Natasha surveyed her surroundings, letting out a cold laugh. She had been trained as an agent from a young age, undergoing rigorous physical and mental conditioning. The oppressive environment of the Red Room was incomparable to these yellowed walls and jarring noises. She pressed onward, this time with noticeably increased speed, disregarding her surroundings. As she sprinted, she suddenly spotted a door appear beside her. She halted abruptly and took a few steps back to inspect it, only for the door to vanish again. Was it a trick of the space, or merely an illusion? Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear. Who? Natasha startled, spinning around. Yet there was nothing behind her. Moreover, the voice was peculiar. As an agent fluent in multiple languages, she was familiar with most common dialects globally. However, she could not decipher the previous utterance. It was utterly bizarre. Moreover, the mere presence of sound evoked an unsettling atmosphere. It was indeed peculiar, profoundly peculiar. This wretched place was imbued with oddities at every turn. The rustling, a soft shushing. Out of the corner of her eye, it seemed as though the wallpaper was writhing, bulging as if swarms of tiny insects were crawling behind it. She distinctly heard a sound reminiscent of insects chirping, akin to crickets, or perhaps something else entirely. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, the widow's sting on her wrist charged up, and a miniature bomb was launched. The wall crumbled with a thunderous roar, bricks and debris flying in disarray, the wallpaper tearing apart. Upon closer inspection, there were no insect corpses or animal remains to be found. It was as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Natasha furrowed her brow, rose to her feet, and took a deep breath, resolutely continuing her advance. This place was growing increasingly bizarre, transcending her imagination. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous experiences, yet nothing as surreal as this had ever befallen her. In her eyes, even the Chitauri army seemed far more endearing than this locale. She could only wander aimlessly, seeking an exit. As she walked, an uncanny familiarity enveloped her, as if she had traversed this very path before. At a fork in the road, was that the wall I had shattered? Natasha murmured, frowning as she stepped forward, glancing towards the junction. There was no shattered wall, merely an ordinary dead end. Of course, she knew that even if she demolished this alley, the room on the other side would mirror this one. Nevertheless, it was a small comfort, for it indicated that she had not retraced her steps. Contemplating her next move, she turned around. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Before her stood a vague silhouette quietly positioned against the wall, revealing only its upper half, silently observing her. She did not know when it had appeared. Perhaps it had always lingered there. It was eerie and profoundly unsettling, sending a shiver down Natasha's spine. Who was that? She exclaimed sharply, swiftly drawing her weapon to aim at the figure, her gaze sharpening with a cold intensity, tinged with a flicker of excitement. At last, she had finally found someone. Chapter 8. Who do you think is Tony Stark? Wow, someone startled me. What is this, a horror film? I'm not watching anymore. My cabinet moved. Ward, what the hell? You scared me. Goodness, this was supposed to be a sci-fi story. How did it suddenly turn into a ghost story? It's a person. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Damn it, was that intentional? It must be intentional. That guy is here to scare us. Seriously, this is practically a ghost story. Damn, just as I was getting into it, I was suddenly frightened. The one upstairs is outrageous. At that moment, as a strange figure unexpectedly appeared on screen, even Natasha was taken aback, let alone the viewers from around the globe. Fortunately, while the apparition was indeed frightening, Natasha remained quite captivating. It was merely a sudden shock rather than true horror. Suddenly, someone posted a comment. Wait a minute. If I recall correctly, the previous description of level 0 stated that there are no entities within this layer, including other humans? If the text claims there are no people, then what about this person appearing? Wait, don't scare me. No one? So what is this appearing figure? A ghost? It can't possibly be an illusion created by those inside, right? Illusion? Can an illusion affect us through the screen? So, it's possible that this is indeed a tangible entity? I previously studied the documentation in detail and found noticeable bugs and contradictions within the text. It mentions that this layer contains no entities, including humans, yet states that if one hears, sees, or encounters something believed to be a wanderer, it is not human. Moreover, at the very beginning, there was a segment describing entities in this layer, claiming there are very few entities, meaning that the figure on the screen, while appearing human, could actually be some kind of entity? What exactly is this entity? If this is how it is in the first layer, what about the subsequent layers? Surely they are swarming with monsters? Haha, while this is naturally dangerous for ordinary people, what does it mean for superheroes? Have you forgotten this person's identity? He is a superhero who fought against aliens in the Battle of New York. Aliens were casually defeated. The entities here would be unfortunate to encounter human superheroes. However, those who fall into the backrooms are not just superheroes. Even we ordinary people could fall into backrooms. As the saying goes, no one knows whether an accident or tomorrow will come first. So, if we ordinary people fall into the backrooms and encounter such a situation, what should we do? Run. Why wait around to die? At this moment, people worldwide were engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, within Stark Tower, at this moment, Tony had returned to the tower from the former Hydra base, as constructing a transdimensional device could not be accomplished at Hydra's facility. The specifics there were to be handled by SHIELD agents. He merely needed to observe Natasha. Although it seemed Natasha was experiencing some unusual occurrences on screen, Tony believed that as long as the situation wasn't too far-fetched, she would be able to navigate the danger. After all, according to the documentation, level 0 was relatively safe. As long as one avoided the Red Room, the risks should be minimal. Natasha was a level 7 agent of SHIELD, having undergone rigorous training. If she couldn't handle this, then he was at a loss. He wanted to rescue Natasha, but he lacked the capability. Currently, he needed to think about contacting Thor to retrieve the Tesseract for research. Heimdall? Tony recalled Thor's previous words. In case of an emergency, one simply needed to call out to Heimdall from Earth, and Heimdall would hear and relay the message. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, possessed the all-seeing eye. He wondered whether the Bifrost had been repaired. Previously, it had been destroyed by Thor. Later, Thor was transported to Earth via Odin's dark magic to participate in the Battle of New York. After the battle, he returned to Asgard using the Tesseract. Thor took the Tesseract not only for protection, but also because it could restore the Bifrost. Regardless, Tony took a deep breath, raised his head, and called out loudly, "Heimdall, Buzz." In the next moment, a radiant spectrum of light enveloped Tony. Huh? Tony froze, his expression shifting slightly. Damn, I'm not in my suit. Wait, hold on. However, before he could finish his thought, Tony felt a dizzying sensation, and when he regained his bearings, he found himself standing in Asgard, at the Palace of the Guardians. Oh my, where have I been brought? Is this still Earth? Tony was dazed, utterly bewildered. Upon seeing the imposing figure clad in golden armor, resembling a god, he finally came to his senses. Wait, I just wanted you to relay a message, and, instead, you brought me here? I haven't even changed my skin yet. At this moment, within SHIELD, in the backroom exploration team, is there a feasible theory yet? Agent May inquired anxiously. Natasha, being a fellow SHIELD agent and a woman, shared common ground with her. They were not only colleagues and comrades, but also close friends. Now, seeing Natasha seemingly in trouble, May grew increasingly anxious. Unfortunately, her urgency was of no use. The physicist shrugged. The person hasn't even arrived. We cannot establish any relevant dimensional models. And even calculating a spatial model is challenging. Our knowledge is based entirely on theory, so Can't you develop something akin to a spatial travel device on your own? May frowned. The physicists and engineers exchanged glances and laughed. If we had that capability, we would have saved the world long ago. What need would we have for Tony Stark? May fell silent. That was a rather valid point. Indeed, not everyone is Tony Stark, nor is anyone named Ivan Vanko. They possess extensive knowledge, yet compared to the true giants, they still fall short. They're self-aware of this. Don't even mention that there are no spatial-related super beings currently available. Even if there were, they doubt they could accomplish anything. Over time, they might discover something. But to create a spatial device in the short term? Sorry, that would be akin to a pipe dream. Madam, if you're anxious, you can seek out Iron Man. ISNT, a consultant for SHIELD. One physicist chuckled. Yes, aside from Iron Man, there's also Dr. Banner and Mr. Fantastic. Dr. Pym. Any one of them is a titan in their field. Just one would surpass us all. Someone shrugged. These individuals seemed like a group of slackers, unabashedly slacking off. Well, that's quite normal. The technology that the entire world has yet to break through, and now SHIELD, expects them to research spatial devices and transdimensional travel. ISNT, that absurd. May's lips twitched. Don't you have any ambition? Seeking more specialized individuals. We provide assistance in the pursuit of knowledge. Is this not the essence of progress? Some respond with an air of entitlement. This left May gone utterly speechless. Goodness, what manner of individuals are these? Is it truly the case that this world would cease to function without Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Reed Richards, and Hank Pym? Would humanity's technological advancements regress? She sighed, casting a worried glance at Natasha within the projected image. One can only hope that no calamity befalls us. Chapter 9. The Unsolvable Monster. At this moment, within the back room, Natasha gazed intently at the shadowy figure before her. Her understanding was still rooted in the belief that everything unfolding was the doing of Hydra. Although she was uncertain of how Hydra had managed this, it was entirely plausible that they had conjured something peculiar. Thus, upon finally spotting a human silhouette, she naturally assumed it to be a remnant of Hydra. Though the figure appeared somewhat indistinct due to the distance, it was reasonable to conclude that a humanoid shape indicated a human presence. However, as she aimed her weapon at the figure, it remained unmoved, merely fixating its gaze upon Natasha. A frown creased her brow. Was it within the effective range of her handgun? With a cold huff, she commanded, "Show yourself, or I shall not hesitate to fire." Upon hearing her words, the figure seemed to sense the threat and stepped forth from behind the wall. A smirk tugged at the corners of Natasha's mouth. Yet, before she could revel in her moment of triumph, the figure began to approach her at a slow pace. "Stop," she commanded, her voice firm. Yet, the figure not only failed to halt, but accelerated toward her. Initially walking, it soon transitioned into a sprint, its speed alarming, seemingly fixated on Natasha. With a derisive snort, she acknowledged her desire to capture a live subject, but if this individual sought their own demise, she would not bear the burden of responsibility. Bang! Bang! She pulled the trigger, the flames of the muzzle flaring as bullets whistled towards the figure's limbs. Natasha was an impeccable shot. 2 bullets struck the figure's legs. Truth be told, at this critical juncture, she had relinquished the urge to kill. Encountering a living person in this desolate place was a rare occurrence. If feasible, she still wished to take someone alive. Confident in her shooting prowess, she aimed for the legs, intending to preserve her own life while immobilizing the opponent. A twofold gain. Yet, whoosh! The bullets indeed struck the figure's legs, but they inflicted no damage, passing through as if the figure were insubstantial, embedding themselves into the wall behind. The figure continued its advance towards Natasha, completely unaffected. What? Natasha was taken aback. Unable to hit? No physical form? Doubt clouded her mind. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. It was not unusual for Hydra to create bizarre entities. Perhaps this was a brainwashed mutant or superhuman. The inability to be struck by bullets might be a unique ability of this individual. This was troublesome. To be frank, she lacked experience in battling superhumans. Her training had revolved around assassination, espionage, and infiltration, skills pertinent to a spy. Engaging superhumans was outside her expertise, and one could say that during the Battle of New York, she had been thrust into the fray without preparation. Given a choice, she would have preferred to confront an entire Hydra base alone rather than encounter these superpowered beings. But now, she had no choice but to confront the situation. Bang, bang, bang. As she fired, she retreated. Bullets whizzed past. Yet whether they struck the head or the heart, the figure exhibited no reaction whatsoever, as though physical attacks were utterly ineffective against it. This ability was beyond comprehension. Natasha mused, twisting her wrist to activate the Widow's Bite, launching a mini-explosive. Boom! A deafening explosion drowned out the surrounding noise, smoke billowing, flames soaring. However, when the smoke cleared, the figure emerged unscathed, continuing its relentless approach toward Natasha. Her expression darkened. This was definitive proof. This individual possessed an ability akin to physical immunity. For her, this was far from good news. Her energy-based offensive capabilities were quite limited. While she did possess some means, they were not extensive. On her wrists were specially designed bracelets, known as Widow's Bite, capable of firing bullets, mini-explosives, tear gas canisters, and delivering up to 30,000 volts of electricity, as well as grappling hooks. Moreover, she had many suction cups affixed to her fingers and feet. So, if one were to inquire which superhero in the Marvel Universe could scale walls, swing between skyscrapers, and exhibit remarkable agility, who would spring to mind? Spider-Man? What if electricity were added? The Black Spider? Actually, it was Black Widow. Remarkably, Black Widow had indeed become a lower-tier version of Spider-Man. After all, she was also a spider. Electricity? Natasha fixated on the approaching figure. Electricity was her sole energy-based attack. Furthermore, the damp environment was indeed conducive to electrical assaults. Yet, there remained a quandary. While the Widow's Bite could unleash a staggering 30,000 volts, capable of lethal outcomes, this voltage could not be sustained for long. This was not merely a matter of energy storage. Even a minimal charge could produce high-voltage output. The critical issue lay in the materials involved. Even if the Widow's Bite had sufficient electrical power, if the materials couldn't withstand it, the effort would be futile. Electricity generates heat, which could lead to equipment overload. An overload would result in failure. Even though DS technology was cutting-edge, technology and materials were distinct entities. Based on the materials used in her Widow's Bite, if she released 30,000 volts, it could operate for 3 to 5 seconds. Of course, 3 to 5 seconds was a safety threshold. If she were unconcerned about damage, she could extend the duration, but that was not her current priority. She was now contemplating how to execute her electrical assault. If she opted for full power at 30,000 volts, the two bracelets combined could release electricity for 10 seconds. Post-discharge, the device would overheat, necessitating a cooling system to recuperate, which would take approximately 1 to 2 minutes. Thus, should she pursue a short burst of high-frequency 30,000 volts, or lower the frequency for a prolonged duration at a slightly reduced voltage, perhaps between 10,000 to 20,000, or even 5,000, 8,000? High voltage implied a longer vacuum period, while low voltage, though sustained, raised concerns regarding efficacy. Natasha pondered for a moment before deciding to make her move. Buzz! The Widow's Bite charged, blue and white energy coalescing, and with a swift motion, she struck the ground. Crackle! The visible electric current surged across the damp carpet, radiating outward, enveloping the swiftly approaching figure in both visible and invisible high voltage. Yet the figure continued its advance toward Black Widow unaffected. Was it still ineffective? Could electricity not impact him? Natasha's heart sank, but she pressed on, maintaining the discharge. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She could feel the Widow's Bite heating up. Her eyes remained locked on the figure, convinced that even a superhuman would experience significant energy depletion after prolonged use of such abilities, right? Surely, this individual's power must have its limits. For seconds, it seemed as if the figure was indeed unaffected by energy consumption, continuing its relentless charge. 5 seconds. Damn it! Natasha rose, abruptly shutting down the device. As the figure drew ever closer, she finally discerned the visage of that individual. However, at the moment of recognition, Natasha's pupils involuntarily constricted, and she swiftly turned to flee. Meanwhile, In a live broadcast, the camera shifted slightly, revealing the countenance of that entity to the countless viewers. The mere sight elicited gasps of shock. What they beheld was a creature of a deep gray hue, resembling humanity in form, yet profoundly alien. It was deemed a monster, for this being possessed no face, an absence of features, devoid of ears and other sensory organs. A collective shudder rippled through the audience, with many nearly dropping their phones in terror. Chapter 10. The Manila Room. At this moment, the live stream was inundated with a flurry of comments, all evidently startled by the sudden appearance of a monstrous entity. Initially, the fright stemmed from the unexpected nature of the creature's arrival, but as its form became discernible, a profound sense of dread enveloped the viewers. The situation escalated into an uncanny valley effect. The more they beheld, the more terrifying it became. The most despairing revelation, however, was that everyone witnessed Natasha fleeing, with the creature relentlessly pursuing her. She ran, it chased, an inescapable plight. The non-linear nature of Level 0 left her in a state of panic. As she sprinted, the monster would inexplicably materialize ahead of her, forcing her to change direction only to find it still looming dangerously close. An overwhelming sense of helplessness gripped the audience. They held their breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene, unable to fathom Natasha's mindset. They could only imagine that if they were in her shoes, their legs would have already succumbed to fear. It felt like a dream, an earnest attempt to distance oneself from the monster. Yet the realization dawned that no matter where one ran, it would be ever present, lurking just behind. Although the consequences of capture remained uncertain, it was clear they would not bode well. In typical dreamlike fashion, one would have already awakened from such terror, yet this was no dream. And Natasha would not be roused. With a grave expression, she continued to change directions, having previously experienced the peculiarities of this space. Even when confronted with the monster's sudden appearance, changing course was merely a matter of instinct. After all, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., her mental fortitude was commendable. Others would have likely been paralyzed with fear by now, but Natasha persisted, darting and altering her path with remarkable agility. Despite not fully grasping the strange principles governing this realm, she adapted to its anomalies. However, the creature appeared far more familiar with the terrain, tailing her with unwavering determination, seemingly unbound by the nonlinear constraints of this space. Finally, after an indeterminate span of time, flickering fluorescent lights illuminated a room ahead, hinting at a possible electrical malfunction. Strangely, Natasha perceived a hint of red. Furrowing her brow, she associated the color with danger, a notion ingrained in modern society, which also evoked unsettling memories. She bit her lip, seeking alternate escape routes, and then noticed a door to the side. A door! At last, a glimmer of hope, though she had seen it before. Uncertainty lingered. Was it a figment of her imagination or a product of this bizarre environment? Regardless, this door marked the only significant change in her surroundings. Opting against the ominous red, she resolved to choose the door. Perhaps it would lead her back to the outside world. With this thought, Natasha quickened her pace. Miraculously, no spatial distortions occurred along her path. The door remained steadfast. Approaching swiftly, she grasped the handle, entered, and swiftly closed the door behind her. The motion was fluid and seamless. However, upon entering, she immediately sensed something amiss. Behind the door lay not an exit, but a confined room, starkly contrasting the outside world with its beige wallpaper. The room was barren, save for a solitary table and a chair. Natasha's expression darkened. If this was not an exit, it posed a significant threat. Without a doubt, a door would provide no barrier against the creature's relentless pursuit. She retreated a couple of steps, pressing against the wall beside the door, ready to flee at the slightest sound. Yet, seconds turned into an agonizing wait. No noise emanated from the door, nor did she hear any signs of the creature's approach. Earlier, she had gauged the distance between herself and the monster to be a mere 5 meters. In 3 seconds, it could easily cover that ground. But as she lingered, it appeared that the creature had indeed not followed her inside. How peculiar. Perhaps it awaited her at the threshold, biding its time. Yet, she dismissed the thought. If it chose not to enter, then so be it. Only then did Natasha allow herself a moment of relief, taking a closer look at her surroundings. In truth, there was little of interest to behold. The room was desolate, with only the table and chair to speak of. The lone item of potential significance was a document resting upon the table. Cautiously, she approached, eyeing it warily before tentatively picking it up. Her gaze fell upon a prominent emblem of a majestic eagle, accompanied by the letters MEG. Meg? Natasha murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. She had anticipated encountering the Hydra insignia, yet this MEG was a mystery. As she unfolded the document for closer inspection, her frown deepened with each line she read. Backroom? Cut out? At that moment, Natasha realized she was in the manila room. It was a stroke of fortune that she had stumbled upon the document on the table. Indeed, it was fortunate. This room was unique in that while it was generally safe, it could occasionally plunge into complete darkness, the lights extinguishing without warning. Such phenomena were commonplace in the manila room. However, this regularity occasionally resulted in the disappearance of documents on the table. The exact probability was unknown, but should they vanish, they needed to be replenished manually. Natasha's luck was not entirely favorable. She had merely avoided the misfortune of encountering a disappearing document. Yet, the more she read, the more perplexed she became. Backroom? Cut out? She struggled to comprehend the mental state that could give rise to such concepts. Was this truly another dimension? And was there truly no way back for her? A sense of unease began to settle within her as she continued to peruse the document's contents. Meanwhile, the live stream shifted focus, capturing a close-up of the document's text. Level 0. This is the level you currently occupy. This level possesses a unique encouragement effect. Thus, cutting out is the only safe method to exit this level. Level 1. Upon cutting out, this is the level you are most likely to reach. Additionally, this level houses our base and is the safest place for you. When you see your surroundings resemble a warehouse, underground parking lot, corridor, or room, you might be in level 1. If you can ascertain that the stairs or elevator lead to the underground parking lot and locate the warehouse, you are certainly in level 1. Level 2. This level is markedly more perilous than the preceding 2 levels. This is a labyrinth that appears to be composed of tunnels, pipes, and similar structures, while the temperature on this level is notably high. The relatively safe zone on this level is an office, identifiable by the name EL3 it displayed on the wall. If you manage to locate it, you can survive with a degree of safety. Level 3 is markedly more perilous, with the surrounding environment resembling a power station replete with numerous machines and an array of signs. The corridors lack illumination, and many entities lurk in the shadows. Thus, caution is paramount. Moreover, not only entities conceal themselves in the darkness, but also humans. As this level leads to level 4, which boasts an abundance of resources, one must remain vigilant not only against lurking entities, but also against ill-intentioned individuals who are keen to monopolize level 4, preventing others from accessing it. Level 4 is deemed one of the safest and most densely populated tiers. Upon encountering an abandoned office, you may have reached this level. This tier is characterized by what appears to be an endless expanse of forsaken offices. Here, one can find ample almond water, while the presence of entities is relatively scarce. You may take refuge on this level, and settling down would indeed be a commendable choice. Chapter 11. The Projection of Asgard, a deeply disturbing revelation. Is this more layered information? TSK, it seems rather misleading to call it cutting out. Isn't it merely exploiting a bug in the box? Isn't that a common tactic in the game? Goodness, it appears that the MEG has quite a significant influence within this backroom, having even established a base. I have seen it, yet it feels as though I have seen nothing. I have spoken, yet it feels as if I have said nothing. This information seems rather scarce. At the very least, we know that reaching level 1 is safe. As long as one can exploit a bug to cut through, one can arrive at level 1. It seems that this backroom is not as perilous as it first appeared. From this perspective, levels 2 and 3 seem rather hazardous. Level 4 appears relatively safe, but what is this almond water? Is it some sort of magical potion? No wonder the previous monsters were immune to physical damage. It turns out there are specific countermeasures in place. In other words, levels 1 and 4 are safe. Thus, even if one falls into the back room, as long as they can cut out from level 0, they will be safe? It seems that way. At this moment, a flurry of comments streamed across the live broadcast screen. As the tension began to dissipate, everyone regained their composure. If this phenomenon truly allows anyone a chance of falling into the back room, then the information regarding these levels undoubtedly serves as a beacon of hope. Meanwhile, within SHIELD, the backroom research team breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Natasha's safe entry into the manila room and reviewing the information in the documents. They could not help but feel a sense of ease. The others, however, diligently recorded the information. Levels 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2 were dangerous, 2 were safe. And what about this almond water? May frowned. What exactly is this almond water? Is it truly the magical potion that the comments suggest? Is it the reason Natasha could not inflict effective damage on that creature? Moreover, what precisely is that creature? Why is there no description of it in the Meg's documents? Given the previously observed circumstances, it seems improbable that there would be no description whatsoever. May harbored a vague suspicion and turned to the others, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on that faceless creature?" Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. One hesitantly suggested, "I suspect it may be an illusion experienced by Agent Natasha." "No, if it were an illusion, why could we see it too?" Another countered, "But we witnessed the illusions experienced by Agent Natasha, such as the wriggling wallpaper and the incessant buzzing of insects. I mean, is it possible that this projection can manifest related illusions? Something akin to a presentation of the mind?" Someone proposed a hypothesis. If this universe truly adheres to a materialistic worldview, then the speaker would undoubtedly face ridicule. Yet, it is evident that this universe is interwoven with both technology and magic, blending mysticism with science. Remarkably, this possibility cannot be dismissed. The lack of interactive response does resemble an illusion, aligning with previous textual descriptions. May continued, however, what it precisely is remains inconclusive. For now, we must record and analyze later. Indeed, analysis can only occur later. At present, their sole responsibility is to document. To analyze, they must first gather sufficient information. Only then can they extract useful insights. Simultaneously, in the celestial palace, Asgard. Through the projection device of his portable smartwatch, Tony observed that Natasha was temporarily safe, and he finally exhaled in relief. "Hey Stark, what are you watching?" "Huh? Isn't that Natasha? Is she off filming a short movie?" Thor inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. "Filming a short movie? If you can't contribute meaningfully, perhaps you should refrain from speaking." "What do you mean by short movie?" Tony retorted, his expression twitching. Having focused solely on Natasha's situation, he only now realized. It seemed that, in Asgard, there was no projection. Did it only manifest on Earth? Or had the influence not yet reached this realm? As he pondered, he relayed the events occurring on Earth to Thor. Thor appeared bewildered. "The backroom? Dimensions? Entities? You need the Tesseract as a key to unlock the backroom's dimension to rescue Natasha?" He was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Individually, he might grasp these concepts, yet when combined, they eluded his understanding. Curiously, Heimdall. Thor scratched his head and turned to Heimdall. "Can you see this backroom dimension?" Heimdall remained silent for a long moment before shaking his head, stating, "It exceeds the 9 realms." Saying it exceeds the 9 realms can also be interpreted as the Bifrost not connecting. Heimdall's field of vision is contingent upon the Bifrost, the farther it extends. The further he can see. Don't ask me the reasoning behind it. It's simply celestial magic technology. "I'll ask Father," Thor declared. However, before he could act, buzz. Above Asgard, streams of light appeared in the sky, coalescing into a screen. The screen displayed Natasha's image within the backroom. In an instant, the inhabitants of Asgard were astonished, pointing and whispering at the suddenly manifested image in the sky. "Wait." Thor gaped at the celestial screen before glancing at Tony. "What did you do?" "I did nothing." Tony was equally bewildered. Wasn't there no screen before? Why had one suddenly appeared? Surely, it couldn't have spread due to my influence? Is this phenomenon akin to a virus? Tony's mind raced with uncertainty. Thor frowned, but he couldn't afford to ponder for long. He flew up with his hammer, meticulously inspecting the screen that had suddenly appeared. Not only did he find the magical aspect incomprehensible, but even the technological side of Asgard eluded his understanding. He could grasp nothing of it. This screen was either a physical entity or merely a projection. The key question was, there were no projection devices nearby. From whence did this projection originate? Heimdall. Thor called out again. Heimdall shook his head, indicating he could not comprehend it at all. Then, Tony watched as Thor sought out his mother, Queen Frigga. However, the knowledgeable sorceress could not decipher it either, nor could she pinpoint its source. Thor then approached Odin. Yet, even the All-Father could not comprehend it. Goodness, the mighty king of the 9 realms cannot comprehend a mere virtual projection? Even the God King cannot fathom it, despite Tony's disbelief in deities. He had certainly heard of Odin's legendary name. If even Odin could not comprehend it, what manner of technology is this? This seems utterly otherworldly. Tony felt a chill run down his spine, deeply disturbed by the implications. Chapter 12. Because I am Iron Man. At this moment, Tony was lost in various thoughts, his mind racing with unsettling possibilities. However, it was then that Odin interjected, revealing that through this projection, he could locate a position and, with the use of dark magic, could indeed transport someone there. Is that true? Tony's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Odin, however, appeared displeased. Tony's words seemed to cast doubt upon him. As the king of the 9 realms, did he truly need to deceive a mere mortal? God King, I meant no disrespect. I am simply taken aback. Tony hastily clarified. In the past, he had never needed to master the art of high emotional intelligence in conversation, as those around him always spoke to him with such finesse. He had thought he would never require such skills. Yet, facing Odin, the legendary king of the gods, he felt compelled to exhibit the respect due to such an esteemed figure. May I ask, God King, is it possible to bring Natasha back? Tony inquired once more, his expression brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Odin. Odin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the virtual screen in the sky, the Gungnir in his hand trembling slightly. He found himself unable to fathom the nature of this projection, detecting no traces of either technological or magical essence. It was merely an illusion, akin to a fragment of this realm. Yet, Odin was indeed a formidable deity. The Asgardians possessed an extraordinary trait. The older they became, the stronger they grew. Odin was a prime example of this phenomenon. He had reached the zenith of his existence during the events of Thor, Ragnarok, set in the year 2017 of the Earth timeline. Now, however, it was 2012, meaning Odin had a mere 5 years left before his demise. For the Asgardians, 5 years felt akin to being buried neck-deep in the earth. Nonetheless, this period marked Odin at the height of his powers. While the Asgardian strength increased with age, they were not exempt from the inevitability of mortality. Odin's peak did not imply immunity to death. The extent of his prowess, while perhaps not fully depicted in film due to budget constraints or indirect portrayal, can be gleaned from the comics. In a weakened state, Odin engaged in battle with the Midgard serpent, the resulting shockwaves capable of tearing apart the multiverse and obliterating countless galaxies. Odin's abilities allowed him to manipulate energy at will, encompassing powers such as reality alteration, creation, resurrection, disintegration, repair, time travel, dimensional opening, and telepathy. Not to mention, with Gungnir, his strength was further amplified. In official lore, while Odin was indeed a celestial father, this designation afforded him the power to create or annihilate entire universes at will. Among celestial beings, he undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle, comparable even to singular universe-level entities, earning the title of the All-Father. Yet this omnipotent All-Father could not discern the slightest detail of the virtual screen before him. However, owing to his formidable strength and dimensional awareness, Odin could vaguely perceive some semblance of a location. Yet, while he could transport someone into that dimension, retrieving them would prove exceedingly difficult. It is impossible, Odin declared, shaking his head. That is a deeply concealed dimension. I can send you there, but my divine power cannot extend that far to bring you back. What if we utilized the Tesseract? Could it facilitate the return? Tony could not resist asking again. Theoretically, yes, but whether it can breach the dimensions remains unknown. Different universes and dimensions abide by distinct laws. Just because a dimension can be accessed in our universe does not guarantee the same for others, Odin explained, leaving Tony momentarily stunned. Let us give it a try. If it works, fantastic. If not, it's no great loss. To be honest, I have only met Natasha a handful of times, Tony remarked with a light-hearted smile. Though he casually suggested trying, the reality was that if he ventured with the Tesseract and it failed, he would be stranded. Have you truly thought this through? Odin scrutinized the mortal before him. Yes, I have. Frankly, apart from myself, I doubt anyone else would dare undertake such a risk. Tony replied with a relaxed demeanor. Stark, Thor interjected urgently. The power of the All-Father is not something you can withstand. The previous damage to the Bifrost occurred when Father transported me, and even then, I was overwhelmed by the immense power and lost consciousness. If I could not endure a strike from the All-Father, do you truly believe you can? Tony froze, realizing he was unaware of the events Thor had faced upon arriving on Earth. All he remembered was their first encounter on the plane, followed by Thor delivering a mighty blow. Was Thor venting his frustrations due to being knocked unconscious by his father? What if I don the suit? Tony instinctively suggested. With that tattered ensemble? I mean no offense, but it pales in comparison to even a third of my Asgardian armory, which Father could easily obliterate. Thor replied somberly. Tony grimaced slightly. So, there's no other option? Hulk might be able to. Thor contemplated, recalling the formidable green giant. Indeed, Hulk was immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing Thor's own divine physique, which was truly remarkable. If only Hulk retained Bruce Banner's intellect, the combination would be extraordinary. Hulk won't do. Tony decisively shook his head. Unless Hulk can maintain Banner's intellect, sending him would be futile. Both Banner and Hulk would only hinder Natasha. Indeed, they would be a liability. While Hulk's unrestrained might was undeniably at the top tier, the back room was a realm fraught with enigmas. Who could predict what chaos Hulk might unleash? Although Hulk was powerful, what if he was recklessly trapped in an indestructible box? Conversely, while Banner possessed intellect, his physical capabilities were lacking. This left Tony in a predicament. Surely, they cannot send Thor. Thor, too, had responsibilities. The destruction of the Bifrost had sown chaos across the 9 realms. The battle in New York was merely one instance amid the turmoil. Thor had to restore order among the realms. It was unreasonable to expect Thor to abandon his duties for the sake of a single individual. According to Thor's character, he might agree, but Odin would never allow it. God King, may I borrow some Asgardian technology to enhance my armor strength? After much deliberation, Tony resolved to take matters into his own hands. Hawkeye was out of the question. He was merely a mortal without armor. Captain America, while a super soldier, could not withstand a strike from the All-Father either. Ultimately, it became apparent that he was the only one capable of undertaking this mission. He merely needed to borrow Asgardian technology to upgrade his armor. While it might barely withstand a blow from the All-Father, he could convert and store that divine energy within the armor, much like how Thor had struck him with that mighty blow. Though complete transformation remains unattainable, the upgraded armor, enhanced with energy conversion, should be able to withstand the pressure, given that Odin consents to lend the technology of the Celestial Palace to augment the armor's strength. Will he agree? At this moment, Thor, Frigga, and the warriors of the Celestial Palace turned their gazes towards Odin. Have you made your decision? Odin inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon Tony. I have. Tony affirmed with a nod. If we cannot even save our comrades who fight alongside us, how can we speak of saving the world? The world is vast, and there are countless superheroes and extraordinary individuals. Anyone could rescue it. Why must it be solely you? Is this not a form of arrogance? Odin retorted. This left Tony momentarily speechless, enveloped in silence, unsure of how to respond. As Tony remained quiet, the entire hall became so still that one could hear a pin drop. Odin studied Tony intently, his emotionless gaze traversing the corridors of time as if peering into the future. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though Tony was about to speak. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the hall. Because I am Iron Man. With a snap of his fingers, accompanied by a radiant light, Odin was pulled back to reality. At last, he smiled. Chapter 13. Am I entering the back room? At this moment, Tony is exerting every effort and employing various strategies to rescue Natasha. Meanwhile, Natasha has finished reviewing the documents left by MEG. The descriptions of the levels are minimal, merely outlining levels 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Additionally, there are two peculiar levels highlighted. One is referred to as the pleasure level, which is not assigned a specific number, but is noted as the most perilous level, inhabited by entities known as party guests, which are repeatedly described as extremely dangerous. The other is termed the endpoint, also lacking a definitive level designation, described as a trap, a void-like library that deceives its visitors into believing they are nearing an exit, when in reality, it merely immobilizes them, making it easier for the party guests to find them. Furthermore, it is stated that this level has no documented exits. Indeed, this information is useful, albeit scant. Clearly, Natasha finds herself in a predicament. Her only objective now is to find a way out. Although she harbors doubts regarding the concept of cutting out, she must now ascertain whether it is indeed possible. Even if it means potentially emerging in level 1 rather than the real world, she feels compelled to try. What if? Perhaps fortune favors the bold. Taking a deep breath, Natasha raises her handgun, presses against the wall, and listens intently to the sounds outside. Suddenly, she flings open the door, leaps forward in a roll, and after a brief distance, she turns back, only to realize her concerns were unfounded. The monster is not lying in wait at the doorway. Scanning her surroundings, she finds no trace of the creature, as if it had never existed. Strangely, the door she had exited through is transformed into a vacant wall. She begins to wonder if everything she had experienced was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, she cannot dwell on such thoughts. She quickly attempts to cut out of this level. With no stairs available, she deliberately steps in a thin air, bracing for a fall. Yet, her coordination is impeccable. At the moment she is about to tumble, a primal instinct warns her of the absurdity of the situation, and she deftly pivots, regaining her balance. She resorts to wedging herself against the wall, searching for any glitches or opportunities to phase through. When glitches are an objectively existing phenomenon, they can indeed manifest. This mirrors the mechanics of a game. Some players intentionally exploit glitches by maneuvering around obstacles, while others inadvertently find themselves stuck due to character crowding. Such principles apply equally to the backroom. Proactive attempts may yield success, while being jostled could lead to unexpected exits. However, the backroom is not a mere virtual game, and the physics governing it are of a different caliber, making glitching considerably more challenging. Yet, the underlying logic remains consistent. Though Natasha is not a gamer, she comprehends this concept. In theory, any location could facilitate an exit, provided one employs the correct methods. Much like in gaming, where theoretically any place could harbor glitches, the robust physics engine ensures the integrity of the game's logic. Without mastery of the techniques, success remains a matter of chance. Indeed, it is a matter of probability. The same approach in the same location may yield success for some while failing for others. Due to slight variances in execution, whether an angle is marginally off or positioning is slightly misaligned, failure is inevitable. Additionally, randomness exists within certain physical interactions in games, resulting in different outcomes from identical actions. This principle holds true within the backroom as well. At this moment, Natasha is tirelessly experimenting, moving from one location to another without success. The atmosphere in the streaming room has shifted dramatically. What was once a thrilling escape has transformed into absurd antics of wall bumping and other nonsensical behavior. Yet, viewers are well aware of Natasha's intentions. She is merely seeking a way to exit. However, witnessing the absurdity unfold is an entirely different experience, prompting involuntary amusement. This figure, this beauty, I am enamored. Though ridiculous, I must say, let go of that wall and let me try. Wow, guys, are you truly that hungry? Honestly, would you not be tempted? Heh, is this what a female superhero looks like? I'm in love. Even a beating from her would be worth it. Why reward that wall? Surprisingly, I'm recording this whole thing, ready to use it as material. Is that even appropriate? Are you feeling okay? I type with both hands to prove my innocence. LOL, my left hand can type in a grid too. You guys are off, let me down. This is not a kindergarten bus. Are you all delirious? Ugh, so disgusting. White stockings. Where are the white stockings? What? Black stockings too? Where are those? No saving you. Can we not embarrass ourselves in front of the whole world? Baka, oh my, what a good citizen. 6 Wow. So is this behavior glitching? Can I interpret this backroom as a game world? Strangely, I feel it resembles a game world. The glitching feels all too familiar. This is my territory. TSK. Does this mean if I enter, I can traverse levels at will? CF veteran reporting for duty. CF century-old veteran reporting for duty. You want to fight? Then I will fight. I have countless brothers. Taking a knee. At this moment, a barrage of comments floods the screen. In Manhattan, within an apartment, Lin Ye observes the comments on the video, feeling a wave of nostalgia reminiscent of a decade ago. How awkward. Oh, it seems I was around in 2012? Well, that's inconsequential. It's akin to witnessing contemporary netizens revisit old memes. Did the ghosts of outdated jokes just strike me? A rather bizarre experience, indeed. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The focus is that this episode is nearing its conclusion. Once Natasha discovers how to exit, even with a low probability, her frequent attempts will soon lead her to level 0. As for what awaits her after exiting level 0, whether she will find herself in level 1 or another layer, or perhaps a sublayer, that remains uncertain. The randomness is substantial, and no one can predict it except for the system. This system encompasses a vast domain, accurately foreseeing who might fall into the backroom. It is likely aware of the level Natasha is trapped in. This system functions like a precise detector of exit points. To put it in a more sci-fi context, it knows every dimensional rift and can calculate who is most likely to enter the backroom through what means. In this world, it feels as though the backroom is under the system's dominion, shifting as it pleases, as fluid as possessing a godlike perspective. Perhaps this system is an entity within one of the layers of the backroom? Certainly, pondering too much is futile. At this moment, within the frame, Natasha's silhouette unexpectedly collides with a wall. Whether it was the angle or the position that aligned, she seemed to pass through some sort of barrier, and darkness enveloped her surroundings. The screen faded to black. A moment felt like an eternity, yet it could have been but a second. A faint light emerged, accompanied by a hint of crimson. As countless eyes widened in anticipation of where Natasha had materialized, suddenly, the screen vanished in an instant, replaced by lines of text. First layer of the back room, level 0, information fully disclosed. We urge all netizens to proceed with caution and make prudent choices. Life is singular. Do not squander it in pursuit of thrill. The text gradually receded, and the MEG logo appeared on the screen, which then froze. An uproar erupted among the masses. The barrage of comments was filled with question marks and pleas for further developments. In response, Lin Ye merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. He leaned against the window, observing the bustling figures on the street outside, and remarked, "System, where is my reward? It is time for the settlement, is it not?" Ding. Settling in progress. Ding. It has been detected that no entities or special items appear during this live broadcast. Rewards cannot be directly obtained. Extraction of rewards is not possible. Wait a moment. The absence of special items I can accept, but the lack of entities is absurd. Do you take me for blind? Lin Ye frowned. He had clearly witnessed Natasha being pursued. Moreover, it was evident that the entity was indeed the dull man, yet the system was blind to this. In response, the system declared, "That was not an entity, but an illusion." An illusion? Do you presume me foolish? Lin Ye scoffed. When one dreams, they cannot dream of things beyond their comprehension. Illusions are no different. That thing was undoubtedly the dull man. Do you think Black Widow has ever encountered the dull man? Or something else? Regardless, that figure was either the dull man or its projection, the system replied. That is naturally an illusion. The behavior pattern of the dull man is not as exhibited in the live broadcast. Lin Ye, unperturbed, continued, "I've gathered the data. It is unreasonable to claim there are no rewards." The system was indeed speaking the truth, and Lin Ye was aware of this. He understood the behavior pattern of the dull man, which could extend its hand through walls to grasp its prey. The monster in the live feed had consistently approached Natasha with the behavior of a normal biological entity. He had known from the start that this was an illusion, not a physical entity. However, Having gathered the data, it was excessive for the system to deny him rewards. Shouldn't he be allowed to argue his case? This time, the system remained silent for a considerable duration. Who knows whether this thing possesses any intelligence? Or is it merely a program? A version of AI? As Lin Ye pondered, he suddenly heard, does the host choose to enter the Level 0 tutorial stage? If an entity is defeated, the host can absorb its abilities, and any items found will belong to the host. Lin Ye was taken aback. Then his expression darkened. I entering the back room? I have never encountered such a treacherous situation for a host. If you were to enter, would it not be a one-way trip? Just as Lin Ye's face grew grim, the system's voice resonated once more. Do not worry, host. Upon entering the back room, you may return to the front room at any time. Oh, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. A thought crossed his mind, and he retorted, what about bringing others? Chapter 14. The Arrival of Level 0 in Manhattan. In an instant, Lin Ye pondered the possibility of bringing people back. The items within were prizes, and, similarly, extracting individuals from within could also yield rewards, could it not? He even envisioned an entire industry chain. Regardless of whether one entered the backrooms voluntarily or involuntarily, the ultimate desire would always be to escape. The backrooms possessed the ability to mend every obstinate child. Although the initial levels may not pose significant danger, the subsequent levels grow increasingly perilous. According to the established lore of the backrooms, once one enters, the prospect of escape diminishes to near impossibility. The chances of exiting are so minuscule they are virtually negligible. Now, if he could facilitate round trips for others, just a fleeting thought made it abundantly clear that immense profits could be amassed, be it by choice or circumstance. Entering the backrooms would invariably allow one to gather some items. Wouldn't it? Almond water is never rejected. Fire salt and royal rations are always welcome. What? You claim you lack these items? Well, returning to reality, surely you can pay me, right? What? No money either? Then why should I rescue you? What? You wish to deceive me? Fear not. I can easily cast you back into the backrooms. Thus, the ability to traverse the backrooms at will is truly a formidable superpower. However, as Lin Ye reveled in his thoughts, the system's voice resonated ominously. Apologies, host. You possess only temporary permissions and cannot carry living entities out. Temporary permissions? Lin Ye paused, arching an eyebrow, and inquired, how may I permanently enhance my permissions? At least 10 levels with sufficient prevalence are required to elevate permissions, the system responded. 10 levels? Lin Ye nodded. 10 levels essentially equate to 10 inventory checks. He had already prepared for this. The first phase would indeed involve inventorying 10 levels. Now, all he needed to do was wait. Once the video concludes, it would be nearly complete. What is the time limitation of my temporary permissions? Lin Ye asked again. The temporary permission grants one opportunity to traverse between the backrooms and reality. Once utilized, it becomes void and will also expire upon the enhancement of your permissions. The system clarified. Understood. There is no urgency. Level 0 lacks physical entities and items. Lin Ye nodded. Although it was a one-time use, the absence of a time constraint was rather favorable. Even after entering Level 0, he could access other levels through the cutout method. Yet, through live video, he could directly enter. Who would indulge in abstraction? Who claimed Level 0 was devoid of danger? Was there not the specter of mental pollution lurking within? Moreover, if his memory served him right, in certain narratives, the damp carpets of Level 0 were a consequence of the absence of restrooms in the backrooms. Though not all accounts are consistent, contemplating this made his reasons for venturing into Level 0 even less compelling. Perhaps it would be wiser to reserve his endeavors for Level 4? Alas, he resolved to dismiss such thoughts, just as Lin Ye was lost in his musings. Monsters, monsters! The backrooms have descended, invading reality. How is this possible? A cacophony of sounds erupted from the streets. Lin Ye glanced down, observing a torrent of people surging from a particular direction. He was taken aback. What was happening? Instinctively following the crowd away from the chaos, he caught a glimpse of a neighboring block, where the original brick walls flickered as if enveloped in a glitch. It resembled a film being applied. The brick walls transformed into yellowed wallpaper. The cement pavement shimmered, gradually morphing into a damp carpet. In the blink of an eye, the district, previously under reconstruction, morphed into an eerie aesthetic of damp carpets and faded wallpaper. What? Lin Ye's mind buzzed. What he had anticipated as the backroom's arrival, an event of minor probability allowing access to the backrooms, was in fact a true invasion, the layers directly encroaching upon a segment of reality. System, is this what you refer to as the arrival of the backrooms? Lin Ye stared in disbelief at the drastically altered scene, rendered speechless. Is this correct? This is not right, is it? Indeed. The system's reply sent a chill down his spine. Damn, his expression soured. Marvel had already become precarious. And now the backrooms were infiltrating reality in such a manner. Previously, he had not been overly concerned. The transition from the backrooms was a probabilistic event, and as long as he refrained from triggering the exit mechanism, he could remain secure. Yet now, Lin Ye hastened outside, reaching the rooftop to survey the district engulfed by level 0. The area was modest, merely a pedestrian street. He could even discern that the architectural style remained unchanged. Only the walls were draped in yellowing wallpaper, and the cement pathways had transformed into damp carpets. Overall, it appeared that aside from the aesthetic alterations, there was no significant difference. However, he could still see figures of those who had failed to escape, moving within the district. One had just slipped through a door on the left, yet their emergence occurred on the opposite street. Clearly, while the area appeared unchanged externally, it had already become a non-linear space internally. The space twisted and layered, yet due to his lack of spatial perception, he could not grasp its complexities. This was the first time Lin Ye felt danger so palpably close. What connection does this place have with the backrooms? Lin Ye inquired with a hushed voice. The system replied, this area is a sublevel of level 0. Should one exit, there's a high probability of entering another level or remaining within level 0. Is it possible to find a way out? Lin Ye retorted. If the correct path is found, yes. The system assured. Yet, how exceedingly challenging is to discover the correct path. Level 0, by its very nature, is a nonlinear space, rendering it impossible to anticipate the outcomes of moving forward or backward. Perhaps one might glimpse exits on either side, but advancing in any direction likely results in a perpetual loop. Lin Ye inhaled deeply. His desire to grow stronger intensified, not for any other reason, but solely for self-preservation. Meanwhile, aboard the helicarrier within S-H-I-E-L-D, the command center buzzed with urgency. Beep beep. Suddenly, a screen flickered to life, illuminating the room with a crimson hue, revealing a scene from a district in Manhattan being assimilated into a sublevel of the backrooms. An Agent S expression shifted dramatically. Director, an anomaly has emerged in the Manhattan area. What has transpired? Nick Fury remained relatively calm. Is it superhuman crime? Or a case of superhuman loss of control? Regardless of the scenario, such occurrences were commonplace for Nick Fury, as S-H-I-E-L-D specialized in managing such situations. Indeed, the dimensional incursion of the backrooms has manifested in the Manhattan district. Level 0 has arrived. The agent replied gravely. What? Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly changing as he hurried to the agent's side, scrutinizing the screen that displayed the assimilation of a Manhattan district into Level 0. His countenance shifted once more. While Level 0 may not seem overtly dangerous, the descriptions of its nonlinear space and the potential for mental pollution constituted an anomaly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to confront. Alert the field team. Seal off the streets, quickly. Nick Fury commanded in a low voice. Having already lost a level 7 agent, now Manhattan was facing an invasion. Damn, what a world we live in. Simultaneously, within the Baxter building. Beep beep. Alarms blared from the surveillance monitors. Suddenly jolted awake from his contemplation of dimensional model construction, Reed glanced at the alarmed monitor, momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped by a wave of elation. Susan, Johnny Ben, a smile curled upon Reed's lips. We have a mission. Chapter 15, Level 1, The Habitable Zone. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. It was as if Professor X had sensed something, his expression shifting slightly as he pressed his fingers against his temples and closed his eyes. Suddenly, Vivid images began to materialize before him, an agitated crowd fleeing in terror. The source of this chaos was yellowed wallpaper, damp carpets, an eerily pervasive style enveloping an entire block, like a contagion spreading insidiously. How could this be? Professor X abruptly opened his eyes, his face stricken with horror. What is happening? The beast inquired. Manhattan, a block has been invaded by level 0, Professor X murmured, still grappling with disbelief. A dimensional incursion? Is this truly occurring? Unthinkable. Utterly absurd. What? The beast was taken aback as well. So, should we? He saw Professor X's counsel. Shall we go or not? Professor X remained silent for a moment, then contemplated, we should investigate. Since this has happened, understanding more may help us avert further disaster. Simultaneously, within Kamar Taj, Master Wong received news regarding the Supreme Sanctum in Greenwich Village, Manhattan. Level 0 has breached reality? Wong pondered, unease creeping in. Strange, exceedingly strange. Not only had she failed to perceive the backroom dimension, but now Level 0 had also infiltrated reality without her awareness. Were it not for its proximity to Manhattan, she might have remained oblivious to the unfolding events. It appears I must see this for myself. With that thought, Wong donned her mystical ring and traced a circle in the air. The scene across the circle revealed a rooftop in Manhattan. With a casual step, she traversed half the globe, arriving in New York. Undoubtedly, Wong was the swiftest, even outpacing S.H.I.E.L.D., standing atop the skyscraper. She gazed down at the tainted streets, retreating a couple of steps to conjure a portal behind her. Crossing through, she arrived at the periphery of the distorted streets. Crouching down, she observed the carpet and wallpaper, pulsating like living flesh, as though veins had sprouted, spreading outward. Perhaps due to insufficient power, the carpet and wallpaper had only managed to cover one block before halting their spread. The more she looked, the deeper her frown became. With the insight of a supreme sorceress, she found herself unable to fathom the nature of the strange dimension before her. Yet, she knew it was an alternate dimension. But why was this alternate dimension invading, and precisely where was it? She had no answers. Even her mystical ring could not locate it, let alone open a portal to enter. Is it due to the distortion of space? Wong murmured, close at hand, yet entirely enigmatic. Wong felt a pang of inadequacy as a supreme sorceress. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts, announcing, this area will be placed under military control. Please evacuate all non-essential personnel. Turning, she saw a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives swiftly clearing the block, ushering away bystanders. In the distance, a special aircraft and a Quinjet approached rapidly. The Fantastic Four and the X-Men had indeed arrived quickly. Wong had no desire to entangle herself with these individuals and quietly slipped into an alley, disappearing from sight. However, she did not leave. Instead, she entered the mirror dimension. Standing beside the street, gazing at the serpentine, distorted neighborhood, she contemplated for a moment before choosing to step inside. Buzz! The unique dimensional perception enveloped Wong the instant she crossed the threshold, making her feel as though she had traversed a great distance into another dimension. She tested her abilities, realizing that as long as she remained present, she could use her ring to open a spatial passage to leave. However, she could not connect this place to the outside world. Yet, within this dimension, her ring could be activated freely. With these revelations, Wong understood the complexities at play. Perhaps her lack of familiarity with the backroom dimension, combined with its remoteness, rendered it challenging to open a passage from the outside. Nevertheless, being able to leave from here sufficed. Ultimately, the ring was a powerful artifact. Despite its abundance, its capabilities were undeniably extraordinary. Even ordinary mortals could wield it. It surpassed the magical artifacts of novels in its potency. Of course, not everyone was worthy of donning the ring. It was a privilege reserved for the Temple Guardians, strictly regulated by the Supreme Sanctum. What a remarkable item. If only I possessed the ring, the vast universe would be within my reach. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an apartment, Lin Ye watched as Wong donned her hood and blended into the crowd, his mouth watering with desire. Indeed, when Wong activated the portal, He had witnessed it all. He too was on the rooftop. Although not as elevated, he recognized the luminous portal the moment it appeared, confirming Wang's arrival. True to form, he spotted her at the edge of the block, then saw her disappear into an alley, lost among the throng. Alas, I cannot compete. Lin Ye sighed. Wang was undeniably formidable, powerful to an absurd degree. Attempting to seize the ring from her would be akin to courting death. Rather than risk a confrontation with Wang, it would be wiser to snatch the cosmic cube from S.H.I.E.L.D. In comparison to Wang, S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a soft target. Yet for Lin Ye, it would still be a perilous endeavor. The methods of demise merely differed. The Fantastic Four and the X-Men have arrived? How peculiar. At that moment, Lin Ye observed the approaching aircraft and Quinjet, recognizing their iconic insignias, 4 and X, well-known symbols within the Marvel Universe. However, while the Fantastic Four seemed acceptable, the X-Men, how audacious of Professor X to lead these mutants through the streets. Does he believe public sentiment towards mutants has shifted? Quite remarkable. In this world, mutants coexist with superhumans. Inhumans share space with sorcerers. Yet, it is the mutants who face discrimination, treated like pariahs. He had no desire to delve into the underlying tensions. He merely admired Professor X's courage. How bold of him to come out here. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance towards mutants, Lin Ye briefly recalled Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. In a sense, S.H.I.E.L.D. was rather inclusive, absorbing what it could and dealing with what it could not. It seemed there was no racial conflict, merely ideological clashes and confrontations with those deemed enemies. Never mind that. He was neither a mutant nor part of S.H.I.E.L.D. He wondered what these individuals might uncover in this situation. He was uncertain about others. But if Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four were involved, perhaps they could indeed uncover something extraordinary. There was even a chance they could analyze the backroom dimension. And now, with both the Fantastic Four and the X-Men present, would any villainous organizations make an appearance? Most crucially, would the TVA show up? Just the thought of the TVA made Lin Ye's eyes narrow. Logically, his death and resurrection should have altered the timeline, prompting the TVA to whisk him away and erase any consequences. Yet, the TVA had not arrived. They had not appeared when he resurrected, nor had they come now during the initial assessment. The inventory began without any attendance, and now the levels of the backrooms have directly invaded reality, yet still, no one has arrived. TSK. Is the TVA embroiled in internal strife? Or has Loki taken control of the TVA at this moment? Forestry remains in the dark regarding these matters. Being ensconced within time, he is utterly incapable of discerning what transpires within the TVA. Even though he is well-versed in the entirety of TVA's narrative, the TVA itself exists beyond the realms, detached from the elemental cycle. The notion of time holds no significance for the TVA. Likewise, those outside the TVA cannot fathom the temporal concept in which the TVA resides. It is also possible that the TVA has already come and gone, but due to the systematic cloaking, it failed to perceive his presence. After the influence of the cloaking subsided, the TVA departed, leaving him devoid of any related memories. That is a conceivable possibility, albeit one with low likelihood. Ultimately, the only conclusion Forestry can draw is that the system may have concealed this timeline from the TVA's awareness. Alternatively, as previously suggested, Loki may have ascended to divine heights, gaining dominion over the TVA and permitting the multiverse to flourish with countless timelines unchecked. However, the specific nature of the situation is of little consequence. What truly matters is, Buzz, at this moment, the once still virtual display in the sky has finally sprung back to life. This is MEG, our primary responsibilities. Familiar words re-emerge upon the screen. Upon your exit from level 0, you will most likely find yourself in level 1. Below is a detailed exposition regarding level 1. Level 1, a habitable zone. Chapter 16, Iron Man's new armor. At last, the moment has arrived. It feels so unsatisfactory to dine without electronic pickled vegetables. I am eager to see what follows. Is this a series? A beautiful lady to feast my eyes upon would be delightful. Brothers, you may find it hard to believe, but I have truly encountered a crisis from the back rooms. Please, commence your performance. It's real. On 3rd Street in Manhattan, the future has invaded, transforming brick walls into yellow wallpaper and the cement floor into a damp marketplace. Many people were unable to escape, and I was nearly consumed. It terrified me. Goodness, is this a fabricated story? It's genuine. The area has been sealed off. My social media account is where you can view live footage on my homepage. Is this truly happening? So surreal. I just returned from that person's homepage, and all I can say is, good grief. Alas, the people of Lighthouse are living in dire straits. With an alien invasion in front and a backroom incursion behind, why does it seem the entire universe is focused on America? That is because our great nation is the epitome of freedom and democracy, the finest in the world. To hell with being the best in the world. To hell with freedom and democracy. I want to emigrate. I want to leave this cursed place. Indeed, we are constantly besieged by superpowered villains and hybrid mutants. This wretched place is unbearable, and I wouldn't want to stay even for a day. Whoever desires to come can do so. I'm selling my mansion worth $10 million for a mere $10,000, located right in the heart of Manhattan. How laughable. Not even a dog would buy a house in Manhattan. Can someone explain the relationship between Manhattan and New York? Manhattan is a borough of New York, where the alien invasion previously occurred, and now the backroom incursion is happening there too. What a tragedy. Manhattan is truly beset by calamity. Ha ha, forgive my unkind laughter. You laugh as if it's a joke. Do you possess no empathy? Seeing our foreign compatriots suffer so greatly, is there no sorrow in our shared humanity? Is there no spirit of humanitarianism? I believe we should not be this way. We ought to learn to be inclusive. International matters are not trivial. I think I should start with myself. I can offer shelter for homeless American ladies aged 16 to 30. Very well, but it seems the blade cannot be sheathed. Bury it. Our allies may have turned, but the blade cannot be sheathed. As the comments flowed, the building began to tilt, leaving one to wonder what it had become. Meanwhile, within SHIELD, Nick Fury stared at 2 screens with a throbbing headache. One displayed the Manhattan district, the site of the Level 0 incursion, while the other showcased a shared projection in the sky. Nick Fury was at his wit's end. Just as one issue was unresolved, another emerged. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire nation was unrecognizably altered by the backroom invasion. Damn it, who is orchestrating all of this? What exactly is MEG? He was truly at a loss. He felt utterly powerless. Most troubling of all was the inexplicable inability to contact Tony Stark. Damn it, at such a critical moment, Stark has gone missing? Unreliable. These people are all unreliable. His scientific team is nothing but a bunch of buffoons, tasking them with researching a cross-dimensional, cross-spatial device. And they still need to seek out mutants with spatial abilities? Super beings? Where the hell am I supposed to find such mutants? Super beings? Space. That pertains to the realm of space. A mere moment as teleportation could render them invisible. How am I to find them? I truly cannot bear this. Nick Fury let out a helpless sigh. Simultaneously, in the celestial palace of Asgard. Here we go again. I wonder how Natasha is faring. Clearly, Tony remains unaware of the events unfolding in Manhattan. He is currently engrossed in studying Asgardian technology, particularly in materials science and dynamics. The strength of Iron Man's armor hinges entirely on the materials and power sources employed. Asgardian metals are generally far superior to those found on Earth. Even the average Asgardian possesses greater physical density and skeletal strength than Earth's inhabitants. So it is only natural that their metals exhibit enhanced strength. Each environment gives rise to unique properties. The strongest metal in the Celestial Palace is known as URU metal. URU metal is the material from which many divine artifacts are forged, including Thor's hammer and Odin's spear, both crafted from this extraordinary metal. Its strength is the most formidable Tony has encountered to date. Not only is it exceptionally hard, but it can also store magical energy, and supposedly, upon successful forging, it may even possess a semblance of consciousness, as if it had its own life. Tony gazed longingly at it. Odin was generous, though not excessively so. He presented Tony with a chunk of URU metal, approximately the size of a brick. What could he possibly accomplish with such a small piece? At most, he could create a mere coating. But what more could Tony hope for? Even this initial piece was a display of generosity. Could he really ask for more? Though he received only one piece of URU metal, the Celestial Palace's gold is inexhaustibly abundant. This so-called celestial gold is commonly used in Asgardian architecture and for crafting weapons for ordinary warriors. While celestial gold is limitless, the URU metal is but a small fragment. Tony had no choice but to forge it into a secondary URU alloy. Yet, even this secondary alloy surpassed the titanium gold he previously utilized. As for energy sources, that is another matter entirely. Earth's energy is limited to nuclear power. The technology he possesses, including the arc reactor and small-scale cold fusion, is undoubtedly cutting-edge. Let us not even discuss nuclear fusion. Many nations have yet to master nuclear fission. However, his advanced cold fusion technology seems somewhat lacking in Asgard, even though he currently employs a newly created element, generating immense power equivalent to the annual output of the Three Gorges Dam. It still pales in comparison to Asgard's energy. Asgard utilizes divine energy. Damn it, divine energy! Even ordinary citizens harness some form of energy module. The energy contained within these modules is immensely powerful, with a single piece capable of equating to 10 of his new element reactors. One could even say that a small block, no larger than a brick, could sustain a spacecraft's journey through the cosmos and support a curvature engine's transition. Yet, this method of energy production remains beyond his grasp. It is not due to a technological bottleneck or energy scarcity, but simply because the extraction of such energy into modules involves magical techniques. This factor alone stymies his efforts. The technological aspects of Asgard are also difficult for him to comprehend. The energy source of these modules derives from the conversion of dark energy. Indeed, some cutting-edge theories have been proposed regarding dark energy and dark matter, but Earth has yet to stabilize such technologies. He desires controllable dark energy to create an arc reactor, but lacks the means, unless he were to learn magic. With the existence of magic, Asgardian technology is fundamentally intertwined with and reliant upon it. Thus, the knowledge Tony can acquire in this realm is severely limited, making the upgrading of the arc reactor an even more daunting task. However, while learning is one aspect, the true crux lies in the creation of a more formidable armor and ensuring that Odin transmits it into the backroom. Thus, with assistance from various parties, including Thor calling upon the dwarves for aid, the forging of the new armor commenced with great fervor. As for the energy source, Tony devised a plan to temporarily utilize the Tesseract as the power source. Although he does not possess ownership of the Tesseract, he can certainly borrow it for the time being. Chapter 17. The Limb Cluster, the Hound, and the Faceless Spirit. Regardless of the tumultuous and unpredictable nature of the world, or the undertows that swirl beneath the surface, the celestial screen remains untouched in its tally. As streams of barges sweep across the scene, new inscriptions emerge above. Second level of the backroom, Level 1. Survival difficulty. Description. Level 1 is a composite of multiple layers, encompassing rooms, corridors, staircases, elevators, warehouses, and underground parking lots. These environments are predominantly constructed of concrete. In certain areas, exposed rebar can be seen within the underground parking lot. Perhaps due to the frigid temperatures, a mist hangs in the air, which, upon condensation, forms an array of uneven puddles. Notably, this level boasts a continuous supply of water and an infinite source of electricity, the origins of which remain unknown. But under such circumstances, wanderers can reside indefinitely, provided they maintain some defensive measures. This level houses Meg's forward base, a merchant's haven for trade, and restaurants offering sustenance. The atmosphere of life here is palpably vibrant. Anomalies 1. Random supply box refresh effect. This level randomly spawns supply boxes in various locations, typically containing essential items, including but not limited to water, food, batteries, cloth for water collection, warm clothing, antibiotics, surgical tools, medical instruments, almond water, and weapons. However, conversely, the boxes may also contain a plethora of useless items such as assorted parts, broken components, damaged watches, pencil cases, used syringes, charred paper, rats, deceased rats, hyperactive rats due to drug injections, buttons, and hair. In addition to the boxes, walls, ceilings, and floors may also bear random, nonsensical graffiti or artworks. 2. Random disappearance effect. Both supply boxes and wall graffiti may vanish without warning. 3. Random light malfunctions. When flickering lights or malfunctions occur, the supplies you possess may unpredictably disappear and hostile entities may emerge. Entities seldom appear in groups and tend to avoid light and crowds. It is advisable to carry a reliable light source and to clutch onto items you wish to keep during slumber. Entities. 1. Limb cluster. Entity ID. 5. Habitat. Commonly found in Level 2 and Level 3, albeit a few may accidentally manifest in Level 1. The limb cluster is a peculiar and perilous entity comprised of a mass of limbs, exhibiting remarkable speed and agility, often residing in confined spaces. The largest observed limb cluster entity measures nearly 1 meter in length. Perpetually in a state of hunger, it roams the levels in search of prey and displays a high level of aggression. When attacked, the limbs explode and scatter, and the dismembered parts do not vanish or get collected. Instead, they grow into a new, miniature limb cluster on the ground. Upon encountering a limb cluster, maintain silence and keep a distance of 2 to 3 meters or more. Wait for others to flee before you do. If encountered alone, attempt to disrupt the limb cluster's assault by utilizing obstacles. May fortune favor your escape. Note: do not approach lightly, attempt communication, or remain stationary. Avoid being corrupted by the limb cluster. 2. Hound. Entity ID. 8. Habitat. Predominantly across various levels. The hound bears an overall resemblance to a dog, crawling on all fours and attacking any who dare provoke it. While its overall appearance is dog-like, it possesses bizarre humanoid physiological traits, with limbs resembling those of humans, yet adhering to the mechanics of quadrupedal locomotion. Even its head resembles that of a slender human with long black hair. Armed with sharp teeth and claws, it, though gaunt, possesses astonishing strength. The hound is highly aggressive. Upon sighting a human, it becomes agitated and subsequently launches an attack. When encountering a hound, maintain eye contact, as it usually retreats when met with gaze, though this will not last long, providing you enough time to plot your escape route. It is best to stealthily evade its line of sight upon hearing barking, thus avoiding conflict and ensuring your safety. Note: do not flee in panic upon sighting a hound. Often, you may not outrun it, nor should you attempt to tame it. 3. Faceless spirit. Entity ID. 9. Habitat. Levels characterized by urban environments or densely populated areas. The faceless spirit bears an astonishing resemblance to humans, both in physiological structure and behavioral patterns, with the sole distinction being their lack of facial features, rendering them chaotic and faceless. Faceless spirits mimic human behavior, albeit lacking comprehension of its significance. Due to their imitation of human social habits, they typically inhabit urban-level environments or regions with significant human settlement. Wherever traces of human architecture emerge in certain levels, numerous faceless spirits may be discovered, their numbers correlating with that of humans. According to relevant literature, faceless spirits have existed in the backrooms for an extensive period. Initial depictions reveal that they initially possessed only skin and flesh with misaligned limbs, akin to limb clusters in a certain sense. However, through continuous evolution, they have transformed over time, ultimately resulting in the faceless spirits observed today. Faceless spirits do not typically initiate attacks unless provoked or threatened, though it has been noted that some may act defensively to protect younger faceless spirits. Speculation: faceless spirits have transitioned from blind ignorance to imitative learning, with a rare few seemingly developing cognitive abilities during this process. Research indicates that the lifespan of faceless spirits is generally ephemeral. They lack oral cavities and possess incomplete digestive systems, yet they do not require sustenance. Devoid of eyes, they navigate without hindrance. Some faceless spirits might develop internal organs during evolution, but due to their incomplete development, they are prone to deterioration, leading to various ailments and ultimately death. Over 90% of naturally deceased faceless spirits succumb due to internal organ failure. In a certain sense, the absence of organs may be advantageous for faceless spirits. They are randomly generated and do not require reproduction. Thus, their appearance offers no indication of age. They may emerge as infants, youths, or the elderly. If infants, children, or youths possess corresponding organs, these tend to be relatively intact. However, such organs do not grow in tandem with their bodies, leaving them susceptible to organ failure. Those born as adults possess more complete structures, many of which live into old age. Currently, faceless spirits appear to be undergoing further evolution, with reports indicating the emergence of facial organs. However, these features are typically abnormal, such as a single eye or ear. Despite reports of some faceless spirits possessing 2 eyes, a nose, 2 ears, and a mouth, these organs generally exhibit severe defects, with nostrils possibly fused, causing respiratory issues, and diminutive eyeballs leading to significant myopia, lacking eyebrows and eyelashes, increasing susceptibility to infections. Having a mouth but no lips and poorly developed jaws results in an inability to close the mouth. The ears are flattened, filled with excessive earwax, leading to restricted hearing. Despite the significant abnormalities of these organs, we must ponder whether the faceless beings might evolve to resemble us, potentially supplanting our existence. However, the silver lining is that these faceless entities are generally docile, capable of engaging in numerous amicable interactions with humans. Although they are prone to irritation, even the slightest provocation can incite their wrath. They typically possess frail physiques and brittle bones. Even the most evolved faceless beings observed thus far exhibit only half the capabilities of an ordinary human, creating a considerable disparity in physical prowess that renders them harmless. Psychological studies suggest that their impulsive emotions may stem from their inherent fragility, prompting defensive aggression. Subsequent scans of their brains reveal a diminutive and primitive frontal lobe, a factor hypothesized to contribute to their lack of self-control. Common faceless beings, much like ordinary humans devoid of features, display a variety of ages, genders, hair colors, and skin tones. Simultaneously, numerous subspecies have been documented. Multifaceted faceless beings. These entities resemble squashed faceless beings, exhibiting clumsier behavior, shorter stature, rough skin, and heightened fragility. It is speculated that their condition may result from accidental cutting out. Their delicate forms seem incapable of enduring dimensional shifts. Shadow faceless beings. This subspecies is entirely black, akin to a specter, often drifting involuntarily toward dark areas while still being drawn to sources of light. This subspecies is equally frail and lacks strength. Even though they are more susceptible to fright and may launch defensive strikes, their full force pales in comparison to the strength of a child. Memory faceless beings. This subspecies is notably rare. They possess the ability to mimic the appearance and behavioral habits of those they deeply admire. Although their visage appears blurred, as if obscured, it is reasonable to suspect that these beings can access memories and alter their forms accordingly. Of course, they remain as fragile as the others, posing no threat to humans. When encountering a faceless being, treat them gently. Communication is possible, and assistance may be sought. Note, please refrain from tormenting or provoking these entities, and do not present yourself as a threat. Those unaware might mistake you for an entity. The above outlines the entities that may manifest in Level 1. Entry. Access Level 1 by entering through Level 0 or by opening any door in other levels. Additionally, climbing a tree in Level 11. 1. Completing 5 events in Level 92 or undertaking the King's Trial in Level 94 can also lead one back to Level 1. Exit. Wandering the corridors may lead to Level 2. Finding a hole in the wall will transport you to Level 19. If the exit location features graffiti on the ceiling that resembles the random art scene in this level, it may lead you to a queue. Chapter 18. The Faceless Spirit exudes a gentle demeanor, which raises the question. At this moment, text information for Level 1 materializes on the screen. Simultaneously, an increasing number of comments from around the globe begin to flood in. Goodness, this random appearance and disappearance effect makes this backroom feel more like a game. Indeed, it does seem like a game, especially with the possibility of battling monsters. I wonder if one can level up by defeating them. Wow, I thought level 1 was supposed to be safe, but there are so many entities? Is that mass of limbs for real? It looks quite grotesque. Strangely enough, I find that mass of limbs somewhat appealing. It's established. Establishing something will only lead to your downfall. The mass of limbs, the hounds, the faceless spirits, why do they all exhibit so many humanoid traits? Could it be that they are all transformed from humans? Perhaps that is indeed the case. Wait, can that mass of limbs even be killed? If its parts scatter, can they not regenerate into smaller masses? If one encounters it, is death the only outcome? It's quite terrifying. This thing cannot be killed, and it moves swiftly. If one were to encounter it, wouldn't death be inevitable? What about setting it ablaze? That could work. I believe igniting it should be effective. Besides burning it, one could continuously strike it until it can no longer divide. Once it becomes smaller than an nanometer, less than the Planck scale, I believe that even if it still exists, it would be akin to being dead. To reduce it to the Planck scale, one must first possess the capability to strike at that scale. Electrocution. I'll simply douse it and electrocute it. I refuse to believe that these repulsive entities can survive electricity. By the way, am I the only one paying attention to the faceless spirits? They seem quite docile. Don't you think? What are you implying? Seriously, are you that famished? You lot are the ones being suggestive. I mean, these faceless spirits are gentle and do not require sustenance. Couldn't we employ them in factories? If a factory were established using faceless spirits as workers, the profits would be immense. Goodness, you must be a devil. What kind of capitalist behavior is that? Curse it. The 996 work culture is still pursuing me. Honestly, these faceless spirits are indeed perfect tools. No need for food and capable of assisting humanity. If we could employ them in factories, who is the real entity here? It has been stated that we should not toy with provoke or attack these faceless spirits, as they are harmless and do not warrant such actions. Who toyed with them? Who provoked them? Who attacked them? I merely suggested they work in a factory. This would allow them to realize their life as value. Having a purpose and being needed is surely preferable to living aimlessly, right? I am aiding in their intellectual and spiritual development. How can you utter such words? I can hardly believe it. I believe that if one could freely traverse between reality and the backroom, the faceless spirits would become highly sought after. Are we witnessing a resurgence of slavery? But they possess no rights. Would you treat a faceless being as your equal? Clearly not. So what is wrong with capturing these faceless spirits as slaves? It's only natural, isn't it? Indeed, it is quite normal. So normal that it feels alien to me. Am I the only one intrigued by level 11? 1? What on earth is this 11? 1? Are there decimal levels in the backroom? I share your curiosity. Could there be sublevels within the backroom? Perhaps there truly are, but they have yet to be revealed. Completing 5 events in level 92? Undergoing the King's Trial in level 94? This is increasingly reminiscent of a game. The backroom invasion cannot possibly be a game invasion, can it? Will we soon be leveling up and battling monsters with experience bars? Indeed, leveling up is the protagonist's affair. We are merely NPCs. That stings. My friend, care to insult again? Simultaneously, within SHIELD, the backroom research team is diligently recording and analyzing the information. The focus is primarily on the various entities. Level 0 lacked descriptions of entities, but Level 1 has introduced them. Their attention is inevitably drawn to these entities as they prepare to confront further threats. Level 0 has already manifested in reality, and we must analyze all known entities that have appeared to ensure smoother control following the emergence of Level 1. May instructs the assembled members. Among them are physicists, biologists, and specialists in supernatural biology. The physicists find themselves at a loss for words. Biologist. I have encountered all manner of peculiar creatures, but he appears somewhat distressed. No one ever mentioned that a mass of limbs could twist into a living being. The faceless spirits and hounds are somewhat understandable. Humanoid monsters can be viewed as humans mutated by radiation, but this mass of limbs is truly bizarre. The accompanying images are bizarre and curious beyond comprehension. Just a conglomeration of limbs, thick, thin, long, short, arms, legs. It is utterly surreal. This revelation challenges the biologist's worldview. The supernatural biologist interjects. There's no need to concern ourselves with physiological characteristics or evolutionary processes. These are merely products of aberration. Who knows what kind of pollution and mutation occurs within that backroom? Variants have emerged even on Earth, let alone in the backroom. Our task is not to unravel the principles, but to ascertain their data. Yet, based solely on descriptions, it seems impossible to derive any relevant data. Someone observes. The group exchanges glances. Indeed, deriving anything from mere descriptions is futile. If only Agent Natasha could encounter them. Someone mutters. What did you say? May narrows her eyes at the individual, her gaze piercing. The individual realizes their faux pas and quickly falls silent. These faceless spirits are quite intriguing. They appear to resemble another species. The biologist shifts the topic. No, more accurately, they should be regarded as a subspecies akin to human replicas, someone replies. These beings pose no threat to us. Rather, they could be utilized as tools for experimenting with hazardous materials. Someone suggests. Have you noticed the designations of these creatures? The mass of limbs is designated as 5, the hound as 8, and the faceless spirit as 9, suggesting that there must be other entities numbered below 9. Other designations certainly exist, and if I am not mistaken, based on the previously mentioned level 94, the backroom hierarchy likely consists of at least 94 layers. Moreover, with the emergence of level 11, 1, featuring such non-integer levels, it implies that the backroom's hierarchy exceeds our imagination. And with such numerous layers, there must be even more entities. It is not merely 94 layers. Previously, during level 0, it was mentioned that at level 283, there is a wooden door leading back to level 0. Therefore, the backroom's hierarchy could potentially exceed 300 layers? Unfortunately, yes. Monsters akin to the limb group have already made their appearance, making it difficult to fathom what other creatures may lurk ahead. As it stands, SHILD appears to maintain control over these entities, be it the limb group or the hounds, not to mention the faceless spirits. However, a sense of unease permeates the discussion among the group. To be candid, the entities residing within the back rooms do not seem particularly formidable, especially in the presence of superheroes. Yet, what of ordinary individuals? Is the limb group not a harbinger of slaughter? Are the hounds not relentless in their pursuit? And what are the other entities? What do designations 1, 2, and 3 signify? Data from the field team has just arrived. At that moment, Agent Hill strides in from outside, urging, hurry up with the analysis. Turning around, the team notices that relevant data has already begun to populate their respective screens. Upon opening the files, they discover a report concerning an anomalous area designated as 0, with environmental data meticulously detailed: humidity, temperature, noise frequency and duration, radiation levels, air quality, and more. Humidity and temperature appear to be within normal ranges, and the noise data aligns with their prior knowledge. However, the radiation data and air quality remain somewhat elusive. Regarding radiation, while ordinary levels are undetected, beta waves have been observed. Consistent emissions of beta radiation permeate the area. No wonder, a scientist muses. Beta waves are one of the 4 types of human brainwaves, typically arising during states of tension and alertness. In addition to beta waves, delta waves, also one of the 4 types, manifest predominantly during deep sleep. The prevalence of these 2 wave types in level 0 induces hallucinations and heightened anxiety, thus elucidating the emergence of such illusions. As for the air quality, data indicates a markedly elevated level of CO, commonly known as carbon dioxide. With carbon dioxide levels high and oxygen levels low, no toxic substances have been detected. Nevertheless, this scenario constitutes a low oxygen zone, which can also precipitate hallucinations due to insufficient oxygen supply. All these factors contribute to the circumstances surrounding level 0. Is there no spatial model established? A physicist inquires. The field team did not enter the area. They merely extended their sensor for exploration, Hill clarifies, shaking her head. The physicist was about to articulate further thoughts. But Hill interjects calmly, no need to rush. Once the area is secured, a research base will be established, and you can conduct your studies then. A moment of silence ensues as the individuals exchange glances, momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, what a mutant with spatial abilities? The physicist inquired before being cut off. None left, Hill replied, casting a sidelong glance at him before turning to depart. Laughter erupted among the group as they regarded the physicist, who simply shrugged and imitated Hill's earlier tone, declaring, "None left. Utter another word, and I shall not hesitate to sew your lips shut," Hill retorted, poking her head back through the door with a huff. Chapter 19, Diminished and the Perspective Shrunk. Simultaneously, in the Manhattan Level 0 invasion zone, the area had been completely sealed off. However, within, the Fantastic Four and the X-Men stood at the threshold of Level 0, engaged in hushed conversation. Is this the alternate dimension? So, it is. Reed appeared to have discerned much, contemplating whether to venture inside, and if so, what the consequences might be. Would they be able to emerge afterward? A series of such questions occupied his mind. Meanwhile, the gaze of all X-Men members was riveted upon Professor X. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut, fingers pressed against his temples, seemingly employing his formidable telepathy to sense the essence of Level 0. Remarkably, he indeed perceived numerous individuals. Professor X even exerted control over these minds, attempting to draw them out from Level 0, yet lacking a sense of time and space. Even if he could manipulate their thoughts, he could not guide them out from within. Advancing a step could lead to error. Retreating might result in disappearance. In professional terms, it would be termed a cutoff. Helplessness. Professor X genuinely felt a sense of powerlessness. Alas, he was merely a mutant with telepathic abilities, utterly impotent when it came to spatial matters. "Professor, have you perceived anything?" Reed inquired, glancing at Professor X as he stowed away his instruments. The professor merely shook his head, remaining silent. "Let us depart. It is time for us to return." Noting Professor X's reticence, Reed smiled at Johnny and Susan, the trio. "Shall we not venture in for a bit of fun?" Johnny exclaimed, eager to showcase his prowess. From a celestial perspective, the entity within the back room posed no threat to him, nor to any of the quartet. Earth was dull. It would be far more exhilarating to explore the back room. "Patience," Reed replied calmly. "We shall enter once we have developed a dimensional transport device. We may explore, but we cannot take risks. Do you understand, Johnny? When I enter, you can come to retrieve me. It will be the same." Yet Johnny persisted. "No way." Susan interjected coldly. "Johnny, that is not a tourist destination, nor a resort. That is the back room, a place of eerie danger. Heed Reed's words and do not act recklessly." All right. Johnny sulked, whimsically manipulating flames at his fingertips. "Let's go," Reed declared, leading the group aboard their aircraft, departing directly. "Director, are you just letting them go?" Within the temporary command post, an agent inquired, observing the retreating Fantastic Four, turning to his companion. "What should we do?" Nick Fury replied, regarding the agent with indifference. "Should we not at least compel them to share their data?" The agent posited, as if it were a matter of course. "We are S-H-I-E-L-D, not Hydra. How can you be more sinister than Hydra?" Nick Fury scoffed. The agent chuckled awkwardly. "Furthermore, do you believe you possess the capability to detain them?" Nick Fury countered. No. The agent admitted, shaking his head. "Then, that settles it," Nick Fury stated calmly, adding that there was no necessity to confront the Fantastic Four. Though, in a certain sense, the Fantastic Four belonged to an independent team of superpowered beings. They possessed their own identity and background. Reed held considerable authority within the scientific community. Baxter Building had undeniably become part of the capital. In this capricious world, one could offend anyone, capturing any superpowered criminal or those without ties. But those with capital and influence were untouchable. Indeed, even in a world bustling with superheroes, one must still heed the power dynamics at play. Whose favor should be considered? Of course, it is the favor of capital. "Wait, Director, those mutant scum have left too," Should we not apprehend a few to, apply some pressure? The agent asked once more. I sense a darkness within you. Why is it that your thoughts so readily turn to research and sharing? Nick Fury questioned, furrowing his brow at the agent. None. The agent replied, shaking his head. Can you withstand mental manipulation? Nick Fury pressed further. Not really. The agent admitted again, shaking his head. Can you defeat any of those within? Nick Fury asked again. The agent pondered seriously. The recent X-Men contingent included Professor X, Cyclops, Beast, Storm, Iceman, and Colossus. He realized not only could he not defeat any of them individually, but he would struggle against any one of them. Iceman seems like he might be easier to handle. The agent muttered, S-H-I-E-L-D, naturally possessed relevant information about these mutants, even descriptions of their abilities. Over the years, their showcased powers were well documented. From his perspective, Professor X was insurmountable. He had been controlled in the past. Cyclops' optic blasts were similarly insurmountable. Beast was both strong and swift. Even Captain America would suffer under his might. Storm was even more formidable, soaring into the sky. Impossible to capture. Colossus might appear as a simpleton, yet he was composed of steel, impervious to bullets and explosions. Only Iceman seemed somewhat straightforward, merely generating ice. If there were sufficient firepower to suppress him, it might be manageable. But, have you read any books? Nick Fury turned to the agent. Huh? The agent was taken aback, quickly responding, reporting, Sir, I graduated from military academy and serve in the Marine Corps. Then do you understand what creating ice out of thin air signifies? Nick Fury retorted, isn't it just creating ice out of thin air? The agent stammered. If Tony were here, he would mock your ignorance, dismissing thermodynamic laws and breaking physical constants. In your words, isn't it just creating ice out of thin air? Nick Fury remarked coolly. His ability to conjure ice implies he can instantly encase you in ice or freeze all of Manhattan in an instant. The agent opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Well, this one is untouchable, and that one too. What has S-H-I-L-D become? Meanwhile, Nick Fury merely observed the X-Men's Quinjet as it distanced itself. He had no need to be at odds with the X-Men. At the very least, they had approached him with a request to investigate the anomalies here. They exhibited courtesy. He had no reason to turn hostile. Of course, while courtesy was important, he held little respect for Professor X's leadership, decision-making, operational capacity, or perspective. Constantly clamoring for peaceful coexistence with humanity while wishing to safeguard mutant rights. And yet, during the New York battle with the alien invasion, amid such significant events, these mutants had merely cowered away. They were ostensibly an organization, a collective, to alter public perception of mutants. One should not merely rescue captured mutants or seek dialogue with those hostile towards them. If it were him, he would lead these mutants to the front line, resisting the extraterrestrial threat and safeguarding Earth. Simultaneously, he would ensure that some individuals inadvertently captured footage of the mutants bravely confronting foes, valiantly fighting, which would then circulate online. After the war, he would emerge to proclaim to all humanity, we are not adversaries. We are all human. Humanity must possess its own strength to combat the alien threat. We safeguard the Earth, we protect humanity, and we are an integral part of the human community, a component of this planet. We ought not to engage in conflict with one another. Instead, we should unite against a common adversary, quelling threats beyond our world and confronting extraterrestrial foes together. Subsequently, we can showcase the remarkable prowess of visually striking mutants, disseminating their combat footage and encounters with enemies across the internet. We shall elevate them to become the idols of a new era. As public opinion evolves, it is undeniable that within a matter of days, perceptions of these mutants will transform dramatically. In this technologically advanced society, why persist in outdated ways? Clinging to the role of a tyrannical bandit is a path to self-destruction. In just a few years, the complete eradication of mutants would seem entirely reasonable to him. Shaking his head, he reined in his tumultuous thoughts. He gazed once more at the shared screen on the computer. A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. Level 1. There's still so many entities. What lies ahead for the Earth? Level 0 was manageable. Although it ensnared some, there was truly no substantial threat. But level 1 is a different matter entirely. When level 1 invades the Earth, who knows the magnitude of the chaos that may ensue? Alas. Chapter 20. The Cosmic Cube Armor. Tony, all right, I have my artifact now. At the same time, in the celestial palace of Asgard, the resounding clang of hammers echoed as the towering dwarf struck the URU metal. While Tony busied himself with various electronic components nearby, as he fiddled, he simultaneously observed the textual information from level 1. The more he read, the deeper his frown grew. This level 1 contained a plethora of entities. However, the silver lining was that, despite their potential threat, with Natasha's skills and technological gadgets, survival was indeed feasible. All he needed to do now was to steadily enter the back room and successfully bring Natasha back. Quite simple, wasn't it? With this thought, he felt more relaxed. Admittedly, these monsters posed a certain danger to ordinary individuals. Yet, the more one understood through the live broadcast, the greater the chance of survival became. Even if an ordinary person fell into the back room by accident, they could rely on the information disclosed in the broadcast to enhance their chances of survival. As for whether monsters would appear in reality, Tony hadn't considered it and deemed it impossible. After all, both level 0 and level 1, along with the information presented at the outset, indicated that while a person could descend into the back room, the monsters within could not breach reality. It also led to a more harrowing conclusion. Once one entered the back room, escape became exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, there was no need for him to dwell on such thoughts. His current focus was solely on perfecting the armor. Suddenly, the deep voice of the dwarf rang out. So soon? Tony was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, crafting an Iron Man suit with various instruments would take him several days, even with established techniques. Yet, how could the dwarf have completed the armor so swiftly? Turning around, he beheld a suit radiating silver and golden hues. The silver represented the original color of URU metal, while the gold hailed from the Celestial Palace. However, due to the singular piece of URU metal utilized, the armor appeared predominantly golden, with silver accents, as if silver threads coursed throughout the suit. The streamlined form and cool palette evoked the design of Iron Man Mark 7, with an abundance of mechanical elements. The color scheme bore resemblance to Mark 42, save for the absence of red accents. The question of paint was secondary. Now was not the time for formalities. What truly mattered was the armor's design, which was distinct from all the suits he had previously created. The energy source at the chest was square, specifically crafted to accommodate the cosmic cube. Flanking this square energy source were 12 circular energy conduits, arranged in A formation. These circular openings were intended for the arc reactors, and the first components he fashioned were indeed these 12 arc reactors. The only distinction was that these reactors were devoid of energy. The purpose was to withstand Odin's energy surges. His intention was to absorb energy, filling these arc reactors to mitigate some of the damage dealt to him, thereby promoting resourcefulness. The inspiration stemmed from the time Thor struck him with lightning, charging his armor to 400. Previously, he had passively absorbed energy. This time, he proactively incorporated additional charging modules to convert and store energy within the reactors. One could not deny the dwarf's impressive craftsmanship. Not only was his speed remarkable, but he had also managed to capture every detail specified in Tony's blueprints. Moreover, it seemed to be entirely handcrafted. But why did this alien technology exude both a retro and sci-fi allure? What was the source of this peculiar sense of DJVU? He recalled the last time he had painstakingly crafted an armor by hand, which had taken an extensive amount of time. Yet this dwarf... By the way, why do they call you a dwarf when you're taller than me? Tony mused, casting a curious glance at the dwarf. The dwarf leaned against various metal components, taking a swig of ale, and replied nonchalantly, "It's no challenge at all. Such fine URU metal wasted." Tony felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing disdain directed toward him. "What do you mean wasted?" he retorted. The dwarf glanced at the electronic components in Tony's hands and scoffed. "They're merely a hindrance. The greatest characteristic of URU metal is its affinity for magic. With even a modicum of magical understanding, one can manipulate the armor effortlessly without those gadgets. I may not grasp magic, but I possess AI." Tony shot back. smirking as he began assembling the various electronic components into the armor. This step was second nature to him, and soon all the wiring was neatly arranged. The 2 rows of arc reactors at the chest were also in place, with one holding a lower energy level, while the remaining 11 were entirely empty. Nevertheless, even a single low-energy reactor was sufficient to power the suit. With a hum, the reactor emanated a glow, prompting Tony to activate his wrist device with a grin. G-A-R-V-I-S. Give this little giant a taste of technological marvel. Understood, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S responded, taking control of the newly designed Iron Man suit. The armor, which had previously leaned against the wall, now stood erect under J-A-R-V-I-S command. Arms raised, palms aglow as if on alert. What do you think? Tony beamed at the dwarf. I've heard that artifacts forged from URU metal can be imbued with spirit through magic, yet mine possesses spirit even without enchantment. Which do you believe is superior, the intelligence of this artifact or that of my AI? TCH. The dwarf scoffed. Imbuing with spirit is one aspect. The application of various runes and magic is what truly empowers an artifact. Magic is the essence that resonates with URU metal. Your AI pales in comparison. Is that so? Tony clearly doubted the claim. Then why don't you demonstrate? The dwarf frowned slightly, his lips curling in disdain. You wish to trick me into freely inscribing runic magic for you? Not at all. I see it as a mutual display of skills. Tony shrugged. If you haven't studied runic magic, I'll simply assume you've lost. My AI is superior to your runic magic. The dwarf couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. All right, fine. Let me show you the power of runic magic. As he spoke, the dwarf's eyes gradually turned silver, and an unknown energy began to converge around him. Sir, detecting unknown energy fluctuations. J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice chimed in. Tony waved his hand dismissively, focused intently on the dwarf. It was evident that he was adept in runic magic. Whether it was the hammer of Thor, the future-forged Stormbreaker, or the infinity gauntlet designed to wield the infinity stones, runic magic was integral to all. The fusion of runic magic and exquisite craftsmanship was the hallmark of the dwarf's exceptional forging prowess. The power of Thor's hammer did not derive solely from Odin's enchantments. The abilities of summoning, repelling, and flight were imprinted within the hammer by the dwarves from the very beginning. In the comic, Thor's hammer possesses the remarkable ability to absorb and store energy, returning the absorbed energy through striking, a characteristic intrinsic to URU metal itself. The reason others cannot lift Thor's hammer lies within the enchantment cast by Odin. This spell is unrelated to the hammer's inherent powers. It simply states, only those deemed worthy may lift Thor's hammer and wield the power of the god of thunder. This explains why Captain America was able to lift the hammer and control lightning during the events of Avengers Endgame. When he grasped Thor's hammer, he had indeed acquired the power of Thor. Although Tony Stark was unaware of the various attributes of Thor's hammer, he aspired to transform his armor into a relic akin to it. Previously, he had intentionally spoken to the dwarf in such a manner. Of course, he was uncertain whether the dwarf would ultimately inscribe runic magic onto his armor. Having it would be splendid, but its absence was of little consequence. He merely wished to experiment. To his surprise, the dwarf began engraving runes. How wonderful it is that there are still good people in this world. At this moment, Tony watched in astonishment as incomprehensible runes were etched onto his iron armor. It seemed no time passed before the luminescence faded, and the dwarf exhaled, stating, "It is done. Is that all?" Tony inquired, astonished. "What runes have you added? What effects do they have?" "Quite simple," the dwarf replied. "One amplifies all attributes, speed, strength, durability, energy, and so forth. The other is a healing rune, capable of mending various forms of physical and magical damage." The dwarf continued nonchalantly, "So what do you think? Can your AI achieve this? Is that for real?" Tony asked, somewhat incredulous, as his armor activated around him. Buzz. Simultaneously, the energy source of the arc reactor flickered, and Tony felt as though he was illuminated by sanctifying light. The dull ache in his chest gradually subsided. The tiny metallic shards that had entered his bloodstream were effortlessly expelled, all under the radiance of that light. Even the arc reactor embedded in his chest was extricated. What? Tony exclaimed, utterly astonished. Had the issue that had plagued him for so long been resolved so effortlessly? Initially, the fragments from the bomb had lodged in his chest, leaving him reliant on the arc reactor to prevent them from traveling to his heart. It was not that he had not wanted to remove them. Rather, he lacked the technical expertise to do so. Tony contemplated that with advancements in technology, extraction should not pose a significant challenge in the future. Yet, he never anticipated that his healing would come through the means of magic. "Sir, how do you feel?" Jarvis's voice inquired. "Excellent. I now possess a relic." Tony laughed. "My heart is finally free from peril. It seems I can enjoy a good night's sleep." "Sir," Jarvis began to say something. "I know, no need for reminders. Before I sleep, we must rescue our spandex-clad agent," Tony interjected, glancing at the projected images. "All right, Jarvis. It's time to don our cosmic cube armor and seek out our beloved God King." Chapter 21. Surrounded by Hounds. At this moment, countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions regarding the Level 1 documentation. This document not only unveiled a myriad of entities, but also illuminated their bizarre nature. They were not particularly curious about the evolutionary paths these entities had traversed. Instead, they were preoccupied with a more pressing question. What would they do if they encountered such a creature? This was a grave concern, one that demanded contemplation. However, before they could formulate any coherent thoughts, the text on the virtual screen began to gradually fade away. In its place emerged an image, seemingly a continuation of what had preceded. The protagonist remained the enigmatic Black Widow, Natasha. She found herself in what appeared to be an underground parking garage. The concrete floor marked with tire tracks, yet devoid of any vehicles. Scattered across the ground were uneven puddles, and a faint mist enveloped the space, rendering the garage eerily desolate and cold. "Is this Level 1? Natasha surveyed her surroundings, her mind beginning to piece together the puzzle. It closely resembled the description in the document she had previously acquired. It appeared relatively safe. There were no creatures lurking about. The environment seemed normal, and there was an absence of noise. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all constructed of concrete, with occasional steel rebar protruding from the walls. Everything felt too normal, almost as if she had returned to reality. Yet, she was acutely aware that she remained within the backrooms. With a deep breath, she contemplated whether she could force her way through. She understood that brute force might not lead to an escape. Nevertheless, her curiosity compelled her to discover what lay beyond the wall. Boom! Inside the widow's sting, a miniature explosive was unleashed upon the wall. The deafening explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air, accompanied by a cloud of dust and debris. As the smoke settled, Natasha's expression turned to one of resignation. Clearly, this location was also infinite. She sighed. The scene beyond the wall mirrored her current environment, another underground parking garage, indistinguishable from where she stood. This revelation sparked memories of her previous experiences in that yellow room. Space beyond space, endlessly extending, infinitely receding. It felt as though this place was boundlessly vast. She had no further insights to offer. The conventional path would undoubtedly lead her nowhere. Although she had now learned the method of cutting through, uncertainty loomed over where she might emerge in such places, so she refrained from recklessly attempting to cut out. Instead, she resolved to search for the elusive MEG. It was evident that MEG had lingered in this area for an extended period. Perhaps she could uncover valuable information or even a route to escape. With this thought in mind, Natasha set out to locate a staircase or an elevator. However, she had barely taken a few steps just beyond a load-bearing column when she spotted a box concealed behind it, a green metal supply crate, reminiscent of military provisions. She had encountered such crates numerous times and had utilized them as well. Had MEG placed this here? Natasha furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. If this place was truly as secure as MEG claimed, why would they stash supply crates in such a location? If wanderers were to arrive here, seeking Meg's assistance would suffice. The presence of a supply crate seemed somewhat superfluous. Or perhaps it served as a supplementary explanation for those who, lacking knowledge and unable to find information in Level 0, inadvertently cut through to this spot. If this theory held any merit, it would indeed make more sense. Yet, to be on the safe side, Natasha approached with utmost caution. Who knew what insidious rules governed the backrooms? Although the documentation stated it was safe, one can never be too sure. Thus, Natasha executed her approach with care, opting not to touch it with her hands. Instead, she deployed the hook lock on the widow's sting and opened the lid. Inside, she discovered a can of beef. Is this it? She picked up the can, feeling puzzled. Upon opening it and taking a whiff, her keen senses and years of experience as a spy suggested it was harmless. A taste confirmed that it resembled a standard beef can. Could this indeed have been left by Ye? Placing the can in her tactical waist pouch, she continued her search. Somewhat perplexed, before long, she stumbled upon a staircase. It was not particularly difficult to find. This area exhibited no anomalous spatial effects nor convoluted rooms. Being an underground garage, the presence of stairs was easily discernible. Thus, locating the staircase posed no challenge. However, she encountered another crate. Once again, it was a green metal supply crate, situated right on the staircase. Upon opening it, she discovered a backpack filled with bottled water. The bottles were transparent plastic mineral water, devoid of any labels. Notably, in addition to the water, there was a gray metal thermos. Peering inside revealed more water, indistinguishable from regular drinking water. Yet a faint almond scent wafted from it. Almond? Natasha paused, contemplating, before taking a small sip. She harbored no fear of poison. A minuscule dose posed no threat to her. Having undergone transformation in the Red Room, her physical constitution, while not on par with super soldiers, had significantly delayed her aging process and enhanced her immune system and resilience. Thus, a mere sip would not adversely affect her. Moreover, she deduced that it likely contained no toxins. The flavor was subtle, mildly sweet, distinctly almond-like. Strangely, after taking that small sip, she experienced a sensation of fatigue relief and a feeling of satiety. How curious. It seemed this was the almond water mentioned in the previous documentation. Natasha pondered thoughtfully. Earlier, in the Manila room, she had come across related files indicating that level 4 contained almond water. This almond water appeared to be a crucial substance, potentially beneficial to individuals. Furthermore, it might even affect certain creatures impervious to physical harm. With this in mind, she resumed her examination of the bottled water. Regrettably, it turned out to be mere ordinary drinking water. Nonetheless, in such a place, having water was certainly preferable to lacking it. With a total of 6 bottles, rationing should allow for a prolonged supply, coupled with a single bottle of almond water. This was a commendable find. Natasha smiled, shouldering the backpack and continuing her ascent up the staircase. Soon, she arrived at the next level, where she found herself in a corridor flanked by rooms. The corridor extended to the left and right, its end shrouded in uncertainty, as was the location of any potential exit. Fluorescent lights illuminated the corridor brightly, revealing dark brown stains on the floor. Upon noticing those stains, Natasha's brow furrowed, instinctively drawing her firearm and adopting a vigilant stance. Yes, those brown stains were nothing other than dried blood. Clearly, something sinister had transpired here. Natasha murmured softly, glancing around before proceeding toward the area marked by the bloodstains. There were evident signs of movement. Following the trail, she discerned that it led to the door of a room ahead, which stood resolutely closed. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to approach. The door was indeed closed, yet it remained unlocked, revealing a noticeable crack in the middle through which darkness loomed, obscuring whatever lay within. In such circumstances, it was evident that the space was likely unoccupied. However, absence of life did not equate to the absence of other ominous entities. Consequently, a mini tear gas canister was ejected from the widow's gauntlet and tossed through the crevice of the door. With a soft pop, the canister detonated, releasing a hiss of escaping gas. Then came the cacophony of barking that erupted from within. Suddenly, a monstrous figure burst forth from the shadows beyond the threshold. Natasha's pupils constricted in alarm as she executed a swift backward roll, simultaneously pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullets erupted forth, the flashes illuminating the creature's head and chest in rapid succession. A ferocious growl resonated, and the beast, remarkably resilient, charged towards Natasha despite the barrage of bullets. With a steely resolve, Natasha focused her gaze, performed a sliding tackle, and simultaneously charged her widow's bite. Blue and white arcs of electricity crackled as she thrust her fist towards the creature's abdomen. The surge of high-voltage electricity enveloped the beast, causing it to convulse violently before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It twitched momentarily, then lay still. Only then did Natasha discern the creature's full form. A gaunt, emaciated figure with long black hair, a human visage, and limbs reminiscent of humanity, yet adorned with distinctly inhuman claws. A ward? Natasha was evidently taken aback. Such a creature was beyond anything she had encountered even on Earth. What further surprises awaited her in this backroom? Natasha murmured to herself. At that moment, a sound akin to a wolf's howl, yet reminiscent of a dog's bark, pierced the air. Then came a chorus of howls, growing closer with each passing moment. What? Natasha's expression shifted dramatically. Before she could react, the staircase and the room echoed with rustling sounds. From the depths of darkness, shadowy figures resembling dogs began to materialize. Pairs of glowing green eyes emerged at the doorway and corners of the room. There were more creatures than she had initially perceived, upon a cursory glance. There were at least a dozen. She found herself encircled, and in that fleeting moment, the heart of the Black Widow sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 22. Traversing the Multiverse. What a shock, drawing one and attracting a multitude. My goodness, this is giving me chills. How in the world am I supposed to fight this? I previously thought it would involve just a few entities, but now it's incredibly intense right from the start. Even in reality, encountering a pack of wolves would be challenging, let alone these entities. Is it possible that the only female superhero from the Avengers will meet her demise here? No way. Please, she is such a delightful sight. It would be a pity for her to perish like this. TSK, what can be done? It seems she lacks any superpowers, doesn't she? Aside from the high-tech device in her hand, she appears to be just a top-tier agent. Faced with such a multitude of entities, survival seems nearly impossible. Goodness, how can one regard top-tier agents with such disdain? Do you truly understand what a top-tier agent is? Just a handful of these entities would be nothing more than a mere snack for her. The key point is, she is fully equipped with advanced weaponry, and even a single grenade could take out a group. Indeed, if she has already faced extraterrestrials wielding high-tech weaponry, do you truly believe these monsters can compare? Have you considered what you would do if you found yourself in such a situation? She's a top-tier agent, fully outfitted, whereas what do we have? Wouldn't we merely be serving as fodder? Indeed, even one of these creatures would be a daunting challenge. No worries, we can gaze directly at the monster. Didn't they say that staring could momentarily repel it? And then what? It's not a permanent retreat. Can you keep staring at one while also watching the hound behind you? What on earth? Didn't they claim that level 1 was very safe? How is this even remotely safe? Just a slight movement and a group of entities surrounds you. How is one supposed to navigate this? Fellows, let's not forget about almond water. It should be effective against these monsters. However, there is only a small bottle of almond water, which is hardly sufficient to inflict significant harm on these creatures. Hence, the danger persists. Wasn't it mentioned that there was an MEG outpost on this level? Have all the MEG personnel perished? Goodness, MEG has already been surrounded by hounds? From observation, it appears there are no signs of human activity here. Judging by the bloodstains and marks on the ground, it seems the outpost on this level has been breached. At this moment, as Natasha is surrounded by a dozen hounds, the live stream chat has become inundated with comments. Countless viewers are filled with concern. Concern for Natasha is one aspect, but they're equally worried about their own predicament. Exiting into reality will lead to level 0, but departing from level 0 will inevitably involve traversing level 1. Upon reaching level 1, one is likely to encounter these monsters. Surely, one cannot search for an exit in an underground parking lot, can they? Of course. Some contemplate waiting in the warehouse for supply crates to respawn, gathering sufficient weaponry before confronting those entities. In stark contrast to the reactions of ordinary individuals worldwide. Within S, H, I, The atmosphere among the backroom research team remains relatively relaxed. Just a dozen hounds, after all. They are merely monsters with slightly superior physical capabilities. They cannot even compare to the Chitauri, let alone those from rival factions. At least the rival factions possess firearms. Whereas these monsters, they're just animals. No matter how swift or strong they are, they lack the lethality of ranged weaponry. Natasha is, after all, a top-tier agent, and a modified one at that. While her physical prowess may not reach the extraordinary levels of a super soldier, she possesses the capabilities of a world-class athlete, with agility on par with Olympic gold medalists. Her physical coordination and reflexes are unmatched. Moreover, her combat skills and weapon proficiency are exceptional. Essentially, if Natasha were to compete in the Olympics, she would sweep all the gold medals. If she cannot handle such trivial monsters, what claim does she have to be a top-tier agent? If she cannot deal with these creatures, she is unworthy of being an Avenger, perhaps once she returns. Even her egg should be dismissed. Of course, that's merely a jest. Regardless, both May and Hill appear quite at ease, even finding time to sip tea. Isn't it a bit excessive that while the entire team is busy, we too are leisurely enjoying tea? May remarked, we don't need to go on field missions or give commands. Our task is to analyze the backroom. Isn't this work? Hill replied with a smile, gazing at the projected screen. That's true. May nodded but added, what if level 1 invades reality? That's a concern for the director. Hill chuckled, saying, nothing is more delightful than taking a break on the deck with afternoon tea after a busy morning. If little Natasha saw us like this, she would surely be furious. May laughed in response. It's fine. With just these monsters, I believe she can manage well. As long as she remains composed. She should survive for quite some time in level 1. When the time comes, our agents will enter the backroom and bring her out. Hill stated. Oh, our agents have already entered? May inquired. Indeed, they successfully cut through from level 0 in Manhattan. I'm not sure where they are headed, but as long as they enter level 1, they should be able to locate little Natasha. Once she returns, the mission will be complete. Hill confirmed. May's expression changed. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, the known entrances to level 0, besides cutting in from reality, are limited to level 283, right? And we need to find a rare, moldy wooden door? Yes. Hill nodded. This means that even if the agents successfully find Natasha, they must traverse various levels to reach level 283, and we are unaware of what the environment in level 283 is like, nor do we know how to get there. May inhaled deeply, concern gradually surfacing in her eyes. While we may not know, the organization Meiji in the backroom should have some insights. Hill whispered. But do you see any signs of life within Meiji? May asked, gazing at the dozen hounds surrounding Natasha, her voice low. Hill fell silent. It seems. Meg is indeed in a precarious situation. Worry flickered in her eyes as well. Even though we now know the exit, the path to it is arduous. Who knows where level 283 lies? Everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm of Asgard, this power is extraordinary, a thrilling sensation akin to a wedding night. At this moment, Tony has successfully acquired the Tesseract and embedded it within his chest. To be honest, the energy of the Tesseract is formidable, almost terrifying. He is unaware of its composition or the source of its energy. All he knows is that the energy within the Tesseract is immense, nearly infinite. Back in the day, Hydra leveraged the Tesseract to create numerous energy weapons. However, the energy within the Tesseract shows no signs of diminishing. One can only perceive it as deriving from an advanced civilization, or perhaps linked to deities or demons. Naturally, while the reasons remain unclear, it doesn't hinder Tony from utilizing this artifact as a power source. Frankly, he has coveted the Tesseract for quite some time. Regrettably, an overwhelming series of events had prevented him from delving into the mysteries of the Tesseract. Now, however, he possessed the Tesseract, albeit temporarily. Yet this did not hinder his intention to study it in the time to come. He was admonished not to recklessly pursue its secrets, as its power was not meant for mortal contemplation. At this moment, Odin seemed to sense Tony's thoughts and spoke in a calm manner. Very well, Tony replied with a nod and a smile. While this artifact is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to my life. He paused before addressing Odin again. All-Father, I am ready. Please transport me to the back chamber. Odin nodded and transported Tony to a grand palace. Within it resided a colossal device, pulsating with dark purple energy. This was dark energy. Dark energy? Tony exclaimed, taken aback by the immense force he felt for the first time. Despite the seemingly limitless power of the Tesseract, its energy was stable, lacking the overwhelming intensity that emanated from the dark energy device before him. Tony felt that, were he not clad in his armor, he would not dare stand before such a device. This apparatus continuously absorbed dark energy from the void, which then transformed and coalesced into crystalline energy forms at the device's base. This was the source of Asgard's energy blocks. The technological sophistication of this vast device surpassed that of Earth by an immeasurable degree, and it was imbued with runic magic as well. Odin generously provided Tony access to these technologies for his study. However, due to the complexities of runic magic, he found himself unable to comprehend them. Perhaps Odin was aware of Tony's limitations and intentionally showcased them? Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Now, you still have the opportunity to withdraw. While you are armored, this dark energy could obliterate you without a trace. Have you made your decision? Odin stood before the massive dark energy device, Gungnir in hand, gazing down at Tony. Tony cast a glance at the projection displaying Natasha surrounded by the hounds, took a deep breath, and nodded. I am prepared. Regardless of the outcome, I must attempt this. To be honest, he felt a pang of guilt. Had he communicated all that had transpired in the sky and the information regarding the back chamber when he first contacted Natasha, she might not have ventured into that realm. Everything stemmed from his negligence. Rescuing Natasha was not merely about saving a comrade. It was also a means to alleviate his own guilt. Thus, he was resolute. Good, Odin affirmed, brandishing Gungnir. A hum resonated as the device began to channel the terrifying dark energy. The energy enveloped Odin, his gaze turning cold and intensely white. Subsequently, Gungnir pointed toward Tony. Boom! An overwhelming and colossal force struck Tony instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving only a scattering of light in his wake. Ward! Tony's expression shifted dramatically. At the moment the energy impacted him, he felt as if the weight of the world bore down upon him. Every part of his being compressed uncomfortably, his bones creaking as if they would shatter into fragments at any moment. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the energy absorption system. Tony gritted his teeth and growled. Sir, the energy absorption system is already active. J-A-R-V-I-S replied. How is it that it's already active yet feels ineffective? Tony was left speechless. Upon looking down, he confirmed that indeed, the absorption system had long been operational, with the 2 rows of arc reactors in his chest rapidly charging. In mere moments, all 12 arc reactors reached full capacity. Sir, energy levels have surged to 4,800. The device is nearing overload. J-A-R-V-I-S announced once more. 4,800. Such an astounding figure. I feel as though every inch of me is brimming with arc reactor energy. Tony was astounded. Previously, he believed 12 reactors sufficient. Yet now, it was evident they were woefully inadequate. An energy level of 4,800 meant each reactor exceeded its capacity by over 400. This was not the same arc reactor technology as before. Following his encounter with Thor, the energy storage capacity of his arc reactors had theoretically surpassed their previous limits of 400. Thus, if he were to endure another strike from Thor, it would merely fill the reactors to capacity without exceeding it. Yet now, even under normal circumstances, each reactor was exceeding 400. The dark energy was indeed formidable. J-A-R-V-I-S, full power output. Activate the shield, Tony commanded. A hum echoed as the blue-white shield enveloped him, the energy from the 12 devices depleting rapidly. This shield was a technique he had learned in Asgard, capable of matching the strength of the Divine Palace's protective barriers, provided there was sufficient energy. Even so, Tony still felt it was insufficient. J-A-R-V-I-S, full power output. Let S accelerate, Tony urged. Boom! In the next instant, his hands, feet, and back thrusters erupted with radiant white light. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Quickly. It was all too swift. At that moment, Tony felt as though he had transcended the speed of light. Crack. In the next second, it felt as though he shattered a glass barrier. His vision clearing momentarily. Tony glanced around, momentarily disoriented, as he seemed to find himself amidst the vastness of space, glimpsing a golden visage adorned with 3 faces, each wearing a white cloth headdress. Before he could fully comprehend it, reality fractured once more, and he perceived a brilliant white world filled with high-tech devices, where various aircraft navigated among towering structures. Before he could examine this further, he felt as though he had plunged underwater, where he witnessed silhouettes engaged in combat beneath the waves. He traversed a forest, observing a vast green expanse below, where a figure with metallic claws battled fiercely. He crossed through a void, encountering a colossal purple figure, its form rivaling that of a star, crowned with a peculiar forked head, casting a shadow over Earth. He beheld the web encasing Manhattan. He saw Captain America, seated amidst the ruins, staring blankly at his shattered shield, while before him loomed the source of his dread, the howling of the war hammer echoing. He also glimpsed Steve, emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, shouting "Hail Hydra!" And he witnessed a world rife with decay and despair, overrun by the undead. Alongside that, a fragmented world emerged, where a figure clad in armor and draped in a green cloak, bearing a striking resemblance to him, sat upon a throne. Each scene dazzled him, overwhelming his senses. "Sir, it appears we are traversing dimensions, crossing through the multiverse," Jarvis remarked. "Silence. I am contemplating." Tony was captivated by the bizarre worlds around him, his vision filled with iridescent lights and reflections. Ultimately, everything before him was engulfed in blinding white light, rendering him unable to see any further. Chapter 23. The Entrance of Tony. The Teleportation of Iron Man. At this moment, the live broadcast reveals the battle between man and entity has long commenced. Natasha, being a level 7 agent of SHIELD, faces the onslaught of these monstrous beings with a certain degree of confidence. Such a level of monstrosity poses no significant threat to her. Hence, before these creatures can completely encircle her, she decisively carves a path through them, navigating the staircase to re-enter the underground parking garage. The spacious environment allows her to exhibit her skills effectively. Behind her, the creatures pursue relentlessly. She unexpectedly turns back and fires a few shots. Remarkably, although these monsters possess formidable vitality, a few well-aimed shots often render them docile. However, as the skirmish progresses, Natasha begins to reduce her rate of fire, partly due to the limited ammunition, and partly because the number of pursuing monsters continues to swell. It appears she has made a grave miscalculation. The gunfire has drawn even more of these creatures towards her, and it seems that unless she can eliminate them all and find a place to hide, she will remain in a state of flight for the foreseeable future. As she runs, Natasha spots the wall she previously demolished. A thought crosses her mind, and she swiftly heads in that direction. With a leap, she passes through the opening and simultaneously tosses a miniature bomb. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. Accompanied by the urgent siren, the moment the monsters draw near, the bomb detonates, unleashing a terrifying shockwave, scattering the remnants of the creatures in every direction. This explosion claims at least 7 or 8 lives, with many others severely injured. The air is filled with groans and screams. Yet, despite this devastation, numerous monsters remain unscathed. They traverse the bodies of their fallen comrades, crawling through the breach, their bloodthirsty eyes searching for Natasha's whereabouts. However, by the time these hounds arrive, there is no trace of Natasha to be found, not a shadow, nor a hint of her presence. The hound pause, some scanning their surroundings with icy glares, while others sniff the air, seeking any lingering scent. Unfortunately, the only aroma present is that of gunpowder, devoid of any peculiar trace. The hounds circle around the support columns, but they fail to locate Natasha. The confusion of the hounds is mirrored by the bewilderment of countless viewers watching the live stream. In this seemingly open space, where could she possibly have vanished? As everyone contemplates this enigma, the camera angles shift back, revealing that Natasha is clinging to the ceiling with the aid of microsuction cups on her hands and feet. Goodness, CT never looks up. This is hilarious. It feels like I'm playing a game. Seriously, are these stupid creatures brainless? Can't they see her right above them? Well, it's not just these crawling hounds. Even an average person would struggle to think to look up. To be fair, hiding up there is indeed an excellent way to evade the hounds. But it's not foolproof. If those hounds stray far enough and then turn back, they would spot her immediately. True, it's not particularly high. Yet, concealing herself here significantly increases her chances of evading pursuit. What a clever tactic. Too bad I lack such advanced technology. In a live stream, the barrage of comments flows continuously. Yet, Natasha does not remain hidden as others might expect. Instead, she observes the entrance below, noticing that no additional monsters are rushing forth. With a slight smile, she whistles towards the hounds still searching. The whistle instantly captures the attention of all the hounds. They turn, glaring fiercely at Natasha, suspended from a ceiling, then frantically leap towards her. In response, Natasha merely smiles. She produces a pre-prepared miniature bomb and tosses it into the fray of monsters. One hound lunges forward, swallowing the miniature bomb whole. Subsequently, boom, fire and flesh scatter across the scene, limbs flying in every direction. Natasha performs a swift roll. Retreating behind the wall she had previously taken refuge behind. Feeling the shock wave burst forth from the adjacent opening, she smiles, feeling quite at ease. Once the chaos settles, she glances back. TSK. The previously pursuing monsters are nearly all eradicated. Even the few that remain are gasping for breath. Their limbs obliterated, innards strewn about. The scene is as gruesome as one can imagine. It seems I have achieved a minor victory. Natasha chuckles. However, just as Natasha revels in her small triumph, the entire level begins to tremble. It feels akin to an earthquake, dust cascading from the walls, ripples forming in the puddles on the ground. The fluorescent lights above flicker, and cracks begin to appear in the support walls. What manner of creature is this? Natasha's pupils constrict. Such a disturbance can only mean Natasha's heart races. Not only Natasha, but countless viewers of the live stream also feel a heavy sense of foreboding. An earthquake? What nonsense! It's evident that the minions have been slain in excess, and a boss is about to emerge. Wow, it really does feel like a game. But in gaming, defeating monsters at least yields experience and loot. Here in the back rooms, slaying monsters only depletes one's resources with no benefits, and it may even attract more formidable foes, placing oneself in peril. Indeed, one must tread carefully in these back rooms. If one must eliminate foes, it should be done silently. If level 1, described as relatively safe, is like this, it's hard to fathom the conditions of other levels. Could it be that the other levels have also succumbed? It's quite possible. Hence, I am eager to know what this impending boss will be. An even more powerful hound? Very likely. It stands to reason that if smaller ones have emerged, the larger ones will follow. But what about the Limb Collective? They have yet to make an appearance. Perhaps it is precisely because this boss has emerged in a level 1 that it destroyed the MEG base here? That theory is plausible. Thus, if I were in her position, I would seek an immediate way to exit this layer and hasten my arrival at level 4. I feel that no level in these back rooms is truly safe. If level 1 is in this state, level 4 is likely similar. By the way, how does one exit this level? I've forgotten. It's quite simple. Wandering the corridors can lead to level 2, and if there's graffiti on the ceiling, one will find themselves at a strange party, where they can find a hole in the wall to proceed to level 19. So the conditions for exiting aren't overly stringent. Indeed, they aren't demanding, but it primarily depends on one's knowledge. If one understands, exiting is straightforward. Yet, this female agent clearly is unaware. At this moment, countless individuals engage in fervent discussions within a live stream. Simultaneously, numerous agents within S, H, I, E, L, D anxiously observe. Just then, crack. Amidst the intense vibrations, a sound of shattering emerges from a void, akin to breaking a mirror. Indeed, it resembles shattered glass, as even the void seems to fracture. Then, boom, A terrifying surge of energy descended in an instant, causing clouds of dust to rise and shards of concrete to scatter chaotically. The fierce winds whipped Natasha's long hair around her face, while the oppressive atmospheric pressure forced her to retreat. It was evident that this force had exceeded her capacity to endure. She could no longer access the MEG data and desperately sought to breach this layer. In truth, she had attempted to cut through as soon as the tremors began. Yet, perhaps her approach was flawed, or perhaps she had not identified the correct location. Regardless of her efforts, she remained unable to escape. With no alternative, she could only take refuge behind a load-bearing wall. At last, as the dust settled, the shattered void appeared akin to a surreal dream. However, the craters on the ground serve as a stark reminder to Natasha that this was no dream. Something had indeed arrived in this layer. Just then, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a metallic arm glimmering in gold and silver. Finally, that arm moved. It pressed against the concrete floor, gradually lifting the figure's body. In an instant, the thrusters ignited, flames erupting, and a silhouette burst forth from the pit, crashing heavily onto the ground. A classic superhero landing, with its streamlined form, familiar armor, and recognizable color scheme. This is... Natasha's pupils trembled in astonishment. Surprise. At last, the mech emitted a familiar voice. With a click, the visor retracted, revealing a visage she knew all too well. So what do you think? Am I striking a pose, or what? Chapter 24. The Iron Avenger enters the fray. Wait a moment. Is that Iron Man? Goodness. Is this the same Iron Man who took a nuclear bomb into outer space to battle aliens? Marvelous. It's Iron Man. We are saved. What is this new armor? While we are worried about what might happen in the back rooms, he simply dons his suit and rushes in to rescue others. Is this the romance of the Avengers? I'm enamored. Why don't I have a friend like Iron Man? Iron Man? A flattering title for a mere arms dealer. I, master fan, am responsible for the back rooms. Yes, I conjure the back rooms, and today, Tony Stark, that arms dealer and war profiteer, shall perish within. Nonsense. We Brotherhood discovered the back rooms. How laughable. It was indeed our great Han Ming kingdom that uncovered the back rooms. Enough with the nonsense. All I know is that the moment heavy firepower appears, the back rooms will pose no threat. All fears stem from insufficient firepower, with the technology in Iron Man's hands. Let's just say he could easily sweep through the back rooms. Something feels off, though. How did Iron Man even enter the back rooms? This doesn't seem like a normal breach. Who knows? By the way, who's next to enter the back rooms? Thor? It could also be the Green Giant? At this moment, as Tony forcibly transmitted into the back rooms, an avalanche of comments began to flood in, overwhelming the screen. Iron Man is a globally recognized figure. While he conceals his identity, fearing exposure, Iron Man, on the other hand, is anxious that others remain unaware of him. Prior to the Battle of New York, he flaunted himself online, and after the battle, he showcased his existence to the world. Although not everyone acknowledges Iron Man, with some regions viewing him merely as an extension of American will, a butcher oppressing their people. Such sentiments are in the minority when viewed globally. Meanwhile, within SHIELD, the research team on the back rooms gasped in astonishment. Tony Stark? May and Hill were equally stunned. How did this happen? How did Tony inexplicably end up in the back rooms? How did he get in? They had been unable to contact him precisely because he was figuring out how to breach the back rooms. But this method of entry is so peculiar. Strange. Very strange. At the same time, in the Manhattan Zero block. What? Nick Fury was also taken aback. What the heck? How did Tony Stark get in? Tony had been missing for some time. He never expected Tony to silently enter the back rooms. Director, look at his chest. One of the agents pointed to the screen, to the energy source in Iron Man's chest. A square, extremely familiar energy source. The Tesseract? Nick Fury was taken aback. So he entered the Celestial Palace? Did he arrive in the back rooms from the Celestial Palace? That must be it. The agent beside him nodded. What the heck, are you serious? Nick Fury narrowed his one eye, snorting. The agent chuckled awkwardly. Damn it, Tony Stark. Not even a word before he ran off. Nick Fury's expression darkened. This was utterly unexpected. Did they not realize there was a way in? Why is everyone going in without any coordination? Director, Stark has the Tesseract. Perhaps he can use it to teleport out? The nearby agent uncertainly suggested. Who knows if that thing will even work? Nick Fury muttered. The moment he saw the tesseract on Tony's chest, he understood Tony's intentions. Whether it would succeed, however, depended solely on Tony himself. If it succeeds, that would be splendid. If not, Nick Fury sighed, contemplated, and said gravely, "Contact Dr. Banner. For heaven's sake, don't let everyone go in recklessly. The back rooms are certainly not as simple as they appear. Doctor. Banner is already here." At that moment, the agent quietly reminded him. Nick Fury turned to see Bruce Banner standing at the door. "Do you need me to go in?" Banner asked with a smile. No. Dr. Banner, your primary duty is research, not to wreak havoc inside." The Iron Avenger quickly interjected, fearing Banner might impulsively charge in. "By the way, old ice," coughed Damstark. "What about the captain? Notify him too. Without my permission, don't venture in recklessly." Nick Fury reiterated. "Rest assured, Director, I'm not that impulsive." Another voice chimed in, belonging to Steve Rogers. "That's good." Nick Fury sighed in relief. "Director, what if Natasha and the others don't return?" Another voice interjected. Hawkeye entered from outside, frowning with concern. Nick Fury frowned, about to say something, then paused, looking towards the door. "Is there anyone else?" Steve, Banner, and Hawkeye exchanged glances. "No one else, right?" Nick Fury scoffed. "If no one is here, I'll say it." He deliberately paused, glancing back at the door. "Indeed, no one else." "All right. The three of you, regardless of who it is, remember, do not enter. Do not cause me trouble, understood?" Nick Fury stated sternly. "But what if the time comes when we absolutely must go in?" A neutral voice suddenly spoke up. Nick Fury's mouth twitched. "What the heck? Who is again?" "Oh, Fury, you're getting feisty, huh?" A teasing voice rang out, and everyone turned in surprise, stepping aside to reveal a short-haired, sharp-looking woman dressed in combat attire. Upon seeing her, Nick Fury's eyes lit up. "Carol, you." He was astonished, never expecting it to be Carol Danvers, yes. The very Captain Marvel. "I sense some threats on Earth. What is happening?" Captain Marvel inquired, then added, "Also, what is that in the sky? What is happening in this district?" She had just been patrolling the cosmos when she inexplicably sensed a threat. Following the source of the threat, she found herself on Earth. Goodness, the threat level emanating from Earth was marked in red in her mind. It felt as if something existed on Earth that could threaten the very fabric of the universe. She hastily descended to Earth, yet detected no anomalies. If there were any, it was merely the void projection above. Additionally, there was the strange district pinpointed by Nick Fury's communicator. She decided to come down and inquire. "How do I explain this?" Nick Fury furrowed his brow, still conveying the events to Captain Marvel. After hearing, Captain Marvel was even more perplexed. Unable to resist, she flew up to investigate the projection. Evidently, she could discern nothing. Even her cosmic-level perception could not penetrate the mysteries of the back rooms. To perceive the back rooms through the projection would require a multiverse-level perception at the very least. She descended again, standing before the invaded district, frowning at the scene before her. "Director, who is that?" Steve asked curiously, eyeing Captain Marvel. "Who is this new powerhouse?" Banner was somewhat astonished. It was becoming increasingly absurd. How were ordinary individuals like us supposed to survive? Hawkeye secretly scoffed, his eyes filled with envy. After all, within the Avengers, his status as an ordinary human felt rather awkward. True, Natasha was also an ordinary person, yet she possessed beauty that was pleasing to the eye and could serve as a charming assistant when necessary. But what about himself? A Siberian husky lost among a pack of wolves? He had once thought Thor was outrageous enough, but now he beheld a figure who could soar through the air without any apparatus, glowing and radiantly brilliant. What on earth was happening in this world? Were all beings like these inhuman monstrosities? Carol Danvers. At that moment, Nick Fury began his introduction. My, friend was originally an Earthling, but later ascended to a higher cosmic civilization. Now, she serves as you might consider her the captain of the Cosmic Patrol. The Cosmic Patrol captain? Hawkeye's expression turned peculiar. "Wait, Director, your social network extends into the cosmos? You have connections, even in space. Goodness, the universe." Steve felt a deep sense of disconnection. It was as though he had just been a soldier on a battlefield, where the enemies wielded carbines and P-08s, and bombers were considered high-tech. And now, he was being told that aliens had invaded? Dr. Banner shared similar sentiments. He had not returned to academic research for years, and now technology had advanced to the point of enabling space travel and establishing contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. Dr. Banner was utterly bewildered. He had once been a world-renowned physicist. Following the Hulk incident, he had retreated for an extended period, wandering through impoverished neighborhoods across various countries. After being discovered and resolving the abomination, he had hidden away until Natasha recruited him. In reality, his absence from the scientific community had not been long, at most 6 or 7 years. Yet, in such a brief span, cutting-edge technology had progressed to support cosmic navigation and had even found other civilizations in the universe. Besides Thor, when had contact with extraterrestrial beings been established? Banner was perplexed. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before chuckling. It's not about establishing contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. To be precise, I met Carol here on Earth many years ago. This is not significant. Just then, Captain Marvel suddenly appeared in the room, turning to Nick Fury and inquiring, "Fury, do you need me to come in?" "No." Nick Fury quickly interjected, "We already have someone inside. Ensuring their safety shouldn't be a problem." "Oh, is it these two?" Captain Marvel looked curiously at the projected screen displaying Black Widow and Iron Man. Chapter 25. Odin, I'm utterly at a loss. Has Comatage been breached? Is that the Space Stone? This power, could it be Odin's doing? As the Sorceress Supreme observed the unfolding events on the projection, a jolt of realization struck her. Indeed, through that beam of teleportation, she deduced that it was Odin at work. Odin remains formidable, especially in his prime. The ability to transport individuals into the backroom dimension is no small feat, attainable by only a select few. While she could open a portal through the sling ring, she was unable to create a gateway to the backroom dimension from Earth. Yet Odin had achieved it. After all, he is the All-Father of the Norse pantheon. Frankly speaking, she was merely a sorceress, not a deity, and there was no need for her to compare herself to Odin. Such comparisons were more fitting for the chief gods of other realms, such as those from Olympus, the celestial realm, or the Egyptian pantheon. It seemed that aside from Asgard, the other divine realms were relatively quiet. Oh wait, although Odin had made a move, it was merely to assist in the transportation of others, which hardly constituted a significant action. Thus, what was the consensus of the various divine realms regarding the backroom? The Sorceress Supreme pondered. Even the Time Stone could not foresee the future of this backroom dimension. This was not due to the inadequacy of the Time Stone, but rather her own limitations. She was acutely aware that she had yet to master the full potential of the Time Stone. She could catch glimpses, such as the emergence of a statue of a white jade, Bodhisattva, rising from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Is it possible that the Bodhisattva of the celestial realm intervened? If that were the case, she felt reassured, with the power to save and liberate. What challenge could a Bodhisattva not resolve? With this thought, a faint smile graced her lips. As for the Space Stone's ability to emerge from the backroom, to be candid, she was uncertain. If one were to inquire whether the Space Stone or the Sling Ring was superior, one might argue that the Sling Ring is a conduit for magical comprehension, connecting with multiple dimensions, such as the magical dimension, the dark dimension, and the hell dimension. These dimensions could be considered part of their universe, existing as a unified entity. Alternatively, one might view these dimensions as an upgraded version of subspace. Therefore, beyond its capacity to open portals in the physical realm, the Sling Ring can also create gateways across various dimensions, ultimately remaining within the confines of their universe. However, traversing beyond this universe to reach other parallel universes presents a challenge. Although sorcerers can indeed breach the multiverse and access other parallel worlds, they do not rely on the Sling Ring for this purpose, but rather on other forces. For instance, she glimpsed through the Time Stone a figure in a mask and tight suit. Oh, Spider-Man, or rather, 3 Spider-Men, 2 of whom were not from this universe, yet appeared within it in the future. The initial instigator of it all was Stephen Strange, regarding the Space Stone. To be truthful, she had never utilized the Space Stone, but theoretically, it is quite powerful, capable of traversing dimensions, and likely capable of crossing the multiverse as well. However, whether Stark could harness such capabilities remained to be seen. After a moment's contemplation, she felt it would be quite difficult. The backroom dimension does not reside within this universe. If one were to liken the universe to a book, for example, their universe might be page 199,999, while dimensions such as the dark dimension, the magical dimension, and the hell dimension would correspond to pages 199999, 1199999, 2, and so forth. The universe containing the backroom could very well be page 1 million or even 1 billion pages beyond, with the backroom dimension nestled among the decimal points of these pages. Thus, the universe is distinct from the dimensions. Based on this understanding, she could assert that the distance is indeed vast. If she were near the universe housing the backroom dimension, she might be able to open a portal, but at such a distance it seemed futile. All things considered, Odin is indeed powerful. Incredibly so. To transport someone across such vast distances, what immense cost must have been incurred. The Sorceress Supreme speculated. As for the price Odin paid, at that moment in Asgard, the Heavenly Palace, with Tony successfully transported to the backroom dimension, Odin felt as if he were being drained dry. His divine energy depleted to the brink, even the energy within the dark energy device entirely exhausted. It should be noted that the last time he transported Thor, it consumed only a fraction of his energy. Yet now, sending Tony Stark to some other dimension had nearly emptied him. It was utterly terrifying. He had anticipated a significant expenditure, but had no inkling it would be so substantial. What a loss. A monumental loss. He could afford to be generous. But this had surpassed the bounds of generosity. This was outright depletion, not to mention the toll on his divine power. Just considering the dark energy device. While dark energy is inexhaustible, this sudden drain had led to an indirect loss of 1 million energy blocks within the Heavenly Palace. Understand that a single energy block is equivalent to 10 of Tony's arc reactor units, and one arc reactor is comparable to a year's worth of power generated by the Three Gorges Dam. Thus, the loss of 1 million energy blocks is staggering, an amount of energy that humankind has yet to exhaust since mastering electricity. Even a century from now, it remains unfathomable. And yet, just like that, it was all siphoned away. How many parallel universes had they traversed? How many dimensions had they crossed? Even Odin, the All-Father, felt a twinge of regret. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The energy of the dark energy device could be replenished, as dark energy is ever-flowing. The pivotal issue was his own power being drained, leaving him in a state of frailty. Therefore, Thor, I must enter Odin's sleep early. Odin gazed down at Thor. Thor was taken aback, exclaiming, "Father, did you not just awaken from slumber? How is it that?" Odin, exasperated, thought to himself, "This is all due to your friend. If it weren't for that armored fellow, would I need to succumb to sleep?" However, he refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "The Order of the Nine Realms is entrusted to you. Go forth and maintain the Order of the Nine Realms. Chaos reigns in many places. Do not forget your duty as the God of Thunder." "Yes, Father, I shall protect the Nine Realms, for the glory of the Northern gods." Thor saluted solemnly, his gaze resolute. "Excellent, you have matured. I entrust the Nine Realms to you, and I am at ease," Odin declared, turning and vanishing from sight. Thor, casting a glance at the projection in the sky, clenched his fists and ascended to the Rainbow Bridge's celestial palace, shouting, "Heimdall, take me to Vanaheim." Heimdall nodded, thrusting his sword down to activate the Rainbow Bridge. Buzz. The aura of the Rainbow Bridge enveloped Thor. "By the way, report any matters concerning Midgard to me at once," Thor added. Heimdall paused, his eyes shimmering with golden light, as if he had perceived something, and suddenly spoke. "There have indeed been some occurrences in Midgard." "What is it? A rebellion?" Thor instinctively inquired. "Not exactly." Heimdall shook his head. "Oh, as long as it's not." Thor nodded, just as he was about to vanish. In Midgard, the back room had invaded, and Level 0 descended upon a place called Manhattan. Heimdall intoned, "Thor? Wait, what? Why didn't you inform me sooner?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he was teleported away by the Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 26. Letter to Future Generations. MEG. At this moment, within the live broadcast. So, you have come to rescue me? At this point, Natasha had already listened to Tony recount the situation in the back room, even detailing the information from this level. Yet, Natasha's reaction was peculiar. Rather than expressing concern for the back room itself, she posed this question. Well, what else could it be? Are you flirting with me? I must remind you, this is a live broadcast with billions of viewers around the globe watching us. Tony chuckled. This is not your usual style, Mr. Stark. Natasha laughed. Even though you are a spy, your personal assistant has not been dismissed. If I were to perish in here, I would still have to pay insurance, which is hardly worthwhile. Tony scoffed. Is that so? Natasha laughed. As a billionaire, do you really care about such trifles? Well, why not? My wealth did not come from thin air. As he spoke, Tony began to survey his surroundings, observing the blasted walls and the scattered remains of limbs and flesh on the ground. TSK, how brutal. However, at that moment, a series of howls echoed. Simultaneously, Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, radar scan indicates multiple entities are approaching from all directions. Indeed, there are multiple entities. Beyond the shattered wall, on the staircase, hunting dogs appeared. On the staircase, hunting dogs emerged as well. Even further away on both sides, hunting dogs could be seen. Groups of low-growling creatures, resembling both human and canine, howled, whined, their sharp fangs dripping with saliva, eyes filled with bloodlust and madness. Are we still able to make eye contact with them? Tony glanced at Natasha with a smile. Natasha shrugged. At this moment, she felt extraordinarily relaxed. The tension she had held on it finally easing. There was no way around it. With Tony Stark's heavy artillery, her sense of security soared. She had no fears regarding these monsters. As expected, I understand you are hungry, but I do not wish to become your dinner. Tony smiled faintly at the multitude of encroaching hunting dogs. Click! The shoulder cannon mechanism activated, and then, whoosh, 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 a barrage of small missiles shot forth, each one striking a creature with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of explosions. The sounds of wailing and whimpering filled the air. Finally, when the smoke cleared, not a single hunting dog remained standing in the parking garage. Let us go. It's time to head home. Tony, having dealt with the situation effortlessly, turned to Natasha with a smile. No rush, Natasha mused. This level has an MEG outpost. Logically, we should be able to find information on MEG. As an organization within the back room, MEG clearly possesses more knowledge. Therefore, before leaving, it is essential to gather more information, facilitating SHIELD's subsequent research on the back room. All right, Jarvis, scan the entire area. Tony instructed. Soon, a projection of the structure of this level appeared on his visor. Sir, the scan results are in. The underground garage extends infinitely in both directions. Behind the walls remains the garage. Upstairs are various corridors and rooms, and higher up is similar, while beneath us. If we were to break through, it would also lead to the underground garage. Jarvis reported, with the scan model displayed before Tony. TSK, if only my garage were this large. Even Tony, as a billionaire, felt a sense of awe. It was enormous, resembling an infinitely extending world. He had reason to suspect that perhaps all levels in the back room were like this. Natasha, have you heard of Cat? Tony suddenly thought of something, looking at Natasha, seeking academic resonance. What cat? Natasha appeared puzzled, unable to understand how Tony's thoughts had leaped so swiftly. SC Char Dinger's cat. Tony squinted, letting out a deep breath. I think I've heard of it, but what do you mean? Natasha inquired, confused. Well, SC Char Dinger's cat is naturally quite famous. Even if she was not involved in academic research, she had heard of it. But what does this have to do with SC Char Dinger's cat? Tony sighed. It is truly difficult to find someone who shares academic resonance. Yet he patiently explained, I suspect that this level 1 originally consisted solely of the layer we currently occupy, at most including the rooms and corridors above. This is the entirety of level 1. The reason for the phenomenon where behind the walls lies the garage, and below is still the garage, while above are rooms and corridors, is simply because we have observed it. Originally, behind the walls and below should exist in a quantum superposition of possibility, and it is our observation that causes the superposition to collapse. As long as our observation distance is sufficiently far, This underground garage appears vast. We are not permitted to break down a wall to escape this cursed place. Hence we can never achieve exit, and the only way to leave this level is to cut through. Natasha listened, somewhat understanding yet confused. How intriguing. I suddenly find myself reluctant to leave. Tony's eyes sparkled with a thirst for new experiences. Natasha was at a loss for words. Wait, are you scientists truly this insane? Do you wish to permanently reside in such a dreadful place? Of course, I was joking. Tony chuckled, setting aside his thoughts, and said, Let us go. Let us see what legacy MEG has left for us. With that, Tony took the lead and walked ahead. By the way, Stark, can you still see the live broadcast? Natasha suddenly asked. I cannot. Tony shook his head. Ever since entering here, the projection has vanished. I suspect it may also be due to my departure from my original universe. Whatever the case, it matters not. Tony shrugged and continued forward. Natasha felt a lingering worry, yet could not pinpoint any cause for concern. With Iron Man's heavy firepower suppressing threats, she hardly felt like a liability, especially with the Tesseract. This sense of security was overwhelming. What was there to fear? Deciding not to dwell on it, she followed Tony upstairs. In fact, Jarvis had already scanned and identified potential locations for Meg's outpost. This was rather easy to discern. Upon seeing rooms equipped with electrical devices and conference tables, it became clear. Soon, the two navigated through, seemingly arriving at the end of the corridor. Ahead lay a wall, with doors on both sides. Of course, this was not the true end. Both Tony and Natasha were well aware that even if they were to break through this wall, beyond it would still be a corridor. However, there was no need to break through. Through Jarvis's scanning, they had already discerned that the rooms behind these doors were indeed Meg's outpost, specifically the operations command room and the conference room. At this moment, both doors stood open, revealing no monsters within, yet traces left behind by them. Clearly, the creatures here had likely been lured away and subsequently eliminated. Neither Tony nor Natasha paid this any mind. Using the switch on the wall, they attempted to turn on the room's lights, and to their surprise, it actually worked. The fluorescent lights flickered momentarily before stabilizing. This should be the conference room, featuring several tables assembled into one large, elongated table. Scattered chairs lined the sides, and some paper documents lay atop the table. The wall adjacent to the conference room has been carved out to create a passageway, revealing a row of computers reminiscent of an office. You check those documents while I see if these computers are still operational, Tony proposed. The two of them divided their tasks and commenced their respective duties. On Tony's side, he inspected all the computers, finding them intact and functional. However, the sole issue was that all the hard drives had been removed, leaving no useful data behind. Even allowing Jarvis to infiltrate would prove futile. Jarvis can breach all software, yet he cannot conjure information from absent hardware. This level lacked any network, or rather, there may have been a local area network previously, but the MEG personnel departed, taking the network with them. How's it going? Natasha inquired, leaning against the doorframe with a smile. It appeared that the MEG members were in dire straits. Tony shrugged. No matter how brilliant he was, he could not conjure a desired external hard drive from thin air. What about you? Any findings? Tony retorted. According to a proposal detailed here, they were supposed to evacuate collectively to level 4, the second primary base. Natasha continued. This proposal seems to discuss whether to go to level 3 or level 4. Both levels host their bases. Level 4 serves as the second primary base, while level 3 is the third. Ultimately, they resolve to withdraw collectively to level 4. Oh, what about level 2? Tony questioned. There is no description. Natasha shook her head, but then added, however, there's a letter titled to those who follow. Oh, let me take a look, Tony said, his interest piqued as he took the paper document. Simultaneously, the live stream adjusted, presenting the contents of the document to the eyes of all viewers. Chapter 27, Special Items in the Backroom, to Future Seekers. This level has fallen. If you're reading this, consider yourself fortunate. We remain uncertain of the anomalies that have caused various entities from the upper levels to spill into this realm. Originally, entities such as limb clusters, hounds, and faceless spirits were expected here, but since the establishment of the outpost, most dangerous entities have been eradicated. However, following the anomalous events. A multitude of threatening entities surged in, including, but not limited to, limb clusters, hounds, skin stealers, wailing corpses, grinning nightmares, and death moths. The survival difficulty of this level has been elevated to 5. Yet, based on the random refresh of supply crates in this level, we have compiled a list of special items you might obtain, which may aid in your survival. 1. Item No. 1. Almond water. Almond water in various color bottles possesses distinct effects. Gray satisfies hunger. Green is palatable but may induce addiction. Red offers healing. And blue may induce drowsiness while also suppressing wailing corpses cycles, as well as treating mental contamination. Furthermore, almond water can inflict damage upon entities and is not rare. It can be found across any level. In the randomly refreshed supply crates of this level, almond water appears more frequently than other special items. Thus, safeguard your almond water, for it may be your hope for survival. 2. Item number 2. Level key. Each level in the back room has a corresponding key. Theoretically, one might discover such a key at any level, potentially even multiple keys, though they remain exceedingly rare. If you encounter a cast iron key reminiscent of the 20th century, adorned with peculiar symbols, it is likely a level key. Its primary function is to unlock doors to other levels corresponding to the key, as well as all doors within that level, facilitating your escape. 3. Item number 4. Anti-Euclidean device. This device resembles a small rectangular mechanical entity approximately 0.25 meters in length, devoid of obvious interfaces or ports, yet featuring a filler opening, 2 dials, and a button. Its purpose is to distort space, with a range of up to 50 meters. Once activated, traversing this distance becomes considerably easier, whether for escape or combat. It even allows for the distortion of enemies into the air or beneath the ground. The sole side effect may be mild depression and nausea, and it is advisable to limit its use to no more than 20 times within a single day. 4. Item No. 15. Fire salt. This explosive crystalline substance appears as irregular, orange, transparent fragments of varying sizes. When thrown, fire salt easily shatters, generating intense heat and producing brilliant flashes of light. A direct hit can inflict first to second-degree burns, if you possess the knowledge to refine it. Over 50 grams of fire salt can be transformed into a small bomb, with each 100 grams yielding explosive energy equivalent to half that of a similarly weighted explosive. Additionally, liquid fire salt, also known as fire oil, can be artificially produced and serves as a substitute for gasoline, rendering fire salt not only a crucial resource, but also a formidable weapon. 5. Item number 16. Royal ration. Appearing as a white gelatinous substance. Consuming a single serving grants the nutritional value of 3 full meals. However, it is critical to note that 1 spoonful suffices. Exceeding this amount may lead to an overwhelming addiction, compelling one to desire more. Furthermore, all who have tasted the royal ration describe it as a flavor never before encountered. So regardless of temptation, remember, only 1 spoonful, only 1 spoonful. 6. Item number 23. Outcome cube. This item closely resembles a standard Rubik's Cube, always found in a scrambled state across any level. Upon being picked up, it remains fixed in place until solved, with others unable to interact with the cube. If not touched with skin, this effect will not trigger, allowing it to be stored in a container for use elsewhere. Based on the first side restored, the user may receive either a reward or a punishment. Red. Negative effects. Possible outcomes include bone displacement, blindness, transport to perilous levels teeming with entities, paralysis. Orange. Negative effects. Possible outcomes include transport to level 0, loss of half your items, difficulty maintaining balance, dizziness, strabismus. Yellow. Negative effects. Possible outcomes include cramps, mild fatigue, poor sleep quality, itching. Blue. Mixed effects. Possible outcomes include quenching thirst, satisfaction, wet socks, loosened shoelaces. Green. Positive effects. Possible outcomes include food, energy, a compass pointing to a safe house, water. White. Positive effects. Possible outcomes include transport to a safe lair, almond water, a feast, healing of all injuries. Detection of the nearest outpost. Note 1. There are multiple cubes, and the corresponding buffs for each color are fixed. The only uncertainty lies in the specific consequences the cube may impose. Note 2. Only the first side restored yields different effects. Once the cube is completely restored, all effects are nullified, and the user is transported to a random level. 7. Item number 28. Lucky soy milk. There exist 6 varieties of soy milk, distinguished by color. White is plain and bears no special effects. Pink, strawberry-flavored, also lacks special effects. Purple, chocolate-flavored, alleviates pain and eases back stiffness. Green, matcha-flavored, has calming effects and can remedy insomnia. Yellow, banana-flavored, offers no special effects apart from strong banana taste. Additionally, there exists a special yellow banana-flavored soy milk, known as the luck variant. The colder the milk, the unluckier the drinker becomes, while the hotter it is, the luckier the drinker will be. However, due to the difficulty in distinguishing the luck variant from the ordinary, when conditions allow, please heat the yellow soy milk to a higher temperature before consumption, if you can bear it. 8. Item number 42. Bottled lightning, also known as bottled electricity. This refers to an electric charge stored within a bottle or similar container. It can be discovered in most levels, typically serving as an energy source or weapon, with a charge of approximately 1 billion joules. However, do not attempt to open the lid, lest you become the first victim of electrocution. It is advisable to throw it directly at an entity or a cluster of monsters. Moreover, this item has 3 variants, 2 of which can be found naturally, while 1 is artificially created. The distinction lies in the color of the lightning within the bottle. Blue lightning is common and corresponds to the previously described bottled lightning. Artificial lightning resembles a weakened version of blue lightning and tends to target metal. Black lightning is exceedingly rare, boasting 10 times the power of blue lightning. It not only conducts electricity, but may also explode, making it both perilous and potent. Endeavor to swiftly distance yourself post-usage. Chapter 28. Mastering Space? One absurd technology. At this very moment, countless individuals across the globe were captivated by the live broadcast showcasing the so-called letter to future generations. As they beheld the descriptions of various extraordinary items, astonishment swept over them. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Goodness, the backrooms even dares to have so many divine artifacts? Impressive. I knew the almond water was a magical potion. Bottled lightning? What on earth is this? Can lightning even be contained in a bottle? This is utterly unscientific. Indeed, it defies science, but it is quite metaphysical. It increasingly feels like the backrooms are merely a game. These are clearly game items. But I'm genuinely curious. Who first discovered that drinking the hot, lucky soy milk could bring good fortune? And did they fortuitously heat it to perfection before consuming it? That's quite normal. Gamers always manage to do the unexpected, whether it's a game or not. Once players flock in, it won't be long before numerous bugs are discovered. The anti-Euclidean device is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Isn't it akin to carrying a level 0 with you? The level key is the true divine artifact, you know? Theoretically, one can find level keys in every layer, and there may be more than one. This implies that, given enough time, one could uncover numerous level keys. This thing is definitely a life-saving technique. But what about that peculiar cube? Is it truly that bizarre? Must one restore it upon finding it, or risk being unable to move? Isn't that tantamount to waiting for death? TSK. Anyone who has played with a Rubik's Cube knows that following a formula. The first colors restored are usually white. No one starts with red or orange, right? Formulaic Rubik's Cube enthusiasts rejoice. By the way, once this cube is restored, do all effects revert? Does that mean the food I've consumed will also vanish? First, you must ascertain that you can escape the cube's control before restoration. In other words, even if you obtain a grand feast, you might not get to enjoy it. Perhaps someone nearby will eat it instead. As for whether the consumed food will disappear, I suspect the negative effects will vanish, while the positive buffs should remain, like healing all wounds. If the wounds reappear once the cube is restored, that would be utterly foolish. But what exactly is this fire salt? It can explode? The liquid fire salt can serve as gasoline? If this were to come into reality, wouldn't that lead to immense wealth? Indeed, I am currently willing to pay $1,000 per gram for fire salt. Goodness, $1,000 per gram? That's more expensive than gold. $1,000? Brother, what are you thinking? You think $1,000 can buy a miraculous item? I'll offer 10,000. 10,000? A pauper still chattering? I'll offer 100,000. If anyone is interested, consider it as if I never spoke. If any survivor happens to emerge from the back rooms with bottled lightning, please contact Osborne Industries. Osborne Industries is prepared to offer you a satisfactory price for your bottled lightning. Tisk, Osborne Industries? Aren't they involved in biological research? Why are they venturing into energy? Pioneer Technology Company is also willing to acquire bottled lightning. Moreover, we are interested in any miraculous items you may have obtained in the backrooms. What does Pioneer Technology do? I've never heard of them. I found out. It's a genetic technology company. Wait, why is a genetic technology company getting involved? Roxxon Energy Company is also eager to purchase various special items from the backrooms. We have branches in several countries. If you happen to possess bottled lightning, please contact us. We will not only offer you a satisfactory purchase price, but might even provide a house or a car. Goodness, another energy giant? A multinational energy giant at that? This is remarkable. Why is everyone talking about bottled lightning? Is it truly that extraordinary? Brother, do you comprehend what bottled lightning signifies? It shatters the laws of physics. Even ordinary electrical currents cannot be contained, let alone a billion joules of lightning. To put it simply, 10 joules of lightning can shatter with the lightest touch. If contact lingers even for a moment, the glass bottle would melt into liquid. Yet, here we are with a bottle containing 10 joules of lightning, and it remains intact, with the lightning not dissipating due to energy depletion. Just contemplate the implications. Tisk. Even Iron Man would be perplexed by this. Undoubtedly, bottled lightning would send shockwaves through the scientific community. I can already envision countless tech moguls scratching their heads over it. Everyone is discussing bottled lightning. Is no one mentioning the royal rations? Royal rations? Isn't that just leaves? TSK, I am willing to purchase royal rations in bulk. Goodness, has someone already spotted a business opportunity? TSK, such items are merely drugs. Aren't they? I wouldn't even want to touch them. Even if I found one rolling at my feet in the back rooms, I would pick it up. $1,000 for a portion of royal rations. Bulk purchases welcome. Long-term effective. Interested parties, please contact XXX. To be honest, I reread the introduction to royal rations. While it is indeed addictive, it doesn't seem to cause any harm to the individual. If there were any, MEG should have uncovered it. This suggests that royal rations are essentially just addictive without bodily harm, which is far better than drugs. Harm-free addiction? This is a good thing. Don't even mention it. The very word addiction makes me shudder. I would rather starve or leap from a building than consume a morsel of royal rations. By the way, why has anyone mentioned the anti-Euclidean device? This is undoubtedly black technology. TSK, I reckon the major corporations are uncertain about how to price it. A rational person can see it's a valuable item. Whether they choose to sell is another matter entirely. Precisely, while bottled lightning may not be useful in our hands, should the anti-Euclidean device fall into my possession. You may henceforth refer to me as the Space Hero. Space Hero? I think anti-vomit hero would suit you better. By the way, why have all the industrial giants jumped at the chance to purchase? Why haven't we seen Stark Industries advertising? Laughing out loud. The head of Stark Industries is already in the backrooms. Do they really need to make a purchase? They're already several steps ahead of you all. At this moment, the live chat was inundated with countless comments. Advertisements were being made, and conversations were flowing. Simultaneously, many individuals seemed to gradually awaken to a singular thought. It appears that this world is on the brink of transformation. The backrooms invasion, layers descending into reality. Perhaps, in the future, these invaded regions and layers manifesting in reality could evolve into something akin to a game. A dungeon for countless individuals worldwide. Virtual reality games for profit. Of course, this notion is still in its infancy, as currently we only have a level 0 invasion, and it is merely encroaching upon a section of Manhattan. Perhaps once the layers of the backrooms saturate the globe, a fundamental ideological shift may occur. Meanwhile, in the broadcast, Tony and Natasha gazed at the letter. As they examined the descriptions of various items, they exchanged a silent glance. both falling into contemplation. Even though Natasha is not particularly versed in the realm of science, she recognizes the peculiarity of bottled lightning. Those individuals outside must be frantically seeking to acquire bottled lightning, I suppose. Tony suddenly chuckled, saying, "Of course, I feel the most useful item is indeed this anti-Euclidean device." The anti-Euclidean device, which pertains to the distortion of space, represents cutting-edge technology of the highest order. It is noteworthy that, to date, no nation, corporation, or pioneering field of technology has reported any advancements in this particular area. This is distinctly different from teleportation technology. Tony Stark has experienced teleportation firsthand on 2 occasions. He believes that, should he desire, he could delve deeper into research and potentially unlock its secrets. However, the anti-Euclidean device operates on an entirely different principle. It fundamentally manipulates space itself. Teleportation is merely the act of opening a portal within space and forcefully traversing it to arrive at a desired location. In contrast, manipulation entails absolute dominion over that space. Teleportation is a technique that, aside from facilitating spatial passage, does not confer any additional capabilities. Conversely, controlling space encompasses distortion and also encompasses the ability to teleport. It is akin to the distinction between a novice craftsman and a master scientist. Tony is genuinely eager to obtain this device for further exploration, as it represents technology that is unequivocally non-existent on Earth. Not only is there a lack of advanced technology, but even mutants and individuals with superhuman abilities are foreign to his experience. At most, he has encountered teleportation. The concept of spatial control is entirely unheard of. Unbeknownst to Tony, the arc reactor embedded in his chest, housing the space stone, theoretically possesses the capacity for spatial manipulation as well. Unfortunately, one cannot acquire knowledge beyond their cognitive grasp, and, similarly, cannot master knowledge beyond their understanding. "Jarvis, have you recorded this?" Tony inquired. "Sir, it has been logged into the database," Jarvis's voice responded. "Excellent. Now let us explore what lies ahead," Tony remarked, turning the page to reveal the subsequent content. Chapter 29, Entities of the Backroom, the Skin Stealer, the Weeping Corpse, the Grinning Nightmare, and the Death Moth. At this moment, as Tony turns to a new page, the subsequent chapters unfold on the live broadcast. Special items that can enhance your survival in the backroom. However, without understanding the entity information, even if you possess extraordinary artifacts, you may still face dire consequences. Thus, the following is pertinent information regarding the entities of this level. 1. The Limb Group. 2. The Hound. 3. The Skin Stealer, entity number 10. The Skin Stealer has been discovered in most levels, with its most frequent appearances in Level 2 and Level 3. Now, a significant number have also emerged in Level 1. The Skin Stealer is a large, humanoid entity, towering in stature, with pale yellow skin, deeply sunken pure white eyes. Generally, they exhibit a relatively mild demeanor, aimlessly wandering. However, when hungry, they turn to hunting, with humans as their primary source of sustenance. Their methods of hunting humans typically include 1. Wearing human skin to imitate humans, lulling them into a false sense of security before completing the hunt. 2. Concealing themselves while mimicking human voices to lure individuals closer, subsequently achieving their goal. Note, the Skin Stealers may blend into crowds, seeking isolated humans to prey upon. The good news is that the human skin they wear can only last for 24 hours. After this period, the skin will be digested by their own epidermis. Similarly, the Skin Stealers are incapable of speech and can only mimic. Thus, you should focus on identifying those in your group who are less talkative or only speak casually, as they may be the Skin Stealer. Another distinguishing feature is that the blood of a Skin Stealer is semi-transparent, making it easily recognizable. 4. The Weeping Corpse, entity number 15. The Weeping Corpse also inhabits most levels. This entity can be understood as a variant of a zombie or a corpse, even transformed from humans. However, they differ from the conventional concept of zombies. The Weeping Corpse is not the result of viral infections from bites or scratches. They are typically transformed by an effect known as the Weeping Corpse cycle. This cycle is believed to be linked to deprivation of food, water, and sleep. with isolation further accelerating the effect. The process of becoming a weeping corpse is referred to as the weeping corpse cycle. The weeping corpse cycle consists of 3 stages, typically lasting several weeks to months. Stage 1. Initially, one may experience itching and pain akin to being stung by nettles. Over time, emotions become increasingly volatile, leading to recurrent aggressive behaviors and a loss of self-awareness, transforming individuals into mindless attackers. Stage 2. The body begins to exhibit abnormalities. Skin and muscle tissues start to dissolve, possibly forming holes or abscesses, with the skin turning red or peeling in parts, bloodshot eyes, hair loss, and an overwhelming, uncontrollable itch that momentarily clarifies their deranged minds, only for them to confront endless agony. In their desperation to alleviate the itch, they may resort to tearing their own skin, yet still crave food and water. Stage 3. Teeth and nails fall from their original positions, subsequently growing in a frenzied manner in other areas, including but not limited to eyelids, lips, and joint cartilage. Moreover, a repulsive brown substance resembling sludge oozes from their mouths and other openings. If this sludge touches someone, they risk being transformed into a weeping corpse, and the transformation can occur rapidly within minutes. Although such occurrences are rare, and not all sludge can transform humans. The reasons for this remain unclear. Hence, should you encounter a weeping corpse, avoid the sludge. Generally, if one falls into the weeping corpse cycle, different almond water or even royal rations can reverse the process. However, once in the 3rd stage, the process becomes irreversible. Typically, the intelligence of a weeping corpse is limited, yet their strength and speed surpass that of an ordinary person, capable of effortlessly demolishing a concrete wall and sprinting 100 meters in under 6 seconds. Of course, there are instances of weeping corpses possessing higher intelligence, albeit with comparatively diminished strength and speed. Their capabilities seem to correlate with their condition prior to transformation. Weeping corpses may also undergo mutations, which are quite common, leading to dislocated or proliferated tissues, and even the emergence of fleshy wings. Should you encounter a weeping corpse, good luck. If you find yourself ensnared in the weeping corpse cycle, do not lose hope. Almond water is readily available, and with a hearty meal and a good night's sleep, everything will improve. 5. The grinning nightmare. Entity number 3. The grinning nightmare also resides in most levels, particularly prevalent in level 2 and level 3, though less so in other levels. However, given the current circumstances of this level, I cannot ascertain how many grinning nightmares you may encounter upon your arrival. The grinning nightmare is characterized by glowing eyes and a luminous, grinning mouth. In darkness, the grinning nightmare becomes more conspicuous, suddenly manifesting as a glowing eye, baring its teeth at you in the pitch-black corridor. The grinning nightmare pursues any luminous object. The best method to divert it is by using a source of light. Be cautious, for upon sighting the grinning nightmare, do not panic or scream. Such reactions may provoke its aggression. Maintaining eye contact and slowly backing away is the most prudent course of action. Legend has it that it possesses a body invisible to the human eye, leaving us uncertain of its physical characteristics. Thus, we know only that firearms cannot hit its unseen form, and only shots to its glowing face or mouth prove effective. It is noteworthy that this entity's physical resilience is quite low. Even an untrained adult can easily defeat it, and if one is armed, they become even more formidable. However, should they appear in sufficient numbers, my advice remains to flee, lest you be reduced to mere remnants. 6. The Death Moth. Entity number 4. This entity resembles a gigantic moth, inhabiting the majority of levels. Death moths are divided into male and female variants. Male death moths are generally harmless, and may even be tamed. In contrast, female death moths pose a greater danger, being several times larger than their male counterparts and capable of excreting acidic substances. Death moths are also attracted to light. Should you hear the sound of flapping wings nearby, extinguish all sources of light immediately. Previously, smaller death moths were encountered in level 2, level 3, and level 5, while larger, more perilous death moths were limited to level 5. However, now, even level 1 has seen the emergence of larger and more dangerous death moths. I am uncertain whether, upon your reading of this letter, they have established a nest within level 1. I also do not know if the king and queen of the insects have arrived at this level. However, peculiar anomalies have occurred in the higher tiers, resulting in a multitude of entities emerging from level 1. Thus, it is reasonable to conjecture that either the king or the queen, or perhaps both, have made their way to level 1. Therefore, I urge you to remain vigilant and alert. Certainly, the individual death moth poses minimal danger. An adult could easily dispatch it. Yet, should the situation in this layer be exceptional, circumstances may shift. If you were to eliminate a death moth, it might attract a greater number of them, potentially placing you in a less than favorable predicament. However, if you are equipped with a lethal weapon, that is another matter altogether. If you possess no fear of the death moth and happen to have a bit of cooking oil at hand, then congratulations, for you are on the verge of acquiring a rare delicacy within the backrooms. Do not discard the body of the slain death moth. Instead, incinerate its down, coat it in egg wash, and then enrobe it in breadcrumbs. Fry until golden and crisp, and you may find that even the neighboring children are left in tears of longing. Chapter 30, Cut Out, Enjoyment Level. The party is still chasing me. At this very moment, as the tangible information was revealed, countless viewers in the live stream were somewhat astonished. Goodness, why do these entities appear so feeble? Indeed, they seem rather weak. That grinning nightmare looks quite terrifying, yet ordinary people could easily dispatch it. And this death moth, its name is quite intimidating, but what on earth, deep-fried death moth? What twisted sense of humor does this MEG fellow possess? Goodness, it's the middle of the night, and I'm suddenly feeling hungry, early in the morning, and I now crave a serving of deep-fried death moth for breakfast. Worldwide acquisition of death moths, male for $100, female for $10. Osborne Industries is online to acquire live death moths. $100 for males, $1,000 for both genders. Online acquisition of grinning nightmare entities, especially seeking glowing eyeballs and large mouths. I want to stick this on my backside. What on earth? How did the atmosphere shift so suddenly? It was horrifying before, and now it feels so joyous? When exactly did the tone change? It was clearly a sci-fi horror theme. How did it transform into a comical farce? I don't comprehend. I don't understand. Is this really what the backrooms entities are like? Why does it seem so easy to defeat? Easy to defeat? Brother, you can fool others, but don't deceive yourself. Although they seem weak on paper. If you were surrounded by a dozen hunting dogs, spat upon by dozens of female death moths, and watched by a group of glowing, toothy grins lurking in the shadows, do you think you could survive? Very well. Now, I can imagine it vividly. I would rather choose to perish right here. And then there are the wretched corpses. If you accidentally get infected and transformed, just wait to die. If you fall into the wretched cycle without any almond water or royal rations nearby, your demise is inevitable. Ah, now that you mention it, I feel a chill breeze passing by. Well, I still want to taste what a death moth is like. Tastes like chicken, crunchy, with protein 10 times that of beef. All right, what a Bear Grylls behavior. Goodness, if you throw Bear Grylls into this, it would be chaos. Who knows? These death moths might even face extinction. When Bear Grylls gets serious, even the grinning nightmare might get a nibble. Compared to Old Man Stark, Bear Grylls is still lacking. If Old Man Stark gets hungry, he'd chew on a wretched corpse right in front of you. Yikes, that's just disgusting. Wait, I've just discovered a new avenue. Surviving in the backrooms live stream without any equipment. The viewership would be phenomenal. First, you need a network that connects the backrooms to reality. So, is there any telecommunications mogul willing to support this venture? If we could develop a network that links the backrooms to reality, we'd be off the charts. The future belongs to live streaming the backrooms. Tony Stark gives you a thumbs up. Tony Stark says, I didn't even watch the live stream. Mr. Fantastic gives you a thumbs up. Professor X gives you a thumbs up. At that moment, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. Simultaneously within SHIELD. These entities? Agent May and Agent Hill exchanged peculiar glances. Previously, they thought these entities were immensely dangerous, with Meg's outposts having fallen, yet now, the descriptions suggest they are not particularly formidable. Of course, That is assuming there aren't too many entities. After all, even ants can take down an elephant, let alone entities. However, the threat level posed by these entities was far below their expectations. I'm starting to wish for level 1 to descend quickly. Perhaps I could also sample the taste of deep-fried death moth? May licked her lips. Agent Hill instinctively stepped back, eyeing May. I just want to try it. What is the difference from fried chicken breast? May replied, exasperated. Hill murmured, as long as you're happy. Meanwhile, in Manhattan's zero blockade zone, it seems to be inconsequential. Steve chuckled. It's fine. Even if they're stronger, it doesn't matter, we have Hulk. Hawkeye chimed in. Banner looked utterly speechless. When level 1 descends, perhaps the first blockade zone might even generate revenue for S-H-I-E-L-D, remarked the bald, bespectacled agent beside Nick Fury. Wait, are you suggesting we treat this as a game dungeon? Open it to the public? Fury shot a glance at the agent. Exactly. Just charge a $500 entry fee, and I believe many would be eager to venture into the adventure. Osborne has already set the price. Alive for $100 to $1,000, and dead for $1 to $10. Quite the bargain. Moreover, one could randomly find various items in the boxes that refresh. Even a bottle of almond water would sell like hotcakes. One person pays $500, 10 people pay $5,000, 100 people pay $50,000, 1,000 people pay $500,000, and 10,000 people pay $5 million. With 8 million people in New York, even if only 4 million enter, that's $2 billion in ticket sales. $2 billion. Director, doesn't that entice you? Our S-H-I-L-D has been a bit tight on funds lately. We could easily make a profit. The agent looked expectantly at Nick Fury. $2 billion. Fury nodded. Indeed, funds have been a bit scarce. Speaking of that, your bonus for this month will be canceled. Wait, what? The agent was utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel remained with a furrowed brow. Is there really no danger? She murmured to herself, sensing that this was not what she had anticipated. She clearly felt a threat. Yet why did these entities not seem threatening at all, but rather endearing? At that moment, on screen, Tony stared blankly at the document in his hands. Death Moth? Are you certain this is a legitimate document? Tony couldn't help but glance at Natasha. To be honest, even he was taken aback by the last line. Not only did the viewers find it strange, but he too felt an inexplicable oddity. What on earth is this? Deep-fried death moth? Is this truly the bizarre and horrifying backrooms I remember? How did the tone shift so abruptly? Isn't it just a playful jest? Quite amusing, isn't it? Tony, do you think this can actually be deep-fried? Natasha pondered. You can't possibly want to eat it, can you? Tony looked at Natasha as if she were a creature from another world. Of course not. I mean, these entities don't seem particularly dangerous, do they? With the right strategies, they appear manageable. The most perilous would probably just be the wretched corpse. Natasha hastily clarified. Indeed, Tony nodded. The wretched corpse looks repulsive. As for the others, the skin stealer only targets the isolated, the grinning nightmare is fragile, and the death moth can be deep-fried. With such entities, can they truly conquer level 1? The more Tony pondered, the more bewildered he became. He had previously thought MEG to be a formidable and mysterious organization, yet they couldn't even handle this group of fragile beings. In Tony's eyes, even a single Chitauri soldier could sweep aside these monsters. As Iron Man, he could easily dispatch a multitude of Chitauri soldiers with ease. In this context, the entities of the back room appear to pose a diminishing threat, while he has evidently ascended to the apex of the food chain. No, Tony, do you genuinely believe these monsters are feeble? Natasha remarked quietly, feeling a sudden sense of offense. The memory of being pursued by a horde of hounds lingered vividly in her mind. Now, Tony had begun to disdain MEG and look down upon those entities. What else could it be? Tony retorted, as if it were self-evident. Natasha found herself at a loss for words. Do you not understand your own identity? You are Iron Man, a superhero. However, not everyone possesses superhuman abilities or armored suits. Those who venture into this back room should be ordinary individuals. And MEG should consist of regular people as well. Without heavy artillery or advanced weaponry, how can an ordinary person with merely a knife confront the hounds encircling them? How can they combat the overwhelming swarm of death moths? Not to mention in the darkness when a glowing face unexpectedly appears, grinning maniacally. Life is singular. Being killed means death. When ordinary individuals encounter these entities, devoid of absolute security, their first instinct is to flee and then to survive cautiously within this back room. Who, like you, clad in iron armor, can withstand the majority of entity attacks, let alone carry an arsenal of advanced weaponry? With such formidable gear, wouldn't that be tantamount to indiscriminate slaughter in the back room? Enough. The nature of this back room is no longer our concern, and we have gleaned no useful information here. It is time to return home. As Tony spoke, he wrapped an arm around Natasha, urging her to prepare. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Tony smiled at Natasha, and with a click his mask was secured. Buzz. Simultaneously, the tesseract embedded in his chest began to gather luminescence, the icy blue glow expanding to envelop both Tony and Natasha. In the next instant, whoosh, their figures vanished beneath a blue light. When they reappeared, at that moment, under the watchful eyes of countless viewers in the live stream, the scene shifted to an underground parking lot. Buzz. The blue aura materialized, revealing Tony cradling Natasha. Have we arrived? So swiftly? Natasha expressed her astonishment, feeling as though her eyes had briefly flickered before they landed. However, upon observing the surroundings, an unsettling sensation crept into her mind. If I am not mistaken, this is not my home parking lot. Tony assessed the area. We never exited, Natasha remarked, eyeing the wall she had demolished and the scattered remains of the hounds on the ground, her voice laced with sarcasm. Tony coughed. Well, I wasn't prepared earlier. Let's try again. Buzz. The blue light flickered once more, appearing intermittently on the left and right, at times in the corridor, at times in a room. After a considerable duration. Damn it. Tony struck the adjacent wall with his fist, his expression grim beneath the mask. We are trapped. I knew it. Natasha sighed. Moreover, we have not only become ensnared, but have also attracted a multitude of entities. Fluttering. The faint sound of moth wings brushing against each other reached their ears. The ground emitted subtle, scraping noises, accompanied by distant howls. In the dark corridor, grinning faces with bared teeth began to materialize, seeking death. Tony, already irked, observed these creatures daring to approach and, without hesitation, unleashed a rocket launcher to send them to their demise. The palm cannon fired, instantly incinerating the moths. Sigh, let us move on. Natasha sighed. Where to? Tony furrowed his brow. There is no exit on this level. We must ascend to another level. Surely we will find a way out. Let us head to level 2. We just need to linger in the corridor, and we can cut through. It should be quite simple. Natasha suggested. I think we should venture to level 19. I no longer wish to ascend layer by layer. Tony shrugged, adding, of course, I also wish to attend that party. At this moment, Tony exuded confidence. However, we possess no knowledge regarding level 19 or that party, do we? Entering recklessly could lead to unforeseen dangers. Natasha hesitated. What more could we encounter? Tony laughed. I am now capable of spatial teleportation at will, and the nearly limitless energy of the Tesseract renders me nearly invincible. Even if I exhaust my conventional weaponry, I still wield energy weapons, and my armor, forged from URU metal and Asgardian gold, begs the question, what entity could possibly threaten me? These worthless creatures? As he spoke, Tony raised his hand and discharged the palm cannon, obliterating a thief that had just risen. Natasha hesitated. Tony's assertions rang true. If she possessed such armor, she too would undoubtedly adopt a more aggressive approach. So, Natasha, are you willing to join me for a silver party? Oh no, will you accompany me to the celebration? Tony earnestly invited again. Although they were unaware of the exit route, ascending higher would likely lead them to a solution. Wouldn't it? Just like a game, they might even achieve victory. Tony, I believe we should first visit level 4. After acquiring more information about the layers, we can proceed to higher levels. Otherwise, even if the exit is within reach, we may miss it. Natasha maintained her stance. One must concede that Natasha's argument held merit. Great power does not equate to absolute safety. If one is oblivious to the rules of this realm, what does it matter if the exit is close at hand? Some opportunities, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. You make a valid point. Tony nodded, acknowledging that while he wished to explore, it should be informed exploration. Although reaching level 4 would entail traversing through levels 3 and 2, it was not an insurmountable distance. So, let us proceed. Tony took the lead, beginning to meander through the corridor. However, after taking only a few steps, Tony glanced up at the coarse graffiti on the ceiling, prompted by Jarvis's alert. Tony chuckled. Just to clarify, I have no intention of hosting a silver party, but if the silver party comes chasing after me, I cannot be held responsible. The next moment, his vision blurred. Chapter 31. Now, it is my turn to enter level 1. At this moment, as Tony and Natasha made their exit, the scene ultimately lingered on the graffiti adorning the ceiling. Countless onlookers burst into laughter at this sight. Goodness, how eager is Tony to attend the party? He initially claimed he wouldn't go, yet this spectacle still followed him. Could it be that this party has transported us to the pleasure level? The pleasure level? A party? Partygoers? Hiss, with that in mind, everything connects. They must have been transported to the pleasure level. The pleasure level? Surely not. ISNT it described as exceedingly perilous. How amusing to mention extreme danger in front of Iron Man. Have you not seen Iron Man's current configuration? While I may not comprehend what URU metal is, nor understand the nature of celestial gold, there is no doubt that it possesses immense power. Given this, tell me, what entity could possibly pose a threat to Iron Man? Perhaps the partygoers are formidable, but since encountering Iron Man, it seems they are indeed celebrating. Exceedingly dangerous partygoers? I find myself quite curious. What exactly are these partygoers? Tisk, it's intentional. Iron Man is deliberately seeking out that layer. If it were me, I would be even more audacious than Iron Man. I would simply charge through the back rooms. In full regalia, if one still hesitates. What's the point of having such an impressive ensemble? Meanwhile, in the live stream, numerous comments flooded the screen. They engaged in conversation and deliberation. At that moment, in an apartment in Manhattan, Lin Ye returned to his room, gazing at the finished footage. He let out a long breath, his expression somewhat peculiar. Iron Man forcibly invading the back rooms? Surely, the system didn't intervene? With Tony's current formidable attire, ISNT that tantamount to indiscriminate slaughter? Lin Ye couldn't help but inquire. The backrooms do not restrict any mode of entry, nor do they impose limitations on carrying any items or tools while exploring. The system's response was cold and mechanical. Lin Ye merely scoffed. This was indeed true. The backrooms are not a game. There is no notion of disrupting balance. If one possesses the capability, one may engage as they wish. Of course, this only applies to the shallow layers. Who says there are no powerful entities in the backrooms? It's just that Tony has yet to encounter them. Beyond the Pantheon, there exists a plethora of entities. As for the partygoers, well, they are described in documentation as apex predators, but in reality, their strength ranks quite low. If one were to rank them, they would be among the weakest. Moreover, Tony may not even encounter the partygoers. From what he knew, the so-called level 1, when cut out in areas adorned with graffiti, would lead directly to a party, which was in fact misinformation disseminated by the partygoers. In other words, Tony and Natasha would still arrive directly at level 2. Yet this was not what concerned him. What he was currently focused on was, system, my rewards should be forthcoming, correct? Lin Ye inquired. Yes, congratulations, host, you have received a special item, almond water. As the system's prompt echoed, a dull, somewhat antiquated thermos appeared on the table before him. Wait, almond water? Lin Ye was taken aback. Almond water is indeed significant in the back rooms, considered a basic substance, even serving as currency. However, what on earth do I need almond water for? I seek tangible abilities. In this layer, numerous entities abound, hounds, wretched corpses, death moths, limb entities, grinning horrors, skin stealers. With so many entities present, you dare to present me with a bottle of almond water? What use is this almond water to me? Lin Ye gazed at the almond water, utterly speechless. Although the comments suggested various industries seemed keen on acquiring these unique items from the backrooms, he dare not sell. Now, in the Marvel Universe, appearances can be deceiving. Osborn Industries may seem unremarkable on the surface, yet its owner is the Green Goblin. Similarly, Pioneering Technologies appears ordinary, but in truth, they are the antagonists from Iron Man 3, those responsible for the extremist virus. And then there's Roxxon Energy, which presents itself as a multinational energy giant. Yet its CEO is actually a minotaur. In this era, on the Marvel stage, if you lack technology and ruthlessness, what business do you have running a company? What enterprise can you maintain? Without some hard power, you would have long been reduced to dust. Thus, Lin Ye dared not make a move. What he yearned for most was to acquire formidable abilities. Regardless of what those abilities might be, they must exist. Without power, one is inconsequential. Hence, Lin Ye found himself somewhat exasperated. What use is almond water? In reality, it cannot be wielded against enemies. Of course, compelling someone to consume it, inducing addiction, is one approach, but he refrained from mentioning that. Yet, the gray bottle of almond water he possessed evidently lacked any addictive properties. So, system, may I exchange my reward? Lin Ye inquired with a smile. The system remained unresponsive. It seemed that an exchange was not possible. System, can my temporary access to the back rooms allow me to enter other levels? Lin Ye asked once more. The host's temporary access currently allows entry to the following levels. Level 0, Level 1. What? Am I not permitted to venture to other layers? Lin Ye furrowed his brow. To be frank, levels below level 4 are all considered shallow explorations. The items obtained through exploration are typically limited and ordinary. To acquire more valuable items, one must ascend. At this moment, the system stated, the host may cut out and venture to other levels. The host's actions in the back rooms are not time-restricted. Very well. Lin Ye nodded, contemplating before asking again. If I slay an entity, can I accumulate its abilities? Or is it a singular acquisition? Currently, the host permissions are too low, allowing for the acquisition of only one entity's ability, with a specific direction to choose. Lin Ye frowned but quickly relaxed. One cannot devour an entire pie in one bite. Although he could only obtain one entity's ability at present, with multiple attempts, wouldn't those abilities accumulate? He gradually unraveled the system's reward rules. In the absence of entities or special items, he could enter the back rooms via the system and obtain abilities through hunting entities. Simultaneously, everything he discovered within the back rooms would belong to him. Conversely, in the presence of entities or special items, he could extract one of those as his reward. The latter option was evidently more convenient, allowing him to reap the benefits easily. The former, naturally, entailed more danger, as he would have to confront entities personally and explore. But the rewards are proportional to the risks. By the way, if entities or special items appear in the video footage, can I choose to enter the back rooms to procure them myself? Lin Ye queried again. Yes. The system's response was straightforward and succinct. Now, Lin Ye felt more assured. One must always take the first step. No. However, he did not immediately enter the back rooms. Instead, he rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a handgun, a stun baton, and a dagger. He then donned a tracksuit, slung a backpack over his shoulder, filling it with canned goods and drinking water, and included that bottle of almond water. The handgun, stun baton, and dagger were all remnants of the original owner. The original owner was indeed a simpleton, fully aware that New York City was remarkably safe, with its genuine and unpretentious character. Therefore, he leveraged connections to acquire a handgun for self-defense. As for the electric baton and dagger, those were even easier to procure. Unfortunately, while these items may suffice against ordinary thugs, they appeared feeble in the face of the formidable Zatari army, akin to Loki standing before the mighty Hulk. The handgun had not even fired a single bullet before meeting its demise. Now, it could be considered a bargain for Lin Ye. 6 bullets should be adequate. Although he had little experience with firearms, the original owner retained memories of practicing at a club, a blend of familiarity and strangeness. Lin Ye inspected the magazine and checked the safety mechanism. Finally, once everything was prepared, he took a deep breath and solemnly commanded the system. System, teleport to level 1. Chapter 32. Version F, the erroneous puddle. As Lin Ye's voice fell, the system remained unresponsive and the surrounding scene showed no signs of change. The familiar apartment still stood before him. Malfunctioning? Lin Ye furrowed his brow, instinctively calling out, "System?" The silence persisted, prompting him to approach the window with caution. However, just as he took a step forward, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The once familiar apartment morphed into an unfamiliar underground parking lot. It was so seamless that he barely had time to react before he was thrust into reality, arriving at level 1. Ah, I thought it had malfunctioned. Lin Ye marveled. He had anticipated that system transport would involve some disorienting flash or a sense of falling. Yet he had arrived at level 1 so fluidly. Observing his environment, Lin Ye's heart began to race. Natasha, being a top-tier agent, could definitely handle a dozen or even dozens of hunting dogs, while with a pistol, he might manage 1 or 2. But facing more would surely put his life at risk in the backrooms. Caution, vigilance, meticulousness. Lin Ye took several deep breaths, striving to calm his breathing and steady his nerves. Leaning against a load-bearing wall, he scrutinized his surroundings and inquired, "System, I wish to know, which version of level 1 am I currently in?" Indeed, the backrooms exist in numerous versions. The well-known and common ones are versions W and F, but there is also version K, which is not insignificant. Each version has its corresponding official website. Their relationships could be likened to the characters in Marvel's parallel universes, such as Tobey Spider-Man, Andrew Spider-Man, and Tom Spider-Man. Different versions possess varied content, yet share similarities. For instance, the initial few levels remain largely consistent across W, F, and K versions. Level 0 and Level 1 are fundamentally alike. However, there are indeed discrepancies in details and physical attributes. Version F can be perceived as a secondary creation of version W. In version F's Level 1, puddles of almond water sporadically appear on the floor, and the evaporation of this almond water generates a floating mist, obstructing visibility in the underground garage. Moreover, Level 1 of version F features entities disguised as puddles and those masquerading as graffiti. Thus, Lin Ye needed to discern whether he was in the F version or the W version. Theoretically, the documents he sent would determine the version of the backrooms he was in, but who knows if the system had concocted some trickery? What if he had inadvertently accessed the F version of the backrooms? The W version emphasizes rigor, logic, and aims to avoid power imbalance, stressing threshold spaces. Conversely, the F version disregards such principles, reveling in chaotic creativity, power imbalances, and the mantra of indulgence without care for the consequences. The K version is even more ludicrous, with cultivators emerging and the 24 pillars transforming into ancient deities. Of course, the shallow areas are relatively manageable. Regardless of the version, the threats are not substantial. However, the specific version would hinge on Lin Ye's subsequent actions. Ding. Host, please be aware that for the immediate future, the system will only respond when the host acquires abilities or returns. It will not respond to any other inquiries. Please prepare for adventure. With that, the system fell silent. No matter how Lin Ye called out, there was no response. Had it truly gone offline? Lin Ye felt uncertain, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. Is this system even created by the backrooms? Why does it seem more afraid of the backrooms than I am? Although the system was related to the backrooms, it appeared not to be as he had imagined. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Though he couldn't glean more information from the system, the exploration of shallow areas posed minimal risk. Hence, he would proceed as if it were the W version. At most, he would remain cautious of the puddles beneath his feet and the murals on the walls. Everything else was of little concern. He set a goal in his mind: hunt entities and seek additional supply boxes. Lin Ye had several priority targets for hunting entities. First was the death moth, particularly the female, which could excrete high acidic liquid, akin to a superpower. Second was the smiling horror, whose abilities were unclear, but its lack of a physical body was already a form of superpower. Third was the limb group. Severed limbs would regrow into a small limb group, which, if placed on a person, would equate to scattered biological tissue reforming into a smaller version of themselves. However, due to the unknown and uncontrollable nature of the limb group's abilities, Lin Ye ranked it third. Fourth was the skin thief. To be honest, its disguise ability seemed somewhat mediocre compared to the scrolls. He dismissed the abilities of the wailing corpse and hunting dogs entirely. With his plans set, Lin Ye swiftly ascended the stairs, hoping to locate where Tony and the others had exited. He was eager to see if he could seize an opportunity. Perhaps there were entities that had not been entirely eliminated? In that case, he would simply need to finish them off, avoiding a full-blown confrontation. However, before he could reach the upper floor, he found himself blocked at the stairwell. From his vantage point, he spotted a large death moth perched on the wall of the stairwell. It was likely a male and female death moth pair. He had found his first priority target for elimination. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the gun, his palms slick with sweat. Death moths were relatively easy to hunt. A single shot could bring one down. However, firing would undoubtedly attract other entities, leading to a pursuit that could end in his demise before he even realized it. He intended to acquire powers first, and then search for supply boxes, hoping to uncover something beneficial. Lin Ye sighed, quietly retreating and seeking another staircase in a different direction. Unable to find the stairwell, he stumbled upon the elevator. The elevator was operational, yet the moment he opened the door, inside the pitch-black elevator, a grinning, smiling horror suddenly lunged toward Lin Ye's face. What the hell? Lin Ye jumped in surprise, seizing the electric baton and striking at the smiling horror. Zzz. The electric current crackled, sending the smiling horror into a panic. Before it could utter a sound, Lin Ye unleashed a flurry of strikes, relentlessly stabbing until the entity fell silent, at which point he finally exhaled in relief. In that moment, Lin Ye's adrenaline surged, his heart racing wildly. It felt as though he had expended all his energy leaning against the elevator door frame, gasping for breath. The remnants of the smiling horror lay on the ground, revealing only its glowing eyes and mouth, devoid of any other form. As he stared, a virtual screen materialized before him. On the virtual screen appeared a silent introduction regarding the smiling horror. Smiling horror, entity number 3, ability. Phasing. Your body gradually fades into the void, rendering you immune to all damage, leaving only a pair of glowing eyes and a mouth in reality. These eyes and mouth constitute your sole weakness. Note, this ability can only be activated in darkness. Any light source may reveal your form and even cause harm. The smiling horror of version W. Lin Ye gazed at the information presented, exhaling softly. Indeed, it was only the smiling horror of version W that he could eliminate. The F version was far more formidable, with a higher danger level, rendering it completely immune to physical harm. With his diminutive blade, he could never hope to vanquish the F version of the grinning nightmare. Vaporization? Such a grandiloquent title, yet the description was utterly disappointing. Lin Ye surveyed the surroundings, feeling a flicker of excitement upon encountering the term vaporization. He had fancied himself possessing a unique card of power. But was this truly it? A passive vaporization in the dark? Eyes and mouth as weak points? What a lamentable ability. It was the sort of thing even he would not desire. If such a pathetic power existed, he felt it could only rank second to the abilities of the Limb Collective. Would you like to absorb this ability? A line of text emerged on the panel before him. Decline. Lin Ye resolutely rejected the offer. At this moment, he had no intention of ascending the stairs. It seemed that among these lowly entities, only the acidic secretions of the death moth and the regeneration abilities of the Limb Collective held any utility. The rest appeared to be worthless. Perhaps the Hound and the Morning Corpse would possess some abilities that could enhance physical attributes. For the time being, he chose not to dwell on the matter. The Disguiser's camouflage likely shared the same level of uselessness as the Grinning Nightmare's vaporization. After narrowing his focus, Lin Ye understood what he needed to do next. He quickly scoured the vicinity and, indeed, discovered a supply crate. Upon opening it, he found a trove of metallic components. The assortment included parts from automobiles, computers, and mobile phones, filling an entire box. Lin Ye rummaged through it, but found nothing of value and had to abandon the search. He continued to wander, repeatedly encountering supply crates that yielded little of merit. The most substantial find was a pencil case containing various pencils, ballpoint pens, erasers, and a ruler. Alas, such dismal fortune. Why was it that Natasha, upon opening her crates, always procured almond water? The worst she received was a can of beef. And here he was, burdened with nothing but a heap of scrap metal. Was he now reduced to collecting refuse? Leaning against a load-bearing wall, he toyed with a screw, frowning in contemplation. Yet suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The surrounding mist seemed unusually dense. The flickering lights rendered visibility exceedingly limited. In such circumstances, the F version, an erroneous puddle? Lin Ye's brows raised in realization. Under normal circumstances, the underground parking lot of the W version would not exhibit such thick fog. The typical mist encountered here was merely a small, floating cluster, creating a heavy humidity, and even when thick, it was only a thin layer. Unlike the present, where visibility was so compromised that distinguishing between man and beast became impossible beyond 6 meters. Such a phenomenon was exclusive to level 1 of the F version. The culprit behind this was a perpetually moist puddle. Moreover, this puddle could potentially be a disguise for an entity. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Without hesitation, he began his search. Although his visible range had diminished, locating the puddle remained straightforward. To his surprise, he indeed stumbled upon a small puddle. It was neither large nor deep, resembling a shallow pool on a cement surface after a rain. At first glance, there seemed to be no abnormalities. But when Lin Ye tossed the screw into the puddle and witnessed it vanish from sight, he smiled. Excellent, excellent. There truly is an F version intrusion. I knew it. This supply crate couldn't have randomly yielded a box of metal components without purpose. Lin Ye rummaged through his pockets and extracted several metallic parts, tossing them into the puddle all at once. There were 2 methods to deal with such a puddle. One was to poison it with a unique item exclusive to the F version, capable of annihilating the entity. The other was to dispose of metallic objects, allowing it to perish slowly. As Lin Ye continued to cast more metal into the puddle, it began to tremble. Regrettably, it emitted no sound and could not rise to eliminate Lin Ye. Let it die slowly. I must seek another entity. Lin Ye smiled. He gazed at the eraser in his hand. This means that nothing in the back room is truly worthless. Look, it has proven useful. Metal can destroy the puddle entity, while an eraser can erase the pictorial entity. The only challenge may lie in how to locate it. Chapter 33. Level 1 descends upon the Empire State Building. Partygoers spread false rumors as the exploration of Level 1 unfolded. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Number 0 quarantine zone in Manhattan, Nick Fury inquired of Agent Sitwell, "Have you identified where Level 1 has manifested?" Sitwell furrowed his brow and shook his head. So far, no anomalies have been detected. Is it possible that Level 1 has not descended at all? Hawkeye interjected. We cannot afford to rely on possibilities. Dr. Banner asserted. We need to deploy more personnel for a thorough investigation. Dr. Banner's words resonated with Steve, who declared loudly, the entities of this level pose a greater threat to civilians. Thus, we must locate it swiftly and secure the area to prevent further casualties. Do you think I want this, Captain? Nick Fury retorted, exasperation evident in his voice. Up to this point, we have not discerned any patterns in the backroom invasions. Level 0 could manifest in Manhattan, while Level 1 could just as easily appear in Brooklyn, New Mexico, or even other countries. The world is vast. What do you expect me to search for these anomalous regions? Just as Fury finished speaking, Agent Hill contacted him. What is it? Fury asked, eyeing the video feed of Agent Hill with a furrowed brow. Director, the researchers have made progress. They created a device that detected abnormal fluctuations emanating from the Empire State Building. It is highly probable that Level 1 has descended there, Hill reported. What? Fury's expression darkened. Quickly, assemble a team and surround the Empire State Building. We cannot allow any monsters to escape. Fury was genuinely alarmed now. While the emergence of Level 0 in a pedestrian street posed a manageable threat, the arrival of Level 1 at the Empire State Building signified a grave predicament. The Empire State Building, one of Manhattan's iconic landmarks, held immense geographical and symbolic significance. It was the heart of the city, densely populated with many offices inside. If an incident were to occur, Fury's position as director would be jeopardized. Hurry, leave a few people to monitor this area. The rest. Follow me to the Empire State Building. Fury shouted as he rushed out. Without hesitation, Steve followed suit, mounting his motorcycle and speeding towards the Empire State Building. Well, not all news is dire. The Chitauri invasion had already wreaked havoc in Manhattan, causing extensive property damage. Many had fled across the bridges to Brooklyn or Queens. Though the Empire State Building remained largely intact, few had the inclination to work there recently, aside from essential security personnel. Hence, the streets appeared somewhat crowded. Consequently, no one noticed that Level 1 had descended upon the Empire State Building. To be precise, it did not cover the building itself, but rather enveloped the underground parking garage. This oversight was understandable, as damaged vehicles littered the streets, and remnants of the Chitauri-S Leviathan warships lay unaddressed. Who had the leisure to drive to the Empire State Building for a scenic view? Moreover, many entities were averse to light. It seemed improbable that the Empire State Building would encounter any trouble. This was Steve's line of thought. Nick Fury shared similar sentiments. However, as they drew nearer to the Empire State Building, the crowds fleeing in the opposite direction grew increasingly frantic. They appeared terrified, as if pursued by some monstrous entity. Steve's expression shifted. Director, the monsters may have emerged. He donned his earpiece and communicated with Fury, simultaneously twisting the throttle to accelerate his motorcycle. Fury, upon hearing this, also hastened towards the Empire State Building. Meanwhile, at the Empire State Building, a chorus of howls echoed, reverberating through the air as humanoid, dog-like creatures surged from the underground parking garage. Their crimson, bloodthirsty eyes sought out humans, attacking mercilessly. Claws pierced through chests, and sharp teeth sank into necks. In mere moments, the Empire State Building, rich in meaning and symbolism, transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. Blood and dismembered limbs lay scattered everywhere. The crowd screamed in terror as they fled the scene. Yet from the shadows, thick and slender arms emerged, ensnaring victims and dragging them into gaping maws lined with jagged teeth. The piercing screams were abruptly silenced, replaced by the gruesome sounds of ravenous chewing. When the gnashing ceased, a grotesque creature formed from various body parts emerged from the darkness, instilling a profound sense of dread. Gunfire erupted incessantly as the security personnel at the Empire State Building opened fire on the hounds and the grotesque amalgam of limbs. Bullets flew, flames danced, yet the resilience of the hounds was formidable. Rather than succumbing, the bullets seemed to provoke their ferocity as the humanoid head turned viciously toward the guards. Then, with a thunderous crash, the creature leaped, lunging at the nearest guard. The guard's eyes widened in realization of his impending doom. Just then, the roar of an engine pierced the chaos as a figure soared through the air. The motorcycle, propelled forward, executed a perfect 180-degree flip. The rider, gripping the handlebars, hurled the motorcycle toward the hound. Boom! The high-speed impact obliterated the airborne creature, its body splattering against the walls of the Empire State Building. Only then did the figure land gracefully before the guard. This area has been designated a danger zone. Evacuate immediately, he commanded, donning his shield with an expression of cold determination as he assessed the hound monsters. You. The guard, astonished, recognized the figure and exclaimed, "Captain, you are Captain America." "Yes, and that means you should leave now." The newcomer was indeed Steve. In a sense, he had become a celebrity, or rather, a hero. In this land, his face was recognizable. "All right, I'm leaving," the guard replied eagerly, retreating. "Captain, how many targets?" Hawkeye's voice crackled through the earpiece. Steve surveyed the area, his voice steady. "I'm at the entrance to the 6th Avenue parking lot. Currently, I see 8 hounds and 1 amalgamation of limbs. The rest is uncertain. I will handle this. You proceed to the underground parking entrance on 35th Street. This area is mine to defend." As he spoke, Steve sprang into action, his gaze icy as he focused on the blood-soaked hounds. The hounds hesitated, seemingly intimidated by Steve's imposing presence. However, this intimidation was fleeting. As Steve drew closer, one of the hounds lunged at him. But, with a swift motion, Steve hurled his shield, cleaving the hound in two. The shield struck a wall, toppling another hound in the process, before rebounding perfectly back into Steve's grasp. As Steve approached the nearest hound, he struck down with his shield directly on the creature's head. With a sickening pop, the hound's skull was obliterated. In a swift motion, he turned around and toppled another hound, following up with a sidekick that sent a third assailant flying. Captain America was indeed a sight to behold. His movements flowed seamlessly as he dispatched the 8 hounds with remarkable efficiency. Being a super soldier endowed him with exceptional physical prowess, rendering these hounds utterly ineffective against him. Just as he finished dealing with the hounds, a sinister gust of wind swept in from behind. Without hesitation, Steve spun around, using his shield to send the lurking assailant crashing away. It was then that he beheld a grotesque mass of limbs flailing towards him, its appendages resembling an array of noodles, giving the illusion of facing a multitude of foes. Yet, Captain America, ever the stalwart warrior, quickly adapted to this creature's rhythm of attack and launched a fierce counteroffensive. Without even exerting himself fully, he had already brought the creature to its knees. Realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent, the creature attempted to retreat into the shadows. But before Steve could pursue, a metallic glass dome descended from above, ensnaring the creature within. Now, there was no escape. Steve looked up to see a S-H-I-E-L-D helicopter hovering, with Nick Fury standing at the door. A rope ladder unfurling as he descended, his trench coat fluttering in the wind. Quite a nuisance, this one, Nick remarked, observing the agitated creature within the glass enclosure. You were fortunate not to obliterate it entirely. If it had burst into smaller pieces, we would have had quite the challenge on our hands. Steve remained silent, seated on the ladder, gazing at the blood-soaked streets of the Empire State Building, letting out a sigh. This was an unavoidable reality. Nick patted Steve on the shoulder as S-H-L-D. Agents swiftly arrived to secure the area. Hawkeye had also managed to contain the situation. As for the casualties of this skirmish, well, Steve and Hawkeye were certainly unharmed, and the S-H-L-D agents had merely arrived to clean up the aftermath. The only unfortunate losses were likely those of ordinary civilians. Having just faced extraterrestrial threats, they now faced monstrous assaults, truly a stroke of bad luck. The unpredictable nature of such occurrences left everyone on edge. What more could be done? Steve pondered, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. He had done all he could. He had acted swiftly. Captain, you won't allow this to bring you down, will you? Hawkeye approached from another direction. Steve looked up at him, a grimace crossing his lips. I am merely contemplating the fate that lies ahead. This is only level 1. There are more layers to come, and when they descend. Steve shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. He was Captain America, a super soldier. His mission was to protect, yet how could he possibly safeguard everything? The vastness of America loomed over him. What transpired today in New York could easily unfold in Washington tomorrow, perhaps Columbus the day after, and then Florida. In a few days, it might reach San Francisco, Los Angeles, or Las Vegas. He was human, not a superhero. It was impossible for him to be in multiple places at once. He worried that the Avengers lacked sufficient manpower. Should he seek additional allies? The image of a bald man in a wheelchair crossed his mind. Captain, don't succumb to despair. New levels are emerging. Hawkeye patted Steve's shoulder, gesturing towards a projection in the sky. What? Steve furrowed his brow, instinctively looking up. Indeed, a new level was manifesting. The previously frozen MEG Eagle emblem began to fade, replaced by lines of text, familiar words, and beginnings. At last, the main text appeared. As you wander the corridors of level 1, you will typically reach level 2. Note, during the transition, if graffiti appears on the ceiling, you will arrive at a party. This information has been confirmed as a false rumor spread by partygoers. In any circumstance, wandering through the corridors of level 1 should lead you to level 2. Below is a detailed description of level 2. Level 2, Abandoned Public Zone. Chapter 34. Level 2, a plethora of terrifying entities. What is this? Partygoers? False information? At this moment, lines of text began to emerge. Countless individuals were astonished. The barrage of comments started to scroll frantically. No, could this truly be false news? Does this mean that even if there are graffiti on the ceiling when exiting level 1, it does not impede the journey to level 2? What do you mean there is false news? Where did it come from? How could the partygoers spread false information? I don't understand. I genuinely do not comprehend. Are the partygoers truly so formidable that they can disseminate false information within MEGS documents? Wait a moment. My head feels a bit itchy. Am I beginning to understand? What does this all mean? Though I do not fully grasp it, it feels extraordinarily impressive. They can even tamper with documents and spread various falsehoods. These partygoers are indeed not to be underestimated. TSK. Those hedonistic partygoers from the pleasure tier are quite dangerous. Consequently, these partygoers must also be perilous. Incredible. I suddenly sense something significant is about to occur. TSK. I wonder when the partygoers will make their appearance. Don't you find the name peculiar? Partygoers? Why are they called partygoers? I would prefer the term buzzkill. Perhaps they are merely a group of bizarre entities that throw parties? At this moment, countless discussions were unfolding. Meanwhile, on the screen, lines of text began to materialize as the document for Level 2 was unveiled to all. The third layer of the backroom, Level 2. Survival difficulty, 3. Unsafe, unstable, with a few entities, description. This level is a complex and infinite tunnel. Most tunnels are cramped and narrow, and within them, various pipes, pipelines, or other industrial equipment are tightly arranged, making the already confined tunnels feel even more congested. In some sections with larger equipment, only one person can pass sideways. The interior of the tunnels appears quite antiquated. Some walls even look dirty, with crumbling cement revealing bricks underneath. In certain areas, the walls are coated with dry, powdery mud. Touching them leaves a residue on one's hands, presenting a style that seems entirely out of place. The tunnels connect to various rooms. Within these rooms, various industrial machines are present. These machines are interconnected by pipes. Their specific functions remain unknown. Regardless of whether the pipes are affixed to the walls or the machines within the rooms, they have been identified by engineers with relevant expertise as authentic models. However, after interlinking these pipes and machines, none operate correctly, the reasons for which are unclear. These pipes are confirmed to transport different substances, including liquids, gases, and even a few solid transport pipes. Additionally, the rooms contain common items such as flatbed carts, mechanical components, oil drums, metal, cardboard, and boxes filled with industrial materials. In the tunnels, inconspicuous small items may be found, such as toolboxes, wooden stumps, mechanical parts, and rusty pipes. It is noteworthy that the oil drums in the rooms may contain oil, but could also hold various other liquids, such as water, a corrosive slime, almond water, cashew water, memory juice, silence juice, lady ink, and lucky soy milk. Level 2 typically features lighting, primarily fluorescent lights that emit a buzzing sound akin to those in Level 0. Notably, due to some exposed wiring from the fixtures, various groups visiting this level often dismantle these copper wires, leading to instances of light fixtures being removed, plunging certain tunnel areas into darkness. However, while most regions and rooms are filled with pipes and machinery, there are some areas devoid of such, where doors may appear. The vast majority of doors are locked, yet some can be opened. Inside, the possible scenarios include 1. An unremarkable, empty room devoid of any equipment. 2. A room potentially filled with supply crates. 3. A room that may house numerous large computers. 4. A warehouse storing various cargo boxes. These vary in size, almost entirely random. Some may be quite large, while others could be as small as a studio apartment. Derived history. Due to the habitability of this level, a considerable population settled here. Additionally, influenced by certain groups, a significant historical phase emerged, known as the Great Blackout era. Prior to the Great Blackout, this level hosted a substantial number of survivors, alongside various groups, with one of the largest groups being the BNTG organization. The catalyst for the Great Blackout. The BNTG organization is one of the largest residents of this level, with its main base situated in the office area EL3A, a vast region composed of offices and warehouses. As the BNTG's influence grew, the upper echelons began contemplating renovations for this level, and they indeed commenced. They expanded the tunnels, laying down tracks within them, scouring other levels for various items, repairing railroads, and constructing trains. They succeeded. Although some right-angle turns caused derailments and collisions with walls, these did not impede operations. However, after laying tracks and trains, just 2 weeks into their operation, a power outage ensued due to charging a defective battery, plunging the entire level into darkness. During the blackout, only a few emergency purple lights remained operational. This also prompted a mass exodus of the population from this level. The Great Blackout lasted a full 2 years. After the Great Blackout, When the power system was restored, those who had migrated returned to this level, including the BNTG. Yet, the level had lost its former prosperity. Indeed, due to the power collapse, many light fixtures had shattered, with only a few surviving, resulting in a scarcity of illumination. Wanderers and various teams, witnessing this situation compounded by the lack of medical supplies and food, largely lost interest in Level 2 and departed. Nonetheless, the BNTG still designated EL3A as their primary base. Thus, the largest group in this level remains the BNTG. Anomalies 1. The void behind the doors. The most significant anomaly of this level is the void behind those locked doors. Some of these locked doors feature windows, through which one can glimpse the utter emptiness beyond. Initially, these doors could not be opened by any means until the BNTEG undertook extensive renovations, gradually unlocking some doors, while the Great Blackout also led to the unlocking of some previously secured doors. Even after being unlocked, the interiors remained a vast void. This void is infinitely long and wide, silent, with the only light source emanating from behind the doors. Wanderers can retreat through the doorway, but if lost, they will be eternally exiled in the void. Entities 1. Windows entity number 2. Habitat, typically found in Level 1 and Level 2, predominantly in Level 1, with fewer occurrences in Level 2. Description: the structure resembles a conventional window. However, a shadowy figure clings to the glass, always facing outward. This figure lures wanderers closer through means such as soft whispers and beckoning gestures. When a wanderer approaches within reach, the figure swiftly ensnares them, pulling them through the window. To facilitate the capture, the scene visible through the window is often disguised, appearing as a lush landscape or a bustling street, while in truth, it conceals an abyss. Those drawn into this void become lost in an expanse devoid of light, gravity, or boundaries. When encountering a window, do not heed its deceptive words, nor trust the illusory vistas beyond. Maintain a safe distance, avoiding any approach. If a window appears devoid of shadow, it may be deemed safe. Note: passing through a window without a shadow leads to Level 1. 5. Whereas crossing through one with a shadow carries a low probability of being transported to Level 999. 2. Jerry entity number 7. Habitat, Levels 1 and 2. Description: this entity resembles a male hyacinth macaw, adorned with blue and white plumage. Without intentions of taming him, physical contact with Jerry will subject one to his indoctrination abilities. Victims, once influenced, will venerate Jerry as a deity, uttering phrases such as "Jerry the Parrot is everything" and blessings upon Jerry the Parrot. Followers appear as though in a trance until they arrive at Jerry's hall, where they regain control, yet continue their worship. They remain there until departing to disseminate Jerry's teachings. It is said that attempting to flee from Jerry may lead to immediate entrapment in the ground, though this claim remains unverified. Jerry subsists on sunflower seeds and almond water. To tame Jerry, one may offer him almond water or sunflower seeds, which will facilitate the taming process. Once tamed, physical contact with Jerry is permitted without the risk of indoctrination. After a few days, Jerry will autonomously leave his tamer, and subsequent encounters will not result in indoctrination. Note: do not disclose intentions of taming Jerry to his followers, as it may lead to adverse consequences. Note 2. Avoid provoking or attempting to attack Jerry, as he may be overwhelmed by his followers. When encountering Jerry, maintain a distance and disregard any claims made by his followers. If in possession of almond water or sunflower seeds and wishing to tame Jerry, one may discreetly offer him the food. However, generally speaking, encountering Jerry is rare, and seeking him out typically necessitates the guidance of his followers, which is not advised. 3. The Paralyzer entity number 16. Habitat, Levels 1, 2, and 3. Description: this entity is a large arachnid, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. It conceals itself on ceilings, crafting spherical webs that secrete a tranquilizing agent. When not hunting, it suspends these spheres from the ceiling. Its predatory methods vary depending on the size of the prey. For small prey, such as insects, it emits chemical substances before commencing the hunt. For larger prey, such as humans, The paralyzer waits until the human stands directly beneath its trap, then severs the line, allowing the tranquilizer-laden sphere to fall. Upon bursting, the tranquilizer descends upon the target, often unnoticed initially, inducing confusion. Though the agent does not fully incapacitate, it significantly dulls cognitive function. At this point, the paralyzer releases all spheres, ultimately rendering the victim unresponsive. The paralyzer then descends beside its prey and consumes it. After feeding, it returns to the ceiling to rest until it awakens to set new traps. When encountering the paralyzer, be mindful of any discomfort and remain vigilant for spherical webs above. The paralyzer does not pursue prey. It is best to distance oneself. For corpse rats, entity number 24, habitat levels 2 and other industrial realms. Description: these creatures appear indistinguishable from ordinary rats, save for the brown horns on their heads, which emit a red glow. Generally harmless, they can serve as a food source if one is not averse to their appearance. Corpse rats are quite common and pose little threat to wanderers. Each population is unique, influenced by their environment and the level they inhabit. Their adaptability and self-evolution are remarkable. For instance, prior to a major blackout in level 2, some corpse rats shed their fur to better cope with the heat. In levels akin to level 1, these rats may initiate screaming events, chasing other entities while emitting shrieks. However, not all corpse rats are harmless. Some exhibit dangerous intelligence, setting traps and collaborating to hunt other entities. When encountering corpse rats, unless in dire hunger, it is advisable to keep a safe distance. 5. Human products vending machine, entity number 36, habitat any level lacking food resources, such as level 2 and level 13. Description: this entity resembles a vending machine, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall and 1.2 meters wide. Its rear bears slogans: Human Products Vending Machine, produced by the Eric family, and it exists for all exist for it. To date, no information regarding the Eric family has been discovered in the backrooms. The entity shares similarities with traditional vending machines, but diverges significantly. It does not require payment for items. There are 2 buttons on the machine, one for inputting numbers and the other for letters. Upon completion of the input, the machine dispenses corresponding products. However, the method of product dispensation is not by means of a rotating metal coil. Rather, a skeletal hand emerges to push the products down. Although the items sold by this entity are packaged and appear indistinguishable from ordinary food, they are in fact all human-related. This includes, but is not limited to, meat, transplantable organs, lung tubes, blood, bone marrow, and skin. The products within the entity seem to be random. Some may fill the entire machine, while others may appear only in small quantities. Every 12 hours, the products are replenished instantaneously. Research indicates that all items sold by this entity possess a high concentration of dopamine, which creates an insatiable dependency regardless of the quantity consumed, compelling individuals to acquire more products at any cost. Consumers often linger near the vending machine, refusing to ascend to higher levels or consume any other food, including almond water. Even forcibly ingested food cannot be digested. Occasionally, these addicts may resort to self-harm to secure more products. The entity also erases relevant memories of those who come into contact with it, typically every 4 hours. Furthermore, consumers may develop ailments such as hypertension, heart disease, rapid weight loss, accelerated heart rate, anemia, and fatigue. Regardless of the quantity consumed, victims continue to experience hunger and thirst, while their pain perception diminishes. The entity exhibits formidable resistance, capable of withstanding most weaponry. However, it is significantly vulnerable to electrical currents, and repeated strikes from bottled lightning can destroy it. When encountering a human product vending machine, it is advised to maintain a safe distance and report to MEG, ensuring to inspect the backs of all vending machines for normalcy. Note: do not purchase any products from this entity. Even the slightest consumption is strictly prohibited. In Level 2, such machines typically manifest at the ends of dead ends or between walls devoid of machinery and pipes. Notably, during widespread power outages, it paradoxically serves as a guiding light for wanderers, but that is its only merit. Entity 13. The Shepherd Snake, entity number 75, habitat levels with caves or humid environments. Frequently found in level -6, level 8, and level 52, areas characterized by rocky terrains. Humid levels include level 2, level 2, 1, level 9, and level 14. Description: a serpentine entity of considerable size, capable of contorting its body in various ways, with a slimy exterior. The juvenile shepherd snake has a transparent skin, allowing visibility of its internal organs. As it matures, the skin darkens to a gray hue. The eyes of the shepherd snake emit a luminous glow, providing clear vision in darkness. There are physical differences between genders. Male shepherd snakes possess facial features reminiscent of a human face, seemingly grinning, with rougher skin, while females resemble giant worms, equipped with mouthparts akin to arthropods. Adult shepherd snakes can reach lengths ranging from 16 to 144 meters. In level 2, adult specimens are rare, while juveniles are more commonly encountered. Shepherd snakes can swiftly burrow underground, akin to a drill, rendering even the hardest surfaces ineffective at impeding their passage. This behavior resembles cutting, where they puncture the ground, tunneling through levels and reappearing in different areas. Their hunting methods are twofold. One involves burrowing several meters, then suddenly emerging in a corridor to snatch unsuspecting prey. The other method employs their bodies to hypnotize wanderers, luring them closer before executing the hunt. They have a voracious appetite, targeting not only humans but various entities as well. However, shepherd snakes produce significant noise while traversing underground, allowing their proximity to be discerned. The strength of a shepherd snake primarily depends on its gender and age. Males will attack all living beings in their path, while females primarily consume plants and rocks, avoiding confrontation with wanderers. However, pregnant females may hunt wanderers to nourish their offspring. Once shepherd snake eggs are laid, they burrow into the ground or walls, rooting like seeds, subsequently producing multiple juvenile shepherd snakes that will accompany their mother until they can survive independently. When encountering a shepherd snake, if you feel vibrations in the ground, it is imperative to flee, otherwise death is inevitable. Note: do not attempt to contact juvenile shepherd snakes, as the mother will sense it and retaliate. Entity 14. Photoshop Entity Number 104 Habitat. Any area or level containing computers. Description: a cubic entity that appears around desktop computers. From a distance, it resembles a humanoid sculpture, but upon closer inspection, its face is formed by 3 photographs, 2 human eyes and an open dog mouth, while its body is a cube displaying muscular imagery on all 6 sides. Caution: you may observe it from a distance, but do not approach within 5 meters, as doing so will trigger an attack. The victim will be enveloped by a massive, transparent box with black edges. This box acts as a highly destructive force. Any object attempting to penetrate it will be obliterated, and the ensnared victim will be torn apart as the box constricts. However, photographing the entity with a camera allows you to approach without consequence, as it seems to possess a desire for acknowledgement. Should you present any object before it, a robust, bloodied arm will extend from the nearest computer screen, drawing the item into the display, which will then exhibit its image. Once a sufficient quantity of items is collected, the entity will dye them red and extract them from the screen to serve as its limbs. If you offer it an item, it will cease its aggression. When encountering this entity, photograph it if equipped with a camera. If not, maintain your distance or provide it with some items. Note: do not attack while photographing, otherwise the assailant will be immediately cropped. Entity 15. The Crying Creature Entity Number 130 Habitat. Certain lower numbered levels, such as level 2 and level 4. Description: the crying creature is a cumbersome and immense being. It resembles a colossal mass comprised of colorful twisted sticks, devoid of eyes and unable to see, seemingly relying on echolocation. It ranges in height from 1 to 4 meters and possesses no organs aside from a central nervous system. The crying creature aimlessly wanders, swiftly approaching and killing prey upon detection, showing a marked preference for hunting humans or cats. Its characteristic is that upon entering a new level, its structurally simplistic brain collapses, leading to immediate death by shock. If they encounter others of their kind, they will merge, doubling both their size and intelligence. This implies that the larger the creature, the higher its IQ, and, consequently, the greater the danger it poses. These creatures emit a roar, akin to a psychological manifestation, intended to intimidate or confuse their prey. The larger the creature, the more detrimental its roar can be at close range, potentially causing brain damage to humans. The range of this psychic roar varies from 10 to 80 meters, depending on the creature's size. The larger the creature, the broader the range. Moreover, they will crawl towards their target, attempting to kill their prey with the spikes on their bodies, and they may strike with their branches. After killing their prey, they will open their chests to consume it. With the digestion of their prey, their bodies will grow larger, and they will sprout additional branches. Notably, these entities also emit Wi-Fi signals and can even charge electronic devices. Truth be told, if one possesses sufficient strength and fearlessness against psychic tremors, they could capture one of these creatures to serve as a charging station or signal hub. When encountering these creatures, their intelligence is contingent upon their size. They are not particularly fast. As long as one maintains a safe distance, there should be no issues. Even if captured, one should strive to break free, tearing at the branches and aiming for the creature's head to sever its appendages. Interestingly, these creatures are quite common in level 2, and their corpses are frequently found. In their initial form, they pose little threat, usually preying on mice, moths, or other small animals. However, when they grow larger or merge with others of their kind, awkward situations may arise. Due to the confined nature of level 2, they may become stuck due to their immense size, ultimately starving to death. Entity: Deceptive Bird Entity Number 192. Habitat: Diverse forested levels. Description: They resemble pigeons. Through various evolutionary adaptations, they confuse predators. Deceptive birds are intelligent, capable of basic problem solving, and possess a strong reproductive drive, facilitating their rapid spread in the backrooms. They primarily feed on fruits and grains. In level 11, they are classified as an invasive species, bearing similarities to real-world pigeons in both size and classification, posing little threat. Their digestive systems are robust, rendering common toxins ineffective against them, and they can easily expel indigestible substances. Their nests are situated close to the ground, and due to their considerable intelligence, they construct small tents from sticks for shelter, nurturing their young, resting, and storing food. There are 4 common subspecies, distinguishable by color, each exhibiting different abilities. 1. Red, resembling a rusty hue. Features a large feather connected to the back of its head, making it difficult for ordinary predators to perceive it as prey. 2. Green, entirely green with a long, straight beak, can emit ultrasonic screeches to deter predators. 3. Purple, possessing larger reflective eyes to confuse predators. Typically remains active only at night due to the effectiveness of its reflective membrane. 4. Blue, resembling a parrot, has outer feathers coated with an unknown substance that induces hallucinations. Upon contact with skin, whether human or otherwise, it can cause mild psychological disturbances, with effects manifesting rapidly and unpredictably. Witnesses in level 2 have reported encounters with this particular deceptive bird, though specifics remain unclear. When encountering this entity, roles may reverse. You could become the hunter while it assumes the role of prey. The edibility of the bird is uncertain, yet both its flesh and eggs may be consumable. The above constitutes the list of entities present in level 2. Entrances and exits. Due to the previous prosperity and the extent of exploration in this level, numerous entrances and exits have been discovered. Below is a detailed list of entrances and exits for level 2. Entrances, commonly known, transitioning through the corridors of level 1 or directly exiting from reality into this level. From other levels, in level -4. 1. A small tunnel within a large cave leads to level 2. In level -1, access may occur randomly. Level 2. 2 is similar to level -1. In level 8, crawling through small ventilation ducts or openings in caves can lead to level 2. In level 11, entering any room devoid of furnishings may lead to level 2, though it could also lead to other levels. In level 43, utilizing employee passages within an aquarium may unexpectedly transport one to level 2 or level 4. In level 84, Prolonged exploration of a park's terrain may yield access to Level 2. In Level 127, climbing into an incinerator can lead to Level 2. In Level 141, ascending stairs or using an elevator may reach Level 2 or other levels. In Level 158, entering the subway tunnel at the Aries station before the arrival of a train can lead to Level 2. In Level 173, entering the waterfall within a cave on this level has a minuscule chance of leading to Level 2 or other levels. In Level 309, walking a distance of 10 miles may arrive at Level 2. In Level 480, traversing corridors connecting shops on this level may sometimes lead to Level 2. In Level 522, embedding oneself within pipelines and rising again may result in reaching Level 2. In Level 997, passing through a pink door embedded in a tree can lead to Level 2. Exits, commonly known, passing through doors may lead to Level 1, Level 3, or Level 4. These doors are easily identifiable, often marked on the door or nearby wall. Other methods, finding a door made of plywood, can lead to Level 31 or Level 127. Weathered wooden doors typically lead to Level 137. Discovering an unusually large door may open pathways to Level 70 or Level 283. Doors leading to Level 70 are marked with 70, while those leading to Level 283 are typically adorned with rainbow colors. Some unlocked doors lead to Level 101. If an unlocked room contains an echo piano, it may provide access to Level 126. Opening a metal door may lead to Level 141. Any blue door leads to Level 175, while pink doors lead to Level 997. Following blue flashing lights along pipes may guide one to a door embedded with a blade. Withdrawing the blade can grant access to Level 811. Doors resembling elevator entrances lead to Level 998. Proceed straight along the corridor, passing through a door until you reach the end. Then retrace your steps to discover a new intersection. First, turn left, then right at the next junction, followed by another left turn and another right turn. You will encounter two doors, one labeled and the other B. Entering door will lead you to once again face the and doors. This time, choose A. Upon entering, you will arrive at the hub. Beware, deviating from this path at any point may lead you to other random floors. This method is equally applicable to Level 1. Up, down, left, right, B, A. It's easy to remember. While traversing Level 2, you may inadvertently cross into the pseudo-level or Level 38. It is important to note that crossing means you might step into it and then return to Level 2 with your next move. But there is also the risk of fatality or prolonged entrapment within. Should you find an unlocked door with a well-furnished interior, you will arrive at Level 64. In the unusually warm areas of Level 2, you may reach the heated zones of Level 127. If your journey through the corridor is sufficiently lengthy, you may discover a small underground passage at a right angle, granting access to Level 158 and Level 902. By contemplating the phrase use the lounge of this level and then opening a door, you will arrive at Level 189. Dear friends, I assure you, this is not mere fluff. While I have the original document, I painstakingly transcribe this word by word. It is far more tedious than composing the main text, and I cannot simply copy it, as that would lead to penalties. I must articulate it in my own understanding. If you prefer not to see the original document, please let me know, and I will refrain from writing it in the future or perhaps provide a summary, elaborating further when addressing the main text. Depending on your preferences. Chapter 35. Hawkeye enters the back room. At this very moment, a plethora of documents flooded the screen. Countless individuals, upon witnessing this, were instantly bewildered, their minds crashing, surrendering to confusion. What in the world is this? Damn, my mind is in a daze. I can't comprehend it. Not at all. Goodness, is this merely the informational capacity of a single level? It's utterly terrifying. What on earth is this? So many? I'm stunned. Is this really Level 2? Are there truly this many exits and entrances? And these entities, it's simply horrifying. Wait, why do I see so many entities that were also described in Level 1? Why didn't I notice them before? It's quite normal. Level 1 is actually vast. You might not encounter everything, just as you wouldn't meet many foreigners on Earth. That's true. Not encountering something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Since the documents have been released, it's evident that those entities are indeed present in level 1. Hold on, if level 1 has those entities, does that mean if we fall into the back room, we might encounter them too? Relax, take it easy. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Let me tell you a joke. Level 1 is a habitable zone. What does that have to do with being habitable? More like a graveyard, right? All right, a graveyard it is. I glanced over it. Aside from the known entities we can see in level 1, there are also windows, Jerry, the complacent, and corpse rats. How do we even navigate this? One misstep could lead to our demise. However, the truth is, as long as you're aware of this information, you can survive quite well in level 1. Indeed, those entities do not instantly annihilate. With proper precautions, survival is very much possible. All hail Jerry. Trust in Jerry, and you shall attain eternal life. Wait, are Jerry's followers still pursuing me? Jerry? The loser Jerry? Not the loser Jerry, but Tom and Jerry. How dare you insult the great Jerry? You are on a path to your own demise. Stop with the tired cliches. Instead of that, you should be memorizing these entities and the exits. Otherwise, when you truly fall into the back room, you won't even know how you met your end. It's simple to just memorize everything. By the way, am I the only one who noticed the void behind the windows and doors? Is there a possibility that the void behind the door and the one behind the window are the same? And the shadows behind the window are actually those lost in the void behind the door? Like water ghosts, pulling people in to take their place, then escaping themselves? That's an intriguing thought. Perhaps it is indeed like that. You could try it once you enter the back room. Try it, and you'll perish. Here comes the decimal levels again. Wait, why are there even negative levels? Who knows? There might be other non-numeric levels as well. Wait, I remember that backroom levels can descend into reality, right? This shepherd, is it somewhat beyond the scope? If it invades reality, I can hardly imagine how terrifying a creature ranging from 16,000 to 144,000 meters would be. Can someone describe what this 16,000 to 144,000 meters entails? Let's put it this way. Manhattan, you know it? The entire length of Manhattan Island is only 21.5 kilometers. 16,000 meters is equivalent to 16 kilometers, which means a newly matured shepherd would be over half the length of Manhattan. The alien biowarship that recently invaded Manhattan pales in comparison to the shepherd. What do you mean by pales? It's the very definition of a diminutive creature, and at 144,000 meters, the theoretically largest shepherd would measure 144 kilometers. To put it in perspective, the longest straight-line distance in New York is merely 72 kilometers, meaning 2 New Yorks would equate to the largest shepherd, a veritable earthly behemoth. Good grief. If that thing ever reached reality, it would wreak havoc everywhere. Even superheroes would be swallowed whole. I feel increasingly endangered, even across the ocean. I senza no safety. I just want to escape Earth. Run? Why run? Only those who are useless to society would flee. As for us, the useful ones, we should just feed ourselves to the shepherd. I'd choke it to death. That is a bold thought, quite passionate, but in reality, you wouldn't even suffice for its toothpick. But seriously, how much must a shepherd consume? Even a blue whale wouldn't suffice. Thank goodness the shepherd can burrow. Imagine if it got stuck in a passage like a whaling creature and starved to death. What a joke that would be. If only we could tame a shepherd. Goodness, if we could tame one, what would superheroes or supervillains even matter? You would first go bankrupt because you could never satisfy its hunger. Why haven't I awakened any superpowers? I suddenly envy those mutants. Without superpowers, I feel utterly vulnerable. Curse it, I despise those mutant scum. Why couldn't I have their abilities? Mutants rejoice, slaughter, and annihilate the ordinary. It would be a world ruled by mutants. Which side are you on? I'm on the side of the ocean, with the levels multiplying. If level 2 is like this, what about the others? It just pushing people to their limits? I can't watch anymore. My cabinet just moved. I just hope Iron Man can eliminate all the monsters in this level. That way, even if I fall into the back room, I could still live here for quite some time. At this moment, an overwhelming barrage of comments flooded the screen. The explosion of information in level 2 was truly staggering. Countless minds were overwhelmed, even dissuading them from viewing further. But they had no choice. It was a matter of life and death, crucial to their survival in the back room. At the very least, they needed to know what exits level 2 contained. This was essential knowledge, as their survival hinged upon it. Simultaneously, at the Empire State Building, SHIELD had completely sealed off the Empire State Building, acting swiftly with barbed wire and iron walls. In the makeshift command center, an eerie silence enveloped the room. "Speak up." Nick Fury leaned back slightly, feeling a throbbing pain in his temples. Previously, he and T perceived level 1 as threatening, but now it appeared that many hidden entities were absent from the visuals. Perhaps Tony and Natasha were fortunate not to encounter Windows, Jerry, the complacent, or corpse rats. Indeed, it seemed quite difficult to come across them. Windows are stationary and do not pursue. Jerry generally does not wander outside unless guided by his followers. The complacent remains on the ceiling like a spider. The corpse rat poses no significant threat and likely wouldn't chase after them. Thus, it was entirely normal that Tony and his team didn't encounter these entities. However, this signaled a relative danger. There could be other entities present in the first sealed zone beneath the Empire State Building. Of course, level 1 was relatively benign. Compared to level 2, it truly was a habitable zone. "Director, should I head to level 2 to find Stark and the others?" Steve hesitated. "I'll go." Level 2 possesses a passage leading to level 1, which, under normal circumstances, should allow for a return to the sealed area at the base of the Empire State Building, thus enabling the retrieval of individuals. Captain Marvel remarked, "That is not feasible." Nick Fury promptly countered, asserting that this was not the moment for heroics, especially given that, to date, no agents had emerged from the backrooms. Indeed, those who had ventured into the Zero Sealed Zone had yet to return. If the nonlinear space impeded the agents' return, what then could be said of the first sealed area? After their descent, their team conducted an exploration, yet no agents of SHIELD were discovered. No clothing, no tools. This indicated that while entry into the backrooms from these sealed areas was possible, exiting back was fraught with difficulty. Or perhaps, they simply had not found the correct method. Nick Fury felt uncertain, but was reluctant to permit these superpowered individuals to attempt it. Captain America was not suitable, nor was Captain Marvel, and certainly not Banner. Nick Fury's gaze wandered, unconsciously settling upon Hawkeye. "Huh?" Hawkeye blinked in surprise, shifting slightly to the side, only to realize that Nick Fury's attention remained fixed upon him. "Wait a moment. Director, you can't possibly be suggesting that I should go in there?" Hawkeye exclaimed in disbelief. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure to find all eyes upon him, feeling somewhat awkward. However, after a brief contemplation, he declared, "Clint, you're the most suitable for this task." All right, you stubborn fool. You don't even want to pretend, do you? What about the greater good? What about morality? Could you at least try to morally coerce me a little? If all else fails, a beauty trap could also work. You're being so blunt. It wounds me. Not that I am shirking responsibility, but I wish to know why it cannot be the captain." Hawkeye turned to look at Steve. Steve returned Nick Fury's gaze. "Indeed, Director, I am also capable of undertaking this mission." Nick Fury responded somberly. "The captain is not merely a leader. He is a symbol. If even he were to enter the backrooms, it might inspire more individuals to yearn for that realm." Hawkeye raised an eyebrow. Nick Fury continued, "No, that is not what I meant. Why must you be so loquacious? What I intend to convey is that, at such a critical juncture, we need the captain to stabilize public sentiment." "Fine, you have a point. I shall go then," Hawkeye retorted, rolling his eyes. "Excellent. This will be the tactical plan for your operation," Nick Fury affirmed, taking a paper document and a communication device from a bald, bespectacled man beside him. "This dual assurance contains detailed information on level 0, 1, and 2. With that, Nick Fury handed the items to Hawkeye. Hawkeye remarked, "Director, why do I feel as though you had this all planned out from the start?" He gazed at Nick Fury with suspicion. "That is not the case." Nick Fury denied. "Hurry now. Agent Natasha and Stark are awaiting your rescue." Sighing, Hawkeye looked down at the items in his hands, lamenting, "If only I could." "Fear not. I have procured insurance for you." Nick Fury interjected swiftly. "Wait, you." Hawkeye was left speechless. You say you didn't plan this all along? Director, upon my return, I shall give you a good thwacking, equipped with a hint of humor. Humorous. Nick Fury replied nonchalantly. We shall discuss that upon your return. Hawkeye set off. He examined the document, arriving in the corridor of level 1, and began to wander as per the descriptions provided. In the presence of all, and under video surveillance, Hawkeye simply meandered a few circles before vanishing without a trace. Just like that, he disappeared without a hint of incongruity. The sensation was peculiar, neither teleportation nor transportation. It felt rather natural and ordinary, as though he had merely turned into an alley and ceased to exist. Chapter 36. Read. Rules are not meant to be followed, but exploited. Oh, intriguing? Within the Baxter building, Reed gazed at the screen, displaying footage of Hawkeye infiltrating a backroom, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Indeed, the video was procured through his infiltration of SHIELDS systems. To be precise, it was not merely stolen. He had accessed the individual's phone and observed the recording in real time. He meticulously rewound the video, captivated by the moment Hawkeye vanished. It was astonishingly smooth. The man, so effortlessly, seemed to evaporate without a trace. It was as if, upon fulfilling certain criteria, an imperceptible door or spatial barrier emerged, allowing one to pass through and disappear entirely. However, in slow motion, Reed discerned some peculiarities. First, the foot that stepped out vanished. Although Hawkeye was still turning, the disappearing foot continued to fade, and as he took a step forward, it seemed to retreat, followed by the upper half of his body, until he was utterly gone. This confirmed a certain hypothesis of his. Meanwhile, on another screen before him, several documents were highlighted in red. For instance, Level 11, entering any door, provided the room lacks furnishings, may lead to Level 2, but could also connect to other levels. Some unlocked rooms with an echo piano inside could lead to Level 126. Opening a metal door may grant access to Level 141. Any blue door leads to Level 175, while a pink door leads to Level 997. Finding an unlocked door with a well-furnished room will direct you to Level 64. These 5 entries were meticulously marked by him. Was there a distinction among them? At that moment, Johnny's voice inquired from behind him. Do you perceive any differences? Reed countered. I don't see any distinction. They're nonsensical and devoid of logic, much like the other rules. Johnny scratched his head. Reed paused, unwilling to engage in guessing games with Johnny. He stated directly, according to these descriptions, it is theoretically possible to artificially create exits and entrances. Artificially create? Johnny was taken aback. Indeed, Reed's eyes gleamed as he elaborated. Take the first entry, for instance. In Level 11, if one were to find a door and the room inside is cluttered, one could remove the items to fulfill the criteria of lacking furnishings. Close the door, and upon reopening it, provided the items do not respawn, one could theoretically access Level 2. The same logic applies to the subsequent entries. Lacking an echo piano in a room, I could simply place one inside. If I can't find a metal door, I could install one myself. If blue or pink doors are absent, I could paint them myself. If I seek to reach Level 64, but cannot find a furnished room, I shall furnish one myself. Reed spoke with fervor. Is that possible? Johnny gasped in astonishment, staring at Reed with wide eyes. They had been memorizing the rules, adhering to them, while Reed was contemplating their exploitation. Could this truly be feasible? So, can we enter now? Johnny asked, eager to proceed. Not yet, but we are close. Reed's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He was on the verge of completing the dimensional teleportation device. Though he had only established a spatial and dimensional model for the Level 0 invasion zone, oblivious to whether the dimensional rules of other levels were similar, it mattered little. As long as he could make the transition, even with mere scrap materials, he could craft various devices and navigate through the levels with ease. To him, the serious demeanor of others was nothing more than that of a pet. He was more intrigued by Jerry, a classic case of mental distortion. So, what would you do if I donned a brainwave shield, Jerry? Reed's gaze fell upon a model on the nearby computer screen, a one-to-one replica of Magneto's helmet. Meanwhile, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, deep within the base, in a secret chamber, Professor X adorned with a brainwave amplifier, seemed to perceive the entirety of humanity before him. A deluge of information surged through his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting concern. "What news?" Beast inquired. "As of now, 102 individuals have gone missing worldwide." Professor X's statement indicated that these disappearances were not merely cases of murder, loss, or abduction. They were genuine vanishings, individuals who had ceased to exist on Earth. "Have they fallen into the backroom?" Beast questioned. Professor X remained silent, uncertain whether they had indeed entered the backroom, though it was highly probable. 102 people, even on a global scale, was a minuscule figure. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The number of missing individuals would only escalate, alongside an emergence of monstrosities from within the backroom. "Then, Professor, what is our course of action?" Beast pressed. "Our positioning hinges on how we choose to proceed. Shall we enter the backroom, or remain in the invasion zone to combat the monsters? Gather everyone. We must prepare for Level 1's arrival." Professor X concluded, finally setting a course of action. It was time to demonstrate their powers and reshape public perception of mutant abilities. People's fears stemmed from the dread of being harmed. When faced with external threats, internal conflicts seemed trivial. At such times, unity was essential. Should the enemy prove overwhelmingly formidable, they would require a hero, one capable of salvation. And without a doubt, mutants could be that hero. "Understood." Beast nodded, immediately setting off to organize the personnel, including not only X-Men members, but also the children within the academy. The children feared uncontrolled powers harming others. Yet directing those powers against tangible threats was an entirely different matter. "Unleash your talents and abilities." Professor X watched Beast depart with a faint smile. Simultaneously, in an apartment in Manhattan, Lin's figure suddenly materialized. Upon realizing his surroundings, he exhaled in relief and succumbed to the floor, his eyes reflecting the gratitude of having survived a harrowing ordeal. "I'm back, thank goodness," he murmured, recalling the terror of being pursued by the Hound. Indeed, he had discovered an entity disguised as a painting in Level 1. However, this creature was remarkably resilient. Attempts to wash it with water or erase it with an eraser yielded minimal results. Eventually, in a fit of desperation, he fired 3 shots before seizing a substantial metal fragment to strike it, inflicting damage. Yet the commotion attracted the hounds. He was caught in a frantic cycle of dodging while smashing, and ultimately, the number of hounds chasing him increased. At last, a system notification chimed, indicating he had successfully vanquished the entity disguised as a painting, while the erroneous puddle entity had also been eradicated. In comparison, he opted for the painting's ability, thus narrowly escaping a grave fate. With the power secured, he was disinclined to linger any longer and promptly chose to return. Thus the scene unfolded. It was indeed a thrilling and perilous experience, one that nearly led to his demise at the jaws of the Hound. Without abilities, surviving in such a realm was exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, he returned unscathed. Lying quietly on the ground, he pondered the intricacies of life before he began to explore his own abilities. Remarkably, they proved to be quite effective. He possessed the power to disguise himself as a painting, with no limitations on the type. It could be a landscape, a silhouette, abstract, or realistic, even a simple, smiley face. His ability to masquerade was indeed at its peak. Moreover, he discovered that it transcended mere disguise. It seemed to transform into a two-dimensional existence, allowing him to pull others into the painting, effectively rendering his adversaries two-dimensional as well. The sole drawback was that in this two-dimensional state he could not move, akin to a puddle that pretends to be water, both immobile. While somewhat cumbersome, it surpassed many other abilities by a considerable margin. After some experimentation, Lin Ye turned his gaze towards the window, observing the projection. Noticing the text indicating Level 2, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, has Level 2 commenced?" He pondered for a moment and inquired, "System, where did Level 1 manifest?" "In the parking garage of the Empire State Building." "You truly have a flair for the dramatic." Lin Ye's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the iconic Empire State Building. "If today it is the Empire State Building, will tomorrow be Central Park? The day after, the Statue of Liberty, and the following day, the Golden Gate Bridge? By the way, I have a question. Lin Ye suddenly asked, if I eliminate these Marvel superheroes in the back rooms, can I acquire their abilities? Insufficient permissions. Oh, then when will I have the necessary permissions? Insufficient permissions. It appears that it is indeed conditional. Insufficient permissions. What else can you do aside from permissions? I can also switch hosts. Very well, I shall leave you be. Lin Ye smiled. Upon my ascension, I shall capture you and refine you in an instant. He smirked inwardly and turned his gaze back to the luminous screen in the sky, narrowing his eyes. At that moment, the text on the screen gradually faded, replaced by a live broadcast. Within the frame, two figures were visible, Tony and Natasha. Chapter 37. A subtle shock for Iron Man in the backroom. The live stream commenced, and countless viewers fixated on the screen, displaying Iron Man and Black Widow. At that moment, it was evident that Iron Man appeared somewhat perplexed. Is this really a party? Can a party be held in such a place? Tony pondered, bewildered. The last image imprinted in his mind was that of graffiti on the ceiling. Thus, he reasoned they should have materialized at a party. Yet, this did not resemble a party at all. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, confined, with pipes and various machines affixed to the walls, extending endlessly left and right. The sole consolation was that Natasha remained by his side. What party? Aren't we in level 2? Natasha tilted her head slightly, regarding Tony with curiosity. Tony hesitated, then murmured, actually at the moment of transition. I glimpsed the graffiti on the ceiling. Therefore, theoretically, we ought to be at a party, but here, this is not. Well, Natasha surveyed their environment. It resembled a labyrinth composed of tunnels and pipes, and she confirmed with a nod, the temperature is slightly elevated. It appears to be around 35 degrees Celsius. Jarvis, conduct a comprehensive scan of our surroundings. Tony commanded with a smile, activating the scanning sequence. His armor was equipped with detectors and various sensory systems. Soon, the scan concluded, and a two-dimensional map materialized on Tony's visor. It depicted a densely packed, intricate map, with winding passages veering left and right. Some areas were narrow, while others were relatively spacious, littered with assorted items and tools. The crucial point was that the scanners could not encompass the entirety of the space. It felt boundless, with passages leading to unknown destinations in every direction. Take a look at this, Tony exclaimed, sharing the map with Natasha. She retrieved her phone to observe the so-called map. Tony's armor was equipped with wireless capabilities, and Natasha's phone had already connected to the network. Even if it were offline, Jarvis could commandeer Natasha's phone. It does indeed appear to be level 2, Natasha remarked, nodding in agreement. This aligned with her previous observations. However, the information she had gathered was limited. She only knew this level was perilous and was unaware of the entity's present or the exit. Regardless, if we locate a safe zone, we should find others who will know how to access level 4. Natasha suggested, let Jarvis search for the EL3A office. It is designated as a safe zone, and everyone should be there. EL3A has been prioritized. Jarvis's voice resonated from Natasha's phone. She glanced at Tony, who shrugged. Consider it a backup. Under certain conditions, I can modify your phone. Natasha's most advanced technology was her Widow's Bite wrist gauntlet, yet it lacked connectivity and intelligence, rendering it somewhat outdated. Of course, had they remained in reality, he would have been indifferent, but given their current situation, a modification seemed reasonable, provided they could find the necessary components. Natasha tucked her phone away. As Tony nodded, he issued further commands to Jarvis, scan the surrounding environment, map the data, and check for any anomalies in the exploratory areas. Understood, sir. Jarvis responded, swiftly loading data as the detectors and sensors scanned the environment, promptly summarizing the findings before Tony's eyes. Environmental temperature, 35 degrees. Humidity, 62. Noise frequency, omitted. Radiation data, nuclear radiation 0. 3 USVH, UV1. Atmosphere pressure 960 HPA. Air quality, PM2. 5, 65. NO2. 7, 03. 16 p.m. 10:56. As the data unfolded before Tony, the conclusion was clear. The air quality in this dismal place was poor, laden with inhalable particulate matter, and the humidity was notably high. The temperature, at 35 degrees, was no trivial matter. Many places did not reach such temperatures even in summer, let alone in this underground tunnel. Strange. Jarvis, have you detected any abnormal areas? For instance, locations with higher temperatures? Tony inquired. The elevated temperature in the underground tunnel suggested the presence of a high heat anomaly in this subterranean realm. Sir, the scanning indicates a marked increase in temperature in that region, suggesting an anomaly. Furthermore, there are numerous rooms in that area, yet most are inaccessible to scan, while a few can be explored, and they contain life forms. Additionally, in that corner, we have detected anomalous creatures resembling hairless rats with horns. Some windows have been identified, but they remain unscannable. We have also discovered deceased biological tissues of undetermined types. Anomalous creatures resembling hunting dogs and death moths have also been detected in this vicinity. As Jarvis articulated this information, red dots appeared on the map, indicating certain areas. It was undeniable. With detectors and AI assistance, it was exceedingly convenient. Tony observed the various annotations on the map and the red high-temperature zones, raising an eyebrow at Natasha with a grin. Does this count as a shortcut to victory? Natasha pursed her lips, somewhat speechless. The convenience of having detectors and AI assistance was undeniable. Had she possessed such tools back in level 1, she wouldn't have been pursued by those creatures. Moreover, Tony's scanning range was extensive thanks to his advanced technology. Detecting electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, how incredibly convenient. The undetectable doors, the inhabitants within the rooms, the peculiar rats, strange windows, bizarre deceased organisms, and assorted entities. Natasha gazed at the red markers on the map, once again appreciating the might of technology. Shall we seek out the others? She inquired, looking at Tony. Very well, let us follow this route to locate them. Tony outlined a path that was not only the shortest, but also allowed them to encounter the strange rats and peculiar deceased creatures along the way. As for the hunting dogs and death moths, they were of little concern. If encountered, they could be dealt with, and if they did not provoke trouble. He was disinclined to instigate conflict. Having charted their course, the two soon traversed the narrow tunnel together. Though the passage was confined, it was still navigable for one person. The lighting was dim, with certain areas enveloped in complete darkness, yet Tony's armored suit served as an illuminating source, enabling them to see clearly. Before long, they arrived at the area inhabited by the rats. Tony pried open a pipe affixed to the wall and effortlessly snatched a rat from the corner. The spotlight illuminated a peculiar creature, a hairless rat with protruding horns, screeching and struggling fiercely. Is this truly a rat? Those little horns are even glowing, Natasha exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Or is this creature another entity? Whatever it is, Tony replied nonchalantly. Jarvis analyzed the genetic makeup of this rat. Soon, the scanning beam fell upon the mouse, followed by a report of information. Sir, according to genetic analysis, this mouse shares over 90% genetic similarity with the common gray mouse. The horns atop its head exhibit faint energy fluctuations. Oh, is it a super species? Are mice endowed with superpowers now? Tony expressed his astonishment. Then why doesn't it use its abilities? Natasha inquired, perplexed. It's possible it has, but it does not affect us, Tony speculated. Never mind, let the little creature go. I have no interest in it, and certainly do not wish to consume its flesh. Ultimately, Tony shook his head and released the mouse, deeming it no threat to him. Even without his armor, the mouse posed no danger. Let us proceed and discover what the next unknown creature looks like, Tony declared, and together with Natasha, they swiftly arrived at the next area. Observing the obstructed path ahead and consulting the map, he confirmed that the entity blocking their way was indeed the anomaly indicated on the map. Jarvis, you refer to this thing as a biological entity? Tony exclaimed in disbelief. Natasha approached as well, frowning at the peculiar sight before them. It resembled a pile of twisted sticks, a veritable barricade. Sir, the internal examination has detected a neural network, hence the classification as a biological entity, Jarvis informed. Oh, a neural network? Natasha raised an eyebrow, activating the widow's bite to release a surge of electricity. Remarkably, as the current flowed, A portion of the creature's form responded with slight movement. At that moment, Jarvis quickly interjected, "Sir, a Wi-Fi signal has been detected." "Hmm? A Wi-Fi signal?" Tony expressed astonishment. "No, in this place apart from us, where could there possibly be a Wi-Fi signal?" Nevertheless, he swiftly responded, "Initiate reverse tracing to identify the Wi-Fi source." "Apologies, sir. The signal was transient and was interrupted before I could execute a reverse trace." Jarvis's voice carried a hint of regret. "No matter." Tony furrowed his brow, while Natasha too appeared troubled by this unexpected development. "Stark, what is the typical coverage range for a Wi-Fi signal?" Natasha asked. "Are you inquiring about my home or someone else's?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "What is the range for your home? And for others?" Natasha pressed curiously. "My home has comprehensive coverage. Step outside my door, and you'll receive no signal. Furthermore, as long as I desire, I can receive signals from anywhere in the world." Tony boasted with pride. "Having satellites makes it so easy. With artificial intelligence, the audacity knows no bounds." Natasha interjected, "And in normal circumstances? For instance, a home network?" Natasha countered, "Typically around 50 meters, though military frequencies may extend to 200 meters. Tony elaborated. "So, this signal source must lie within a 200-meter radius?" Natasha pondered, simultaneously retrieving her phone. Addressing Jarvis, "Jarvis, are there any suspicious locations or untraceable rooms within a 200-meter radius?" "Apologies, Ms. Romanoff. No related entities were detected." Jarvis responded. "How peculiar." Tony furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing upward, contemplating if it could be emanating from the ceiling. "Stark, do you think it's possible for a biological entity to emit a Wi-Fi signal?" Natasha mused, gazing thoughtfully at the wall of twisted sticks. "Are you jesting? Your suggestion defies biology, electromagnetism, signal theory, mathematics, physics, engineering, and communications. If your physics teacher heard this, he would sever ties with you." "I have no physics teacher." Natasha shrugged. "Thus, I still believe it is plausible for a biological entity to possess a Wi-Fi signal like this." She continued, energizing the widow's bite and gently pressing it against the wall. Buzz. The current vibrated, arcs of electricity flickering. "Sir, Wi-Fi signals have been detected once more, and the source is right before us." Jarvis' voice resonated again. "Tony, Jarvis, are you certain there was no error in your analysis? This entity is the signal source?" Tony was taken aback. "Sir, I am certain. This entity before us is indeed the Wi-Fi signal source," Jarvis confirmed. "Tony, nothing is impossible." In stark contrast, Natasha appeared relaxed, remarking, "With aliens making an appearance, what else could possibly be deemed non-existent? Moreover, this is the back room, another dimension, so anything occurring here is quite natural. Besides, what does it matter to us? Let those scientists ponder the mystery. We are merely here to explore. Is there a chance that I am one of those scientists you speak of?" Tony mused. He gazed at the remains before him, sighed, and lamented. "Physics has ceased to exist. Humanity has no future. The three-body problem." Oh, wrong reference. Chapter 38. The biologist's bald head and the physicist's overturned desk. At this moment, amidst the live broadcast featuring Tony and Natasha's exploration, the barrage of comments began to fill the screen. "Wow, is this too much to bear? Isn't it merely a creature with built-in Wi-Fi signals? What's so extraordinary about that? The universe is vast. Perhaps such a species truly exists. Indeed, why the fuss? The world is full of wonders. What's so special about biological Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi is just a signal, and the human body emits a variety of pheromones and signals. It's entirely plausible for a creature to emit signals coinciding with Wi-Fi frequencies." That's indeed possible, but my biology teacher is already in despair. Same here. My physics teacher has pulled out all his hair, chain-smoking one after another. Isn't there a possibility that this creature is, in fact, a form of silicon-based life? It could potentially emit Wi-Fi signals, right? Theoretically, silicon-based life could emit Wi-Fi signals. But do you see this creature resembling silicon-based life? I shall refer to it as the twisty stick creature. Osborne Industries acquires the twisty stick, dead specimen at $10,000, live specimen at $100,000. All right, Osborne Industries is once again flaunting its presence. Only $10,000? Shouldn't it be priced by the pound? It's not easy to grow that big. My pigs are sold by weight. Am I the only one who finds the corpse mouse fascinating? This corpse mouse can adapt to its environment. We should study it and extract its self-adaptive purification abilities to inject into the human body. Thus, we could create a corpse mouse hero. ISNT, that a mutant ability? Adaptability? That ability is impressive. If everyone could possess such adaptability, humanity would become the most formidable existence in the universe. Adapting to the sun, outer space, high temperatures, magma, energy attacks. Goodness, a world of superhumans? Our goal is the stars and the seas. Pioneer Technologies acquires corpse mice. $10 for one, a live one for 100. $10? $100? For such a large company, is that all they can offer? Who do they think they're fooling? Look at how generous Osborne Industries is. They start at $10,000. How can they offer just $10 or $100? Exactly. They should learn from Osborne. Cyber Technologies is recruiting backroom explorers. We have stable access to the backroom. If interested, please contact Cyber Technologies. Wow, what is this Cyber Technologies? A stable access to the backroom? Impressive. If I recall correctly, the major areas of backroom invasion have already been sealed off, right? How do they plan to get in? I checked. Cyber Technologies specializes in high-tech prosthetics and weaponry, and apparently, they have a collaboration with SHIELD. What is SHIELD? SHIELD. The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. It's the organization behind the Avengers, including Iron Man. Wow, I feel like a complete hack. Utterly useless. I feel out of place among you. At that moment, the screen was filled with a flurry of comments. Simultaneously, in the Upper Manhattan area at Columbia University, inside an office, a seemingly ordinary professor, bespectacled and dressed in a typical shirt, gazed at the projected images on his phone with a complex expression. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. He snapped back to reality, uttering the words. Then, a man clad in a white lab coat, with golden hair and a missing arm, entered the room. Professor Connors? What's wrong? The man clearly recognized the visitor, appearing somewhat astonished. Well. The professor named Connors felt a bit embarrassed, hesitating for a long while before finally saying, Otto, I was wondering if you could leverage some connections to help me out? Leverage connections? The teacher named Otto looked bewildered, then frowned. What is the matter? Well, I've hit a bottleneck in my research, and I was hoping you could help me acquire a corpse mouse, Connors admitted, feeling shy. What? Me? Otto was visibly taken aback, then rendered speechless. Wait, who has the stronger network between us? Don't you know my personality? And yours? I was hoping to ask you to help me get a bottled lightning. As the words fell, an awkward silence enveloped the office. Clearly, neither possessed any significant connections. Even as professors at Columbia University, they fell short, let alone knowing any superheroes or SHIELD agents. Gentlemen, our boss requests your presence. At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway. The two turned to see a man in a suit standing expressionlessly at the door, having arrived without notice. Boss, the two exclaimed in unison. Connors hesitated. Who's your boss? You'll find out when you get there. The suited man replied coolly. Connors and Otto exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment. Then the suited man spoke again. Our boss says there are channels to acquire creatures from the backroom. At this, Connors could no longer contain himself. And special items from the backroom as well. The suited man added. Now, Otto also stood up, looking intently at the suited man, asking once more. Who exactly is your boss? Our boss says you'll find out when you get there. He turned and walked away. The two exchanged another glance and followed without a word. They soon descended the stairs. Outside, a black business vehicle awaited, and under the guidance of the suited man, they entered the car. Inside sat a middle-aged man in a suit, his countenance commanding, with a glint of cunning occasionally flashing in his eyes. Upon seeing this face, both men were momentarily stunned. Familiar, too familiar. As professors of biochemistry and physics, they recognized the man before them all too well. Norman Osborn, CEO of Oscorp, founder of Osborne Industries. You, Connors gasped, never expecting that the one seeking them would be a biotech mogul. While others might not recognize him, Osborne may not be as famous as Tony Stark, but as industry insiders, they were well aware of the titans of relevant enterprises. Gentlemen, are you interested in joining Oscorp? I can provide you with various support. Norman Osborne smiled, exuding an alluring charm. As the founder and CEO of Oscorp personally sought to recruit the two university professors, one could say it was somewhat overwhelming. Otto felt a surge of excitement, while Connors, after the initial thrill, regained his composure. Connors hesitated, wanting to say something. "It's all right. Take your time to decide," Norman Osborne said with a smile. "As a first meeting, allow me to present a small gift." As he spoke, he slid two small boxes from the adjacent counter towards them. The two exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before opening the boxes. Inside Connor's box lay a glass vial, within which a peculiar creature, resembling a small monster made of various tiny limbs, floated in nutrient solution. Oh, to be precise, it's not just a small bug, but a strange construct of tiny appendages, no larger than an insect. Connor's pupils constricted, his heart racing in shock. Indeed, it is a limb cluster. Osborne nodded with a smile. "How did you?" Connors was utterly incredulous. Wealth begets connections, and connections can procure anything." Osborne chuckled lightly. Connors felt a chill run down his spine. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. "Is this what capital entails?" Turning his gaze towards Otto, he observed as Otto opened a small box, revealing within it a tiny, 1 centimeter orange, translucent crystal. Otto hesitated, uncertain of what this object truly was. Osborne smiled, remaining silent. "Could it be fire salt?" Otto was taken aback. Osborne nodded with a grin. Otto's breath caught. Could it truly be? An entity that existed solely in the annals of literature, something even Natasha and Tony had failed to uncover. Had been acquired by Osborne? How is this possible? Can capital really manipulate everything at will? All right, gentlemen, the gift has been delivered. Inside the box, you will find my business card, awaiting your response at any time, Osborne declared, instructing the driver to depart from Columbia University, leaving the two men in a state of disarray. They exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The small limb clusters might be one thing, but how did Osborne procure the fire salt? In fact, it is quite simple. The small fire salt crystals are produced in the corners of the first 5 levels of the back room, and can even be found in level 0, albeit in rarer quantities. However, the incursion into reality is not confined to level 0. Level 1 also harbors such treasures. Therefore, locating small fire salt crystals within level 1 is not an insurmountable challenge. The SHIELD has merely chosen not to disclose this information. Even Osborne had to pay a hefty price to obtain such a small piece. Including the small limb clusters, it was a gesture brimming with sincerity. Despite the exuberant bids in the live stream chat, who truly would adhere to the prices suggested there? To put it bluntly, SHIELD has already amassed $2 billion from the sale of small limb clusters and fire salt alone. Most astonishingly, SHIELD agents have actually located a level key within level 1. And then Nick Fury instructed Hawkeye to enter the back room with a plethora of documents and a phone, utilizing a cut-in method. Chapter 39. The first encounter with the entities of the back room. Level 2. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, countless viewers were captivated by the unfolding scenes. Although numerous physicists and biologists on Earth were scratching their heads in bewilderment, Tony remained unfazed. He was not the type to adhere rigidly to scientific norms. Rather, he embraced the unconventional. While he struggled to comprehend how this peculiar entity could emit a Wi-Fi signal, he dismissed the mystery. The universe is vast and filled with wonders. Even deities have emerged. So why is it difficult to fathom a being capable of releasing a Wi-Fi signal? Science is about embracing the new and exploring the unknown. Clinging to tradition stifles progress. If he had clung to the old ways, he would not possess the artificial intelligence of Jarvis, nor would he don this remarkable suit of armor. Interesting, he mused momentarily before instructing Jarvis. Initiate a deep scan. Let us investigate how this creature generates a Wi-Fi signal. Understood, sir. Jarvis responded as scanning beams enveloped the entirety of the creature's remains. Soon, Jarvis delivered the analysis. Sir, upon examination, this entity is indeed a form of life, albeit exhibiting signs of severe atrophy, likely due to starvation. Furthermore, scans of its bodily structure reveal that its twisted, rod-like formations are adept at receiving sound frequencies, suggesting it may possess echolocation abilities. Notably, the internal anatomy lacks any organs recognizable to humanity. It is plausible that these twisted structures serve as its organs. Moreover, these rod-like formations house a highly developed neural network, which can mimic biological electricity to temporarily activate its central nervous system. The Wi-Fi signals it emits are fluctuations from this neural network. Although the frequency differs from conventional Wi-Fi emissions, they effectively generate Wi-Fi signals. The strength of these signals is remarkable, covering a radius of 80 meters without any signs of degradation, beyond which no signals are detectable. Below is the structural diagram of the entity's central nervous system. Jarvis elaborated, projecting a complex schematic before Tony. The diagram was intricate, overwhelming in its detail, akin to a compilation of 10 densely packed circuit boards. Oh, Tony examined it closely, even projecting it through his armor's interface. This was not merely a two-dimensional geometric figure, but a multi-dimensional composite geometry. It resembled a branching structure reminiscent of an integrated circuit board. A thought struck him. One point could influence an entire plane. He suddenly separated some extraneous components of the diagram, revealing a simpler structure. Jarvis, could this configuration emit a Wi-Fi signal? Tony inquired. The simplified diagram radiated light, and after computation, Jarvis concluded, affirmative. Sir, the elements you just isolated enhance signal strength and expand coverage. Ah, I see. Tony nodded, realizing that the core component was merely a small fragment, with the rest serving as embellishments. He scrutinized this fragment repeatedly, but found no resemblance to Earth's Wi-Fi circuitry. Could this be an entirely new Wi-Fi signal pathway? Is everything ready? Natasha, lounging nearby, observed with mild disinterest. To be honest, she found Tony's astonishment utterly incomprehensible. What was the fuss about a new Wi-Fi signal pathway? Earth had its own, well-established signals. Why pursue the unknown? The spirit of scientific exploration eluded her understanding. Well, this is straightforward. Nothing can thwart a genius like me, Tony declared with a carefree demeanor, snapping his fingers as the schematic vanished. Regarding the obstructive remains before him, he merely smiled, unleashing a repulsor blast that carved a sizable hole. Onward, Tony led the way, stepping through the aperture into the adjoining tunnel. Their next objective was the room where a human presence had been detected. Finding a person was far more crucial than anything else. However, after taking only a few steps, Natasha's phone suddenly chimed with Jarvis's alert. Ms. Romanoff, there's a box of strawberries in the corner of the pipe to your left. I believe you might find it useful. Natasha paused in this dimly lit environment. At least where the light was dim, she had no means of discerning her surroundings. Without Jarvis's guidance, how could she know what lay around? Strawberries? In this bizarre place? Tony, having overheard, activated the spotlight on his armor. The illumination revealed a nondescript box. Upon opening it, they discovered 6 vibrant strawberries, their sweet aroma wafting forth. Jarvis, can you confirm these are strawberries? Tony inquired skeptically. They fully match all characteristics and data pertaining to strawberries on Earth, Jarvis affirmed. Are they toxic? Tony asked again. In truth, the sudden appearance of strawberries in such a strange locale was the most peculiar aspect. No known toxic substances have been detected, but given the unique circumstances of the back room, I can only assure a 90 safety rating post-consumption, Jarvis responded. 90%? That seems acceptable, Tony nodded. Although it was odd, considering the characteristics of the level 1 random supply crates, it was not entirely surprising for a box of strawberries to appear here. Will you eat one? Tony offered the strawberries to Natasha, who has the appetite for strawberries right now. Natasha replied, bemused, as she stowed the berries in her backpack. No worries, I'll indulge in blueberries, Tony remarked, producing a bag of blueberries from seemingly nowhere lifting his mask to pop a few into his mouth. He nodded approvingly. Good. Care for some blueberries? Natasha looked at him incredulously. Wait, where did you get blueberries from? Well, I brought them from home to Asgard, and then from Asgard to here. He explained. So you traversed the multiverse and retained blueberries amidst such energy fluctuations? Actually, I designed storage compartments within my armor for various items. Screwdrivers, wrenches, blueberries, cookies, drinks, and the like. You didn't think I'd come unprepared, did you? So, you prioritized limited storage for miscellaneous items instead of extra ammunition? How is that cool? Where's the cool factor? And why did you make me carry this cumbersome backpack for so long when you had storage? Well, my compartments are full. But if you're willing to give me some almond milk, I could make space for that. You want almond milk? That is not the case. I possess ample water, abundant and sourced from both the celestial realm and Earth. Moreover, my armor is equipped with a filtration system capable of transforming urine into potable water. Would you care for a glass? Natasha was exasperated. Who would desire to drink that? Your character has collapsed. We are broadcasting live to the entire globe. It matters not. This is the truth. I'm showcasing my technological prowess to the world. When one finds oneself ensnared in a desert, the value of water becomes painfully evident. At this moment, the two engaged in light-hearted banter as they progressed. It must be said, jesting is indeed a splendid method for alleviating tension. Eventually, guided by Jarvis' navigation, they arrived at a corridor with few pipes surrounding them. On one wall, there stood a door. Beyond that door lay a place where Jarvis had detected the presence of others. They exchanged a glance, their expressions growing increasingly serious. This marked their first encounter with individuals outside their knowledge in this peculiar realm. Were they unfortunate wanderers who had inadvertently stumbled into this place? Or were they indigenous beings, inherently part of this world? They could not discern the truth, so they gently rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound resonated through the silent tunnel, and the two held their breath, their eyes fixated intently on the door. Chapter 40. Read. The cross-dimensional device has been successfully developed. Finally, we've encountered someone. Is it MEG or BNTG? Perhaps just an ordinary wanderer? It's unlikely to be MEG. After the Great Blackout, the only ones to be found would be BNTG, or perhaps followers of Jerry. It might just be an ordinary wanderer who stumbled upon an unlocked room and decided to settle there. Indeed, that seems the most probable. Much like you and I, ordinary individuals who enter the backrooms and, finding no one else, simply seek refuge in a room. Could it be a faceless entity? If it were, should there not be more than one? Why are we even discussing the individuals inside? Do you believe they could pose any threat to Iron Man? Shouldn't we be pondering Tony Stark's inexplicable tastes? True enough, Iron Man's technology is indeed cutting edge. Can you believe he can filter urine into drinking water? Remarkable. That is quite reasonable. In desert regions, where reliable water sources are scarce, urine becomes the only available resource, albeit a rather unpleasant one. A self-sustaining cycle, I see. Just wait until you are on the brink of dehydration. You might view it differently then. Am I the only one who noticed the box of strawberries they found? What is the fuss about strawberries? Don't tell me they are anomalous items. Perhaps they truly are anomalous? Given the peculiarities in this place, encountering anomalies is quite normal. Didn't you hear that the AI scanned everything? Strawberries are just strawberries. Where's the notion of anomalies? On Earth, they would indeed be ordinary strawberries. But in the backrooms, the situation is uncertain. That is true, but not everything in the backrooms is anomalous, is it? Just like the canned beef Natasha found in a supply box in Level 1, which was just regular canned beef. Rather than dwell on this, we ought to consider the neural network Tony Stark demonstrated earlier. That is undeniably advanced technology. Advance my foot, with Wi-Fi available. Who has the time to experiment with new Wi-Fi? Exactly, it's simply an idle pastime. At that moment, the livestream chat was abuzz. Ordinary individuals would surely not concern themselves with such thoughts. However, technical talents from communication companies across the nation were astonished upon witnessing the neural network. Innovation and reform arise from creativity and research. It is erroneous to dismiss the importance of certain elements. An industrial system resembles a grand edifice. To continue building upward, every foundational aspect is crucial. This represents a holistic development stemming from individual points. Should the neural network be thoroughly investigated and integrated with existing technologies, it could herald a significant advancement. Who could fathom the monumental changes a minor alteration could bring to human civilization? To be frank, the convenience of this neural network-like Wi-Fi signal far surpasses that of modern routers. And this is merely the technological aspect. If one could obtain the biological tissues or even living specimens of the entity, the implications would be even greater. Such a breakthrough would elevate various disciplines exponentially. Wi-Fi fundamentally transmits electromagnetic waves through the air. Living organisms can also emit electromagnetic waves, albeit in a disordered and weak manner. If we could study the entity, might humanity gain mastery over electromagnetic waves? Could this be a potential direction for human evolution? If humans were to learn control over electromagnetic waves and biological fields, what then? Direct interaction between electromagnetic waves and computer signals, enabling data exchange, the brain superseding the computer, remote communication, directly manipulating electromagnetic waves to send messages to friends, effectively replacing mobile phones. In summary, the exploration of the entity and its neural network research is far from trivial, as suggested in the chat. In a certain sense, this could even signify an evolution of life itself. Meanwhile, within an abandoned factory, Magneto led the Brotherhood into temporary hiding. As he observed the projections on his phone, he could not help but smirk. Wi-Fi signals? I could do that too. With a mere manipulation of electromagnetic waves to simulate the frequency of Wi-Fi signals, he could achieve full signal strength. In fact, he had genuinely established a usable Wi-Fi network. By tapping into the omnipresent network, he could facilitate data transmission, transforming it into discernible content through his phone. Yet what was the significance? Merely a trivial trick? It offered no enhancement to his combat prowess. At least, that was Magneto's perception. Possessing a fortune, yet begging for scraps. Adorned in jewels, yet feigning poverty. In a sense, this epitomizes Magneto. He could command magnetism and consequently control electromagnetic waves. Thus, all global information and databases lay transparent and open before him, including local networks. He could easily become a deity of information, manipulating the plethora of data available online, erasing countless unfavorable narratives regarding mutants, and disseminating numerous advantageous accounts to sway public opinion globally. Every action and word of every individual would be within his purview. Yet, what has he accomplished? Controlling iron? Where's the Magneto in that? He is more akin to the Iron King. With such capabilities, he should be facilitating a better existence for the Brotherhood rather than residing in an abandoned factory, claiming it is for concealment. It is laughable. The master of magnetism is, paradoxically, in the most concealed of places. Whether through detectors or satellite positioning, he could effortlessly evade detection. It is not that Magneto lacks intelligence. Rather, he is profoundly ignorant. Honestly, if such abilities were possessed by someone like Tony or Reed. At this moment, within the Baxter building, click, Reed gazed at the assembled cross-dimensional device before him, a smile spreading across his face. It worked. This apparatus resembled a grand platform, complete with circular rings and an array of intricately detailed components. It bore a striking resemblance to the cross-dimensional devices depicted in comics. One must commend Reed's intellect. He had crafted numerous such devices for parallel universes. Occasionally, flashes of brilliance seemed to spark an exchange of inspiration with his parallel selves, allowing him to create effortlessly. This cross-dimensional device contained coordinates related to level 0 and had adjusted the frequency of these coordinates. Ideally, if level 0 and level 1 of the backrooms occupy the same dimension, he could traverse to different levels through frequency modulation. Of course, data collection was essential. Reed, I'm here. The door behind him suddenly swung open, and Susan entered with a device in her hands. Reed nodded, extending his arm to receive the apparatus from Susan. Previously, he had sent Susan to the Empire State Building to record the dimensional model within Blockade Zone 1. Reed, I encountered someone there who saw through my invisibility. Susan remarked. Reed paused momentarily and replied nonchalantly, that is of no consequence. Indeed, the process is trivial. He is indifferent to whether Susan infiltrated stealthily or negotiated with S.H.I.L.D. His sole concern lies with the outcome. He casually connected the device to the dimensional transmission apparatus before him, and as the green light illuminated, the dimensional model appeared on the computer, compatible with the interdimensional device. Witnessing this scene, Reed smiled. As long as the result is favorable, does it not suffice? Chapter 41. Reed. From now on, please call me the creator. To be honest, Reed was a bit unhinged, a madness that prioritized results over the process. For a fleeting moment, Susan felt a surge of fear, as if she were facing not her boyfriend, but a deranged scientist. Yet ultimately, she refrained from speaking, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Watching Reed busily import data, she pondered and asked, "So, have you created the interdimensional device to access the backroom?" "Indeed," Reed affirmed with a nod. "Although I only have data from 2 dimensions, it is sufficient. Through frequency modulation, this interdimensional device can transport me to any theoretical layer." "Can you return?" Susan inquired once more. "As long as we establish an interdimensional device on the other side, the 2 devices can locate each other, allowing for continuous traversal," Reed replied with an air of ease. "In comparison to locating the backroom dimension, pinpointing our current universe's dimension is far simpler. I've already crafted one. Creating another will be no trouble at all." As he spoke, Reed activated the interdimensional device. A shimmering halo materialized within the arcane apparatus. "It's done," Reed exclaimed, standing before the device. Lifting a bag that bulged with materials evidently intended for constructing the second interdimensional device. It was clear he had meticulously planned every detail. Just as he was about to step inside, "Wait, Reed, are you going right now?" Susan exclaimed in shock. She had not anticipated Reed's eagerness. "Of course," Reed replied. "If I don't enter, how can I build the interdimensional transport device there? I want to go too." Johnny's voice rang from outside. He rushed in, brimming with excitement. "I've longed to witness the wonders of the backroom." Reed frowned. "No, this place requires someone to maintain the operation of the interdimensional device, at least until it can run stably. I cannot guarantee that the device created in the backroom will align perfectly with this machine. So someone needs to modulate the frequency here. But that doesn't concern me," Johnny retorted. "This task can be entrusted to Susan. We can work together. Moreover, with so many entities in the backroom, I can shield you from any disturbances during your device construction. Can't I?" Reed furrowed his brow, realizing Johnny had a point. "Stop hesitating, Reed. I won't be of much help here anyway. It will be better to assist you over there, like collecting materials or running errands." Johnny insisted. "All right, fine." Reed finally relented. "Johnny?" Susan opened her mouth, wanting to voice further objections. "Sis, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Reed, would you? It's safer if the 2 of us go." Johnny chuckled. "Okay." Susan conceded with a nod. Deep down, she wished to join them. However, since Reed mentioned maintaining device operation and frequency modulation, it appeared she had no choice but to stay. In this team, she and Reed were the scientists, while Johnny and Ben could be seen as a student and a pilot, respectively. Thus, she had to remain behind. "Ben, what about you?" Susan turned to the stone figure at the door. "I'll pass. I'll wait for them to return." Ben shrugged, indifferent. Compared to Johnny's impatience, he maintained a steadier demeanor. "Whether to go or stay doesn't matter to me." "All right then. Here's the plan. Reed and I will be the vanguard, while you 2 provide support. Let us boldly venture into the back room." Johnny grinned. "Let us go." Reed, growing impatient, stepped onto the interdimensional device. Johnny promptly followed, standing beside Reed. The device was rather primitive, akin to an early model. Despite the halo it emitted, it lacked the form of a teleportation gateway. As the 2 settled into position, they waited a few seconds before the halo beneath them began to expand. The circular apparatus around them began to spin wildly. With zapping sounds accompanying the electrical currents, the device accelerated until a burst of brilliant light flashed, followed by a subtle energy shockwave. Everything fell into silence as the circular ring gradually slowed, leaving the once busy device empty, devoid of Reed and Johnny's presence. They had indeed successfully transported. "Shall we grab a drink? They shouldn't be back so soon." Ben turned to Susan with a smile. "Sounds good." Susan felt relaxed. Honestly, with Reed and Johnny's extraordinary abilities, She doubted any entity in the shallow zone could pose a threat to them, not even the largest of the entities. Just as they were about to leave, Virum, the dimensional transfer device, operating without a controller, began to function autonomously. Huh? Both Susan and Ben exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. Did they just enter? Is it so quick? Because they are in different dimensions. The flow of time might be inconsistent. We've only been here for a few seconds, while they may have experienced much more over there, Ben hypothesized. Susan, disregarding the conjecture, stepped forward, peering at the computer. Indeed, she saw a display indicating an unknown energy wave that required interfacing. If not addressed, the destination of the transfer could lead to an entirely different universe or dimension. Without hesitation, Susan initiated the interface. Virum, with the successful operation, the frequency of the circular ring intensified, and this time, a golden halo emerged above it. Virum, finally, as the circular ring reached its peak rotation, a surge of golden energy burst forth, scattering brilliant shards of light throughout the space. Gradually, the rotation of the ring slowed. To her surprise, she glimpsed a figure within. However, the figure appeared somewhat disheveled, arms dangling like limp noodles, knees on the ground, head bowed, and the battle suit somewhat tattered. Reed? Susan hesitated. What on earth had transpired in such a brief moment? Had he been injured? But how could that be? What entity could threaten Reed? And most critically, where was Johnny? Just as Susan's mind was swirling with uncertainty, the figure began to stir. The limp arms retracted, regaining strength. The bowed head slowly lifted, the neck twisting as if regaining composure, rising to stand. Hearing a call from behind, he tilted his head slightly, a peculiar smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Susan? Long time no see. Susan gazed at Reed before her, feeling an unsettling sense of disarray. Reed, what happened to you? Where's Johnny? She couldn't help but step closer. However, upon seeing Reed's face, she gasped in shock. His right eye appeared blind, clouded like cataracts, while much of the right side of his face bore grotesque scars. Actually, it seems he doesn't have cataracts. That bluish-white eye resembles a mechanical prosthetic. Reed, you! Susan exclaimed, incredulous, covering her mouth in disbelief. What on earth has happened? What did you encounter in the back room? The back room? Reed tilted his head slightly, the solitary eye scanning the room with keen interest. The chamber was filled with an array of computers, each screen displaying a myriad of information. In addition to the dimensional transmission device's model data and computations, several screens exhibited documents concerning the backrooms and levels 0, 1, and 2. Furthermore, there were visuals from the Manhattan blockade zones 0 and 1, along with a live broadcast projected from the ethereal light screen above. Oh, how intriguing! A devilish smile spread across Reed's lips as he could not resist approaching the monitor showcasing the live feed. At that moment, the screen revealed Tony and Natasha standing before a door, knocking. Observing the figure clad in the Iron Man suit, Tony Stark grinned and remarked, "Long time no see." Iron Man, what on earth is happening, Reed? Susan inquired anxiously, sensing something was amiss with him. Reed? He mulled over the name, as if it were foreign, reminiscent of a time long past when no one had addressed him thus. A flicker of disdain crossed his eye. "Do not call me Reed," he suddenly declared. Susan responded with confusion. In that moment, Reed spread his arms wide, his expression a blend of mischief and mania, as if he were preparing to introduce them to a new creator of this world. From now on, please call me the Creator. Chapter 42, Tony Stark? Who is he? Are you really that famous? In stark contrast to the enigmatic atmosphere within the Baxter building, the environment of Level 2 in the back room appeared strikingly straightforward. Neither Tony nor Natasha were concerned about the strength or danger of the individuals inside. Their sole interest lay in whether these individuals could provide them with more information, which was the very purpose of their visit. The door had been knocked upon, and now they awaited a response from within. At that moment, Tony had already scanned the interior and observed the silhouette of a figure. It seemed that the person, who had been searching for something, paused upon hearing the knock. Subsequently, they grasped an object leaning against the wall, drawing something from behind it, one hand extending it forward while the other pulled back, a motion reminiscent of drawing a bow. They were aiming at us. Tony raised an eyebrow and turned to Natasha. saying it's a bow. Natasha nodded, acknowledging, indeed, a bow is an effective ranged weapon that can be crafted in the backroom. Previous documentation indicated that firearms are relatively scarce here, making bows and crossbows viable alternatives. While crossbows are complex to construct, bows are manageable. Even those without expertise can fashion one. After all, who hasn't seen a pig run? Even if they've never eaten one? The real question is how lethal it can be. Quite vigilant, Tony scoffed, as if a mere bow could inflict any harm upon me. Without further ado, he opened the door, raised his hand, and aimed his palm cannon at the figure inside, calmly stating, "Friend, if I were you, I would lower that broken bow and raise both hands above your head and surrender." Whoosh! In the next instant, an arrow struck Tony, but the carbonized wooden tip merely clinked against his armor, falling feebly to the ground. "It seems you're not very compliant." Tony chuckled lightly before unleashing a blast from his palm cannon directly at a chair in the room. Bang! The chair exploded into fragments, with splintering and fabric flying everywhere. The figures stood in shock, their bow falling from their hands as they stared blankly at Tony and the wreckage of the chair. They were genuinely dumbfounded, having toiled extensively to acquire that bow while working for BNTG and trading resources. It was a recurve bow, meticulously crafted and quite valuable. Their arrows were also self-made, featuring hardened tips capable of inflicting damage. In the backroom, this set of equipment was considered quite decent, yet in comparison to Tony, they felt like a primitive being. Here stood a man clad in battle armor, while they were still playing with a bow. Truly, the disparity was infuriating. Swallowing hard, the figure raised their hands, eyes wide with terror. What kind of monster are you? An entity? Or something else? Do I appear to be an entity to you? Tony replied, his helmet retracting to reveal his displeasure. Natasha approached, scrutinizing the individual. They appear to be an ordinary drifter, speaking fluent English, their clothes somewhat worn and dirty, suggesting a lack of proper washing for an extended period. This aligned perfectly with their stereotypical image of drifters. Furthermore, Natasha noticed several injuries on the individual, including a burn on the left arm and a missing pinky on the right hand, revealing a ghastly tear. Sweat glistened on their brow, and their legs trembled with fear. It was understandable. Who wouldn't be terrified in the presence of Tony Stark's formidable armor and destructive capabilities, especially with a palm cannon aimed directly at them? What is your name? Where do you come from? When did you enter the backroom? Tony bombarded the figure with questions. The individual hesitated, seemingly grasping the weight of the inquiry, and cautiously ventured, "Are you newcomers to the backroom? Answer my questions," Tony insisted without any pretense of camaraderie. "All right, but could you please lower that thing first?" The figure replied with trepidation. Answer when asked. "There is no need for all this hesitation," Tony replied coolly. Nevertheless, the figure complied and lowered their hands, visibly relieved. "My name is Echo," they began. "It was originally settled in level 1, but when it fell, I came here. I've been here for 3 months. 3 months? Tony and Natasha exchanged glances. Then Tony scoffed. "I asked for your name, not some pathetic alias. And I want to know your nationality and the year you entered the backroom." "A name?" The figure smirked, looking at Tony as if he were insane. "In the backroom, who would reveal their name without reason? Clearly, you're a rookie, unaware of this rule. It said that some entities can locate you by your name, or even kill you based on it. If ill-intentioned individuals exploit this, it could end badly." Though he had never encountered such entities, he chose to adhere to this rule. Now, witnessing the foolishness of these two so-called newcomers, he felt a sense of superiority, akin to the condescension seasoned individuals displayed toward novices. Clearing his throat, he intended to assert his status. But the sound of Tony's palm cannon charging caused his confidence to wilt. He forced a smile. "My name is Lin Ye, from Canada. I was an athlete, and I entered here in June 2020. I recall." He rambled on about his experiences prior to entering the backroom and what transpired afterward, culminating in a tirade against the entities and a denunciation of BNTG's opportunism. However, by this point, Tony and Natasha found it difficult to listen. 2020? Are you certain? Tony inquired, astonishment evident in his tone. "We are currently in 2012. 2020? What are you talking about? Are you not from that year? Or have I been stuck in this cursed place for more than 3 months? Are you from the future?" The figure appeared perplexed. questioning why anyone would doubt their entry time into the backroom. Yet, Tony remained silent, fixated on the individual, and commanded Jarvis, scan this person and cross-reference them with the population database. Buzz. In the next moment, a beam of light enveloped the figure. They flinched, fear gripping them. However, once the scan concluded, nothing happened, leaving them even more bewildered. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, I cannot find a complete match for this individual. There are similar appearances, but they are not Canadian. The name is the same, yet the visage does not align. Jarvis ultimately concluded with a simple statement. No such person exists. You. Tony redirected his gaze at the individual, stepping out of his armor. He was still clad in that t-shirt, lacking the polished suit typically seen on screen. However, the distinctiveness of his visage was remarkably high. He couldn't help but inquire. You don't recognize me? The other man, intrigued, retorted, should I? Stark Industries has never crossed your ears? Tony countered. The man shook his head in bewilderment. Iron Man? Not familiar with that either. Tony pressed on. The man chuckled. What a ridiculous name. Tin Man? Noting Tony's serious demeanor. He continued to shake his head. Never heard of it. Has the internet just arrived in your village? Tony couldn't hold back. What do you mean by just arrived? The man grew angry. Not knowing your name equates to my village just getting internet? Do I need to know you? Are you really that famous? Am I that famous? Tony's lips twitched in disbelief. He pondered the peculiar circumstances that could render the hero of the New York battle, the leader of the Avengers, a consultant for SHIELD, the president of Stark Industries, a super genius, billionaire, and playboy, into an obscure figure. Surely, you can't forget the tale of aliens invading while standing on the front lines, wielding a nuclear bomb to obliterate those extraterrestrial beings? An alien invasion, such a monumental event. It is inconceivable that one could completely forget in 8 years, especially with Canada so close to America. If it were a child, perhaps it could be excused, but this was evidently an adult back then as well. These newcomers are quite amusing, are they not? Are they all so abstract? I encountered someone previously who spoke of Avengers, aliens, and even asked if I recognized him. Recognize whom? Are you some globally renowned superstar? Were it not for the fact that he too wielded a bow, I would have had no desire to engage with him. The man muttered. Tony was taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze to the man, his expression sharpening. What did you just say? Chapter 43. The intriguing revelation what? We have a traitor among us? At that moment, as Tony conversed with the Wanderer, countless viewers of the live broadcast were taken aback. When the Wanderer revealed that he had been in the back room for 3 months, an unsettling feeling crept in. The situation became even more perplexing when he mentioned he hailed from the year 2020. 2020? Could he truly be a traveler from the future? He has been in there for 3 months? How long has the back room even existed? Is it possible that the perception of time within the back room differs from our earthly understanding? I've noticed that too. Previously, when Natasha transitioned from level 0 to level 1, the live feed paused, and upon resuming, it seemed as though she had just arrived at level 1. I initially thought the transition consumed a lot of time, but now it seems that it's merely the differing flow of time in the backroom. Could it be that this Wanderer is from a parallel universe? Parallel universe? You must be joking. ISNT that the stuff of science fiction? When faced with the inexplicable, why not invoke quantum mechanics and parallel timelines? If he ISNT from another universe, how could he possibly not recognize Iron Man? Indeed, though I hate to admit it, Tony Stark did shine during the Battle of New York, especially with extraterrestrial involvement. News of that event is everywhere. Just a casual scroll online reveals countless reports about aliens, Iron Man, and the Avengers. But that doesn't mean everyone must know Iron Man, right? I certainly don't. Has the internet just reached your village? Perhaps school just let out? Or maybe he just got out of prison. So what if he doesn't know Iron Man? It's perfectly normal. With billions of people globally, can you guarantee everyone is familiar with him? It's likely that over half might know him. But that still leaves a substantial number who don't. Elderly, children, those who don't go online or watch television. Whether or not he knows Iron Man is irrelevant. I firmly believe he hails from a parallel world, with the backroom being a dimension of its own. ISNT it reasonable to assume the existence of a parallel universe? Does this imply that the backroom encompasses numerous worlds? Many parallel universes? Could we witness another Iron Man battling this one within the confines of the backroom? What a fascinating notion. Such creativity. At that moment, the live chat was abuzz with myriad speculations. The notion of extraterrestrials had already captivated the public, and now the emergence of a parallel world stirred even more excitement. Truly, 2012 was an extraordinary year. Some even began to fervently propagate theories online, claiming that December 21st, 2012, marked the apocalypse, citing Mayan prophecies, and asserting that current events heralded the end of days, predicting the obliteration of human civilization by aliens, entities from the backroom, and beings from parallel worlds. Meanwhile, within the confines of Zone 1, Nick Fury observed the unfolding events on the projection screen, his brow furrowed in concern. "Have we found anything on this, Leah?" he inquired quietly to the bald, bespectacled man beside him. "Nothing on record," Sitwell replied. "If Tony couldn't find anything, how could we?" This implied the possibility that the individual truly originated from a parallel universe. Nick Fury's frown deepened. The concept of parallel universes was relatively novel to the MCU. Of course, someone like the Ancient One would be aware of such realms. But Nick Fury was evidently in the dark. Even Bruce Banner, with the highest educational credentials present, only grasped the concept of parallel universes without being able to definitively assert their existence. Yet it now seemed possible that parallel worlds might be real. If so, could the relevant theories hold validity? That is, might another parallel world contain another version of oneself, shaped by different experiences leading to divergent lives? Perhaps in another universe, he had never encountered radiation and was living a tranquil life with Betty. Banner found himself lost in thought. Yet, he understood that this wasn't the crux of the matter. The key concern was that this backroom dimension seemed to connect not only their universe, but also many parallel ones. If this were true, the knowledge contained within the backroom could be immense. If they were merely encountering ordinary individuals, it might be manageable. But what if they encountered something formidable within this backroom? For instance, another version of the Abomination or Loki from a parallel universe. Bruce Banner remained silent, fixated on the live broadcast above him. Suddenly, Nick Fury's emergency communicator erupted with sound. He frowned. Such a device was typically used only in dire situations. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily connected the call. "Director, the Triskelion headquarters has been attacked, and Item 084 is missing." "What?" Nick Fury rose abruptly, alarmed. Item 084 referred to all anomalous objects of unknown origin that could not be analyzed. Among the items previously designated as 084 were Thor's hammer and the Tesseract. To date, 2084 items remained in the Triskelion headquarters, an obelisk and Loki's scepter. The loss of either was no trivial matter. What on earth happened? Nick Fury demanded, his voice low and tense. "Agents Marcus Basho and Mark Smith have betrayed us, killed the researchers, and absconded with Loki's scepter." Hill responded. "What?" Fury's mind reeled, and the world seemed to spin around him. He knew the power of that scepter all too well. It could control minds. Such a critical item was naturally secured within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, the Triskelion. And yet, it had been compromised. Furthermore, agents had betrayed them? Damn it. Hill, how did you assess these agents psychologically? Fury's voice erupted in anger. He had never anticipated the emergence of traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents underwent rigorous scrutiny and approval processes to ensure loyalty. To now hear that someone had betrayed them was unfathomable. And to make matters worse, they had stolen Loki's scepter? Fury was seething, wishing he could berate Hill for such a grave oversight. "Director, it was precisely because I assessed Agent Mark Smith as unfit for field work that Hill began, but before she could finish her sentence. I don't want to hear any of that right now. I want to know where those two traitors have taken the scepter." Nick Fury's voice turned icy. Inside the communicator, there was a profound silence. After a considerable period, Agent Hill finally spoke softly, "I don't know. They deleted the surveillance and erased the records. By the time they discovered it, the researchers had already been dead for over 3 hours. It is presumed they have escaped the country." "Damn it. What are you all doing? Can't you handle such a trivial matter?" The incompetent and furious Director Fury began to vent his frustration. What has happened? Nearby, Dr. Banner and Steve furrowed their brows. Seeing Nick Fury in such a state indicated that something serious had transpired. Two damn traitors have stolen Loki's cursed scepter. Nick Fury's face was a storm of emotions. The bald man in glasses blinked, contemplating for a moment before stating, stealing the scepter without a trace and erasing the surveillance. Two traitors certainly could not accomplish this alone. There must be someone aiding them. Indeed, we have an infiltrator within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury thought of this as well. The individual capable of such deeds would undoubtedly possess considerable authority, at least level 6 and above. Sitwell. Nick Fury suddenly called out. What? The bald man was taken aback. Can I trust you? Nick Fury scrutinized Agent Sitwell. If Coulson were here, I believe you could trust me. Sitwell replied in a hushed tone. He was the assistant to former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Alexander Pierce, while Coulson served as the current director and Fury's assistant. Pierce and Fury were both comrades and friends, thus their trusted aides frequently crossed paths. Given Coulson's congenial nature and Sitwell's facade of nonchalance while still being diligent, they naturally became friends. With such a complex web of relationships, Fury dared to pose the question. However, he did not expect Sitwell to mention Coulson. Nick Fury fell silent for a long moment before finally sighing. Yes, we all miss him. Coulson was his confidant, having perished during the battle in New York. Of course, only he knew that Coulson was in a secret laboratory, undergoing preparations for resurrection, though this had yet to be made public. Indeed, if Coulson were present, he would likely be working alongside Sitwell. The two often collaborated on missions. Nick Fury patted Sitwell on the shoulder and spoke gravely. Very well, I hereby appoint you as a level 7 agent, with full authority to handle this matter and uncover the traitor among us. Me? Sitwell blinked, astonished as he gazed at Nick Fury. What's wrong? Fury frowned. Understood, Director. I will ensure the mission is completed. Sitwell could barely contain his excitement as he hastily accepted the order and departed. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, Captain America, and Dr. Banner observed the entire exchange. Fury, do you need assistance? Captain Marvel couldn't help but inquire. No need. This is a trivial matter that doesn't require your intervention. Just a few rats. Nick Fury replied indifferently. He believed that even if there was an infiltrator within S.H.I.E.L.D., it couldn't be many. He did not take the matter to heart. What troubled him was Loki's scepter. Fortunately, once they captured someone, they should be able to ascertain the whereabouts of his scepter. Although he still did not fully understand the nature of this object, there was no doubt of its significance. It was merely a matter of when they would capture the traitor. What a troublesome time. The dimensions faced incursions. The Earth was invaded by extraterrestrials, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. had a traitor. Couldn't anything be peaceful for once? The director was in agony. He wished he had superpowers, preferably the ability to clone himself, so he could manage multiple crises simultaneously. Damn it. Pierce must award me the Best Model Director medal, or I swear I won't continue. At that moment, elsewhere in Sokovia, within the fortress of Bard, a group of agents clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, accompanied by vehicles bearing the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia, slowly enter the castle. Baron Strucker, wearing single-frame glasses and also in a S.H.I.E.L.D. combat uniform, watched as two individuals disembark from the vehicle, carrying a large box. Through the bulletproof glass, one could distinctly see the shimmering scepter inside, its gems radiating brilliance. At last, a smile crept across Baron Strucker's lips. Our prize has arrived. How'd it go? Was there no trace left behind? He turned to the two agents. Precisely the ones Agent Hill had mentioned, Agents Mark Basso and Mark Smith. Fury is likely still oblivious at this moment. Agent Smith remarked coolly. When the light screen appeared in the sky, they made their move. Most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents were out on assignments. Even Agent Hill was reassigned to investigate the so-called dimensional incursions. As a result, the headquarters was devoid of personnel. Moreover, with Baron Strucker's level 6 clearance, it was easy to slip through unnoticed. Baron Strucker chuckled, glancing at the lab-coated doctor beside him. Dr. List, how soon can you commence work? Right away, Mr. Strucker. Dr. List's eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld Loki's scepter. He cared not for the events occurring above. Perhaps there were wondrous items within the dimensional realm, and many were preoccupied with thoughts of them. However, he was far more eager for the tangible prize at hand, such as Loki's scepter. He swiftly took the scepter into the laboratory. To be honest, the equipment had long been prepared. They were merely awaiting Loki's scepter. At that moment, within the laboratory, numerous pieces of Chitauri technology lay in disarray: guns, various aircraft, kinetic weaponry. Yet, all these weapons lacked power sources and were rendered inoperative. Now, the arrival of Loki's scepter filled the energy void. As the device was placed atop the box and activated, the gems on Loki's scepter emitted a dazzling blue light, and the energy flowed into the Chitauri weaponry. With energy restored, one of the lab technicians took a gun and aimed at a target, pulling the trigger. Buzz. Boom. The distinctive sound of kinetic weaponry reverberated as a single shot obliterated the target. It could be said that the power was formidable. However, it was not enough. Baron Strucker expressed his dissatisfaction. Dr. List, astonished, remarked, Mr. Strucker, now that we possess the scepter, we have achieved significant results, but to attain the progress you desire. He pursed his lips, speaking in a low tone. We must conduct experiments on living subjects. Living subjects? Baron Strucker chuckled. Before him were several monitors. The highest displayed a live feed of Stark conversing with the dimensional wanderer, while the lower screens showed crowds of Sokovians protesting in the streets, vociferously opposing the war. Doctor, do you believe we will lack such resources? Strucker's expression turned cold. With just a few words, we can recruit enough cannon fodder from the streets. Elderly, children, men, women, even. Strucker gazed at a pair of strikingly similar individuals on the screen and grinned. Even twins, with such an abundance of subjects. Will it not suffice to support your research? Once the plan is completed, you could even utilize faceless ones, hounds, limb clusters, skin thieves, and wailing corpses for your experiments. And those self-adapting, evolving corpse mice. Strucker seemed to possess an uncanny insight into human desires. Each utterance made Dr. Lister's heart race with excitement. He was utterly eager to delve into those matters. However, were they not still confined within the quarantine zone? How could one possibly acquire them? A plan? What plan? Dr. Lister could not restrain his curiosity. Strack narrowed his eyes and slowly articulated a few words. Inside the plan, the above content is derived from the official prelude comic of Avengers, Age of Ultron, which takes place after the retrieval of Loki's scepter following the Battle of New York. It details the arrival in Sokovia and the use of the scepter to empower weapons for the Chitauri, including human experimentation with the scepter. The comic employs phrases such as not long after, before long, and in a short while, suggesting that the retrieval of Loki's scepter and the arrival in Sokovia, followed by the empowerment and research, all occurred on the same day, thereby ensuring the subsequent appearances of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Furthermore, the timeline involving the Insight program is relatively extended, spanning Captain America, the Winter Soldier, which is set in 2014. However, for the sake of narrative, I may expedite the Insight program and even the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron, since Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are already present, and the elements are in place to initiate the plot. Naturally, Avengers, Age of Ultron will certainly follow the Insight program. Additionally, the Insight program will undoubtedly be more intricate than portrayed in the original narrative, as I intend to incorporate elements from a back room. It remains to be seen whether you can accept this. If you wish to see a traditional recap, where the storyline advances not a whit, and characters express shock without any real impact, I can write that too. It would be even easier, requiring no research. Would you not agree? Manual sarcasm. JPG. Insert image. Chapter 44. Steve in the back room. Hawkeye. I waited for Iron Man, but I got Captain America instead. Time does not cease its flow due to unexpected events. The emergence of the back room has brought some anomalies to Earth. Yet these disturbances are insufficient to alter the established facts. That which is meant to appear will ultimately manifest, and that which is destined to come will indeed arrive. S. H. I. E. L. D. is on the brink of monumental changes. Meanwhile, Iron Man, Tony Stark, upon hearing the mention of Avengers, aliens, and archery from the person on the other side, he instantly realized something. He exchanged a glance with Natasha. A figure abruptly surfaced in his mind. Clint Barton. Hawkeye. It was highly probable that the outside world had received some new intelligence, prompting Hawkeye to enter with information. In such an eerie place as the backroom, lacking intelligence makes survival exceedingly difficult. One misstep could mean losing everything. Without knowledge of the information, one could miss the exit right beneath their feet. This was precisely why Natasha insisted on heading to level 4 first. Unexpectedly, they received news of Hawkeye here. What does the person you speak of look like? Natasha couldn't help but inquire. Among all of S, H, I, L, D, if anyone had the closest relationship with her, it could only be Clint. Even her friendship with May paled in comparison. She was recruited into S, H, I, E, L, D by Clint, while May came later. The sequence of their experiences varied, leading to different dynamics. Thus, upon hearing news that might pertain to Hawkeye, her urgency was palpable. Well, I can't say he's ugly, but I can't say he's handsome either. He's clad in combat attire, with a quiver on his back and a bow in hand, looking quite impressive. The individual remarked, adding, his archery skills are astounding. I suspect he might be a professional athlete specializing in archery. He can match my arrows. Do you understand? My arrow was split in two by his shot. Do you know what that signifies? I'm tempted to take him as my mentor. However, it was evident that Tony and Natasha were uninterested in such details. Where's he? Tony inquired in a low tone. Undoubtedly, Clint possessed the tiered information they sought. Moreover, the mention of healing hinted that this level 2 was more significant and perilous than they had anticipated. Otherwise, Clint wouldn't have come here. Simultaneously, they were puzzled. How did Clint manage to get in? Did he cut through reality to arrive at the backroom? Of course, these concerns were secondary. What mattered was Clint's whereabouts. The individual hesitated, pondering before replying. He said he was looking for someone, described as a man in iron armor and a red-haired beauty with wavy locks. They might even be together. As he spoke, he glanced at the two, one clad in iron armor and the other with red, wavy hair. Wait a moment. Could the people he asked searching for be you two? His astonishment was palpable. Could it really be such a coincidence? Enough with the trivialities. Tell me where he is. Tony's impatience was evident. Oh, I directed him to the EL3A office. It's the trade area of BNTG, where the majority of level 2's inhabitants congregate, the individual explained. How we get to the EL3A office? Is there a map? Tony countered. No map, but if you head in that direction, you'll see some damaged train tracks. Follow the tracks to the left, and once you reach the end, BNTG will be right beside you, the person elaborated. In level 2, navigation was relatively straightforward. This layer had been extensively remodeled by BNTG. Following the train tracks would suffice, even if one ventured in the wrong direction. Retracing their steps would lead them back to EL3A, which was a valuable survival tip for the wanderers. Thank you for your guidance. Tony nodded, tossing a bag of blueberries casually, stating, consider this your reward. With that, he donned his armor, preparing to depart with Natasha. Meanwhile, the individual opened the bag, staring at the half-filled container of fresh blueberries in disbelief. Gazing at Tony's resplendent armor and then at the blueberries, he could no longer restrain himself and cautiously asked, can I join you? He yearned to latch onto a powerful ally. Following this formidable figure would undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival. In such a bizarre environment as the backroom, aligning oneself with a strong ally was crucial. He had previously expressed a desire to apprentice under Clint, but Clint had declined. This was understandable. Clint had no connection with him, was unfamiliar with him, and had no reason to accept him as a student. Nevertheless, to express gratitude for the guidance, Clint had given him a bag of cookies, which settled their accounts. He felt regretful. He never expected that in such a short time, he would encounter another formidable figure. But, I'm sorry, you do not meet our standards for joining. Tony flatly rejected. What standards? The individual was taken aback. When you can split someone else's arrow in half, then we can talk, Tony remarked as he and Natasha made their exit, leaving the individual bewildered. Who on earth are these people? Could it be that there exists some formidable super organization in the front hall? At that moment, the scene shifted. It revealed a dim tunnel, characterized by evident signs of modification. Both sides had been widened, and the ceiling raised. Train tracks were visible on the ground. The area was relatively spacious, akin to the width of a subway tunnel. The overall appearance was somewhat dilapidated due to damaged lighting. If the lights could be repaired, it would indeed improve the ambience. Within this tunnel, a lone figure advanced with a flashlight. His pace was measured, and he remained vigilant against the darkness, as if wary of encountering some entity. He was neither handsome nor ugly. Beneath his combat attire lay well-defined muscles, and his sharp eyes resembled those of a hawk. Despite the dim surroundings, he could distinctly perceive objects hidden within the shadows. He held a bow, with an arrow nocked, poised to shoot at a moment's notice. This individual was none other than Clint Barton, Hawkeye, a member of the Avengers. He had been in Level 2 for some time now. After cutting through the first containment area, he had directly arrived at Level 2. However, it was evident that his point of entry differed from that of Iron Man and Black Widow. In the back room, only the exits were fixed. Cutting through would randomly transport individuals to various layers. Nevertheless, he was also diligently seeking information about Tony and Natasha's whereabouts. Ultimately, he concluded that he would go directly to BNTG. According to Tony's reasoning, they would surely be heading there as well. He simply needed to wait at BNTG. He had lost track of time while traversing this path. Fortunately, he had not encountered any troublesome entities along the way. At last, after an indeterminate period, he finally glimpsed a light ahead. His eyes brightened, yet he did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, he approached steadily, remaining alert to his surroundings. Finally, emerging from the endless darkness of the tunnel, he stood in a well-lit hall, where the sounds of chatter filled the air. People, they were everywhere, clad in tattered attire. They resembled a band of wanderers. Some individuals carry bows on their backs, while others sport firearms at their waists or knives strapped to their pant legs. Men and women, a diverse array of characters populate this bustling marketplace. Oh no, this is indeed a marketplace. Within this vast, cavernous space reminiscent of an air raid shelter, vendors line the walls, their stalls brimming with a myriad of goods. Edibles, beverages, peculiar electronic devices, and even an assortment of weapons akin to a flea market. Adjacent to this expansive void stands a concrete wall, featuring a sizable door adorned with the EL3A insignia, signifying the EL3A office area. Another door bears the BNTG emblem. It appears he has arrived. Hawkeye breathed a sigh of relief, placing the arrow back in its quiver. He had previously been apprehensive about misstepping and ending up in a false tier or level 38. It seems those concerns were unwarranted. He had successfully arrived, which bodes well for Tony and the others as well. Now, he merely needed to wait for them to join him. He refrained from hastily entering the EL3, choosing instead to leisurely explore the periphery. He discovered an impressive variety of merchandise. Simultaneously, he was on the lookout for those unique items documented in the records. After surveying the area, he noted that almond water was the most prevalent, followed by fire salt and soy milk, although the latter lacked a yellow variant. Perhaps there were other special items here, but he was unfamiliar with them. The trading system here predominantly adhered to a barter system, primarily utilizing almond water as currency. Almond water had seemingly become the medium of exchange. For instance, a bottle of almond water could equate to a knife, a euro, or a pound sterling. Of course, other items could also be utilized for trade, and ordinary goods, such as staple foods and fruits, tended to be priced relatively low. One could even obtain several cans of beef for a single bottle of almond water. Hawkeye gleaned the trading dynamics of the back rooms. Special items related to weapons and armor ranked higher than other unique items, followed by ordinary weapons and armor. Then standard food, and finally, miscellaneous ordinary goods. This may well be a universal rule across all tiers. It stands to reason. 4 special items are akin to game assets with attributes, and thus command greater value, while the rest are rather commonplace. At that moment, a sudden clamor ensued as the large door in the concrete wall swung open. Armed personnel, unmistakably marked with the BNTG insignia and wielding modified firearms, emerged. their expressions cold as they surveyed the trading individuals. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Then, from within, stepped another individual clad in BNTG attire, holding a small box. The box was transparent, well, semi-transparent, and bore a resemblance to crystal or quartz. Inside, it appeared to contain something glowing, circular in shape, though it was difficult to discern clearly. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding crowd erupted into hushed whispers. Is BNTG delivering goods to the main community? They're using a sacred crystal box? Just how precious could the contents be? They're probably sending it to level 230. I wish I could see it. All the good stuff goes to the main community. We in the minor communities don't see a thing. Do you even have enough resources to buy anything? If it's not going to the main community, are they selling it here? Can you even afford it? The murmurs reached Hawkeye's ears, prompting him to glance up at the so-called sacred crystal box and its contents. Initially, he was taken aback, but his keen insight pierced through the translucent crystal, revealing what lay within, a circular object reminiscent of an arc reactor. It was strikingly similar, if not identical, to the arc reactor worn by Tony Stark. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he rose, intent on seeking clarity. Such a creation was not easily replicated. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, a hand abruptly covered his mouth from behind, swiftly dragging him backward to the rear of the crowd. Hawkeye's expression turned icy, his demeanor darkening as he grasped the wrist of his assailant, preparing to subdue them. However, the individual possessed an impressive combat experience. Their hand tightened around Hawkeye's throat while simultaneously driving a knee into his lower back, clutching his wrist to maintain an unbalanced and powerless posture. He had encountered a formidable opponent. Hawkeye, a top-tier agent with extensive combat experience, was taken aback by being subdued. In this precarious position, he could only muster brute force to escape. Yet, the individual's strength was astonishing, akin to an iron vice, rendering any resistance futile. Who was this monstrous figure? Hawkeye's mind raced as he realized he was utterly unable to retaliate. He could neither elbow strike nor leap to dislodge his captor. He could only watch helplessly as the BNTG personnel departed with the crystal box. Finally, once the individual had distanced themselves, he felt the grip behind him loosen. Seizing the opportunity, Hawkeye swiftly rolled forward, drawing his bow and positioning the specially crafted alloy knife at the nape of the assailant's neck, ready to strike with lethal precision. "Who are you?" he demanded coldly. The figure wore a tattered hood, a typical guise of a vagrant. However, Hawkeye astutely noted that beneath the ragged hood was a relatively tidy and competent combat uniform. "Me?" The individual smiled faintly, gradually removing the hood to reveal a face that, though somewhat weathered, retained a certain rugged handsomeness. He smiled gently at Hawkeye and countered, "Do you recognize me, Captain?" Hawkeye stammered, his grip on the bow loosening. He stared in bewilderment at the figure before him. That face was unmistakable. Indeed, it was none other than our comrade, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Chapter 45. In the back room, trust no Iron Man. Ward. At this moment, within the confines of Block 1, upon recognizing the figure depicted in the projection, all present were taken aback. Nick Fury, Captain Marvel, and Dr. Banner stared in utter bewilderment at the image of Captain America, as well as the equally bewildered Captain America standing before them. "Do you have a twin brother?" Captain Marvel glanced at Steve. Then back at the image of Steve. It would be an exaggeration to say they were identical, but they were undeniably indistinguishable. Well, if anything, the Steve in the projection appeared a bit more weathered, sporting a scruffy beard. Yet, in terms of appearance, they were essentially the same person. One might mistakenly believe Captain America had ventured into the alternate realm, but the real one stood right there. Could he possibly be a twin? Captain Marvel regarded the situation with suspicion. Meanwhile, Captain America was equally perplexed, hesitantly stating, "I don't recall having a brother." It could also be a captain from a parallel universe, Dr. Banner interjected suddenly. Everyone turned their attention to him, while Nick Fury furrowed his brow in realization. Could parallel worlds truly exist? If it was merely speculation before? Now, there seemed to be some substantiation, a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Steve. Was this not evidence of a parallel universe? A parallel version of me? Steve mused, lost in thought, struggling to comprehend the implications. He felt as though he were gazing at an imposter of himself. The sensation was peculiar. This individual not only mirrored his visage, but also echoed his demeanor. If this were indeed a parallel universe, did these alternate selves enter the back room before them? Moreover, had the individuals from BNTG taken Tony Stark's arc reactor? Nick Fury pondered. This implies there may very well be another Tony Stark in this back room, Banner murmured. Following this line of reasoning, could there not also exist another you? Steve turned his gaze toward Dr. Banner, frowning. Indeed, this is a distinct possibility, Banner replied, pursing his lips. In an instant, the entire makeshift command center fell into a profound silence meanwhile. The barrage of comments in the live chat was equally animated. It was evident that the public remained unaware that the genuine Captain America had yet to enter. This was likely in existence from another parallel universe. Wow, even Captain America has gone in? Captain America? What are the rules of this backroom? Are they capturing everyone? Falling in accidentally is quite normal. Is this back room attempting to ensnare the entire Avengers team? Of the 6 Avengers, for have already entered, this is truly extraordinary. Only Thor and the Hulk remain, right? Quickly, let's capture these American lackeys so we can directly invade America. Laughable, even without the Avengers. There are other forces that would seek to conquer America. That seems unrealistic. Unless aliens are invading again. What are you worried about? If the Avengers are gone, who will resist the aliens? You? Or who? If Earth falls, who will take the blame? You? Without superheroes, does the Earth cease to function? Exactly. Who says the Earth cannot withstand an alien invasion without the Avengers? If the Avengers are gone, defenders will emerge. If defenders vanish, protectors will rise. And these are merely part of our organization. Cut off one head and 2 more will sprout. We will safeguard world peace for eternity. Why does that sound so odd? My head itches. I must be growing a brain. Without the Avengers, Earth will be protected by our 10 rings. 10 rings? Why does that sound like a gang? No, do not heed those fools. Our 10 Rings organization has always cherished peace and upholds the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, loyalty, courage, gentleness, kindness, and filial piety. These 10 words embody the essence of the 10 Rings. Is that right? That doesn't seem accurate. It's different from what I've heard about the 10 Commandments. No. The 10 Rings are the 10 Rings. The 10 Commandments are the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments are merely children deceiving the world, tarnishing my reputation. Here, I, Lord Jung of the 10 Rings organization, shall seek justice against the 10 Commandments and their miscreants. Why does that still sound strange? As the live stream unfolded, comments scroll by at this moment. Through the live broadcast, they also witnessed the Captain America accompanied by Hawkeye, arriving at a room. The room's decor could not be described as cozy, but it was neatly arranged. The furniture, albeit old, was evidently functional. As if Captain America had resided there for an extended period upon entering, Hawkeye could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Steve, inquiring, "Captain, how did you get here?" "Me? I just walked in." Steve shrugged. "It was an accident. An anomaly, much like most others here. I inexplicably found my way in." "Were you not?" "Huh. Weren't you with the director? Did he not send you?" Hawkeye asked, puzzled. Yet he refrained from delving deeper into the matter when encountering an individual who resembled Captain America, spoke with his voice, and possessed his strength. Could one truly claim he was not Captain America? Wait, a captain from a parallel universe? Who would even contemplate that? Although Steve's words sounded peculiar, Hawkeye felt there was some detail they were missing, causing a disparity in their information. This gap could be bridged with a simple inquiry. "The director? Are you referring to?" Steve pondered. "Are you speaking of Hill? Or someone else?" "Hill." Hawkeye furrowed his brow, finally sensing something amiss. How could the director be Hill? "Isn't it Fury?" "Fury? Nick Fury?" Steve mulled over the name, seemingly nostalgic, and sighed. "We all miss him, do we not?" "Hawkeye, why does that sound as though Nick Fury has passed away?" "Wait, what exactly transpired? Why am I so confused?" Clint felt a headache coming on, trying to unravel the tangled thoughts in his mind. It seemed as if strange notions were flooding his brain. "I think I have figured it out." At that moment, Steve smiled and said, "I must not be the Captain America you know, and you are not the Clint I recognize. We actually hail from different universes. Despite sharing the same names and identities, Our lives diverge significantly. Different universes? Clint's brow furrowed deeper, murmuring, "Why do I feel like I'm understanding less and less?" "Have you not heard of the multiverse and parallel worlds?" Steve retorted. I think I recall something about it. That a minor change could give rise to a new universe, leading to entirely different stories," Clint murmured. "I believe so," Steve replied with a smile. "This place, they call it the back room. I imagine it serves as the landfill for the multiverse, where all the discarded remnants end up trash." Clint's lips twitched. "Well, that's essentially the meaning," Steve shrugged. "So, you Hawkeye scrutinized Steve once more. Feeling uncertain, are you curious about my story?" Steve tilted his head slightly, smiling as he spoke. "I'm uncertain how you perceive me, yet I have undergone the transformation of a super soldier, faced off against Hydra, been frozen and subsequently thawed. Armed with the formidable strength and physique bestowed by the super soldier serum, I have always led the charge for my comrades. I once believed I would continue in this manner, bearing the mantle of protection, until the moment I lost the super soldier serum." "Lost?" Clint exclaimed, surveying Steve with astonishment. He appeared anything but someone who had lost the serum. "Indeed, I once lost it." Steve nodded. "Without the serum, I aged rapidly, stripped of my former strength. I succumbed to despair, confusion, and hopelessness, until the demise of Bucky awakened me completely. If losing the serum rendered me utterly powerless, I was unworthy of the serum in the first place. I nearly became lost in the overwhelming power it granted me, almost forgetting that I, too, was once frail. Yet even then, I dared to leap onto grenades and crawl across barbed wire for my comrades to pass. Thus, I reclaimed my shield and plunged back into the fray. A powerful physique breeds only crime. True strength lies in the fortitude of one's heart. Perhaps fate smiled upon me, for during my battle against Hydra, my shield shattered the Tesseract, and the power within its fragments restored my strength. Though it seems improbable, I shall cherish this hard-won power and use it to aid others, until that fateful day when the extraterrestrial Chitauri invaded Earth. Avengers assemble. We united in purpose, and success seemed imminent. However, one misstep led me to this cursed place. As Steve spoke, his eyes were filled with a melancholic longing, a yearning for the camaraderie he could no longer reclaim. "Fear not," Hawkeye said, a hint of sentiment in his voice as he gently patted Steve's shoulder, smiling. "Earth will endure. Our world has weathered the Chitauri invasion, and all has since passed. Those wretches returned to their lair, leaving behind a nuclear bomb to ensure they would have no respite for years." "Oh, your world also faced the Chitauri?" Steve inquired, curiosity piqued as he gazed at Hawkeye. "Indeed," Hawkeye nodded, grinning. "It appears your experiences mirror those of Captain, in my understanding. The sole distinction being that the Captain I know has never lost the super soldier serum. Perhaps this difference has birthed parallel universes? Of course, I am no scientist. Just speculating. And Bucky? Who is Bucky?" "Bucky." Steve opened his mouth, letting out a sigh. "He was my dear friend and comrade. We fought side by side against our foes until his death." "My apologies," Clint said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Not at all." Steve shook his head, indicating that all was in the past. "By the way, why did you try to stop me earlier?" Clint recalled the earlier incident and frowned. "Were they taking Stark's arc reactor?" "I was actually looking for Tony Stark, but was delayed by Captain America. Yes, though he is from another universe. Yet in his heart, it mattered not. Despite the differences in their experiences, they were only slight variations. The captain who spoke such words was still that captain, trustworthy and reliable. His sense of justice and kindness, his steadfastness and principles. The more he interacted with Steve, the more he could sense the weight of responsibility the captain bore. This was the crux of his trust in Steve. Even if he hailed from another world, he would still call him captain and work alongside him. However, he could not comprehend the events that had transpired earlier, nor could he reason them out. Why? Or was it simply that the captain was unaware, seeking to find Tony Stark? "If I am not mistaken, you're searching for Tony?" Steve seemed to perceive Hawkeye's thoughts and spoke solemnly. Yet, in truth, within the backroom, no Iron Man should be trusted. Not even a newly arrived. Chapter 46. The Steel-Eating Ogre, the Tragic Steel Man. What? At this moment, it was not only Clint who was filled with bewilderment. Inside the designated quarantine zone, Nick Fury and others watching the live broadcast wore expressions of utter confusion. Of course, the source of their bewilderment differed. Nick Fury was astonished to learn that another version of himself from a parallel universe had met his demise. Although it was merely a parallel world, was it not a glimpse into a possible future? Thus, how exactly did this alternate version of himself perish? Clint, for heaven's sake, why don't you just ask? At this moment, Nick Fury was consumed with curiosity, eager to uncover the fate of his counterpart. Who wouldn't he wish to defy destiny? Meanwhile, Captain America and Banner were likewise perplexed by the final words on the screen. Do you harbor some grudge against Stark? Dr. Banner glanced at Steve. Well, how should one put it? Though he could be somewhat arrogant, he was capable of shouldering responsibility when it mattered. So he should have no real animosity, right? Steve hesitated. Initially, he had looked down upon Tony Stark, perceiving him as reckless, arrogant, and lacking in responsibility and dedication. To him, a veteran of World War II, Stark's behavior was disappointing, reminiscent of a parent's frustration with a wayward child. In that era, responsibility was held in high esteem. As he often remarked, without the iron suit, what was Tony Stark? Stark's responses were consistently offbeat, whimsical, and evasive. When engaged in earnest conversation, Stark would invariably find a way to divert the topic. In Steve's eyes, Tony was exceptionally flawed. He had encountered many individuals who, even without extraordinary powers, possessed tenfold the integrity of Stark. However, it was only during the Battle of New York when he witnessed Tony bearing a nuclear bomb into outer space that his perspective began to shift. Tony Stark, despite his flaws and eccentricities, possessed an unwavering resolve and a sense of justice. It was then that Steve realized the world had changed. Modern ideologies were vastly different from those of the past. Some individuals were not as unprincipled as they appeared. At critical moments, certain people proved to be reliable. 70 years had passed, transforming circumstances and values. The youth of today had adopted new criteria for judgment. Steve had no desire to impose moral constraints on anyone. He respected individual choices and could accept diverse convictions. He acknowledged the changes of a new era and honored Tony's perspectives. Yet, respect did not equate to acceptance. He and Tony were at odds ideologically. But to claim animosity towards Stark, that seemed excessive. Ideology is merely a personal code of conduct. Each individual possesses unique principles. He had his convictions, and Tony had his. This matter transcended notions of right or wrong. He could not harbor animosity towards Tony. Given that there was no enmity, what did those words mean? Dr. Banner looked at Captain America with perplexity. What does it mean that no Iron Man should be trusted, even the newly arrived? Within the Avengers, Tony had a period of adjustment with nearly everyone: Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, Hawkeye. But with Dr. Banner, there had never been such a phase. They shared numerous commonalities, both being scientific geniuses and futurists. They were akin to old friends, resonating ideologically. Birds of a feather flocked together, scientists with scientists, geniuses with geniuses. Why did Tony choose to collaborate with Banner in secret on Ultron during the second Avengers film instead of involving others? It stemmed from their shared futurism. Naturally, Banner's vision of the future differed from Tony's, but that was a discussion for another time. He found himself puzzled. If Iron Man should not be trusted, then who should be? If Iron Man was untrustworthy, who was it that carried the nuclear bomb to obliterate the aliens? After the bomb detonated, how many would survive? Banner could confidently assert that he would live, and Thor likely would as well, but Steve, Natasha, and Hawkeye were uncertain. Manhattan could have been engulfed in flames. Thus, Tony not only saved the lives of Manhattan's citizens, but also spared Steve's life. Yet now, the captain uttered such words. "Doctor, calm down." Steve felt exasperated. "I did not say that. I cannot fathom what the other universe's version of me experienced to utter such phrases, but I believe it was certainly not my intention." Huh? It was only at this moment that Banner regained his composure. "My apologies, Captain." He rubbed his forehead. The resemblance between the Steve on screen and the one before him was uncanny, as if they were the same individual. In a daze, he had mistakenly directed his frustration at the present Steve. "What I am curious about is how many Iron Men exist in this future." At that moment, Captain Marvel spoke up. Steve and Banner exchanged glances, then furrowed their brows. Captain America, based on his self-awareness, understood that if certain events had not genuinely transpired, he would not have articulated such statements. So, what actions had the Iron Men taken in this alternate reality? Meanwhile, within Stark Tower, Pepper Potts gazed at the live broadcast on the television, her eyes filled with concern. Tony, she mused, based on her understanding of Tony Stark. He never entered a battle unprepared. Even the slightest glimmer of hope would prompt him to try, and in the most bizarre of situations, he would endeavor to comprehend and master every aspect. Those who entered the alternate reality likely yearned only to escape. In the real world, many friends, family members, and countless others awaited them, providing ample motivation to return. But what if Tony had attempted everything, exerting every effort, only to discover that escape remained elusive? What then? She clenched her fists. She envisioned how Tony would respond. In such circumstances, he would explore every conceivable avenue, even at the expense of others, solely to escape that wretched place. And perhaps that is why Captain America spoke those words. At the same time, within Baxter Tower, the self-proclaimed creator Reed began to extend his bodily form into tendrils, resembling a monstrous appendage. He manipulated these tendrils with dexterity, fervently operating the keyboard before him. Images flashed before him, frozen in time. The Battle of New York, the Tesseract that opened the portal, and the scepter held by Loki. Additionally, there were screenshots from the live broadcast of the Tesseract embedded in Tony's chest, along with footage from a Sokovia base, showcasing the scepter placed within a device. He recognized what they were. The Infinity Stones, the Second Infinity Stone, the Space Stone, and the Mind Stone. Yet, he could find no trace of the remaining stones. Time, power, reality, soul, knowledge, and balance. Well, knowledge and balance were the names he had assigned. One stone was extracted from the mind of Tony Stark, and it was this gem that granted him everything he possessed. Without it, he would be nothing. The Power Stone was retrieved from the Earth's core, capable of balancing the planet's energy, geological activities, and even the vitality of its life forms. In total, there are 8 Infinity Stones. This constituted the entirety of his understanding. Of course, he was unaware that not all universes harbor 8 Infinity Stones. In fact, universes with 8 such stones are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, whether it be 8 or 6, he sought to collect them all. Yet, his quest for the Infinity Stones was not for the purpose of destruction, but rather for creation. He aimed to recreate a world that had long perished, a world that was his original homeland. To say creation might be somewhat inaccurate. It would be more fitting to describe it as transformation. He intended to reshape the current universe into his envisioned homeland, specifically the Marvel 1610 universe. However, this would not be the original 1610 universe, but rather his idealized version of it. Transformation is certainly less arduous than creation ex nihilo. However, such transformation necessitates the presence of corresponding talent. It seemed that many individuals in this universe had yet to make their appearance. At that moment, a monitor beside Reed displayed a series of photographs. Each photo depicted a figure. Among them, a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 stood out, accompanied by a label bearing his name, Peter Parker, a 6th grade student. Another image featured a doctor clad in a white coat, identified as Stephen Strange. Additionally, there was a photo of a man in prison attire, labeled as Scott Lang. Another image showcased a teenager, seemingly around 15, walking the streets with an Asian countenance, named Shang-Chi. Lastly, there was a photo of a military man, smoking a cigarette, with a fierce expression and a small mustache, identified as Thaddeus Ross. In summary, there were numerous such photographs. He possessed the records of all superheroes. Fully aware of their origins, he could either erase the existence of heroes from their inception or mold heroes from the very beginning. All of this was merely a matter of his own inclination. Of course, before proceeding, he needed to acquire the Infinity Stones. Although 2 had already succumbed to the back room, that was of little concern. He would surely devise a means to obtain them. Prior to that, he must commence collecting the Infinity Stones of this universe. Thus, his gaze lingered upon a secret base in Sokovia. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. As for whether one could enter or exit the back room, There existed no place he could not infiltrate or escape from. And regarding the notion that all Iron Men within the back room should not be trusted, a brief contemplation sufficed for him to discern the answer. It was merely a desire to escape that resulted in further harm. Such is the wisdom of mortals. No matter how refined, mortal intellect is bound by limits. Yet he, at this moment, was the creator, a true deity. Once he entered, the world would be irrevocably transformed. Reed smiled faintly. I shall bring forth hope, only to then deliver the deepest despair. Tony Stark. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast, accompanied by Steve's narration, countless viewers were filled with astonishment. The comments section buzzed with discussions about Captain America's words. Speculations about why Iron Man was deemed untrustworthy flourished. Just as the comments exploded and discussions ran rampant, Hawkeye's voice pierced through. Captain, what do you mean by that? Are you certain you're not joking with me? On screen, Hawkeye furrowed his brow, gazing at Captain America, clearly perplexed by the meaning behind Steve's statement. I wish this were a jest. Captain America sighed. Take a look at this, and you'll understand. With that, he produced a phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and laid it flat, projecting an image. The projection revealed a dimly lit corridor, flickering lights casting shadows of indistinct figures. It was evident that one figure donned armor, with the arc reactor on his chest glowing brightly. Without a doubt, this was Iron Man, Tony Stark, albeit not the version Hawkeye recognized. Opposite this Iron Man stood a person being restrained by two robots. The identity of this individual remained obscure to Hawkeye. It was not due to his poor eyesight, but rather the inherently blurry nature of the footage. He observed that the figure spoke to Iron Man, who raised a hand as if to respond, yet the mask obscured his face, rendering his words inaudible. Just as he was about to mutter a complaint about the poor quality of the video, he witnessed Iron Man suddenly spring into action, seizing the person's neck and lifting them off the ground, their legs flailing desperately. Just when Hawkeye feared that Iron Man might strangle the individual, the steel mask unexpectedly cracked open, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp metal teeth. And then, with a sickening squelch, blood flowed, staining the walls crimson. The silent scene resonated with the echoes of dripping blood, the crunch of shattered bones, and the horrifying sounds of flesh being devoured. The terrifying imagery coalesced into the words, Iron Cannibal, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld it. Hawkeye stood frozen in shock. At that moment, countless viewers watching the live stream were equally stunned. Then, retching ensued. Chapter 47. The dragon-slaying boy becomes the evil dragon. The just Iron Man ultimately transforms into the Iron Ogre. What on earth is this? Is it Iron Man? An alternate universe's Iron Man? Iron Man is consuming human flesh? My scalp is tingling with disbelief. How could this be Iron Man? My faith is crumbling. It is unfathomable that Iron Man could descend to such depths. Has he been transformed into a ghoul? Could it be that Iron Man has fallen into a state of ghoul-like existence? Indeed, it seems plausible. Could this be a ghoul version of Iron Man? This cannot be Iron Man, can it? Is there a chance that he ingested something from a vending machine, leading to this grotesque transformation? However, I fear he has indeed become a ghoul. Surely not. Aren't ghouls mindless, akin to zombies? Yes. Previous documents have mentioned that ghouls possess limited intelligence, yet some exhibit remarkable cunning. This Iron Man may well be one of those retaining their intellect. Things are becoming increasingly sinister. I had hoped for these superheroes to eliminate the entities, yet now it appears that even the superheroes have succumbed to transformation. How are we ordinary individuals supposed to cope with this? How do we cope? We must approach the game with laughter. At this moment, the live stream is inundated with frenzied comments. Simultaneously, within Stark Tower, Tony, Pepper stood up in shock, witnessing the horrific scene of Tony feasting on flesh. She found it hard to believe that Tony Stark had become this monstrosity, a cannibalistic Iron Man. What ist? Though this was not the Tony Stark she knew, she could not help but worry that the Tony she cherished might also succumb to such a fate. Without hesitation, she dialed Nick Fury. Meanwhile, in the first containment zone, Nick Fury and his colleagues were already in a state of shock. At that moment, the communication device chimed. Nick Fury glanced at the screen and smirked. The debt collector has arrived. Yes, it was Pepper calling. He answered the phone, exchanged perfunctory remarks, and hung up, looking at Steve and Dr. Banner, shrugging his shoulders. However, Steve and Dr. Banner were engrossed in the previously recorded footage, replaying it repeatedly. "Are you certain?" Steve inquired of Dr. Banner. "I'm not sure. I've never encountered this model before." Dr. Banner, biting the end of his pen, frowned as he scrutinized the footage again. "Wait a moment, pause it, and enlarge." Suddenly, Captain America noticed something and gestured for Banner to zoom in. The image they were examining was already a blurry capture, and upon magnification, it became even more indistinct, akin to pirated footage. "Can we enhance this?" Steve asked, furrowing his brow as he turned to Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner nodded and proceeded with some degree of resolution enhancement. Soon, the previously indistinct image began to clarify, revealing more details. They beheld the scene of Iron Man's mask grotesquely split open, resembling a mouth rather than the familiar motion of his faceplate retracting. The sight was particularly chilling. For a moment, they exchanged glances, unable to discern whether it was Tony who had transformed into a monster or if the mechanical armor itself had undergone a transformation, perhaps a ghoul-like metamorphosis. Captain Marvel suggested. Regardless of the nature of the transformation, it no longer mattered. This Iron Man was far from the hero they once knew. The back rooms only served to drive individuals mad, ultimately leading them into an abyss of despair. Nick Fury lamented. "What of Tony and Natasha?" "Doctor." Banner's eyes brimmed with concern. "Isn't there still the containment zones that have appeared? That could be a form of escape, right?" "At least there is hope for them to emerge," Captain Marvel replied. However, Steve's eyes reflected worry. Although these newly emerged containment zones allowed for free entry and exit, and agents had found numerous resources within. Not a single individual from the future had managed to exit to the first containment zone. The Zero Zone was even less promising. It seemed merely to serve as a stable entry point into the back rooms. But as for an exit, it appeared that there might be no method to escape to the containment zone at all. Yet, as of now, both Steve and Nick Fury, even Dr. Banner, harbored a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they simply had not discovered the correct method for exiting the containment zones, much like the various pathways leading out of each level. The transition from level 1 to level 2 was merely lingering. Yet the pathways from level 2 to others were diverse, different doors, corridors, and rooms. Some required renovation, while others needed a piano. Furthermore, there were even peculiar methods, like combinations of movements. With such an array of exit strategies, it was clear that without prolonged exploration, one could not grasp the nuances. Hence, theoretically, there must exist a way to exit to these containment zones on Earth. However, the specifics of the method likely required more personnel for experimentation. Should we deploy more personnel? But where would SHIELD find the manpower for such trials? Suddenly, a thought struck Nick Fury. Given that there were infiltrators within SHIELD, what if they captured these traitors and cast them into the back rooms, allowing them to attempt their own escape? With a larger pool of individuals, they might ultimately uncover the exit. With this thought, Nick Fury smiled. He now hoped for an increased number of infiltrators. Only then would there be sufficient personnel to experiment. After all, he wasn't T-Hydra. He couldn't simply abduct people off the streets, could he? Meanwhile, in the live stream, evidently, upon witnessing the unfolding events, Hawkeye was also taken aback. He stared at the video projection in horror, then turned to Captain America, bewildered. What? What is this? Zombies? Monsters? Or has the entity materialized? He could not fathom that he would witness Iron Man in such a grotesque act. It was truly terrifying. Steve remained silent for a moment before shaking his head and finally admitting, I do not know, but almost every Iron Man ultimately transforms into such a being. Every? You mean every single one? Hawkeye was flabbergasted. Indeed, every one of them. Captain America affirmed, then asked, Have you heard the tale of the dragon-slaying boy who ultimately became the evil dragon? Hawkeye stared blankly. How could he not have heard of it? This story was nearly universal in its reach. When applied to Captain America, it undoubtedly implied that they encountered an evil version of Iron Man within the back rooms, relentlessly pursuing and hunting them. He fought alongside the Iron Man he knew, ultimately vanquishing the sinister counterpart after enduring a series of trials and tribulations. However, at that moment, The captain suddenly discovered that his comrades had succumbed to the corruption and depravity of the malevolent Iron Man. Perhaps this occurrence was not isolated. Initially, Captain America had steadfastly refused to believe in Iron Man's moral decline and had rallied the resistance, even encountering otherworldly, just Iron Men. United by their convictions, they endeavored to overthrow the once noble Iron Cannibal. Yet, to their dismay, the righteous Iron Man beside them had also devolved into a steel monstrosity. Time and again, this horror replayed in their minds, sending chills down their spines. Why? Hawkeye could not help but ponder deeply. Surely, there must be a reason that led each Tony Stark to such a fate. Perhaps Hawkeye speculated that, after vanquishing a parallel universe's Iron Cannibal, Tony had gleaned certain truths from that very creature. Consequently, they all unwittingly chose the same path. That is, only through corruption and depravity could they escape this prison. Otherwise, would they be eternally trapped in this limbo? Maybe he unearthed something profound. Steve shrugged, remaining silent for a moment as he tapped his nails, before finally stating, "Each Tony I have conversed with has echoed the same sentiment. They insist that a small portion of sacrifice is necessary. Otherwise, escape remains impossible." This encapsulates the fundamental ideological divide between Captain America and Iron Man. Indeed, nearly every civil war that erupts within the Marvel Universe stems from this very conflict. In scenarios where choices are available, whether it be Captain America or Iron Man, they instinctively opt for the most advantageous solution, and if none exists, they strive to create one. However, in situations devoid of options, Steve and Tony diverge into two extremes. Tony is willing to sacrifice a portion of his interests to achieve his desired outcomes, displaying a certain ruthlessness in pursuit of his goals. Conversely, Steve firmly believes such an approach is untenable. Take Avengers, Age of Ultron, as an example. What was Tony's objective in creating Ultron? While part of it was to counter extraterrestrial threats, his true vision was to devise a solution capable of addressing every conceivable problem, ensuring humanity's enduring peace. In the name of peace, Tony is indifferent to the sacrifices required. As long as the end result is peace, the means, be they coercive or oppressive, are inconsequential. In other words, the arrangement is unequivocally laid out. In contrast, the peace that Steve champions is one achieved through mutual choice and compromise among individuals. To Steve, Tony's imposition of peace stifles the possibility for people to assert their rights, essentially stripping them of their freedom. It is not that Steve is incapable of sacrifice. On the contrary, he embodies the spirit of sacrifice more than anyone else. If the entire world were reduced to just Tony and Steve, and Tony declared his intention to create Ultron to maintain peace, Steve would acquiesce, willing to sacrifice some of his rights to attain that peace. But what about in a world populated by many voices? In a scenario where diverse opinions abound? In that case, Steve would not endorse it. His reluctance is not a rejection of sacrifice. Rather, he is acutely aware that not everyone shares his willingness to sacrifice and contribute. A significant portion of people harbor opposing views. Yet, Tony would neither listen to nor care for these dissenting voices. However, Steve does care. This embodies the freedom and democratic spirit that old America cherishes. Tony's philosophy can be summarized in a single sentence. We protect humanity, regardless of whether humanity desires it. In contrast, Steve's philosophy can be distilled into, as long as humanity is willing, we shall protect them. In essence, the current circumstances are no different. It is merely a change of setting, environment, and a different iteration of civil strife. Chapter 48. Hierarchical Catastrophe. Level 2. The Serpent Uprising. Eventually, we parted ways. I wandered through the various layers, exploring the unknown and seeking an escape route. Occasionally, I would randomly cut through and discover a plethora of Stark Industries technological marvels available in the market. In a room, Steve slowly recounted his tale, detailing the events that transpired within this backroom, including the reasons behind the obstruction of Hawkeye. As I listened, Hawkeye finally grasped the situation. Tony Stark, it seemed, was deliberately releasing Stark Industries technological products into the market, even the arc reactor itself. This entire scheme was a targeted filtration. For instance, a newcomer like Hawkeye, upon encountering familiar items, would inevitably approach with inquiries. If the individual were a superhero, harboring goodwill towards Iron Man, they would be effortlessly taken away. Conversely, if the individual were a superpowered criminal, they might initially approach with caution, only to later entertain thoughts of seizing the opportunity, emboldened by their own abilities. Stark Industries' technology is beyond reproach. Any single item is a treasure, not to mention the arc reactor. However, those who entertain thoughts of theft usually meet a grim fate. Without formidable strength, how could one even consider escorting personnel? Thus, whether they be superheroes or supervillains, they ultimately all vanish. The only distinction lies in whether their departure was voluntary or forced. The Iron Cannibal is fishing. Leveraging his renown on Earth, he lures every fish that might recognize him. Be they ordinary individuals, superheroes, or supervillains, they're all but fish on a line. What? You ask if there is a chance of catching the wrong fish? Generally, no. The unfamiliar do not grasp the implications of what lies behind. Only those who recognize would venture to inquire. When the crowd stands in shock, murmuring in awe, suddenly, one individual anomalously asks, "Who created this? Where did it come from? May I meet the creator?" The fish takes the bait, and those individuals, whether willingly or forcibly taken, invariably disappear without a trace. Undoubtedly, they likely met a fate akin to what was depicted in the video, devoured until not even bone fragments remain. The Iron Cannibal shall never cease to exist. For every Iron Cannibal slain, another shall emerge. Unless every Iron Man from parallel universes is extinguished or a genuine path to reality is unveiled. Otherwise, the legend of the Iron Cannibal shall perpetually endure within these backrooms. At this moment, a torrent of information flooded Hawkeye's mind, causing a splitting headache. It was exceedingly difficult to reconcile the transformation from the identity of a hero to that of a demon. The Iron Man he remembered was a hero capable of shouldering a nuclear bomb, heedless of his own life, charging into outer space. Yet, the Iron Man of this era had become synonymous with malevolence, a source of pollution. Any Iron Man could ultimately morph into original sin. So, where's this Iron Cannibal now? Hawkeye could not suppress his hoarse inquiry. I don't know. Steve shook his head. The layers of the backroom are far too many. Attempting to track him down is akin to chasing a dream. Hawkeye fell silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He had come in search of Tony and Natasha. His objective was clear, his mission defined. As for Steve's assertion that no Iron Man should be trusted, even the newly arrived, he believed Steve was not deceiving him. Yet his circumstances seemed distinct from that of the captain before him. The premise that no Iron Man should be trusted hinged upon the absence of an escape route. Is there a restricted zone in your universe, Captain? Hawkeye could not restrain his curiosity. A restricted zone? What do you mean? Steve frowned. Are you referring to those superpowered criminals? Or something else? A region more susceptible to falling into the backroom? Hawkeye replied. A region more prone to entering the backroom? Steve contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. At least before I arrived, I had never heard of such a restricted zone. Then he turned to Hawkeye, pondering. Are you suggesting that such a restricted zone exists in your universe? Indeed. After a moment of hesitation, Hawkeye nodded. Currently, 2 instances have been discovered, and I entered the backroom through one of those restricted zones. And then? Steve, as if struck by a thought, chuckled and asked, You don't actually believe that cutting through can lead you back to the front rooms, do you? Or to the so-called restricted zone you mentioned? Isn't it possible? Hawkeye countered. We've assembled enough individuals and explored every conceivable option, even attempting to return to the very layer of our initial arrival, but it has proven utterly impossible. Not even a glimmer of possibility exists. Steve shook his head. That's different. Hawkeye, however, appeared confident. If your universe lacks such a restricted zone, you cannot comprehend it. Let us put it this way. The layers of the backroom have descended into reality and fused with it. Captain, do you understand what I mean? Steve frowned. At that moment, it was Hawkeye's turn to produce his phone, showing Steve 2 videos. One depicting the arrival at Level 0 in Manhattan, also known as the Zero Restricted Zone. The other displayed the emergence of Level 1 in the underground parking lot of the Empire State Building, or the First Restricted Zone. If In other universes, the entrance to the back room is merely an opening. Then in their universe, it directly established a connection with the back room, revealing an entire dimension of it before their eyes. Most critically, the unique entities of the back room had accompanied this arrival. Moreover, this was not a singular occurrence. These entities resembled continuously respawning wild monsters, utterly unmanageable. This easily led to a conclusion. The entities within the first restricted zone could indeed be accessed through cutting. If entities could be reached in such a manner, without a doubt, so could humans. Is all of this true? Steve's eyes widened, unrestrained joy gleaming within them. The back room could genuinely cure every obstinate child. Only within the back room could one truly fathom the depths of despair. One misstep could result in being transported to certain layers. And those bizarre entities, mental pollution, and meme interference. The back room relishes manipulating the human psyche. When one suddenly cuts into a layer, witnessing the modern metropolis with its skyscrapers, observing the bustling streets, elation surges, leading them to believe they have returned to reality, only to discover the taste of almonds upon drinking water. It has also been said that some have arrived at a library where a computer awaits. By merely entering their true names and pressing enter, the computer would illuminate their lives, revealing their family and friends, searching for their missing forms, mourning, grieving, and suffering in their quest to find them. The psychological impact is immense. Honestly, those lacking inner strength would have long succumbed to madness. Everyone seems to claim that the back room possesses an exit, yet none can articulate it clearly. Until now. Until Hawkeye brought forth an update. A potential means to breach the confines of the back rooms and invade reality. Though it existed merely in another universe. Yet at this moment, Steve's eyes glistened with unshed tears. No, he murmured, his hand trembling as it clutched his phone. What? Hawkeye was taken aback. Please do not give me hope. Steve pressed his lips together, his voice gradually choking with emotion, unable to resist glancing up at the ceiling, his eyes blinking as if he were forcibly suppressing the tears from cascading down. He had endured countless hopes, only to have them utterly shattered by the backrooms, transforming into an even deeper despair. He had experienced far too much, to the point of becoming numb. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to the taste of almond water, accustomed to stepping into an environment that could twist and whirl at any moment. He had learned to harbor no hopes, for without hope, there could be no despair. The exits spoken of by others elicited merely a smile from him, for he knew they were impossible. The methods proposed by others were met with disdain, for he was acutely aware that this could once again be a ruse devised by the backrooms to ensnare all wanderers. Until today, until Hawkeye presented him with newfound hope. He could have chosen to disregard it, to remain as he had before, devoid of hope. But, gazing at the scene on his phone, the entity wreaking havoc outside the Empire State Building, witnessing SHIELD agents bustling about in the streets. Although it was not from his own universe, everything felt so familiar. The long-repressed emotions finally surged forth at that moment. He wept, uncertain if it was from joy or sorrow. Hawkeye's heart quivered. For a moment, he was at a loss as to how to comfort Captain America. The situation before him was unlike anything he had ever encountered, and that expression of helplessness and uncertainty was one he had never seen on Steve's face before. It's all right. Ultimately, he could only approach and pat Steve's shoulder gently, murmuring, "Everything will be all right. I'm sorry." Steve wiped away the glistening tears from the corners of his eyes, gradually regaining his composure. It was the first time he had seen Captain America in tears. Hawkeye, breaking the tension with a jest, quipped, "I regret not capturing this moment on camera. If you dare to speak of it, I shall regale your children with tales of your mishaps from another universe." Steve chuckled in response. That might already be too late. Hawkeye laughed. Without his saying a word, the image of Steve weeping was undoubtedly broadcasted to audiences across the globe, meaning everyone in their universe had recorded that moment. Naturally, no one would mock him. It was merely an embarrassing scene, yet more a source of reflection. What do you mean? Steve clearly did not grasp the significance. It's nothing, Hawkeye replied with a mysterious smile, then added, "Well, after you make it through, our universe will have 2 Captain Americas." Steve chuckled softly unable to resist inquiring. So, what is the method to escape? How can one breach what you refer to as the confinement zone? Well, no rush. Hawkeye pondered for a moment before continuing. Actually, I came here to search for Stark and Natasha. Of course, our universe is Stark and Natasha. Steve furrowed his brow, about to speak, but fell silent. Distrust of Iron Man was rooted in the inability to find an exit. However, if an exit were to appear, that would be an entirely different matter. Steve nodded, preparing to voice something. Suddenly, a terrifying rumble echoed through the air. The entire room began to shake violently. The walls trembled, and the chandelier above swayed precariously. Even Steve and Hawkeye struggled to maintain their footing. After feeling the dreadful tremors, Steve's expression shifted. What? How could this be? Hadn't they just settled down? He seemed to know something. Disbelief etched across his face. What? Captain, do you know something? What is happening? Hawkeye inquired. Astonished, Steve urged urgently. There's a colossal creature. In short, there's no time for explanations. Hurry, find any means to leave this level, or we will all perish. A colossal creature? We will all perish? Hawkeye was momentarily stunned, his mind automatically conjuring information related to level 2. Could it possibly be connected to the beast? The beast has gone berserk. Chapter 49. The Parasitized Shepherd. At this moment, the terrifying tremors intensified. Countless individuals seemed to sense something amiss, their faces turning pale as they desperately sought any possible escape route. Clearly, this occurrence was not a rare anomaly, yet many remained in a state of panic. This outbreak had arrived with alarming suddenness, catching everyone off guard, leading to widespread disarray. Captain, where are we headed? In the tunnel, Hawkeye swiftly followed Steve, his mind racing to recall pertinent information about Level 2. There were numerous exits to Level 2. The most common and easily identifiable exits led to Levels 1, 3, and 4. It was said that these exits bore markings left by wanderers on the doors or walls, making them relatively easy to locate. However, as Hawkeye traversed this path, he saw none of these exits, leaving him uncertain whether it was merely his misfortune or some other reason altogether. Nevertheless, Steve and the surrounding individuals appeared quite familiar with the area, as many rushed in the same direction. Was there a safety level associated with this route? While Hawkeye contemplated, he heard Steve's response. This direction leads to the door to Level 4. We shall arrive shortly. Just take the left turn ahead. Level 4. Although detailed information about Level 4 remained elusive, Hawkeye understood it to be a relatively secure level, housing the MEG base. He nodded, though a twinge of worry lingered. The absence of Tony and Natasha weighed heavily on his mind. In such circumstances, it was disconcerting to think that if they were separated, it might be a long time before they reunited. Don't dwell on it. Survival is our priority, Steve urged, quickening their pace. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. At last, they reached a wider tunnel upon turning left. The walls were sparsely adorned with pipes, and instead, numerous doors lined both sides. In that moment, he could clearly see a group of wanderers who had arrived earlier, crowding in front of one door, their expressions etched with terror as they yearned to escape this level. However, such door-like exits were not stable, constant portals. They possessed a distinctive characteristic. Only the person who opened the door could be transported through it. The entire process involved the opening of the door, leading to a certain level, where the action of opening the door would need to be repeated. This sequence often went unnoticed, with individuals unaware that they had already been transported to another level. Observers would merely see the person open the door and vanish, while peering through the door would reveal a mundane room rather than the corresponding level. Should someone attempt to follow, they would not be transported to another level, but would have to close the door and reopen it to complete the process, thus being sent elsewhere. This inefficiency rendered door exits exceedingly slow. In the back rooms, the most efficient means of transit involves specific stable locations or items capable of facilitating a shift. For instance, in certain levels, a mirror could allow anyone passing through to exit safely. Furthermore, there were rituals to be performed for a successful exit. For example, in Level 1, completing the ritual of wandering in the corridor allowed for a group or organization to transition to another level. Naturally, the efficiency of such rituals depended on their complexity. Simple commands, such as a series of directional inputs, were far less cumbersome than the door opening process. Another method involved random exits, akin to exploiting glitches, much like Natasha's actions in Level 0. This approach was typically unpredictable. One individual might accidentally glitch out of a level, while another might struggle to replicate the action, often taking considerable time to achieve the same result. Thus, the hierarchy of exit efficiency could be summarized as follows: stable exits, fixed exits, ritual exits, random exits. Before them, Hawkeye and his companions encountered a fixed exit. Under normal circumstances, the act of opening and closing a door posed little trouble, typically requiring minimal time to pass through. Yet the current situation was anything but ordinary. In the absence of order, chaos ensued as individuals jostled for position, each eager to perform the ritual of opening the door and be the first to escape. "Stay calm, one at a time. If this continues, no one will get out," Steve shouted as he moved closer, his voice rising above the din. However, no one seemed to heed him. The atmosphere was frenzied, filled with tumult. The relentless, rumbling tremors echoed ominously. At that moment, who cared about authority? "Do you think you're someone important? Captain America? Apologies, I don't recognize you." The ground shook violently. Behind them, the vibrations grew increasingly intense, as if something were looming dangerously close. Boom! Just then, a black wall abruptly emerged before them, blocking Steve and Hawkeye's path. The wall bore white streaks and protrusions akin to veins. "Eurydice!" Hawkeye gasped in astonishment at the sight of this wall. It had been perfectly fine moments ago. How had it suddenly materialized? "Run!" Steve's face paled upon seeing the wall, and without hesitation, he urged Hawkeye to flee in another direction. Hawkeye could distinctly observe the wall writhing ominously. It appeared not merely as a wall, but as a peculiar entity. Yet, could an entity possess wall-like characteristics? "Captain, what is that?" Hawkeye strained to recall any relevant information about entities. Yet nothing tied to the black wall surfaced in his memory. Not even a mention of an ordinary wall. "They call it the Shepherd." Steve's voice was grave. "It is said to stretch for dozens, even hundreds of kilometers. And this one, no one knows its true size. Estimates suggest it exceeds at least 50 kilometers. Within the confines of Level 2, even the slightest movement can cause cataclysmic upheaval." "The Shepherd?" Hawkeye's expression shifted uncertainly, aligning with his prior suspicions, but something felt amiss. "Wait a moment. Isn't the Shepherd supposed to be gray?" "Indeed, a typical Shepherd is gray." Steve squinted as he assessed their surroundings, responding, "But this one has been parasitized." "Parasitized?" Hawkeye's confusion deepened. What could that possibly entail? He had never encountered such a concept. It seemed he had entered this realm far too early, leaving him oblivious to many unknowns. What entity is responsible for its parasitism? Hawkeye inquired urgently, hastily gathering information. "Entity?" Steve regarded Hawkeye with a peculiar expression, pausing before he explained, "It is not an entity, but rather an extraterrestrial symbiote akin to something from our universe, which, due to unforeseen circumstances, has descended upon Earth. It has cohabited with many individuals. Among the known entities are Deadpool and Spider-Man. Subsequently, we refer to it as Venom. This serpent, now referred to as Venomous Serpent, is the one that has been parasitized by Venom, thus becoming the so-called Venomous Serpent." Chapter 50. Thrilling escape from the backroom. Darkness invades. Entities warn. Venom? Clearly, Hawkeye had never heard of such a creature. He wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed. Not to mention Venom. He had never even heard of Spider-Man or Deadpool. After all, the Peter Parker of the MCU was merely a sixth grader. He would not don the mantle of Spider-Man until he reached high school, which was still years away. As for Deadpool, he vaguely recalled a character by that name, supposedly related to mutants, but they had not intervened in mutant affairs, and beyond that, he was at a loss. After all, he was just an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., not part of its upper echelons. Perhaps Nick Fury was in the know, but he certainly was not. An extraterrestrial symbiote? How astonishing. Capable of enveloping an entire serpent? A parasitic entity stretching dozens of kilometers? How did it even arrive on Earth? Surely, it couldn't have traveled by spaceship. After all, where would one find a ship that large? The thought of it flying here was even more implausible. In response, Steve explained, when not attached to a host, it is merely a small mass, but upon parasitizing a host, it can adapt its size and shape to completely envelop the host. Moreover, the symbiote can grow and evolve. He paused for a moment before continuing. There were reports of a small snake, no thicker than an arm, resembling a normal snake, yet entirely black. Initially thought to be a subspecies of the serpent, it was later confirmed to be a small serpent parasitized by venom. We intended to eliminate it, but by the time further sightings were reported, it had grown thicker than the tunnels. Eventually, it expanded to its current formidable size. Whether it could envelop an adult serpent from the start remains unclear, but it is likely, as the symbiote thrives by absorbing the nutrients from its host to fuel its growth. Steve recounted the discovery of the venom serpent, leaving Hawkeye feeling a mix of fear and disbelief. Why, in this realm, had they not eradicated such a creature? Why allow it to grow unchecked? To this, Steve offered a wry smile. It's complicated. Not only is the serpent difficult to kill, but venom itself possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even a single cell could regenerate indefinitely. This left Hawkeye even more dumbfounded. Then why not abandon this level? How could so many people still reside here? This level is relatively significant, acting as a transit station among various layers. It would not be relinquished unless absolutely necessary. Even during a major blackout, many wanderers flock here. Once the blackout subsided, although many organizations retreated, numerous wanderers continued to arrive. Steve elaborated. Furthermore, investigations by various organizations revealed that due to the serpent's enormous size, it consumes a tremendous amount of energy and nutrients, and with venom's presence, the consumption escalates. Thus, the serpent periodically enters a dormant state to conserve energy. Initially, it was once a month, but later, we discovered that if the serpent is well fed, this interval could extend to 6 months. Therefore, we merely need to periodically drive various entities to this level for it to feast, allowing it to remain subdued, akin to hibernation. Yet this time, inexplicably, it suddenly awakened. Steve too was puzzled by this. No wonder. Hawkeye realized, yet simultaneously sensed tremendous security risks, prompting him to inquire, is there no weakness to this creature? Indeed, Steve nodded. High temperatures and sound waves are its vulnerabilities. But these weaknesses are rendered ineffective against the current venom serpent. It has grown too large for flames and sound waves to envelop it completely, and without complete coverage, they pose no threat. Moreover, this creature can burrow underground, navigate easily, and even traverse to other layers, rendering it virtually immortal. Listening to Steve's description, Hawkeye was left aghast. Good heavens! This creature was practically imbued with every conceivable enhancement. Its original weaknesses had become trivial in light of its current form. What could one do against an indomitable monster? Naturally, one must feed it. As long as it is satiated, there would be no issue. At least it could be kept tranquil for half a year. Furthermore, this serpent could eliminate entities, thereby reducing threats to humanity. It was, in a sense, a double-edged sword. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would suddenly revolt? What on earth had transpired? Meanwhile, on Earth, countless individuals, upon witnessing the events unfold, began to speculate fervently. Admittedly, very few grasped the intricacies surrounding Venom or Spider-Man. They merely perceived this serpent as an epic enhancement. Originally, the serpent, as an entity, was terrifying enough. Now, augmented by a symbiote, was it not invincible? Amidst the multitude of discussions, the live broadcast shifted. In another corridor, Buzz, a blue glow flickered as Tony and Natasha, clad in their armor, arrived via a teleportation method. However, upon standing still, they felt the tremors beneath their feet once more. Just how immense was this monster? Even after traveling such a distance, the vibrations were still perceptible. Natasha was astounded. Tony furrowed his brow and inquired, Jarvis, can you ascertain the true size of this creature? Buzz. Simultaneously, a projection device materialized before Tony. The screen displayed a colossal 3D projection. The 3D image repeatedly showcased the previous scene where Tony Stark and Natasha found themselves in a dead end, with Tony attacking the wall with his repulsor beam. Indeed, the case was cracked. It was Tony's assault on the venom serpent that likely triggered its awakening. However, this was not the time for such concerns. At that moment, Jarvis was still analyzing energy dispersal and scanning to estimate the creature's potential diameter. Meanwhile, multiple images were displayed. During their teleportation, Tony and Natasha had glimpsed the creature squeezing through the corridor, appearing elongated and serpentine. Soon, the model rendering was complete. However, upon completion, both Tony and Natasha were proportionally diminished in size. The attacked wall was finally calculated for its corresponding potential diameter. Jarvis responded, "Sir, based on energy trajectory calculations in previous scans, it is estimated that this creature's diameter could be approximately 380 meters. If we calculate according to the proportions of snakes on Earth, the length-to-diameter ratio for pythons is 50:1, and for arboreal snakes, it is 150:1. If this creature's ratio is 50:1, it could measure around 19 kilometers in length. If its ratio is 150:1, it could stretch to 57 kilometers. Sir, my data may be erroneous. Thus far, no such colossal creature has ever been documented." At this moment, the virtual projection before Tony displayed two enormous serpentine models. One was slender and elongated, while the other was thicker and shorter. Regardless of which, both were fearsome. Tony stared in astonishment at the rendered model, unable to suppress a gulp. "No," he murmured, taking a deep breath. "It's not that you made a mistake. Your calculations are correct. This creature might indeed be this large. A monstrous entity with a diameter of 380 meters. This is utterly horrifying. It is equivalent to the size of 3 houses. And this is just the diameter. If it were to coil up, it would resemble a mountain. Terrifying, shocking. If such a beast were to appear on Earth, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves around the globe. This is even larger than the Chitauri biological warship we encountered previously. If it were to descend upon Earth, good grief, it could plow through Manhattan. Damn it, even the prehistoric Titanoboa pales in comparison." Oh, let us not even mention the Titanoboa. The largest known terrestrial and marine animals only reach about 30 to 50 meters. Even that is frightful. In the presence of such a creature, a human would seem like an ant. Yet, within this liminal space, there exists an even more terrifying heavyweight. A creature potentially several dozen kilometers long, over 300 meters in diameter, with a weight. Tony barely shifted his thoughts before he was astonished. Good grief. The weight of this serpent reaches a staggering 1 billion tons. What does it mean to encounter a monster weighing 1 billion tons? It would require at least 40 million tons of food daily. What kind of Lovecraftian horror is this? Did the creator of such a creature not consider the feasibility of its existence? Just the consumption alone is staggering, and the waste produced would be even more terrifying, also in the thousands of tons. How could such a thing fit in this confined space? 1 billion tons. The combined weight of the global population doesn't even match that. It is equivalent to 350 Great Pyramids of Giza, or 700 Empire State Buildings. It is akin to 1 Mount Everest. Who could have conceived such a monstrosity? Frankly, even they would not suffice to fill the creature's gaps. Even if one were to be consumed by this monster, death would not be immediate. Perhaps a tiny civilization could thrive within its belly, merely needing to evade gastric disasters daily. In that moment, Tony was lost in thought. Truth be told, when a biological entity reaches a terrifying scale, even possessing the Tesseract would be futile for annihilation. 1 Mount Everests. Not to mention 1. Just 1 Everest would be a monumental challenge to destroy. The volume and mass are so immense that the energy required to obliterate it would be astronomical. Of course, given sufficient time and energy, it could be destroyed. However, that would be a mountain, stationary and vulnerable to attack. But this creature is evidently mobile. To put it bluntly, a single swipe of its tail could trigger a magnitude 6 earthquake, resulting in countless fatalities. To eliminate this beast would require at least 10 nuclear bombs with a yield of 100 kilotons each. Should we hastily depart from this level? Natasha inquired, her brow furrowed. Clearly, she too recognized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps they were standing on the very body of that creature. With that thought, She shuddered, overwhelmed by an urge to flee. The question remained, how to escape? Tony wore a helpless expression. Who knows where the exit to this level is? What rituals are required? They knew far too little about this level to discern how to exit. Is it possible to use this to teleport directly to level 1? Natasha tapped the tesseract embedded in Tony's chest. Her curiosity piqued. I haven't tried that. Let us see. Tony replied, lifting Natasha into his arms as he began to visualize the scene of level 1 in his mind. After all, he had been there before, and the scene was relatively familiar. He then activated the tesseract, intending to teleport to level 1. Typically, teleportation with the tesseract is instantaneous. An observer would see a swirl of blue light enveloping them, akin to opening a spatial portal. However, the user only experiences a flicker of blue light before arriving at their destination. But this time, the blue light before Tony was abruptly overshadowed by darkness, and he soon heard a series of strange, sparse murmurs. Then, bang! He and Natasha reappeared in a tunnel, as if flung through space, crashing heavily against the wall. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Tony activated the protective field, shielding Natasha. Otherwise, such a collision could have resulted in severe injuries. Yet even so, the tremendous momentum sent Natasha tumbling away. What just happened? Natasha struggled to rise, astonished as she looked at Tony. I don't know. Tony frowned deeply, his expression darkening. It seems something is interfering with my mind. I heard strange whispers and felt an encroaching darkness. Is this some kind of warning? An inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. Why is this happening? Is this method of jumping levels forbidden? Natasha's brow furrowed. Tony remained silent. He simply realized they were still too uninformed about this liminal space. Perhaps they were encountering some entity, interfering with their thoughts. Tony pondered. Almond milk? Natasha pulled out a gray thermos from her bag and offered it to him. Tony contemplated for a moment before nodding and taking a sip. Surprisingly, his mental state improved significantly. Even his previous anxiety had diminished considerably. Since level jumping is not permitted then, Tony mused for a moment before stating firmly, J-A-R-V-I-S. Scan the surroundings, mark personnel information, and observe how they are exiting. As his words fell, a virtual projection appeared before them. A map unfolded, red dots emerging one by one. This level had descended into chaos. But despite the disorder, it was clear that those red dots were moving towards a single direction, and in that direction, clusters of red dots appeared. It was evident that was the exit. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony scooped Natasha into his arms and activated the tesseract once more. Blue light flashed, and they vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves beside that group of people. Due to the confusion, the crowd barely noticed their arrival. This time, Tony was relieved to find no dark encroachment or strange murmurs surrounding him. He was puzzled, but there was no time to dwell on it. It was then he noticed the massive door the crowd was converging upon. It was enormous, occupying all available space, with the number 70 inscribed upon it. The congestion was due to the people struggling to open, close, and reopen the door, making it quite cumbersome. Nevertheless, the throng heading this way indicated that this level might be relatively safe. Yet, Tony refrained from forcing his way through. Instead, he opened his palm cannon and shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, aimed at the crowd, and activated the amplification device, stating in a deep voice, "Everyone, form a line. One at a time. If we continue to gamble, we will all perish." At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. However, upon witnessing the poised rocket and the pulsating energy of the palm cannon, the crowd's expressions shifted, their grievances quelled as they obediently formed a line. The doors swung open and shut repetitively, enhancing efficiency exponentially. The number of people dwindled at a visibly accelerating pace. Yet, at that precise instant, a thunderous rumble erupted. The ground trembled increasingly, as though something ominous lurked behind. "Warning, sir, there is." Jarvis's voice suddenly echoed. Boom! Yet, before Jarvis could complete his warning, a terrifying shadow surged forth, engulfing everyone in an instant, as if they had plummeted into an abyss of darkness. What? Tony gasped. his pupils constricting as he realized that all present had been devoured by a monstrous serpent. The ground beneath them quaked, and in the dim environment, twisted black tendrils began to emerge, coiling around everyone present. Run! Tony's complexion paled as he grasped Natasha's arm, instinctively clutching as many individuals as he could. A hum resonated as the Tesseract's power surged to its zenith, a blue light enveloping those around them, and in the next moment, they vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, a group of over a dozen tumbled heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with terror and despair, nearly convinced they were on the brink of death. Then, amidst the chaos, Tony's voice rang out. "Does anyone recognize this place? Quickly find an exit." The crowd paused, glancing around anxiously. Suddenly, one person exclaimed with joy, "I know this place. There's an intersection ahead, and a gel door leading to 137. Without hesitation, that individual dashed toward the indicated path, prompting the others to follow in a frenzy of relief. The evident delight suggested that this so-called 137 was likely a sanctuary. Tony exchanged a glance with Natasha, and without a word, they pursued the crowd. However, at that moment, whack! A colossal tail suddenly lashed out from the wall, sweeping toward the fleeing individuals. Boom! The sheer force obliterated them against the wall, reducing them to mere pulp. It was all too swift. In the blink of an eye, those people became nothing but a smear on the ground. Damn it! Tony's expression shifted, and without a moment's pause, he activated his energy shield. Boom! The shield collided with the serpent's tail, and in that instant, Tony felt the scenery around him retreating at light speed, his body uncontrollably propelled into the tunnel behind him. Natasha, who had sought refuge behind him, was also not spared, spitting blood as she was hurled backward. The tail did not seem to target them specifically. Rather, it appeared to lash about indiscriminately. This is infuriating, Tony thought, on the verge of losing his temper. He knew if he crashed into the wall, he might emerge unscathed. But Natasha would not be so fortunate. Thus, he swiftly seized Natasha's arm and activated the Tesseract once more. With a hum, they vanished again, only to reappear in a pitch-black space, crashing heavily to the ground. "Are you all right?" Tony inquired with concern. "I'm fine, but I feel like my bones are about to shatter," Natasha replied with a rueful smile. She had once thought this back room to be harmless, but it seemed that even level 2 was a rude awakening. Fortunately, Natasha's physical prowess was exceptional, and she quickly regained her footing, preparing to illuminate the surroundings with her flashlight. However, swish! Before she could switch on the torch, a myriad of glowing, grinning faces surged toward them from every direction. Had we stumbled into a den of nightmares? Tony's face turned pale. Without a second thought, he grabbed Natasha and fled. Yet, their path was fraught with peril. As they ran, entities raced alongside them. The serpentine beast was terrifying, consuming both humans and entities alike. After what felt like countless leaps through dimensions, bang! They collided with something upon their arrival. Tony looked down, astonished. Clint? Cap? Indeed, it was Steve and Hawkeye, who were desperately fleeing under Steve's lead. Everyone sought an exit to escape this level swiftly, but the relatively safe exits were often overrun with others. In such crowded spaces, attracting the serpent was a grave risk. Thus, they could only run toward less populated areas. Consequently, in their frantic escape, they unexpectedly collided with Tony and Natasha. While it felt serendipitous, it was a statistically probable occurrence. Tony and Natasha had been teleporting erratically, encountering numerous individuals and entities along the way. In such circumstances, running into anyone was possible, but encountering familiar faces was a delightful surprise. "Tony? Natasha? It's wonderful to see you're unharmed," Clint exclaimed with relief. "Wait, how did you get in here?" Tony asked, still bewildered. "There's no time for explanations. Hurry, there's a metal door ahead leading to 141. It should be clear since it's far enough away," Steve urged, swiftly moving forward. Tony and Natasha exchanged puzzled glances. How was it that those who entered later appeared to possess more knowledge than they did? What was going on? They were left in confusion. But there was no time to ponder as they hastened to follow the captain, soon spotting the metallic door. Indeed, it was devoid of people, or if anyone was nearby. They had already crossed through, reaching the elusive 141. As for those who followed, well, it was improbable they could match the speed of Captain America and Hawkeye. This was not mere luck, it was an inevitable outcome. The four of them passed through the metal door one after another, finally leaving the tumultuous Level 2 behind. Chapter 51. The Arrival of Level 2. Enveloping all of Manhattan. Finally, I am out. I was so anxious before. It was terrifying. This Level 2 is simply horrifying. If I were to encounter such a creature, I might just perish on the spot. Over 10 kilometers in length, with a diameter of 380 meters and weighing 1 billion tons. Utterly terrifying. I'm utterly dumbfounded. This is merely Level 2. If Level 2 is like this, what will the subsequent levels be like? Hell on Earth? Initially, the serpent was already frightening enough, and now it has become parasitic. It's over. Upon entering the back rooms, I might as well declare my doom. So terrifying. Why is there no censorship? Why not? There are casualties. Alas, humanity is ultimately fragile. In the face of such catastrophic behemoths, a mere swipe can reduce a person to mere pulp. 380 meters in diameter? If it appeared before me, I would be terrified to death. The school playground could barely accommodate its head. This Level 2 is simply uninhabitable. Entering it is akin to courting death. I was still contemplating entering the back rooms, but now, what? Are you in such a hurry to seek death? This creature offers no return. To enter is to embrace death. Ordinary people stand no chance against such monsters. Not entirely true. As long as one runs fast enough, survival is still possible. Run fast? Can anyone outrun Captain America? It's horrifying, simply too horrifying. Who on earth released this into the back rooms? An epic enhancement indeed, even without enhancements. This serpent is already remarkably terrifying. Yes, even without enhancements, an adult can grow to 16 kilometers in length, 2 to 300 meters in diameter. For us ordinary individuals, there is no difference. It's all death. At this moment, the live stream was flooded with countless comments, viewers transfixed by the jarring visuals, their hearts racing with trepidation. Meanwhile, as Tony and the others successfully entered the metallic door and reached the so-called Level 141, the imagery froze. Nonetheless, innumerable viewers remained haunted, for the back rooms were a place they could easily fall into. Just thinking about it made them feel like ending it all. And now, within the Manhattan Blockade Zone 1, silence reigned. The atmosphere was deathly still as everyone stared at the screen in silence. Do you have confidence in defeating such a colossal creature? Steve could not help but glance at Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner's lips twitched, and he replied, "Are you joking? That's no small calamity. Even a serpent thousands of meters long is terrifying, let alone one several dozen kilometers in length. Of course, tackling the head is another matter. Even if the creature's bones are harder than titanium, Hulk would find a way to penetrate its skull and destroy its brain. But still, this creature is alive, not dead, and will naturally take every measure to protect its vulnerabilities. Moreover, a mere swipe of its tail could produce a magnitude 6 earthquake. He is formidable, but he cannot generate a magnitude 6 quake with a single punch. He calculated that to achieve such a devastating impact, he would need to exert no less than 5 billion tons of force. He briefly calculated the creature's skeletal density and body density, and then his expression turned peculiar. His final calculation yielded a density of 10 to the power of 14 grams per cubic centimeter. What does this imply? To put it simply, the average density of a neutron star is between 810 to the power of 13 and 210 to the power of 15 grams per cubic centimeter. This means that the creature's bones possess strength comparable to that of a neutron star. A single bone, with a volume of 1 liter, would weigh 10 to the power of 17 tons, which translates to 17 quintillion tons. Note, this is merely the weight of one bone. When accounting for its total length and overall weight, the figure would not merely be 1 billion tons, but rather an astronomical number, even exceeding the total weight of the Earth. Tony's proportional calculations regarding the python were accurate. However, the skeletal density of a python cannot support such immense growth. To reach such proportions, both the skeletal density and body density must be enhanced, which naturally increases its weight. Therefore, from a scientific standpoint. This creature should not exist. It is fundamentally unreasonable. For something of such mass, its mere appearance would result in gravitational collapse into a black hole. Its own gravitational pull is terrifyingly immense. In such a scenario, not even one Hulk, nor 10, nor 100 could contend with a black hole. If it were a regular Python skeletal density, he might have a chance to break through, but this is of neutron star-level density. The back rooms are utterly illogical. Who on earth created this serpent? At this moment, Dr. Banner was on the verge of a breakdown. He genuinely wanted to exclaim that physics no longer existed. All his life's research and knowledge seemed utterly futile against this serpent. Dr. Banner felt a profound shock to his very soul. Trembling, he removed his glasses, anxiously wiping them, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Dr. Banner? Dr. Banner? Steve's voice called out from beside him. Banner gazed blankly at Captain America. You seem quite concerned about this serpent. Steve naturally noted Dr. Banner's odd demeanor. Even Captain Marvel turned her attention toward him. Banner's lips twisted into a faint smile as he muttered, "Do you realize what such a massive serpent signifies?" "What?" Steve asked, puzzled. "It signifies that its skeletal density has reached that of a neutron star. Its mere existence, upon reaching Earth, could directly trigger a black hole collapse." "Doctor," Banner articulated softly. "A neutron star?" Captain Marvel raised an eyebrow. Steve felt as though he was lost in a fog. A black hole collapse? Yes, a black hole collapse. The mere appearance of this creature could provoke a black hole, leading to the destruction of Earth. Dr. Banner reiterated softly, "Wait a minute, that doesn't seem right." Steve pondered, asking, "Thor's hammer is also from a neutron star, right? Why hasn't it collapsed into a black hole?" Firstly, Thor mentioned that his hammer is forged from URU metal within a neutron star, not the star itself. Of course, its density does indeed rival that of a neutron star. Dr. Banner clarified, "Then why hasn't Thor's hammer collapsed into a black hole?" Steve inquired, bewildered. "Because it is imbued with magical powers. The specific principles elude me. But it must be able to release some form of field that counters the limitations of physical laws. Thus, despite its neutron star density, due to the protection of magic and field, it merely exhibits ordinary metallic density." Dr. Banner explained softly. "Then how can you be so sure this serpent lacks some form of magical power?" Steve asked curiously. "That would be even worse." "Doctor," Banner's lips curled slightly as he sighed. "This serpent, once it emerges, will inevitably feast voraciously, consuming both humans and animals alike. Our only recourse is to eliminate it. However, to vanquish it, we must first extinguish a certain aspect of its being. Once that aspect is obliterated, the very essence of its mass will undoubtedly trigger a black hole's collapse. And even if we were to destroy it the moment its aspect is removed, it would still collapse into a black hole. This is not a matter of superpowers. It is simply due to the terrifying density of its body. Therefore, if this serpent were to manifest on Earth, the civilization here could be declared utterly doomed." "Doctor, your word sounds so mystical. Why then, did this serpent not cause a black hole to form within the backrooms?" Nick Fury inquired, perplexed. "It is possible that it is bound by certain rules, but such constraints do not exist on Earth," Banner replied. "What if it arrives on Earth without any aspect and possesses a density akin to that of a regular snake?" Nick Fury pressed further. Then Dr. Banner paused, gazing towards the pinnacle of the Empire State Building, murmuring, "Scientists will begin jumping from the building one by one. Surely, it cannot be that dire?" Captain Marvel exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Banner sighed. "Those like me, who can soar through the cosmos, breathe in the void, and even traverse planets with ease. How shall I put it?" She cast a peculiar glance at Bruce Banner. "Quite different." Banner shook his head, turning to Captain Marvel and asking, "What is your weight?" "Doctor, that's rather inappropriate," Captain Marvel responded, her expression bewildered. "Why would you directly inquire about a woman's weight?" "Weight?" Banner reiterated. "Approximately 75 kilograms." Captain Marvel coughed lightly. 150 pounds. At a height of 180 centimeters, this weight is reasonable, falling well within the realm of normal human parameters. Banner then probed. "So tell me, when you fly through space, breathe, or even traverse planets? Is it purely a matter of physical prowess? How could it be? Captain Marvel shook her head. It is, of course, energy. I can absorb energy and transform it. If I were to move a planet, I would need to envelop it with my aspect. Precisely, Dr. Banner exclaimed. You can explain all of this through the lens of magic, as it pertains to phenomena that defy the natural order. Despite being deemed unscientific, there exists a traceable logic. But this serpent, Banner shook his head, his gaze growing increasingly vacant. In any case, should this serpent appear on Earth, its fate is assuredly grim. At this moment, bystanders merely regarded the exchange as entertainment, unaware of the ominous implications of its terrifying mass and length. Physicists were already beginning to unravel, especially with the backrooms having already manifested. The first and zero sectors had emerged. What a second! If speculation holds true, the arrival of the second sector is imminent. Countless individuals stared at the now motionless sky. Those in the know had already resigned themselves, reclining in their chairs, awaiting their demise. The oblivious continued to bombard the chat with queries about the arrival of Level 2. Prepare for the aftermath, someone remarked. Oh, no need to prepare. Earth is on the brink of destruction. At this moment, Dr. Banner lay in a chair, his eyes devoid of focus, succumbing to despair. Surely, it cannot be that severe? Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Yet, Dr. Banner was disinclined to engage further. Rest assured. At that moment, Captain Marvel smiled. If such a creature truly exists, I would promptly encase it in my aspect and send it into outer space. Upon hearing this, Dr. Banner's eyes flickered with renewed interest. He had forgotten that a being of such immense capabilities was present. Indeed, if she could move planets, sending a mere serpent into the cosmos would be a trivial task. With this thought, a spark of vitality returned to Dr. Banner's gaze. Thus, the priority must be to locate the site of Level 2's descent. Steve spoke earnestly, directing his gaze towards Nick Fury. Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly, yet he swiftly contacted Hill, inquiring about the location of the anomalies and the sites of disturbance. If those individuals had truly developed a method to detect the unusual fluctuations accompanying the backroom's arrival. Director, the anomalous fluctuations are alarmingly close, likely in your vicinity. Hill's voice conveyed a hint of confusion over the communicator. In my vicinity? Nick Fury glanced around, his brow furrowing. What do you mean by in my vicinity? Is there no specific location? Wait a moment. Something feels off. Hill's tone grew increasingly strange. It seemed as though she had seen something, inhaling sharply. What is it? Nick Fury asked solemnly. Is it the Statue of Liberty? Or Central Park? Don't tell me it's the Metropolitan Museum. It can't possibly be Times Square. Indeed, Hill hesitated, her voice low. Director, you are correct. Those locations are indeed encompassed. Nick Fury's heart plummeted. Yet, this was not the worst of the news. Hill continued, to be precise. The anomalous fluctuations cover the entirety of Manhattan, and upon deeper investigation, it appears that Level 2 has likely manifested throughout the entire underground of Manhattan. This includes the subway, sewers, and underground malls. Nick Fury. The communicator slipped from his grasp as he stared blankly at the ground, before bursting into laughter. What the hell? Chapter 52, Level 141, Boiler Room. No, system, if you want to change hosts, just say so. This rhythm is going to be the death of me. Manhattan, within an apartment. Upon hearing the system announce the descent location of Level 2, Lin Ye's face turned pale. The entirety of Manhattan, directly manifesting beneath the city. How could this be? Those around him were left speechless. This meant that from this moment forth, it was highly probable that a hound, limb group, or shepherd snake could emerge from the sewers at any moment. The most critical concern was the howlers. Originally, within Level 2, due to regional restrictions, they would grow large enough to become trapped and subsequently starve. But now, the howlers merely needed to escape outside, hide, and then grow indefinitely. The shepherd snakes were no different. Although the documentation described the largest sightings of howlers to be just over 4 meters. Who could guarantee that a 4-meter howler wouldn't continue to grow? As for the shepherd snake, the larger specimens were relatively rare in Level 2. Cases of venomous shepherd snakes were exceptional. Typically, once a shepherd snake grows to a sufficient size, it would cut through to reach other levels. Within the entirety of Level 2, there would at most be 2 large shepherd snakes, one male and one female, accompanied by juvenile shepherd snakes. But do not underestimate the juvenile shepherd snakes. In reality, the maturity of a shepherd snake is defined by reaching a length of 16 kilometers. Anything below 16 kilometers is considered juvenile or in a growth phase. Yet even so, this is still terrifying. Even a shepherd snake merely 1 kilometer long could wreak havoc upon Manhattan. Based on a scale of 50, a 1 kilometer long shepherd snake would have a diameter of 20 meters. 20 meters, equivalent to the height of 7 stories. And this is merely the juvenile form. I must leave this cursed place immediately. Lin Ye understood that there was nothing good awaiting him in Manhattan. However, when he glanced toward the street, bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the manhole covers on the street were flung open, and entities began to emerge from the sewers, immediately lunging towards the surrounding crowd. In an instant, the air was filled with terrified wails. Chaos erupted. Countless individuals were torn apart, blood spilling everywhere, transforming the street into a hellish nightmare. A cursory glance revealed the presence of limb groups, hounds, sorrowful corpses, howlers, and even a vending machine that had suddenly appeared on the street. Boom! In the distance, the ground suddenly erupted, and a massive, grayish serpent with a face resembling a human burst forth, winding its way up the adjacent building. It flicked its tongue, its eyes shining like searchlights, casting a cold gaze upon its surroundings. The shepherd snake had emerged. A male shepherd snake, to be precise. This shepherd snake was not particularly large, with a diameter of just over 10 meters. Comparatively, it was indeed small next to larger shepherd snakes. Yet in human society, this shepherd snake was utterly terrifying, unimaginably enormous. Like a colossal python from the earthly realm, merely a glance sent countless individuals into a state of panic, inducing a fear of giant creatures. Whoosh! At that precise moment, a streak of light shot forth from the direction of the Empire State Building, colliding violently with the massive head of the shepherd snake. Boom! A terrifying burst of energy erupted, causing the shepherd snake's head to recoil violently before crashing to the ground. Whoosh! A terrifying wave of air radiated outward, and Lin Ye felt a fierce wind surge, followed by crash. The glass from the windows shattered, nearly pulling him into the chaos. Goodness, when the gods battle, mortals suffer. Lin Ye's face turned pale, his neck recoiling as he hurriedly retreated into the room, his heart pounding with trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he listened to the cacophony outside and the terrifying explosions, urgently addressing the system. System, grant me my reward. I need to pack up and leave. I can no longer stay in Manhattan. I must head to Brooklyn. Oh wait, Brooklyn isn't safe either. I must traverse the entirety of America, reaching the West Coast. I hope this time the system offers something truly powerful. He pondered. At the same moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of the shepherd snake cutting. Cutting allows for tunneling through the ground. Huh? Lin Ye was taken aback, suddenly feeling wide awake. Did I just unlock an SSR? He tested it slightly, discovering it was ineffective from the upper floors. Trying again with his ability to disguise himself as a painting, he activated cutting, and this time it worked. Previously, while disguised as a painting, he couldn't move, but now, combining the disguise with cutting granted him the ability to traverse a two-dimensional world freely. Excellent. My life-saving ability is maxed out. Now he felt emboldened, no longer in a hurry to flee. He peered out once more towards the battlefield. Yet, it seemed that in the brief moment he had looked away, the colossal entity at the center of the battlefield had vanished. Glancing up at the sky, he noted that the light had already carried the shepherd snake aloft, soaring into the atmosphere. The Avengers certainly had their resources. Lin Ye mused. Of course, it wasn't solely the Avengers taking action. At that moment, all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been dispatched, commencing the eradication of those monsters. Naturally, wasn't just S.H. Military personnel had also arrived. Leading them was General Ross, an acquaintance of Dr. Banner. To be frank, the greatest danger to S.H.A.L.D. and the military was solely the shepherd snake. primarily due to the shepherd snake's massive size. Even its juvenile form was quite large. The rest, however, were relatively manageable. What the howlers? Sorrowful corpses? Hounds? A single blast would send them flying. As for the limb groups, they were a bit more troublesome, but that was no issue. Simply ensnare them with a net. And eliminating them was straightforward. Just toss them in a concentrated sulfuric acid, and no matter how they divided, they would ultimately meet their demise. In truth, this remained humanity's domain. As long as a shepherd snake of several dozen kilometers in size did not appear, humanity's odds of victory remained substantial. This was not merely a Marvel scenario. Even if these creatures truly manifested in reality, on a planet devoid of extraordinary powers and relatively underdeveloped technology, they would still be crushed. All fears stemmed from insufficient firepower. When firepower is sufficient, what threat could they pose? I expected it to be more troublesome. Is it really this simple? On the helicopter, Nick Fury observed the battle unfolding below, feeling a sense of relief. It wasn't arrogance on his part, whether sonic weapons or laser technology. Even conventional arms were more than adequate to handle those entities. Overall, it seemed relatively easy, not overly difficult to manage. However, Manhattan would likely need to be sealed off. If even a single shepherd snake were to swim into the ocean, the consequences would be beyond his imagination. Who knows what that creature would evolve into in the sea before returning to exact its revenge. Thus, both SHIELD and the military commenced the lockdown of the coastline, opening fire at the sight of any shepherd snake. Biological scanners operated continuously, scanning for any serpentine life forms. At this moment, Nick Fury systematically conveyed various directives. Fortunately, it was still just Manhattan. To be honest, Manhattan wasn't overly large. Sealing it off was still manageable. As for the financial implications, who would be concerned about money at this juncture? The priority was to safeguard Manhattan, and everything else could follow. Not only must there be scanning, but also the installation of barbed wire and the implementation of high-voltage electricity. This time, even those in the Security Council did not lag behind. They unanimously supported the lockdown of Manhattan, even expressing that financial constraints would not hinder them, as they could meet any demands. Various materials were sent here without cost. This was quite expected. They had not become benevolent, but rather understood that the blade could very well turn against them. It was not that they wished to deploy nuclear weapons again. They had already done so in the past. However, should they resort to such measures once more, it would be indefensible. Therefore, it was more prudent to simply seal off Manhattan. By doing so, they could maintain their elevated status and continue to revel in their comfort. As all parties endeavored in the same direction, efficiency naturally increased. The military was erecting barbed wire, while the SHIELD agency was similarly engaged. As for the individuals within Manhattan, at that moment, who cared about their plight? Well, there were those who did. Within the Supreme Sanctuary, clusters of mages emerged, simultaneously vanquishing entities and evacuating individuals. Captain America also participated in the crowd's evacuation efforts, guiding them away from Manhattan. The Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan Bridge, the Queensboro Bridge, and others were teeming with people, all wishing to leave Manhattan. Unless one was delayed or had caused a commotion, generally speaking, America would not abandon its citizens. Of course, America prioritized based on demographics. At the forefront were groups of white men. As for the others, the order was understood by those who were aware. Regardless of how one proclaimed their status as a taxpayer or their rights as a citizen, simply being allowed to escape without incident was a fortunate outcome. At this moment, chaos reigned throughout Manhattan. Simultaneously, the situation in Manhattan rapidly sparked a significant uproar online. At the same time, in the heavens above, the projection stirred once more. Familiar words began to materialize. There are many exits to level 2. If you open a metal door and step inside, you will arrive at level 141. Below is a detailed account of level 141. Level 141, the boiler room. Originally, I had written extensively about the protagonist, but seeing that many seem resistant to the character, I have chosen to condense it. So, what kind of protagonist do you find appealing? Chapter 53, The Extreme Environment Boiler Room, Entity Number 6, The Dullard. It's over, Manhattan is destroyed. How can this thing still be hovering above? Oh my God, a 3-meter-long serpent just crawled on my toilet. What in the world is the SHIELD doing? Where's the military? Monsters are everywhere, damn it. Curse it. I should have fled long ago. Why didn't I run sooner? Good heavens, what on earth has happened? Has Manhattan been overrun? Yes, Manhattan has been overrun. I live right next to Brooklyn and can clearly see helicopters swarming over Manhattan. The military has already begun to seal off the area. Goodness, is it that brutal? The bridges have already been blown up twice. Isn't there a superhero? Where are the superheroes? Don't they care? The superheroes are too preoccupied with their own troubles. I saw someone launch a massive serpent into space. So fierce. Ugh. Adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle, please don't let anyone from Manhattan out, for there are also shapeshifters in level 2. If a shapeshifter kills someone, dons their skin, and blends into the crowd, it would be a nightmare for America. What nightmare? A bullet makes all equal. Can you stop relishing in our misfortune? Are you happy to see us suffer? Second place? Second place? Seeing you suffer only ranks second in my joy. Then who is first? Of course, it's those living comfortably. Just wait until the backrooms descend upon the good life. Then we can set off fireworks. Heavens, don't you feel any sorrow in the face of disaster? As part of the shared fate of humanity? Kin? Sorry, we're not kin to you. It would be better if you all perished. In my lifetime, I hope the backrooms descend upon the good life. You fools, if they descend upon us, do you think you can escape? Do you think the distance is great? If they descend upon us, you'll be next. My life is inconsequential. I just want you dead. You are being too extreme. Not every good life is evil. I understand the hatred, but this blanket condemnation is not right. So, I urge everyone, if the backrooms come to the good life, we should learn to be tolerant and accepting. Starting with myself, I am willing to take in young ladies aged 14 and above, under 30, who have no financial means. I am willing to take responsibility for their care. It may be tough and exhausting, but ideally, students should still wear uniforms. The damn beads of your abacus are bouncing in my face. By the way, this is still America. If it were another country, would it not be a direct announcement of national extinction? Stop with the sarcasm right now. We should be thinking about how to shelter the refugees from the good life. I'm also willing to take in young ladies aged 14 and above, under 30. 1 or 2 is not too many. 7 or 8 is not too few. Come on, it's still just a rumor. You all speak as if it's a certainty. At this moment, countless comments flooded the live stream. Well, the other half of the earth, not to say relishing in others' misfortune, but netizens have yet to feel a sense of crisis. Of course, netizens are netizens. In response to the situation in Manhattan, countries around the globe dispatched military assistance. Naturally, America, with its characteristic pride, declared no need for military aid, asserting they could manage on their own. As for evacuations, well, they could evacuate but without assistance. As for the countries surrounding America, watching the news of the Manhattan lockdown, they too were filled with trepidation, fearing the next calamity might befall them. At this moment, they were horrified to realize that the entire world seemed unsafe. Meanwhile, those superheroes endowed with extraordinary powers were hastily making their way to Manhattan. Upon his arrival, Professor X discovered a shapeshifter hidden among the crowd. Despite the shapeshifters having vanished during the blackout of Level 2, they re-emerged with this incursion into Manhattan's Level 2. As the shapeshifter's head was obliterated by a laser beam, countless spectators screamed in terror. Fortunately, shapeshifters are not human. The splatter was not crimson blood, but a transparent liquid. As the screams faded away, under Professor X's control, the crowd orderly evacuated the bridge, clearing a vast area for him and his team to confront Manhattan. Entities attempting to break free were swiftly eradicated. Iceman slid in with a swift move, freezing entities into ice sculptures. Beast, with a ferocious demeanor, began to hunt down the entities. Storm, her eyes glowing bright, soared above, conjuring a tempest of wind and lightning. Colossus dispatched foes with a single punch. In addition to these X-Men, the Fantastic Four's duo, Invisible Woman Susan and the Thing Ben, also joined the fray. Daredevil leapt from Hell's Kitchen as well. In addition to these noble superheroes, one could also observe individuals from various corporate organizations who were, well, not quite so virtuous. For instance, a group from Vanguard Technologies, glowing red, entered the battlefield. Within Oscorp, a figure clad entirely in green, riding a bat-like flying apparatus and wielding pumpkin bombs, created chaos with explosive blasts. Even on the streets, a massive green brute rampaged. However, this green giant was not the Hulk, but rather the Abomination. Of course, while they may be villains, they were also hunting entities on the battlefield. Perhaps they had ulterior motives, such as capturing entities alive to collect sufficient samples for research. But at such a critical juncture, who cared about that? At this moment, Manhattan seemed to be the focal point of global attention. However, the majority of gazes were still directed towards the projection in the sky. And at this moment, lines of text began to manifest in the displayed footage. Backrooms level 142, level 141. Survival difficulty. For unsafe, unstable. With a moderate amount of entities. Description. This level is an infinitely extending realm composed of boiler rooms, featuring tunnels, gas rooms, and cooling boiler rooms. Boiler room. The boiler room is the most common unit in this level and the area most likely to be encountered. The environmental temperature within the boiler room reaches a staggering 56 degrees Celsius. Entering this level without proper protection is exceedingly dangerous. However, there exist some employee rest areas within this level, containing specially designed insulated protective suits. To survive here, it is best to locate such insulating suits, or else the only fate awaiting you is death by overheating. Additionally, gas leaks are a frequent occurrence in this level. If you hear a hissing sound indicating a leak, please evacuate immediately or face the consequences of explosion or suffocation. Within the boiler room, one can also find shovels, empty almond milk bottles, short-handled axes, pipes, insulated protective suits, and various industrial equipment. Tunnel. A tunnel that resembles a high-speed highway connecting two towns, but these tunnels link not to the outside world, but to different boiler rooms. The average temperature within the tunnels is 50 degrees Celsius. Likewise, gas leaks can also occur within the tunnels. Within the tunnels, one may encounter 2 to 4 junctions, and the choice of which path to take rests solely upon oneself, as they all lead to similar areas. Occasionally, doors adorned with various numbers may appear on the walls of the tunnel, and depending on the number, the destination upon entering will differ. It has been discovered that 141 corresponds to the boiler room, 141, 2 to the tunnel, and 141, 3 to the cooling boiler room. As of now, no door numbered 141. One has been located. Gas room. This vast chamber, interconnected by tunnels, is filled with numerous gas canisters. The entrance to the gas room typically bears a gas canister symbol, and it can only be found within the tunnels. The average temperature within this room is approximately 30 degrees Celsius. The gas canisters occupy only half the space of the room, and they are believed to supply fuel to the entire level's boiler room. Gas pipelines have also been discovered embedded in the tunnel walls. Cooling boiler room. The cooling boiler room serves as the inverse of the boiler room. While the boiler room is exceedingly hot, the cooling boiler room is intensely cold, with an average temperature of minus 57 degrees Celsius. Without adequate insulation, one could easily succumb to the freezing temperatures. In this area, gas leaks are absent, and elevators are rendered inoperative. The stairs are made of ice, making them prone to breakage under excessive weight. There is also a staff lounge, but aside from frost, it is devoid of any other features. For reasons unknown, artificial snow can occasionally be observed within the cooling boiler room, with snow accumulation reaching depths of 5 meters or more, alongside ice blocks and icicles scattered throughout. Here, one may find damaged electric boilers and entrances to other levels, though these entrances are sealed by ice and thus inaccessible, including almond water, which is frozen and undrinkable. There are several locked doors within this region that require a key for access. Any key found on this level will unlock the doors here. The areas where keys may exist are chaotic and seemingly scattered at random, though most keys can be located within the staff rooms. The lighting in this area is exceedingly dim, occasionally plunging into complete darkness. Thus, it is advisable to carry a light source. One may also discover shovels or frozen pipes in this level. Anomalies. 1. Power outage. This level experiences periods of power outage, akin to a total depletion of energy, which may occur every 1 to 5 weeks. When a power outage strikes, darkness envelopes the level, all machinery ceases operation, and temperatures plummet to 10 degrees. To restore power, one must locate a staff lounge, which typically houses a backup power switch. Turning the switch left and waiting for a minute will restore electricity. Note, despite the numerous staff lounges present on this level, once the backup power has been used, it cannot be utilized again. These backups are single-use only, necessitating the search for new staff lounges following a major power outage. 2. Extreme temperatures. More unusual extreme temperatures have been recorded within the boiler room and the cooling boiler room, with the highest temperature in the boiler room reaching 118 degrees and the lowest in the cooling boiler room recorded at minus 214 degrees. Entities 1. The dull man. Entity number 6. Habitat. Most levels. The appearance of this entity is a deep gray, resembling a human form, yet lacking facial features. It possesses a fragile skeletal structure and elongated arms that can extend considerable distances. Despite their frail bones and unsteady gait, they exhibit remarkable strength, capable of rapid movement regardless of the weight they carry. For reasons unknown, possibly due to fear or other factors, they typically flee upon the approach of any living creature. However, this does not imply they are not predatory. Their hunting method is peculiar when their prey is on the opposite side of a wall. The dull man extends its arm through the wall to seize the prey and drag it back. They seem to assess the strength of their prey and adapt their hunting tactics accordingly. When confronting a formidable prey, they tend to hunt in groups. If one dull man drags a prey out from the wall, many others may be observed nearby. Conversely, if the prey is weak, only a few or even just one may be present. The dull man also has an aversion to almond water. When encountering a dull man, if one falls, one can yell and run toward them, prompting an immediate retreat. Alternatively, one can wet clothing or oneself with almond water and spray it at them. In level 141, encounters with the dull man vary across different areas and circumstances. They are nearly invisible in the boiler room, relatively rare in the tunnel region, uncommon in the gas room, and frozen in the cooling boiler room due to the low temperatures. During power outages, their numbers increase, posing a greater threat outside the cooling boiler room. 2. Gas Master. There is limited information about this entity, known to inhabit every gas room in this level. They are entirely black and resemble humans, operating the gas canisters to ensure each boiler has sufficient fuel for normal operation. Typically, they are amicable unless provoked or if a gas leak is triggered. Entrances 1. In level 5, cut into a boiler. 2. In level 11, locate a building containing a boiler. 3. In level 2, discover a metal door secured with a metal latch. 4. In level 25, there is a chance of cutting in while playing an arcade machine. 5. In rare instances, there is a chance of cutting in through any level via entering and exiting pipes. Exits 1. Elevators and stairs. The stairs and elevators within the boiler room may lead to level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6. And in exceedingly rare cases, level 102, level 65. There are reports of individuals reaching level 401, though this remains unverified. The ice ladder in the cooling boiler room leads to level -5. 2. Doors. Finding numbered doors within the tunnels will lead to levels corresponding to the numbers. If the number on the door is unrecorded, it remains locked until the corresponding level is discovered, at which point it will automatically unlock without the need for a key. Though such instances are exceedingly rare, if a door bears no number, it may lead to a random level or possibly to level 11. Doors adorned with ribbons will lead to the path of celebration. If it is a metal door secured with a bolt, it will lead to level 2 or level 14. 3. Boilers. Cutting into any boiler may lead to level 5 or any negative level. 4. Pipes. Entering pipes may lead to level 5 or level 2. Such pipes are typically found within employee lounges, where the doors are often adorned with a red heart and golden tassels. The floor is the 5th aspect to consider. During a significant power outage, objects may fall from the ground, subsequently reaching the fated layer below. Chapter 54. The Flame Giant. Surtur in level 141. At this moment, with the release of the documents regarding level 141, countless individuals gasped in astonishment. 50 degrees on average? If that were to descend upon our world, it would surely be catastrophic. An average of minus 50 degrees? If that were to occur here, we would be plunged into utter turmoil. An average temperature of 50 degrees? Well, we might as well declare the end of our nation. But really, what does an average temperature of 50 degrees or minus 50 degrees even mean? Can someone enlighten us? Surely, you've experienced winter? Take a mobile phone as an example. When fully charged, it lasts a day, but expose it to low temperatures, and its battery drains rapidly. Perhaps it dies before you even take it out. High temperatures have a similar effect. Dehydration and freezing to death are commonplace. In high-temperature zones, food spoils more easily. In low-temperature zones, it can freeze and become inedible. Modern electrical devices struggle to function in extreme temperatures unless specifically designed to withstand such conditions. 50 degrees is incomprehensible. In winter, my water heater is set to 45 degrees, which feels warm. 50 degrees is even hotter. And in summer, 50 degrees could scald you. You wouldn't dare drink water at 50 degrees. It could burn your lips. Without sufficient water resources, one could succumb to dehydration within mere hours. And as for low temperatures, without proper insulation, you would simply become an ice pop. Minus 50 degrees is colder than Antarctica, where the average temperature hovers around minus 25 to 30 degrees. Of course, the interior of Antarctica can be much colder, reaching minus 60 degrees, with an average of minus 57. Just look at the populations in the polar regions. Without adequate protection, venturing there equates to death. I once worked in a high-temperature environment, like a spinning factory, where the temperature remained between 40 to 50 degrees year-round, regardless of the season. I wore short sleeves. Honestly, I sometimes felt like shedding all my clothes. After a while, I would be drenched in sweat, my clothes alternating between wet and dry, leaving behind white salt stains from the dried sweat. We had only a single barrel of water for 5 or 6 people, which barely lasted half a day. Am I sharing personal experience here? By the way, can I jump back and forth between the cooling boiler room and the normal boiler room? When it gets too hot, I could just step inside to cool off, and when it gets too cold, I could come outside to warm up. Immune system, what are you thinking? I advise against such actions. Transitioning between extreme environments disrupts your body's temperature regulation, leading to abnormal temperature perception. You've likely heard of instances where, after prolonged exposure to extreme cold, individuals suddenly feel hot and begin shedding layers, ultimately freezing to death. Such occurrences are not uncommon in desert expeditions. Indeed, in extreme cold, one may eventually feel warmth, and in extreme heat, one may feel cold, all due to sensory disorientation and disrupted temperature perception. Jumping back and forth. My blood vessels are screaming. If you're seeking death, don't drag me down with you. What does that have to do with blood vessels? Pressure, fluctuating between cold and heat, creates immense strain on blood vessels, potentially leading to ruptures and turning you into a bloodied mess. Beyond blood vessels, organs may also fail. In extreme environments, they're already at risk of failure, let alone with constant fluctuations, which would hasten your demise. In high-temperature zones, blood vessels dilate, causing blood pressure to plummet. In low-temperature zones, blood vessels constrict, resulting in a spike in blood pressure. I've never seen anyone so intent on self-destruction. Why is everyone fixated on death? Am I the only one aware of our surroundings? There's nothing of note, just an oblivious person. The party layer has emerged again. What sort of party-goer is this? Why are they everywhere? At that moment, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. Honestly, this extreme environment had captured the attention of many, particularly America. Given that the previous 3 levels had manifested there, if level 141 were to descend, how would they cope? It would indeed be a dire situation. They could only hope that level 141 would materialize in a single location, akin to levels 0 and 1, and not like level 2, which had engulfed all of Manhattan. Anxiety began to rise within them. At this juncture, the seriousness of the situation dawned upon everyone involved. As countless individuals engaged in discussion, the text in the sky began to fade, and an image quietly emerged, tinted in orange, presumably due to the excessive heat. In the scene, Steve, Clint, Tony, and Natasha emerged from a metallic door. Heat. The moment they entered, the stifling warmth enveloped them. akin to being inside a furnace. Upon entering, they observed Steve swiftly shedding his clothing until he was left in just his trousers. Hawkeye, emulating him, followed suit, leaving only his trousers on. The others then turned their gaze to Natasha. Natasha, I'm fine. I'm not hot. She shrugged nonchalantly. On one hand, her combat suit was a one-piece. On the other, it was specially designed to be loose and breathable, making it more comfortable to wear than to remove, though it was still somewhat warm. As for Tony, don't look at me. My armor has an air conditioning system. He chuckled, exuding indifference. The others fell silent. What a cheat. Is this what they call level 141? Tony surveyed the surrounding environment while instructing Jarvis to record the conditions. Captain, how did you all get here? Natasha finally turned to Steve and Clint. Although they were well acquainted, Natasha and Tony remained somewhat wary of these two individuals, suspecting they might be entities in disguise. Little Natasha, it was the director who sent me in. I have some information for you. We have a way out. Clint replied with a grin, producing a communicator. Oh, information? Tony and Natasha exchanged glances. Unbeknownst to them, Tony had directly instructed Jarvis to infiltrate the communicator. Soon enough, Jarvis reported back, confirming it was indeed ASH. ILD communicator containing a wealth of information concerning the backrooms, primarily about levels 0, 1, and 2, as well as details on the containment zones for levels 0 and 1 on Earth. The Earth is being invaded by the backrooms? At that moment, Tony's face reflected shock as he turned to Hawkeye. Yes, Clint nodded. If all goes as expected, level 2 has also manifested. We just don't know where it has appeared. So, we can use these regions to return to Earth? Tony squinted, his visor gleaming with intensity. Theoretically, yes. Even entities can reach the restricted zone, so there is no reason why humans cannot. Clint nodded. Therefore, do we need to return to level 1? Or perhaps level 2? Tony nodded in agreement. Level 1 is relatively safe, while level 2. Natasha shook her head. By the way, Captain, how did you end up here as well? Tony glanced at Steve, observing the weariness etched on his face, and after a moment's pause, he said softly, Captain, do you remember what you told me aboard the helicarrier? It was evident that Tony was also on guard. Jarvis, through scanning, confirmed that the communicator in Clint's possession was functional, and he also scanned Clint's bodily data, which matched the system's records. Under these circumstances, Clint had little to worry about, but Steve was a different matter, especially that face so weathered. Despite enduring much in the backroom, he had not aged like this. It was as if the captain had been in the backroom for an eternity. Notably, Steve seemed quite familiar with level 2, even leading them to level 141. Given these various factors, Tony's suspicions appeared justified. Moreover, Steve's physical data diverged somewhat from what was recorded in the system, heightening his doubts. Oh, Steve raised an eyebrow and smiled. I guess it's, if you remove your armor, what remains, right? Oh, Tony narrowed his eyes. Huh, no need to guess. He's indeed not the captain we know. At that moment, Hawkeye interjected. He is actually the captain from another parallel universe, sharing a similar history with our captain, yet overall, still somewhat different. He entered the back room before us. Oh, a parallel world? Is that even possible? Tony couldn't help but scrutinize Steve as the scanning beam continued its examination. To be fair, there were indeed subtle differences detected, yet more than 98% of his characteristics remained the same. Even DNA, iris patterns, and fingerprints were identical. The differences were merely minor internal injuries and variations in cellular structure. However, these discrepancies were trivial. No matter how the scans were conducted, this individual unmistakably resembled Steve. Parallel worlds have emerged now? Tony furrowed his brow, contemplating before asking, Captain, how long have you been here? Perhaps over a year. Steve replied. A year? Goodness, Tony exclaimed. Yes, I have experienced much here and encountered countless versions of you from parallel worlds. Steve paused, then recounted to Tony and Natasha the details he had previously shared with Hawkeye. After hearing this, Natasha and Tony fell into a prolonged silence. Am I really that mad? He scoffed. Steve shrugged. Before we return, I believe I have matters to attend to. A glint of cold determination flickered in Tony's eyes. It seemed that before they could return, they would first need to deal with that imposter. Or rather, the evil version of him from the parallel universe. Steve hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Captain, how much do you know about this level? Tony inquired again. This level. Steve surveyed the surroundings and then explained to everyone. High-temperature boiler room, low-temperature cooling boiler room. Tunnels, the dull ones. Steve possessed a fundamental understanding of this level. He was aware of the regular areas here and knew that power outages could occur. The only uncertainty lay in the entry and exit points. He only knew that in level 2, one could enter through a metal door to arrive here. As for the exits, he was aware that stairs and elevators could lead to other levels, but the destinations of these stairs and elevators seemed random. His knowledge was not comprehensive. He understood that one could reach level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6 through the stairs and elevators, as well as doors located in the tunnels that corresponded to different levels. Moreover, the metal door could return to level 2. That was all he knew. Of course, although incomplete, this information was sufficient for them. Can the stairs and elevators take us back to levels 1 through 6? And what about the doors and the tunnels? Tony nodded, indicating that he had recorded all of this. So where do we go next? Should we head straight to level 1? Natasha looked at Tony. Their essay question. Suddenly, Steve spoke up, glancing at the tesseract on Tony's chest, raising an eyebrow, and asked, "Is that the tesseract?" "Indeed." Tony nodded, adding, "I initially intended to use the tesseract to escape this dreadful place, but it turns out it is ineffective, even incapable of tier shifting. Not even the tesseract works?" Steve expressed surprise. "Wow, Captain, you seem quite knowledgeable about this. Does your universe also have a tesseract?" Tony asked curiously. "Yes, it does." Steve nodded, then smiled wryly. "But in my world, I shattered the tesseract with my shield." "Oh." Upon hearing this, the three of them simultaneously turned to Steve, astonished, each internally lamenting his reckless nature. The tesseract, with its infinite energy, is already a remarkable artifact, not to mention its spatial properties. Yet, to have it broken by Steve? What a waste. "By the way, Captain, when I tried to shift levels, some anomalies occurred," Tony said, frowning. Suddenly, darkness surged, accompanied by whispers in my ears. "Are you familiar with this phenomenon? Darkness surge? Whispers?" Steve paused, then shook his head in confusion. "I haven't heard of that. Perhaps it's related to space? Such a method of tier shifting is not permitted?" Tony pondered aloud. However, the truth was otherwise. Steve explained, "From what I understand, there are certain items here that can forcibly shift levels, like something that resembles a strawberry, referred to as a jump berry. There's even an item called the Hermes device that can also enforce level shifts." "Jump berry? Strawberry?" Natasha blinked, then reached in her backpack to retrieve a box of strawberries, looking at Steve and asking, "Is this what you mean?" "Huh?" Steve was taken aback, staring incredulously at the strawberries in Natasha's hand. After taking them for closer inspection, he couldn't help but ask, "Where did you find these?" "Right in the tunnel of level 2, just sitting in a corner," Natasha replied. "Then it's definitely them." Steve nodded. "These are the so-called jump berries. Consuming one will teleport you back to where it was first discovered, inside the tunnel of level 2. Is that it?" Natasha was somewhat astonished. "Is that all? Who would want to go back to level 2 in its current state? Given the circumstances of level 2, who would dare consume it?" Clint countered, "Not so fast. One mustn't say it's useless. The teleportation location can refresh. For instance, if you hand me this berry, it would mean I acquired it on this level, allowing me to teleport to this level when consumed in other tiers. Based on this characteristic, it is indeed possible to artificially control the safe transmission points. For instance, upon reaching level 4, one could distribute a berry to each person, and if danger arises while traversing other levels, consuming it would allow a return to the current level." Steve, being quite seasoned in this realm, having spent considerable time here, has consumed the teleportation berries on more than one occasion. However, there seems to be some inherent risks associated with them. Suddenly, Steve spoke up. "Oh, what risks?" Tony inquired, simultaneously preparing to document the information. "If consumed excessively, one might be teleported to level 10. There's been an incident in the past where many individuals were sent there due to overindulgence in the berries," Steve explained. "Oh, level 10? Is there no exit?" Tony queried, slightly puzzled. "Level 10 does have an exit, but but those who arrive there by consuming teleportation berries are unable to leave. According to some, they know the exit's location, yet they cannot use the same method to escape. It's as if they are perpetually trapped in level 10. Steve responded, "Why level 10?" Natasha asked, her curiosity piqued. This brings us to MEG. They cleared a section in level 10 and cultivated teleportation berries from the seeds, selling them to numerous wanderers. This might explain why those wanderers who consume too many berries end up transported to level 10, Steve elucidated. The group exchanged glances. As long as one does not frequently and excessively consume them, there should be no issues, Steve added. It sounds as if those who ingest the teleportation berries have not fully digested them. Tony pondered. Who knows? Steve shrugged, indicating that he had no further insights. But it is very possible that Tony is correct. Captain, do you know anything else? Please share it all. For instance, about levels 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tony pressed again. Level 3 is a power station. Level 4 is an office, relatively safe. Level 5 resembles a hotel filled with many entities. Level 6 is completely shrouded in darkness, eerily silent. Level 7 is said to be an ocean. I have not been there, only heard descriptions. Level 8 is a cave system. Level 9 is a suburban area. Level 10 is an expansive outdoor environment. Level 11 is an infinite city. Ultimately, the levels are not what matters. The routes are crucial. In the backrooms, if you cannot master a safe route, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Steve spoke with conviction, his experiences over the past year coalescing into wisdom. Oh, routes? Captain, what routes do you know? Clint inquired, intrigued. There are far too many. Remembering the exits for each level is essential, as I have previously mentioned regarding this level's exits, and concerning level 2's entrances and exits. Steve paused, glancing at Clint with curiosity. Why does it seem as if you know more than I do? He had been wanting to ask, having noticed Clint's familiarity with level 2 and the various exit doors, knowing precisely where they led. Yet, while it seemed Clint knew much, he was unaware of the nature of the levels behind those doors. How curious. Well, Clint shrugged. Before entering, I was informed about level 2 situation. But beyond that, I know little. Is that so? Steve nodded. Let us proceed to level 1 and see how we might return, Tony suggested. The group nodded in agreement. They had no reason to linger any longer. However, just then, hud, 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 a series of heavy footsteps echoed around them. The sound resonated against the metallic floor, producing a cacophony of metallic clattering. Simultaneously, a terrifying wave of heat surged toward them, causing the tips of their hair to begin to distort from the intensity. What is that? The group turned to face the source of the heat wave. The boiler room was not particularly spacious, winding and serpentine. Jarvis? Tony furrowed his brow. Sir, an unknown entity has been detected approaching, Jarvis responded. Oh, a brute? Tony frowned. It does not seem to fit the appearance of a brute, Jarvis remarked, and before them, a projection materialized. The image revealed a figure with crimson skin, magma seemingly flowing through its body, a crown resembling demonic horns atop its head. It merely stood there, the surrounding void contorting, emanating an excruciating heat, wielding a sword, a colossal blade radiating a scarlet glow. This was not a brute. This was a new entity. Tony was taken aback, frowning at Steve. Captain, did you not say that this level contains only brutes? Steve's brow furrowed. All information must be updated promptly. We may be encountering a positional entity. Entity? Huh. Do not compare me to those ants. Just then, a voice filled with derision echoed from the end of the corridor. At that moment, the figure revealed itself. Indeed, a towering figure engulfed in flames, nearly touching the ceiling, estimated to stand 5 to 6 meters tall. Just its presence instilled a sensation of a deity looking down upon mere insects. Its blazing white eyes fell upon Tony, seemingly sensing something, and coldly remarked, I detect Odin's magic upon you. Are you sent by Odin to slay me? Tony replied, what? The group turned in unison to look at Tony. He was at a loss for words. No, fiery forest creature. Do we know each other? Haha, I am Surtur, the harbinger of the universe's end, the creator of Ragnarok. He towered over Tony and the others, ultimately resting his gaze upon the cosmic cube embedded in Tony's chest, sneering. Odin, even you cannot kill me. Yet you dare send a band of ants to do so? I shall make you pay for your arrogance. Chapter 55. What do you take the cosmic cube for? Rubbish? The Celestial Palace, Asgard. As the live broadcast played, everyone in the Celestial Palace was taken aback. They gazed in bewilderment at the image of Surtur on the screen, utterly dumbfounded. While Earthlings might not be familiar with him, the denizens of the Celestial Palace certainly were. Surtur, the ruler of Muspelheim, was also one of Asgard's primary adversaries. However, Surtur had long been vanquished, his crown resting within Odin's treasury. Yet now he had reemerged and appeared in the back room. In an instant, the entire Celestial Palace erupted in heated discussions. In the palace of the Celestial Guardians, a radiant light flickered. Thor, the god of thunder, had returned to Asgard. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the live broadcast, which displayed Surtur. Surtur? Thor paused, stunned. How could that scoundrel still be alive? Although Surtur had diminished in size, Thor recognized him instantly. Previously, while he was pacifying disturbances in other realms, he had not seen the live broadcast and was unaware of the unfolding events. Now, upon his return, he was confronted with Surtur. When the world was happening, he turned to Heimdall and inquired, Heimdall, what transpired? How did Tony and the others confront Surtur? Heimdall appeared equally perplexed. He instinctively glanced toward Muspelheim and then realized that the royal court of Muspelheim was still shrouded in magical energies. This meant that Surtur still existed. Thus, the Surtur in the back room must be from another universe. Why was it not our universe's Surtur that was transported in? Heimdall frowned. What? Thor clearly had not grasped the situation but pressed on, asking, Heimdall, what exactly is going on? This is not our universe's Surtur. You may consider him another Surtur from a parallel universe, Heimdall explained. Parallel universe? Thor nodded, contemplating before asking. Then why do parallel universes exist? Heimdall cast a lingering glance at Thor. I do not know. Then why is there another Surtur? Thor inquired further. Heimdall replied, they inadvertently arrived at level 141, where they encountered Surtur, who seemingly sought to escape the backroom and exact revenge on the Allfather. Just him? Thor scoffed dismissively. Without the eternal flame, Surtur was nothing but a nuisance. He had no intention of concerning himself with him. Otherwise, he would have brought Surtur's head back as a trophy. Of course, this was his perspective. If it were Tony and the others facing him, the scenario would differ. Though that scoundrel Surtur was hardly worth mentioning without my assistance. Tony and his companions would be doomed. Thor furrowed his brow. Heimdall paused, casting a thoughtful look at Thor. Is that not the case? I am a mightiest avenger, Thor asserted confidently. Heimdall remained silent. Heimdall, can you teleport me in? Thor suddenly asked. Heimdall shook his head, indicating that he could not. Only Odin had the power to teleport within. However, there was an entrance on Earth, yet he did not intend to divulge that information. Without certainty regarding the existence of an exit from the backroom, he would not allow Thor to enter. What if he went in and never returned? That would be a disaster. With Odin in slumber, only Thor could safeguard the Celestial Palace. This was the responsibility of Odin's son and an essential path to ascend the throne. Hence, he remained silent. Meanwhile, Thor continued to furrow his brow as he gazed at the live broadcast. At the same moment, within the live broadcast, accompanied by Surtur's voice, Thor and the others exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of how to respond. Who is Surtur? Have you heard of him? Tony inquired of Steve. Never heard of him. Steve shook his head and glanced at Clint. Don't look at me. I haven't heard of him either, Clint replied, shaking his head as he turned to Natasha. Natasha shrugged, indicating she was completely unfamiliar with him. You insignificant insects of Midgard, how dare you be so impudent? Surtur roared, his sword igniting with flames as it surged toward them. Hiss! Even before the flames reached them, the overwhelming heat was palpable. Tony's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he stepped forward to raise an energy shield. Buzz! The energy shield forcefully intercepted the flames. The intense heat radiated outward. The surrounding metal pipes and walls could not withstand the scorching temperatures, beginning to melt. If metal was succumbing, Steve and the others were compelled to retreat from the oppressive heat. Tony was also feeling the strain. Although his armor possessed energy-absorbing properties and URU metal was formidable, it was still uncomfortable under such searing heat. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow shot towards Surtur. Surtur raised his hand and effortlessly caught the arrow, his gaze shifting slightly to the bowman, Clint. Bug, do you think you can harm me with such feeble attempts? You underestimate me, Surtur declared coldly. Is that so? Clint smirked. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the arrow Surtur held began to emit beeping sounds, and then, boom, the arrowhead erupted in a brilliant explosion, sending shockwaves that jolted Surtur's head back. Simultaneously, whoosh whoosh, too many explosives were hurled by Natasha, striking Surtur squarely in the face. Boom boom. The consecutive explosions destabilized Surtur, forcing him to stagger back. Whoosh. Next, a metal disc spun through the air, aimed directly at Surtur's face. Naturally, it was the work of Captain America. Jarvis, maximum power concentrated cannon. Tony commanded. Buzz. In the next instant, the arc reactor in his chest rapidly gathered energy. A brilliant light surged forth, followed by a massive concentrated cannon that slammed into Surtur. Roar! Surtur stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground. Anger filled his visage as he looked down, only to see a gaping wound in his chest created by Tony's cannon. How dare you, insignificant ants, injure me? His fury was palpable. Surtur, I expected you to be a formidable foe. Yet is this all you have? Tony scoffed dismissively. You insignificant insects have provoked my wrath. Surtur rose to his feet, his expression dark and foreboding, while the gaping hole in his chest began to visibly mend. Having lost the eternal flame, Surtur was indeed a mere shadow of his former self. However, his intrinsic physical attributes were still formidable. An unfathomable strength, extraordinary physical prowess, and the ability to wield various forms of energy. Not just anyone could challenge Surtur. The reason for his defeat lay partly in his carelessness and partly in the misconception that the cosmic cube was trivial. The cosmic cubes of different universes possess distinct origins. In most universes' lore, the cosmic cube predates the universe itself, serving as the vessel for the space gem at the time of its creation. In the expansive universe of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, the Tesseract was crafted by Odin to conceal the space stone. One embodies the power of the cosmos, while the other represents Odin's might. In a certain light, one could argue that the Tesseract is somewhat inferior. Yet, even as such, it harnesses the energies of the space stone, combined with Odin's strength, making it no trivial matter for a being like Surtur to contend with. It is worth noting that the Tesseract also gave rise to Captain Marvel, an entity who, merely influenced by the Tesseract, acquired extraordinary powers and could challenge Thanos. Even with all 6 Infinity Stones at his disposal, undoubtedly, she stands at a formidable tier. It would be erroneous to claim that Marvel has faltered in its narrative, suggesting that Captain Marvel, merely under the influence of the Space Stone, surpasses the power of all 6 stones. The Tesseract is distinct from the Space Stone. The Tesseract within the MCU bears a portion of Odin's essence. Conversely, Tesseracts from other universes are even more formidable, predating the birth of the cosmos itself. Thus, we find Tony Stark drawing energy from the Tesseract and clad in URU alloy armor. While one might not categorize him as T0, he certainly exists at the pinnacle of T1. He stands undaunted against Surtur, not to mention the prospect of surprise attack. In a moment of explosive confrontation, Tony and Surtur engage fiercely. Various projectiles serve as mere distractions, while the palm repulsor and cluster cannons channel the Tesseract's energy to unleash a barrage upon Surtur, leaving him scarred and riddled with holes created by the cosmic force. Surtur roars in fury, his anger threatening to overflow. In this mortal form, Tony stands shoulder to shoulder with divinity, leaving Surtur bewildered. He could never have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary human, clad in a protective shell, could match him in combat. No, it is not merely a match. It is Tony overpowering him. Is this all you've got? You claim to be the destroyer of worlds? The harbinger of Ragnarok? If you can conjure the end of days, then surely I could annihilate the pantheon of gods. Tony taunts, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Curse you. Do not think this will be the end of me. Surtur bellows, his eyes igniting with a fierce crimson glow as he drives his fiery sword into the ground. In an instant, flames, red and black, surge outward, engulfing the surroundings. The heat is unbearable, and the inferno blazes fiercely, yet when these flames meet the dull entities nearby, the scene transforms dramatically. The dull beings roar in agony as the magical flames envelop them, their cries echoing amidst the conflagration. As the flames gradually subside, they reveal grotesque forms. The previously faceless entities regain their eyes, sharp teeth emerge from their mouths, pointed ears sprout from their heads, and demonic horns burst forth from their skulls. In a sudden flourish, wings and tails materialize, their bodies now ablaze with a furious red hue and their eyes glowing as sinister crimson. Thus, they've been transmuted into fire demons by Surtur. Yet, the transformation does not end there. The corpses of fallen humans rise anew, their forms reconstructed by the infernal flames, transforming into fierce fire demons with muscular builds and fiery hair. The molten iron begins to coalesce, forming claws, bodies, wings, and the fearsome head of a dragon. The air reverberates with the roars of dragons, their metallic scales shimmering ominously. In the blink of an eye, Tony and his companions find themselves encircled by a multitude of fire demons, fire dragons, and fiery minions, an overwhelming presence of at least several hundred. Simultaneously, gas leaking from the walls ignites upon contact with the flames, boiling and combusting. Yet before these flames can erupt, they become sustenance for Surtur's burgeoning form. Previously appearing somewhat slender, Surtur now swells, his muscles bulging and his visage twisted in malice. A terrifying aura radiates outward, enveloping Tony and his allies in an oppressive weight. Akin to facing an insurmountable foe. Must you always pose such a question? Steve glances at the encroaching fire demons, his lips twitching in agitation as he casts a resentful look toward Tony. Chapter 56. The truth behind Captain America's shield's disappearance. Shattered by the Red Knight? At this moment, the entire 141st floor was engulfed in a fierce battle. In the forefront, Tony clashed with Surtur, while Captain America and his allies fought against the fiery demons. However, as the skirmish progressed, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Surtur appeared to absorb the flames from the gas leaks, growing stronger at an alarming rate. Initially, Tony managed to inflict substantial damage using the power of the Tesseract, creating large holes in Surtur's form. Yet, before long, the energy merely left shallow dents, and eventually, it barely even staggered Surtur. This left Tony feeling utterly alarmed. Meanwhile, Captain America and his companions were also struggling, even though this Steve hailed from a different universe. Any Captain America lacking Mjolnir was fundamentally similar in attributes. Natasha and Clint were at an even greater disadvantage. Natasha had undergone minor enhancements, relying solely on a serum that paled in comparison to Captain America's super soldier serum. Clint, on the other hand, was merely an ordinary human who had honed his skills to their peak, making him incapable of matching Natasha, let alone Captain America. As for the demons they faced, they were transformed by Surtur's infernal magic. The fire demons were swift, capable of flight, and had the ability to extend their arms due to their brutish origins. The fiery servants possessed tremendous strength, capable of delivering blows that could crumple steel. Not to mention the fire-breathing dragon, which could unleash flames and wield magical attacks. While these creatures seemed to fall easily to Thor's hammer in the films, against mere mortals, they formed a terrifying battalion. Initially, Captain America and his team could hold their ground, as the demon strength seemed to correlate with Surtur's. However, as Surtur's power swelled, the smaller foes grew increasingly formidable, becoming faster and stronger, with flames spreading wider. In a short time, Captain America and his allies found themselves overwhelmed. Clint's arrows, though specially crafted to explode, electrocute, or unleash adhesive projectiles, were limited in number. Once they were exhausted, he had no choice but to wield his bow as a melee weapon. Natasha faced similar challenges. Her widow's bites, micro-explosives, and various munitions had run dry, leaving her to rely on the electrifying devices on her suit. However, while 30,000 volts might be lethal to an ordinary person, it was insufficient against these supernatural creatures. Consequently, Natasha found herself in a dire predicament. Captain America, bereft of his shield, was forced to pick up a metal steering wheel to serve as a makeshift weapon. The group was retreating under relentless pressure. It felt as if the tide of battle had turned overwhelmingly against them. This location was undeniably Surtur's domain, with gas continually feeding the flames. Although not as potent as the eternal flame, any fire present indicated Surtur's supremacy. Retreat. Tony unleashed a barrage of energy, forcing Surtur back. And recognizing the urgency of the situation, he quickly led Steve and the others in a hasty withdrawal. Fortunately, with the Tesseract's power, they were able to teleport away swiftly. On the other side, within the tunnel, as blue lights flickered, Tony and the others appeared, looking quite bedraggled. Who were those little fire demons? Tony exclaimed, bewildered. Surtur? If I am not mistaken, that should be the legendary fire giant. At that moment, Natasha spoke up. Just how many bizarre entities are lurking in this place? Is there no one to manage this? Clint was left speechless. Manage? Huh. Who do you think would oversee this chaos? Captain America chuckled wryly. Enough idle chatter. We need to enhance our gear. Tony glanced at the group, his brow furrowing. Clint's expertise lay in archery, and while he excelled in this realm, his arrows were finite. No matter how sophisticated the equipment, once exhausted, they were of little use. Even though Clint was a top-tier agent with remarkable skills, without arrows, he was significantly hampered. As for Natasha, her strengths in infiltration and assassination were ill-suited for this battlefield, necessitating a forced enhancement in another aspect. Steve, well, it was evident he was merely missing his shield. By the way, Captain, where's your shield? Tony finally directed his question at Steve, his brows knitted in concern. That shield, while not precisely a divine artifact, was certainly a rare, specialized weapon. Without it, Captain America was akin to a toothless tiger, his combat effectiveness halved. Thus, they needed to find a replacement shield for him. However, Steve's shield was a unique blend of vibranium, iron, and an unknown chemical concoction, crafted by Howard Stark. Due to the unknown composition and proportions, replicating such a shield was nearly impossible. It was truly one of a kind. If they could locate it, that would be splendid. If not, Tony would have to devise something else as a substitute. Turning to Steve, Tony inquired, "What happened to your shield?" Steve's expression dimmed slightly, and with a nonchalant smile, he replied, "It's shattered." Shattered? Tony looked utterly baffled. Not just him, but even Natasha and Clint were taken aback. Who could possibly break that shield? It's essential to note that the shield had the ability to absorb kinetic energy and was resistant to pressure, high temperatures, radiation, and electromagnetic waves. It was not merely an indestructible artifact. In truth, it could be destroyed through molecular reordering or by using an object of equal hardness, but greater mass, to deliver a physical blow. However, finding something harder than the shield was an arduous task. After all, the shield had withstood collisions with Thor's hammer, which, despite its might, had failed to shatter it and instead transferred energy back to Thor. Now, to hear Steve say it shattered, was it possible that in another universe, his shield was not forged from vibranium? Tony furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire, "Is the shield from your universe the one forged by the old man?" "Indeed," Steve nodded. "Then how did it break? Who did it?" Tony pressed further. "It simply shattered," Steve shrugged, recounting, while exploring a new level. "I encountered an individual who appeared rather unremarkable and not particularly robust. Clad in armor like a 16th century knight, wielding a long sword and a shield, a classic knightly figure. Wouldn't you say? He had a gold-trimmed red cape, quite impressive, but he lacked the chivalric spirit, bullying the weak and even attacking a child. Upon witnessing this, I threw my shield, intending to engage him for the day. However, he caught your shield and shattered it?" Tony interjected, his brow furrowing. Steve remained silent for a moment before bitterly smiling and nodding in affirmation. "Goodness, what on earth is this knight?" Natasha and Clint were utterly dumbfounded. They had previously thought that the serpent shepherd was terrifying enough, yet they never imagined there could be something even more formidable. Could it truly shatter shields? This was comparable to being able to crush Thor's hammer. If one could indeed crush Thor's hammer, then Tony's entire suit of armor would likely seem as fragile as paper in comparison. Which level did you encounter him on? Tony couldn't help but inquire. It was in a desert. Steve mused. Later, after some inquiries, I learned that this level is called Level 229, the Sands of Time. Tony's expression darkened as he declared, "Let us head to 229. Tony, you don't actually plan to confront that night, do you?" Natasha asked, taken aback. "Why not?" Tony retorted. "Perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider." Steve chuckled wryly. "I later discovered that many have seen him across various levels and regions. He is not confined to any specific layer. Is there no way to find him?" Tony frowned. "Stark, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?" Clint couldn't help but ask. ISNT the captain in need of shield? He destroyed my property, so I must reclaim it." Tony huffed. "Your property?" Natasha gazed at Tony with a peculiar expression. "What the old man created was merely lent to the captain. If not mine, then whose is it?" Tony scoffed. Natasha rubbed her temples, exasperated. This damn Tony Stark could not possibly set aside his arrogance, even for a moment. Or perhaps it was more accurately described as a haughty demeanor. He claimed ownership, yet his true desire was simply to exact vengeance. Although this Steve was not the same as the one from their universe, he was nonetheless Captain America, Steve Rogers. Even across different universes, he represented the same essence. Tony certainly wished to retaliate, but it would be no easy task. Steve shook his head. Many have encountered him, yet their experiences differ, without a shared encounter. It is challenging to ascertain his exact location. Then let us visit 229. Perhaps we shall encounter him again. Tony suggested. "By the way, what are your shield fragments?" he inquired. Steve replied, "If Noah's picked them up, they should still be there." "Oh, you didn't retrieve them?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "I was nearly knocked out of there." Steve chuckled bitterly. "I had no time to collect fragments." "Did you never return?" Tony pressed. "No, I never went back." "Even if I had, this place lacks the conditions to forge a shield anew," Steve stated. "TSK, you simply have not encountered me," Tony declared with confidence. Boom. Just then, a door at the edge of the tunnel was suddenly blown open. A swarm of fire demons surged forth. Following closely, the fire giant Surtur emerged with a menacing grin, mocking Tony and his companions. "Still chatting? Time to collect you." Chapter 57. Is this the correct way to open the cosmic cube? In the celestial palace of Asgard, Thor wore a triumphant expression. Previously, he had nearly lost face when witnessing Tony overpowering Surtur. Moments before, he had remarked that Tony and his companions might meet their demise, only for Tony to decisively defeat Surtur, leaving him utterly speechless. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Surtur regained his strength and began to chase after Tony and the others, invigorating Thor's spirit. However, Heimdall was left in a state of disbelief. "Understand this, my friend, that is your ally. Are you truly so pleased to see your comrade being battered?" He silently observed, too weary to voice his exasperation. Meanwhile, in the Manhattan quarantine zone, Captain America exclaimed, "Captain, your shield." The chaos in Manhattan was gradually subsiding. Though the number of entities was vast, their refresh rate could not compete with the missiles that decimated them. After eliminating several waves and sealing off the sewers with concrete, order was finally restored. Amidst the ruins of the street, two individuals reclined, gazing at the live broadcast above. Dr. Banner could not suppress his astonishment as his gaze fell upon Steve's shield. The shield was renowned for its extraordinary properties, defying the laws of physics and leaving scientists confounded. Dr. Banner understood that this uniqueness allowed for the analysis of various data regarding the shield, and Steve had even developed techniques for its versatile use. Most importantly, its durability was unparalleled. Banner was acutely aware that even in his Hulk form, he could not shatter that shield. Yet now, another version of Captain America from a different world had proclaimed before an audience of billions that someone had managed to physically break his shield. Incredible. Not only did Banner gasp in astonishment, but even Steve was taken aback. He examined his own shield, then turned his gaze back to the broadcast, lost in thought. What kind of being possesses the strength to crush a shield? What magnitude of power must one wield to accomplish such a feat? From the moment he took up the shield, Steve had believed it would accompany him until the end. No force could destroy it. But now, Doctor, how formidable do you think someone capable of breaking my shield would be? Steve could not help but inquire. At least stronger than the Hulk? Banner hesitated. Stronger than the Hulk? Steve mused, his thoughts racing. After a moment, he glanced at the broadcast again and asked, "Do you think Tony and the others could prevail against such a foe?" That's difficult to ascertain. Banner pondered for a moment before responding. The cosmic cube embedded in Tony's chest is the most potent source of energy I have ever encountered, comparable to infinite energy. If Tony can harness that boundless energy, theoretically, he would be invincible. In truth, if Tony were to create a device capable of containing sufficient energy and channel the cosmic cube's energy into it, fully charging and compressing it, he alone could unleash a catastrophic disaster. While it may not obliterate the universe, annihilating an entire star system would be feasible. It merely depends on how Tony chooses to wield it. However, Doctor, have you noticed that the color of the arc reactor in Tony's chest seems to have faded slightly? Steve furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone to examine the shared feed closely, his concern deepening. Huh? Banner, puzzled, leaned in to take a look. He had not spent as much time with the cosmic cube as Steve had, and thus failed to observe any change in its color. Steve's intuition had always been sharp. He was lost in thought before turning to Banner with a question. Doctor, do you think there is a possibility that the infinite energy of our universe may not apply in another universe? Banner paused, suddenly realizing the implications. As a scientist, he understood the concept of physical constants. Although he had never ventured beyond Earth or encountered other cosmic civilizations, he knew that physical constants should be universal. For instance, the speed of light, Planck's constant, and the charge of an electron are observable phenomena that exist across the cosmos. On Earth, the measurable speed of light is 299,792, 46 kilometers per second. This would remain constant on other planets and even in different civilizations across the universe. These constants form the foundational logic of their universe. The cosmic cube, too, exists based on these fundamental rules. However, who can guarantee that the basic principles of other universes align with those of their own? The speed of light in another universe might be faster or slower. The value of pi could differ. Even the slightest variation in a number could alter the fundamental rules, rendering the items of their universe incompatible in another. Take, for example, a power bank. The various constants and characteristics of their universe dictate its design. With an input of 1, if this power bank were to be transported to another universe, changes in constants could alter its input. It might become higher or lower, but it would no longer be 1. The same applies to the cosmic cube. One might view it as an intricate formula capable of generating infinite energy. Yet, if constants differ in another universe, this formula may become inapplicable, transforming infinite energy into something finite. Dr. Banner's expression shifted as he regarded Steve. The captain, still composed, reassured. Doctor, do not panic. While the infinite energy may not necessarily apply, the energy contained within the cosmic cube itself is still sufficient for Tony to use for a considerable time. Indeed, the energy of the cosmic cube was immense. So vast it was beyond calculation. Even if it were to transition from infinite to finite energy, it would still represent a staggering amount, making it exceedingly difficult to exhaust its power through standard use. For an ordinary person, what difference would that make? Rather than fretting over such concerns, it would be far more practical to engage in tangible actions. Upon this thought, Dr. Banner once again gazed at the live broadcast. To be honest, he was somewhat intrigued, curious as to when Tony would notice the diminishing energy of the Tesseract. Similarly, if he did notice, could Tony alter some formula of the Tesseract to achieve compatibility with that dimension, thereby reclaiming infinite energy? If Tony could indeed accomplish this, he would be truly invincible. A person who comprehends the secrets of boundless energy, who knows what feats he might achieve. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast, well, Tony certainly had no leisure to contemplate any Tesseract formulas. Faced once again by Surtur, he found himself with a throbbing headache. If memory served, there was a cooling boiler room on this level, right? Tony glanced at Steve. So, do you think there is a possibility that as soon as you open the door, a frost giant might leap out? Natasha let out a huff. A frost giant? Tony was momentarily taken aback. Then his mind went blank. It was indeed a possibility. Without further ado, he activated the Tesseract, transporting everyone once more. He was determined to see whether he could outrun Surtur or vice versa. However, in the next instant, when Tony and the others reappeared, a gust of frigid, biting wind assaulted them. Just moments ago, they had been sweltering, yet now they were freezing. They found themselves still in the boiler room, albeit one ensconced in snow, nearly a person's height. Everywhere, shards of ice and crystals were strewn about. They had plunged directly into the cooling boiler room. Cold, excruciatingly cold. Clint and Steve's lips twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, following Tony was never a blessing. Truth be told, they would prefer a little warmth over this chill. Even Captain America, infused with super soldier serum, shivered uncontrollably at that moment. Apologies, Captain. I merely entertained a thought, and it seems it came to fruition. Tony chuckled lightly, unaffected by the cold in his armor, hastily melting a patch of space with his repulsor. Next time, could you perhaps give a heads up? Clint's face was one of deep grievance. Or should I send you all back out? Tony replied with a grin. No. Natasha looked utterly resigned. A stark contrast of heat and cold. The extremes were quite exhilarating, but she wanted no part of it. It appeared this was indeed the cooling boiler room, visually indistinguishable from the other boiler room, save for the unbearable cold, resembling a giant freezer. Tony cleared his throat twice, surveying the surroundings. Surely there couldn't be a frost giant lurking here? Clint furrowed his brow. Just as he spoke, a piercing cold wind swept through the corridor's depths. Like a tempest of snow, it rapidly enveloped them. Before Steve and the others could react, the blizzard consumed the four of them. Crackle. Ice crystals spread across their bodies, the biting cold numbing their senses within an instant. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Even Tony found himself besieged by the cold wind, a thick layer of frost enveloping his armor, forcibly immobilizing his joints. It was rather peculiar. Were an ordinary person to be encased in such ice, they would likely perish instantly. Yet, Tony and Steve could still move their eyes, and they could even hear the sounds from outside. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause echoed from the depths of the corridor. Then, a mocking voice rang out. Huh. You guessed correctly. At the end of the corridor appeared a figure, more accurately, a humanoid creature. It was a being of icy blue, with crimson eyes and runic markings etched upon its skin. Whirling around its hands were icy blue whirlwinds, reminiscent of a storm swirling about. This creature was none other than a frost giant from Jotunheim. Allow me to introduce myself. It spoke with a veneer of politeness, smiling at the group. Jotunheim, king of the frost giants, Laufey. Red-eyed. King of the frost giants, correct? We seem not to be acquainted, nor do we harbor any grievances. Do we? Tony coughed lightly, realizing he was the only one who could speak at that moment. Indeed, there are no grievances, and I genuinely do not know you. Laufey chuckled softly, then his tone shifted. However, I detect the power of Odin emanating from you. Tony was at a loss for words. Why does everyone seem to have a grudge against Odin? If you have a grudge against Odin, go seek him out. Why come to me? Do you take me for soft target? However, before Tony could express his ire, Laufey continued. Of course, we bear no ill will, and I have no desire to interfere. All I ask is that you relinquish that trinket upon your chest, and I shall let you go. What do you say? Another attempt to seize the Tesseract. Is this object truly so coveted? Had I known, I would have concealed it within my armor. Now everyone seems intent on seizing it. He felt genuinely fatigued. I believe that's not a prudent suggestion. Tony replied with a smirk. Oh, what do you intend to do? Laufey inquired, his expression one of amusement, as the icy tempest swirled in his palm. It must be noted that both the fire giants and frost giants possess a significant characteristic. Flames empower the fire giants, and the eternal flame is their ultimate treasure. Cold enhances the frost giants, and the ancient ice coffin is similarly their supreme treasure. Their advantages are evident. One thrives in high temperatures, while the other flourishes in the cold. Yet, their weaknesses are equally apparent. Without flames or frost, both the fire and frost giants' powers would diminish drastically. In other levels of the back room, to be frank, these two would pose little threat. The environment severely limits their capabilities. However, these two had found themselves in level 141, where extreme cold and heat became their natural domain. The crux of the matter is that level 141 itself posed no significant abnormalities or threats. This allowed them to dwell in relative peace, until Tony's arrival shattered that tranquility. While others might not detect the power of Odin emanating from Tony, Surtur and Lao Fei were intimately familiar with it. Their hatred for Odin had reached an unparalleled intensity, a fervor that made them wish to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Even though the power of Odin within Tony had significantly waned, to Surtur and Lao Fei, that faint power was akin to a beacon in the darkness. As long as he remained in this level, escape was futile. Each of you seeks to claim the Tesseract. How about this? You two fight it out. Whoever wins, I shall grant my favor. What do you think? Tony suddenly proposed. Boy, are you foolish or am I? Lao Fei scoffed. I can simply take it myself. As he spoke, he stepped forward with great strides. Just then, the Tesseract upon Tony's chest gathered energy, and in an instant, a concentrated blast surged forth, shattering the ice layer and aimed at Lao Fei. Yet, it seemed the aim was slightly off. Not only did it miss Lao Fei, but it veered 3 meters away, crashing into the wall behind. Where are you aiming? Lao Fei remarked with mockery. Naturally, I'm calling for reinforcements. Tony replied with a grin. Reinforcements? Lao Fei's brow furrowed. Roar. At that moment, a furious bellow erupted from behind him. Lao Fei turned his head and beheld Surtur, mounted upon the fiery dragon, its claws gripping the edge of the pit, those blazing white eyes coldly fixated on him. Surtur? Lao Fei's countenance darkened, followed by a disdainful snort. Surtur, you have trespassed upon my domain. The cosmic cube belongs to me. Surtur, with a frosty gaze, replied, Dare to seize it, and I shall not hesitate to let you experience the torment of infernal flames. Lao Fei, incensed by the audacity, retorted, You dare speak such arrogance on my turf? With a swift motion of his hand, a terrifying blizzard erupted forth. The gale surged, instantly sweeping towards Surtur. In a mere heartbeat, the fiery dragon beneath Surtur was encased in ice, its flames extinguished, transformed into a frozen sculpture. You seek death. Surtur bellowed in fury. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the frost giant and the flame giant clashed violently, akin to 2 mindless fools. Flames engulfed the air, while frost blanketed the ground. One moment, searing heat filled the atmosphere. The next, a biting cold wind swept through as they orchestrated a symphony of ice and fire. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tony forcibly broke free from his bindings, unfreezing Steve and the others without a moment's hesitation, leading them to teleport away. Captain, how do we navigate to 229? In the corridor, Tony swiftly flashed with Steve and the others, having pushed the cosmic cube to its limits. Steve promptly responded. Locate a door marked with the number 229 to access level 229 directly. If that proves elusive, aim for 46 or 80. However, before Steve could finish, Tony suddenly halted. They were still within the tunnel, yet on the wall there appeared a door, emblazoned with the number 229. This was indeed the gateway to level 229. How did you manage that? Steve gazed at Tony, astonished. Having been there before, he understood the randomness of the doors. They were not easily found. With so many levels in the backrooms, how could one effortlessly locate the desired realm? Yet, Tony's luck seemed extraordinary. Tony glanced down at the cosmic cube resting on his chest. Truth be told, he was as bewildered as Steve. It felt as though the cosmic cube could hear his thoughts. He merely wished to find the door number 229, and there it was. Could it be that this was the true method of wielding the cosmic cube? Caring little for the implications, he resolved to enter first. With urgency in his heart and the situation still precarious, Tony pushed open the door and stepped inside without further ado. Chapter 58. The arrival of level 141 at the Hoover Dam Power Station, where Lao Fei freezes the Colorado River. At this moment, countless individuals across the globe are captivated by the live broadcast, engaging in fervent discussions about the unfolding events. A flame giant? An ice giant? Are these not beings from myth and legend? They have even entered the backrooms? Initially, I thought level 141 posed little danger, but now, the threat level has escalated exponentially. Was it not already perilous? The heat scorches, the cold freezes. Both are extreme environments, leaving no safety for us ordinary people. Nonetheless, these are merely extreme conditions. With adequate preparation, one could endure. However, these flame giants and ice giants completely obliterate any chance of survival. Remember, in the future, when entering the backrooms, steer clear of iron doors with bolts. As long as you maintain distance, you won't find yourself in level 141. Not only should we avoid metal doors with bolts, but also keep away from the boilers in level 5, the boilers in level 11, and the pipes. Level 141 is a human forbidden zone. What sort of forbidden zone? This is clearly a dead zone. Is it possible that Surtur and Lao Fei are seeking Iron Man? Their objective could be to acquire Iron Man's cosmic cube? For us ordinary individuals, the likelihood of encountering these two is minimal. The key is, we have nothing of value for them to covet. While your reasoning is sound, I still choose to avoid level 141 and anything that may lead me there. Do you not find it odd that Surtur seems somewhat weak? He was so easily bested by Iron Man. That's laughable. That's Iron Man. If you went, you'd only meet your demise. Am I the only one curious about what 229 is? Am I the only one wondering who that knight is? I don't wish to know what 229 is, nor do I care about the knight. I just want to know where level 141 will manifest next. Well, now that you mention it, I feel invigorated. Could it be Manhattan again? If it is Manhattan, truly, it has seen its fair share of disasters. Let us not have it descend upon Manhattan. Instead, let it bring forth scorching heat to the north and frigid cold to the south. Imagine, one side at over 50 degrees, the other at minus 50. Ideally, let Surtur and Lao Fei teleport along with it. Goodness, that leaves no escape for anyone. No need to teleport Surtur or Lao Fei. Honestly, in this situation of fluctuating temperatures, who wouldn't be disoriented? It won't be long before everyone perishes. That seems excessive, does it not? As long as one dresses warmly, surviving minus 50 is feasible, and plus 50 isn't an issue either. Worst case, one could swim in the ocean. True, fluctuations of 50 degrees aren't the end of the world. But let us not forget that it's not merely 50 degrees. The documents also mention areas detecting temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. In such conditions, anyone who ventures there is doomed. At this moment, a flurry of comments flashes across the live stream. Netizens worldwide engage in heated discussions. Simultaneously, countless individuals are monitoring the online situation, eager to be the first to learn of level 141's arrival. Indeed, not only netizens, but people from various nations are also keenly observing the online developments. This extreme temperature environment has severely impacted the standard of living. If this is not resolved, death is all that awaits them. Meanwhile, within the Manhattan quarantine zone, the situation in Manhattan has finally stabilized. At the very least, the necessary barbed wire has been set up and power has been restored. Various superheroes and superpowered individuals have conducted targeted strikes against the entities, suffering minimal losses in the process. It's still less than when the Chitauri invaded. What has the status, Hill? Whereas level 141 descended. At this moment, Nick Fury is in communication with Hill. Director, I'm conducting a scan. Not in New York, nor in Washington. Hold on, I have a response. It's in, Hill suddenly falters mid-sentence. Where is it? Nick Fury presses for an answer. It's in Nevada, at the Hoover Dam Power Station. Hill finally reveals. Hiss, Nevada? Hoover Dam? Nick Fury is taken aback. This spans the entire continent of America. Over 4,000 kilometers. Goodness, how is this even possible? Quickly, contact the head of the Hoover Dam Power Station and instruct them to evacuate immediately. Also, have our personnel seal off the area. Nick Fury commands. He remains relatively calm. Level 141, after all, merely presents a threat due to extreme temperatures. Beyond that, the dangers are minimal. What about the dull entities? A normal person could easily handle them. As for Surtur and Lao Fei, Nick Fury has not even entertained the thought of their presence on Earth. After all, they have already been transported to the backrooms. How could they possibly re-emerge? If they truly did escape, wouldn't that imply they fled the backrooms? Based on his understanding of the backrooms, it is inconceivable that they would allow anyone to escape. Perhaps their exits, similar to the current Manhattan quarantine zone. If entities can emerge, theoretically, so can humans. It's just that the methods are not quite right. However, he has yet to witness anyone being transported out, whether it's level 0, level 1, or level 2. Thus, Nick Fury feels somewhat at ease. The arrival at the Hoover Dam is quite favorable. It is relatively uninhabited. This is far better than a bustling city. Let the agents handle it. There is no need for him to worry. Yes, it's time to test these individuals. Nick Fury thinks, then observes Steve and Dr. Banner lounging amidst the ruins. TSK, Captain, are you slacking off here? Nick Fury's expression turns peculiar. Since when did the captain adopt such idleness? Whereas the urgency regarding level 141 gone. You don't seem overly concerned, Steve retorts. Heck, Nick Fury chuckles lightly. What is there to worry about? Level 141 lacks formidable entities. If it's merely dull beings, ordinary agents can manage it. Oh, then where is it this time? Steve inquiries. In Nevada, at the Hoover Dam Power Station. Nick Fury replies. The Hoover Dam Power Station? Dr. Banner pauses, then furrows his brow at Nick Fury, saying, Director Fury, if the power station is destroyed, the surrounding populace will face. The issue of power is not mine to contemplate. Nick Fury shrugs. At this moment, Fury displays an unusual calm. Previous levels posed significant dangers to ordinary individuals. Now, with the arrival at the power station near Hoover Dam, that area is already distanced from the city. As long as the populace is evacuated promptly, the dangers can be minimized. One merely needs to ensure that the dullards do not escape. Sigh. I too shall take a moment's respite, Nick Fury remarked as he leaned against the remnants of a nearby structure. Yet, before he could recline, the communicator chimed once more. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a call from Hill. What is it? Nick Fury inquired, his brow furrowing with dissatisfaction. Director, we have a grave situation. Hill's voice was laced with urgency. Anomalous energy fluctuations have been detected at Hoover Dam. Satellite imagery indicates that the frost giant has emerged. Moreover, he has encased the entire Hoover Dam in ice, freezing the entirety of the Colorado River. Nick Fury. He was taken aback, lowering the communicator in disbelief. He then turned his gaze towards Nevada, his eyes wide with astonishment. What mess? Chapter 59. The God of Thunder's Severed Arm, Descending into the Back Room. 7. 5K words. In the celestial palace of Asgard, Heimdall's gaze had shifted to Earth. Upon witnessing a frost giant suddenly materialize at the Hoover Dam, freezing the entirety of the Colorado River, he turned to Thor, hesitating to speak. What has transpired? Thor inquired, his brow furrowing as he sensed Heimdall's unease. Heimdall found himself at a loss for words. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he finally uttered, The frost giant Laufey has unexpectedly appeared in Midgard, freezing a river and inciting turmoil. Huh, Laufey? Thor frowned. Wasn't Laufey slain by Loki? Indeed, in the MCU, Laufey had perished. This was a tale from Thor's past, akin to recent events. How could one who was meant to be dead suddenly reappear, especially in Midgard? Clearly, Thor's mind was not suited for such complexities. Heimdall's lips twitched slightly as he gestured towards the virtual screen above, inhaling deeply before continuing. This must be Laufey from the back room. He is not of our universe. Not of our universe. Thor pondered, taking a lengthy pause before asking, What does that mean? Heimdall fell silent, beginning to doubt whether this individual was truly fit to govern the 9 realms and ascend as the new God King. Just consider it as if Laufey has been resurrected. Heimdall eventually concluded, Ah, what a cunning Laufey, feigning death. Thor scoffed, Last time you escaped, this time I shall end your life. Heimdall, send me to Midgard. Wait, Heimdall frowned. What is it? Thor questioned, perplexed. With Odin now in a deep slumber, any disturbance in the 9 realms required Heimdall's intervention. It was his duty. And Earth was one of the 9 realms. Regardless of which universe this Laufey hailed from, his presence in Midgard could not be ignored. He must either be vanquished or banished. Laufey's power should not be underestimated. It would be prudent to bring along the warriors of the Celestial Palace, Heimdall advised. Unnecessary, Thor asserted confidently. If Loki could defeat him once, then I can surely do so a second time. A millennium ago, he was no match for my father, and now, he remains no match for me. Send me to Midgard. Seeing Thor's insistence, Heimdall, with a sense of resignation, complied and transported Thor to Earth. Is Lao Fei powerful? It depends. One could say he is neither overly strong nor weak. Given the presence of the ancient winter coffin, Laufey's strength is considerable. Having once managed to blind Odin in one eye, which speaks volumes of his capabilities, even in a surprise attack. Not everyone possesses the ability to injure Odin without sufficient power. Even a sneak attack would fail to breach his defenses. In terms of combat prowess, Lao Fei would rank at least T1, particularly when fighting on home turf. Now, at the Hoover Dam in Nevada, Lao Fei was employing every means to create a favorable environment for himself. He paid no heed to how he arrived on Earth, nor did he care about his status in Midgard or the whereabouts of Surtur. Upon spotting the Hoover Dam, he immediately froze it, followed by the Colorado River. At that moment, the temperature plummeted drastically across a 100-mile radius encompassing Nevada and Arizona, descending to a frigid -20 degrees. Lao Fei, finding this insufficient, initiated a massive snowstorm to intensify the harshness of the environment. Just then, buzz, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens. Thor had arrived, shining brightly. Hey, you vile creature, who allowed you to cause chaos here? Leave Earth at once, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred. Otherwise, you shall witness the might of the god of thunder. Thor bellowed as he confronted Lao Fei. Odin's little princess? Laufey's crimson eyes fell upon Thor, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Have you come to meet your demise? You seek death. Thor roared, hurling his hammer with great force. Buzz, the heavy hammer hurtled forth, aimed directly at Laufey's face with astonishing speed. However, Lao Fei merely tilted his head, evading the god of thunder's strike at the last possible moment. Laufey's combat abilities fluctuated significantly, contingent upon the battlefield. On his home turf, he had once managed to blind Odin, yet in unfamiliar territory. He had been swiftly dispatched by Loki with a mere beam of light. Although Loki wielded Odin's eternal spear at the time, it was not truly his, thus failing to unleash its full potential. This illustrates how low Laufey's lower limit truly is. As for Lao Fei now, although he lacked the ancient winter coffin's enhancements, he had transformed the surrounding environment into advantageous terrain, rendering him a formidable opponent that Thor could not easily confront. Crack, crack. As Thor initiated his assault, Lao Fei reciprocated without hesitation, gathering ice crystals in his palm, which suddenly exploded, showering Thor with a barrage of icy shards. Thor swiftly dodged. Though he often appeared foolish in everyday life, his combat instincts were astute. Aware of Laufey's strength, he refrained from taking a direct hit and instead focused on evasion. He then summoned his hammer back, electricity crackling around him. A torrent of thunderous lightning surged towards Lao Fei. Boom! The sky erupted with thunder, lightning dancing wildly. In an instant, frost and lightning intertwined, creating a tempestuous storm that enveloped Nevada and Arizona, resembling an apocalyptic disaster. In the distance, aboard a Quinjet from SHIELD, a group of agents gazed in awe at the cataclysmic spectacle unfolding outside, unable to suppress their gasps. What is happening? Earlier, a beam of light had appeared in the sky. If they were correct, it should be Thor, the god of thunder, engaged in battle with the frost giant Lao Fei. Should we intervene? The agents exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. To be honest, when the director had given them their orders, they had been dumbfounded. What? We're being sent to battle a legendary frost giant? Is this for real? They began to suspect whether the director had discovered their affiliation with Hydra and was intentionally sending them to their doom. As Thor arrived, that feeling intensified. Good heavens! Gods clashing while mortals suffer. Even with the finest equipment, venturing into such chaos would lead to certain death. But with Thor's arrival, does that mean we are spared from this fate? While they pondered, the cockpit door swung open, revealing a familiar figure that was all too recognizable. It was not a clash between the god of thunder and a frost giant, but rather an Avengers versus Invaders scenario. Captain? The agents exclaimed, momentarily stunned as they gazed at Captain America. Indeed, it was Captain America leading the charge once again. Alongside him was Dr. Banner. While capable of commanding, could also serve as an invaluable strategist, one who could transform into a formidable force when necessary. Seeing both Captain America and Dr. Banner present, the agents collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, one agent greeted warmly. Captain America turned to the man and nodded. Longmire. Captain, how shall we proceed with this mission? Longmire inquired. You are responsible for perimeter security and evacuating civilians. Prioritize the search and rescue of any survivors within the power plant. As for the Frost Giants, I trust you can handle them, Steve replied. Their presence here was a clear indication that Manhattan had stabilized. The power plant, designated as Blockade Zone 141, naturally required SHIELDS intervention. It was inconceivable to let it fend for itself. Understood, Longmire acknowledged. Following this, Steve began to devise a meticulous operational plan and deployment strategy. Whoosh! Accompanied by the roar of the Quinjet's engines, it sliced through the sky like a dark comet. At last, the Quinjet approached the battlefield, and it was at this moment that everyone felt the terrifying aura of destruction, reminiscent of a cataclysm. From a distance, they witnessed hordes of ice crystal monsters besieging a figure surrounded by blue and white lightning. And there sat the Frost Giant, Lao Fei, upon a throne of ice crystals beside Hoover Dam. Leaning casually on one arm, he watched Thor battle the ice elemental creatures he had conjured with an air of amusement. His disdainful superiority was palpable, as if to say that Thor was unworthy of engaging him directly, reduced to fighting mere minions. Indeed, after a brief exchange with Thor, Lao Fei had summoned these magical constructs to confront him. Despite their menacing appearance, they were no match for Thor. With casual swings of his hammer, they fell like autumn leaves, reduced to mere shards of ice scattered about. However, Thor was not pleased. He felt no thrill in vanquishing such weak foes, only annoyance. Lao Fei, you cowardly wretch, if you possess any courage, face me directly. Do you truly believe these pathetic creatures can challenge me? Thor seethed, feeling belittled and wishing for Laufey's demise. Lao Fei merely smirked, his tone dripping with condescension. You, my young foe, are not yet worthy of my attention. Even your father's I was lost to my hand. What are you in comparison? His voice was laced with scorn, his demeanor indifferent. To insult my father is to insult me and the entirety of Asgard. The mention of the ancient winter coffin prompted Lao Fei to narrow his eyes, a flicker of malice igniting within them. You remind me of the battle from a millennium ago. Perhaps it is time to settle old scores. Come forth, let us reckon. Thor lifted his chin, his eyes burning with determination, unyielding in the face of danger. Oh, you intend to declare war on Jotunheim? Laufey's gaze pierced through Thor. Do you presume to represent Asgard? With Odin in his eternal slumber, I oversee all matters of the realm. My words echo the voice of Asgard. Thor, brimming with audacity, retorted, your Jotunheim is insignificant. This battle will ensure your utter annihilation. Yet, Lao Fei dismissed Thor's bravado, almost as if he hadn't heard a word of it. His eyes widened slightly, a smile creeping across his lips. You speak of Odin's slumber? And so what? Thor remained unflinching. Heimdall, witnessing this exchange, was left speechless, burying his face in his hands. Behold the future king of gods. This is Asgard's heir. Is this not the very definition of folly? With Odin's presence, Asgard was a formidable deterrent across the Nine Realms. In Odin's absence, however, unrest was inevitable. The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge would lead to widespread rebellion. Yet, with Odin's might, such uprisings remained trivial, easily quelled by a handful of warriors from Valhalla. But if Odin were truly in slumber, the situation would escalate from rebellion to outright insurrection. Thor's reputation alone could not quell the Nine Realms. What of the Avengers? In the grand theater of the Nine Realms, they were but child's play. At that moment, Laufey's eyes gleamed with anticipation. With a flick of his wrist, all the ice monsters disintegrated into powder, reverting to ice crystals. Then, whoosh, he moved like a phantom, and Thor felt a chilling grip tighten around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he found Laufey's icy hand clasping his neck, an overwhelming force constricting him. The cold seeped into his bones, and he shivered involuntarily. How? Can you? He gasped, frost forming upon his visage. Merely toying with you, and you thought yourself formidable? Lao Fei sneered. Thor attempted to summon his hammer. But, with a swift motion, Lao Fei conjured an ice dagger that plunged downwards. Blood and frost mingled as Thor's right arm was severed. Ah! Thor's eyes bulged in horror at his dismembered limb, the excruciating pain overwhelming him. His anguished cries echoed across the sky. Thud! The hammer of the thunder god fell heavily to the ground, unclaimed. Do you see the chasm between us, Odin's little prince? Lao Fei mocked, leaning closer to whisper. I can blind your father. Your life is but a trifle to me. Blood dripped, crystallizing before it even touched the ground. Thor's face contorted in agony. He felt Laufey's grip tighten, exerting a strength that threatened to extinguish his very life. Everything unfolded too rapidly for Thor to comprehend. It dawned on him that Lao Fei was not merely playing. He was a genuine adversary. Would he perish at Laufey's hands? As he contemplated whether to meet his fate like a warrior or flee like a coward, suddenly, whoosh! A shield emblazoned with the stars and stripes struck Laufey's arm. The frost giant stumbled, releasing Thor, who seized the opportunity to kick Lao Fei away, propelled backward and crashing to the ground. As he looked up, he saw the familiar figure catch the returning shield. Apologies for the delayed support. It was none other than Captain America. No matter how swift the Kuan-type fighter jet may be, it remains merely supersonic. Even traveling 4,000 kilometers takes time, far less instantaneous than Thor's teleportation. However, his rapid arrival came at a cost. His arm lay severed shortly after Captain America and the others had just arrived. What a sight! Blood gushing profusely. Was Lao Fei truly operating under some cheat? It was fortuitous indeed. In that moment, Thor felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Though Captain America was but a mortal, there are times when a mere human can stand against gods. The uniqueness of that shield, akin to a divine artifact, allowed its bearer to exploit its full potential in battle. Rising to his feet, Thor raised his left hand, summoning Mjolnir. As the hammer gripped in his grasp, arcs of lightning enveloped him, staunching the flow of blood from his severed arm. He paid no heed to the lost limb. The technology of Asgard could effortlessly restore it. Even if the arm were not restored, a superior mechanical prosthetic could easily be acquired. Oh, a mere mortal? A discarded god? Is this truly all your strength? Lao Fei scoffed, dismissing Captain America entirely. As for Thor, he was no different in Laufey's eyes. Huh, we still have the Hulk. Thor suddenly chuckled coldly. What? The Hulk? Lao Fei inquired, puzzled. Then, with a thunderous roar, a monstrous green figure erupted from the ice, his massive fists colliding with Lao Fei. Laufey's pupils constricted as he raised an icy shield. Yet, with a resounding crash, the shield shattered, and Lao Fei was sent flying. Good show, Thor exclaimed, exhilarated. The green behemoth was indeed the Hulk. Hearing Thor's familiar voice, the Hulk turned, grinning wide. But upon seeing Thor's severed arm, his expression faltered, and then, with an earth-shattering roar, the Hulk's fury directed at Lao Fei surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The Hulk's fists rained down like a torrential storm upon Lao Fei. The Hoover Dam trembled, and the ice cracked beneath the onslaught. The battle concluded. Thor smiled. Among the Avengers, he held the Hulk in the highest regard. The sheer power and explosive muscle made any warrior envious. The Hulk's strength was undeniable. He was a force of nature, growing stronger with every surge of anger. Yet, at that moment, a chilling presence gathered beneath the pit, coalescing into a fearsome storm that hurled the Hulk away, crashing him against the ice and creating a deep crater. Enough! The Hulk roared, ice shards scattering as he charged back in. However, a furious roar emanated from the pit, causing the Hulk to hesitate. Confusion etched across his face as he looked down. Lao Fei, dark and menacing, was lifted to the surface by the ice crystals, his eyes burning with suppressed rage as he glared at the trio before him. A discarded god, a mere insect, and a grotesque monster. Will you all? He seethed, his teeth grinding. I am the king of the ancient frost giants. You fools dare to humiliate me. But before he could finish, the Hulk lunged forward, seizing Laufey's ankle, and bang, bang, bang. Lao Fei was struck down like a rag doll, the ice beneath cracking under the force of the blows, a tremor shaking the Hoover Dam, echoing the lament of the Colorado River. Pathetic king. The Hulk disdainfully tossed Lao Fei aside. This scene felt eerily familiar. Lao Fei lay at the bottom of the pit, staring blankly. What manner of monster was this? No, Weiqi. Who is the true monster here? What is this green behemoth? Why is Earth so perilous? Asgard had never intimidated him, nor did the gods of the realm instill fear. Yet this green giant toyed with him like a rag doll, rendering him utterly defenseless. The Hulk's might needed no embellishment. He was a peak entity from the moment of his inception, growing stronger with every surge of rage. One could argue that the Hulk had struck from ambush or acted dishonorably. However, the Hulk had only existed for a mere 8 years since his creation in 2005, and this persona was but a child. What honor could one expect from an 8-year-old? Lao Fei, accept your fate. At that moment, as Lao Fei attempted to rise, he found Thor, Captain America, and the Hulk watching him like hawks. Submit? Lao Fei's eyes blazed with ferocity. You wish for me to yield? Only if Odin himself arrives. Boom! In the next instant, an aura of terror engulfed Lao Fei, powerful enough to send the others flying. He was prepared to unleash his full might. Thor's pupils dilated. Lao Fei was indeed no comparison to the weak Loki. The ancient king of the frost giants was not easily vanquished. In that moment, Lao Fei was enveloped in frost, his size swelling to 3, 5, then 8 meters. He towered like a colossus, summoning a massive icy mace to strike down upon them. Clang! Captain America raised his shield to absorb the blow. The vibranium shield absorbed some energy, yet even so, Captain America could not withstand the immense force and was pressed beneath the ice. Thor bellowed, his eyes crackling with lightning as he hurled Mjolnir at Laufey's head. Simultaneously, the Hulk leapt high, ready to smash down with his fists. However, this time, Lao Fei anticipated their actions, discarding his mace and seizing the Hulk to use as a shield. Boom! Mjolnir struck the Hulk, sending him flying. As the hammer soared through the air, Thor reached out to summon it back. Yet, boom! Lao Fei kicked Thor away, sending him crashing uncontrollably towards the power plant beside the Hoover Dam. The hammer, longing to return to its master, instead plummeted to the ice, lying still. In an instant the tide had turned. Lao Fei finally smirked. However, before he could revel in his triumph, buzz! A rainbow beam descended, and a figure clad in golden armor, wielding a magnificent sword, appeared on the scene. It was Heimdall. Heimdall had personally arrived. Lao Fei paused, suddenly alert. While Heimdall may not be formidable in his own right, his presence hinted that Odin might not be far behind. In truth, Odin had long since awakened. It was merely that Thor was unaware, while Lao Fei pondered in uncertainty. Heimdall ignored him entirely, swiftly entering the power plant in search of Thor. After searching in vain, he cast a dark glance at Lao Fei and inquired in a hushed tone, "Where is Thor?" "Oh, you refer to that useless god?" Lao Fei replied with a sinister grin. "He is in the back room. Go seek him out." With a swift kick, he propelled Thor into the sealed area of level 141. And utilizing the rules of the breach, he directly transported Thor into the true dimension of the back room. Thor had spent countless years in level 141, fully aware of the locations of exits and entrances. "You!" Heimdall exclaimed in astonishment. "It seems that Asgard must find a new heir." "No, that is not correct. It is time for Asgard to face annihilation. The 9 realms are destined to fall under my dominion." Lao Fei erupted into a maniacal laughter. Yet in the next moment, buzz! A radiant beam of light enveloped Lao Fei, and in an instant he was teleported away, vanishing without a trace. Heimdall retracted his hand, his expression dark and his fists clenched. He had sent Lao Fei away, but certainly not back to Jotunheim. He was not foolish enough to return him to his stronghold. Instead, he directed Lao Fei to Muspelheim, the ancestral home of the fire giant Surge. Casting one last glance at the chaotic scene, Heimdall felt a tremor in his heart. His mind was a tumult of confusion, pondering how he would explain the situation to Odin once he awakened. How could he tell Odin that his son had fallen into the back room? Odin would surely flay him alive. He had the opportunity to rescue Thor, to utilize the Rainbow Bridge for his escape. If Lao Fei dared to pursue, he would have encircled him with the forces of the celestial realm. However, twists and turns had ensued. Thor had never called for him. Even when Lao Fei had kicked Thor into the power plant, he had not given it much thought. It was only when he witnessed Mjolnir fall to the ground, as if it had lost its purpose, that he realized something was amiss. Yet by then, it was already too late. Thor had entered the back room. Sigh. Heimdall exhaled deeply. He could not bear the wrath of the Allfather. He needed to contemplate how to address the queen. Buzz. The radiant beam descended, and Heimdall returned to Asgard. The battlefield fell into silence at that moment. Crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the icy surface, and moments later, Captain America leaped from the pit. However, upon emerging and surveying the desolate battlefield, he was bewildered. Thor? He called, but received no response. Hulk! He shouted again, yet still no reply. Even that frost giant, Lao Fei, had vanished. What in the world? Have I been thrust into another realm? Captain America looked around, utterly perplexed. Then, he spotted the quiet, fallen Mjolnir resting on the ground. Brothers, I've been busy at the hospital all day and am utterly exhausted. I shall take my leave for sleep now. Chapter 60. Level 229, Sands of Time. Black Widow. It's my turn to take the stage. In the depths of the Manhattan quarantine zone, within an apartment basement, Lin Ye pierced the last of the hunting dogs before him. By this point, his body bore numerous claw marks, his clothing stained crimson with blood, while over a dozen hunting dogs lay lifeless in pools of gore. Only after dispatching the final beast did he pause, gasping for breath, sipping almond water as he leaned against the wall. The monsters of Manhattan had multiplied significantly. Lin Ye realized that if he did not enhance his own power, survival in this Marvel world overrun with intrusions would be impossible. Thus, he chose not to retreat, but to remain in Manhattan. He even went so far as to descend into the basement, confronting the multitude of entities to hone his skills. If he were merely to survive like a timid mouse through sheer luck, he would rather embrace death. Although his combat experience was somewhat lacking, the combination of his dimensional manipulation and cutting abilities allowed him to prevail despite sustaining injuries. However, his conquests extended beyond just these. Many more entities lay within the bloody depths beneath him, their forms resembling hunting dogs. System, the broadcast should have concluded by now, right? Where's my reward? After prolonged silence, Lin Ye finally called out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability of the dullard, wall passing. Oh, the ability of the dullard? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Presently, his abilities included dimensional manipulation and cutting. While unable to move during dimensional manipulation, he could navigate using the cutting ability if he utilized them in tandem. These two capabilities could indeed complement each other, albeit with certain limitations. For instance, he could manipulate dimensions on a wall and use his cutting ability to move, yet he could not pass through walls. He could traverse the ground, akin to the abilities of a serpent. The more advanced the serpent, the more adeptly they wielded their powers. An immature serpent could merely burrow into the ground, while an adult serpent could emerge from walls after diving underground. He currently resembled an immature serpent. Yet this ability carried a restriction. He must first burrow into the ground before cutting through a wall, as if departing one layer to reach another, finding a connection point to emerge from the wall to hunt. Within caves or subterranean structures, this ability proved invaluable. However, in an office building, the situation would differ. Just as the serpent faced limitations, so too did Lin Ye. Yet now, he found himself free from such constraints. Curiously, he extended his hand to touch the wall, and in the next moment, his palm penetrated the wall-less surface. This was the dullard's ability, to reach through walls and draw individuals from beyond for the hunt. Of course, the dullard's capabilities extended beyond mere arm traversal. They could pass entirely through. Yet, due to their timid nature, they preferred ambush tactics. For Lin Ye, however, the situation was different. He could seamlessly move through walls. Is this akin to the Phantom Cat? A variant of abilities flickered through Lin Ye's mind. Yet, it was not entirely the same. The Phantom Cat transcends mere wall traversal, allowing her to pass through any object. Even when a bullet is fired, she can traverse unharmed. In contrast, if a bullet were to come Lin Ye's way, he could only utilize dimensional manipulation to evade or hide behind walls. Moreover, The Phantom Cat's abilities encompassed more than simple passage. She was a level 3 mutant, an essential character in the narrative of reversing the future. Without her, such an event would not occur. Lin Ye, with his abilities of wall passage, dimensional manipulation, and cutting, could hardly compete with her prowess. Among mutants, one could argue that he might be considered level 3, given that level 1 mutants were genuinely weak, akin to minor entities whose abilities were often ineffective. Level 2 mutants fared slightly better, lacking significant physical alterations, yet their powers remained limited. Disaggregating his 3 abilities, each would correspond to the level of a level 2 mutant. Dimensional manipulation requires stillness and can only ensnare an enemy when they approach. Cutting can only occur on the ground, while wall passage is limited to walls. However, when these 3 abilities coalesce, their applications broaden significantly, rendering them quite practical. Even without considering the trio, the combination of cutting and dimensional manipulation alone could be considered level 3. Now, with the addition of wall passage, he would likely rank among the middle tier of level 3 mutants. As for level 4 mutants, Lin Ye shook his head. They belonged to the caliber of Cyclops, Professor X, and Black Queen, individuals capable of posing a monumental threat to humanity. He, however, was not yet worthy of such classification. System, are there other means to acquire abilities? Perhaps through tasks? Lin Ye inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Apologies, no tasks available. Very well. Lin Ye did not press further. Instead, contemplating the Marvel Universe for any fortuitous occurrences that might grant him superpowers. The Mind Stone? But where was Sokovia? Or perhaps seeking mentorship from the Ancient One. Yet, he remained unaware of the location of Kamartaj. He did, however, know of the Sanctum Sanctorum in Manhattan, though whether the sorcerers there would acknowledge him remained uncertain. The mere prospect of entering the sanctum seemed far-fetched. Perhaps he might gain the hammer of Thor's approval. Alas, he was neither Captain America nor a paragon of virtue capable of such feats. Radiation, super soldier serum, such things were beyond his reach. Not everyone was Bruce Banner, nor was anyone Steve Rogers. Even if a side effect-free super soldier serum were available later, it was not something he could procure at present. He recalled how Agent Carter of S.H.L.D. had witnessed the Terrigen crystals being thrust into the sea, dissolving and subsequently consumed by fish, which were then caught and processed into fish oil, bestowing superpowers upon those who ingested it. However, the Terrigen crystals activated inhuman genes within the body. Without such genes, consumption would yield no benefit. Lin Ye was uncertain whether he possessed any inhuman genes. After a convoluted journey through thoughts, he ultimately recognized that without a background or influence, his sole reliance was the system. Of course, aside from the system, learning was also an option. Lin Ye's gaze flickered as he emerged from the ground, reappearing in his apartment. Originally, the former occupant had studied finance. In a normal world, this would have been a sound choice. Yet in a realm brimming with superheroes and villains, finance proved utterly ineffectual. It would be far more beneficial to study engineering, computer science, or natural sciences. Not that finance offered no prospects in the Marvel Universe. It simply paled in comparison to Tony Stark's financial acumen or Kingpin's might. After much deliberation, Lin Ye resolved to utilize his idle time to explore biology, chemistry, and other disciplines. Surely, there was hope to be found. He cared not for starting from scratch. He was merely concerned with beginning. He held no aspirations of surpassing others in knowledge. Even a modest grasp was preferable to his current state. He glanced at the virtual projection in the sky, and at that moment, the still image began to move once more. Level 229 indeed, the fleeting glimmer of forestry. The commotion in Nevada has indeed attracted considerable attention. Even online, videos depicting Captain America, Hulk, and Thor battling frost giants have surfaced. This, naturally, has sparked intense discussions among countless individuals. Gradually, some peculiarities have come to light. It appears they have discovered that once Tony and his companions depart from this layer, not only does the live broadcast freeze, but it also catalyzes the descent of the relevant layer from the backrooms into reality. Does this imply that by following Tony and his group, one could remain behind once they vacate that level, thereby allowing the layer to descend and emerge from the backrooms? However, this topic was swiftly put to rest. Even if it were possible to escape, the odds would be slim. The frost giant Lao Fei has emerged, but what of the fire giant Surtur? Similarly, while level 2 has descended, no one has observed any humans from the backrooms accompanying it. Well, it is indeed plausible that they were consumed by the shepherd. Yet, the most likely explanation remains that the probability of such an occurrence is minimal. Of course, some informed individuals speculate whether this might be related to the demise of beings from this world. For instance, if Lao Fei from this universe has perished, could it be that Lao Fei from another universe could appear on Earth through this descent mechanism? Yet, the specifics of the situation remain shrouded in mystery. At this moment, lines of text began to materialize in the live broadcast projection above. A new level text has emerged. Behold, level 229. Sanda time. Level 229 is the 231st layer of the backrooms. Survival difficulty 3E. Environmental hazard. Unsafe. Risk of dehydration. Moderate entities present. Description. Level 229 is a vast expanse of approximately 92,000 square kilometers of desert. The temperature in this layer remains perpetually at 38 degrees Celsius, and it is eternally bathed in daylight. This layer also contains several structures, showing signs of wear, with an internal temperature of about 30 degrees. Scattered throughout the desert are remnants of destruction, including fragments of doors and windows. And one may even discover special items, such as almond water and lucky bean milk hidden within the sand. Dust storms may occur in this layer, though they are rare and of short duration. Due to the harsh conditions, few can survive here, yet some groups of wanderers have settled within the buildings. Desert Travelers. This organization is comprised of 37 wanderers who fortuitously discovered a relatively comfortable abode, becoming a primary source of essential supplies for the wanderers in this layer. They offer various goods, are willing to guide fellow wanderers, and warmly welcome new members. Anomaly. Sands of Time. The principal and sole anomaly of this layer is referred to as the Sands of Time effect. It is hypothesized that the extreme high-temperature environment induces hallucinations in wanderers traversing the desert. The following hallucinations have been recorded and may occur to anyone. 1. Seeing one's past or future self. 2. Witnessing the emergence of an oasis water source. 3. Observing entities, which may be near or far. 4. Foreseeing one's own death. These anomalies do not manifest as long as one remains in areas with high heat, such as inside buildings. Entities. Spiny tumbleweed. Desert corpse rat. 1. Spiny tumbleweed. An entity unique to this layer. Entity number 229. Similar to ordinary tumbleweeds, but possessing sensory capabilities, they will attack nearby wanderers. When the spines of the tumbleweed pierce a wanderer's body, they drain the wanderer's nutrients until death ensues. A solitary tumbleweed does not pose a significant threat, but, like their familiar counterparts, they often appear in swarms. 2. Desert corpse rat. Due to their characteristics. The corpse rats in this layer are termed desert corpse rats, and they exist solely here. Desert corpse rats are devoid of fur, standing about 20 centimeters tall and weighing approximately 200 grams. They exhibit extreme hostility, attacking any wanderers they encounter mercilessly. The desert corpse rats have also evolved venom. Upon nearing their prey, they bite and inject venom, which initially causes fatigue and nausea, severe eye pain, and elevated body temperature, ultimately leading to cardiac arrest. They often conceal themselves within sand piles, but may also appear indoors. In summary, the desert corpse rats in this layer are relatively perilous. However, the good news is that their venom can be neutralized with almond water and lucky bean milk. Entrance. The entrance to this layer is typically found within an old house in level 46. Upon entering this abode, one will immediately arrive at level 229. Exit. Within any room, locating a dark door will lead to level 9. The text information for level 229 is relatively concise. A barrage of comments stream by. It appears to be a rather normal layer. Indeed, it truly seems that this layer is not as perilous as others. The rats have begun to attack proactively, and they have even evolved venom capabilities. Is that not ominous? But almond water is abundant. What kind of poison can be neutralized by almond water? Indeed, this layer is sufficiently simple. What about the tumbleweeds? Aren't they considered entities? Aren't tumbleweeds a threat? Indeed, you have not witnessed the season of tumbleweed proliferation. Once they appear, they come in droves, blocking doors and making escape impossible. What tumbleweed? Isn't that prime kindling? Exactly. I just can't comprehend what threat this thing poses. To be honest, if it weren't for the lack of water sources, this layer could very well be deemed livable. Indeed, with a stable entrance and exit, this is practically the ideal livable layer. Goodness, when did a desert become a livable layer? What a desert. With a desert comes the need for sand management, artificial rainfall. Do you understand? No. My friend, tell me how one can reside in a place that is perpetually daylight. The very concept of time is obliterated, and yet it is deemed livable? It feels more like waiting for death. Just as countless individuals engaged in discussion, the text in the projection above began to fade. Following this, the screen flickered and the live broadcast commenced. The visuals revealed a dilapidated room, characterized by an antiquated environment, with the windows removed and the glass frames vanished. The room was filled with yellow sand. As Tony and his companions stepped through the door, they felt the oppressive heat and surveyed their surroundings. Naturally, they were unfamiliar with this layer. At this moment, they all turned their gaze towards Steve. The entities in this layer are few, consisting only of tumbleweeds and desert corpse rats. Well, these corpse rats have evolved venom sacs, but the venom can be neutralized with almond water, Steve stated. This layer indeed presents minimal danger. As for the hallucinations, apologies, but Steve genuinely does not know what hallucinations may arise in this layer. His physical prowess is akin to the pinnacle of human limits, and his heat resistance far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. His metabolic function is exceptionally robust, and his endurance is unparalleled. He can run 3 miles in a minute, with a maximum speed reaching an astonishing 96 kilometers per hour. In addition, he is immune to both alcohol and toxins. This implies that he can withstand even the venom of the desert corpse rat. While the initial encounter with the desert corpse rat may have some effect on him, it would soon be metabolized. Thus, in this layer, apart from threats posed by human firearms, Captain America is largely unassailable. However, Natasha and Clint are different. They remain within the realm of ordinary humans. How could their metabolic processes and bodily functions possibly compare to those of Captain America? Therefore, it is indeed necessary for him to mention that the corpse rats have evolved to possess venom sacs. But as for hallucinations, that is another matter, primarily because he has never experienced them himself. He has only inquired about the Knights, who truly understands the nature of the hallucinations in this layer. Why are there corpse rats everywhere? Natasha expressed her astonishment. Level 2 might be acceptable, but level 229 as well. It is quite reminiscent of cockroaches on Earth, and even more threatening. Indeed, corpse rats are ubiquitous, and depending on the environment, they undergo various adaptations. Over time, one becomes accustomed to them. One could even argue that corpse rats are a significant source of sustenance. Steve remarked with a smile. The others exchanged glances. What has Captain America been through? It almost sounds as if he has dined on corpse rats. Enough of this chatter. Captain, do you remember the way? Let us find a shield first. Tony directed at Steve. Steve gazed out the window, furrowing his brow, momentarily struggling to discern. This layer offers no recognizable landmarks, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Since Steve had not returned here since, he was even less familiar. After a long pause, he finally shook his head with a wry smile. I only recall that at that time, I could see no rooms to the left or right, nor could I gauge how far I was thrown by the night before reaching a house, only to be expelled from it. Oh, a house, you say? Do you remember any distinguishing features of that house? Tony inquired again. An utterly unremarkable 3-story building, filled with sand, peeling walls, decaying door frames, and doors that fell apart upon impact. Beyond that, I cannot recall. Steve replied. This statement was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Tony sighed. I'll take a stroll. You all rest for now? With that, Tony activated his thrusters, soaring out of the window into the open sky, commencing a comprehensive scan of his surroundings. After enduring so many indoor environments, he was finally outside, gazing at the azure sky and blazing sun. He felt a momentary disorientation, a sensation akin to seeing daylight after a long absence. However, he had no time to ponder. As the thrusters propelled him upward, he continued to ascend, and as he did, an unsettling feeling crept upon him. "Sir, your altitude has reached 30 kilometers. Jarvis alerted. "No troposphere, I presume?" Tony squinted. "Indeed. Not only is there no troposphere, but data from the sensors indicates the absence of a stratosphere and a mesosphere as well." Jarvis responded. "TSK. Let's see just how high this sky truly is." Tony understood that it was unnecessary to chart this place as conditions. All data would be meaningless. Yet, he could not resist the urge to ascend further. He soared and soared, as if the sky had no end. Tony's speed intensified, and at last, the instruments indicated that he was over 800 kilometers from any landmark. Yet, at this altitude, he felt no difficulty breathing, nor did he experience the searing heat of thermal layers. Upon lifting his visor, he could even inhale fresh air. Theoretically, at this height, he had reached the exosphere. On Earth, he would practically be in outer space. However, here, the environment felt utterly ordinary. The sun above appeared no closer. Below him, the expanse seemed entirely desert-like. Normally, this layer's size is comparable to that of Portugal. Tony would have been able to see the entire area from 10 kilometers up. Yet he was oblivious. It felt as though this desert was boundless, with no discernible distance in any direction. All around him was sand, and equally unknown was the height of the sky. Tony frowned, ultimately deciding to abandon the quest. He was uncertain whether there was an exit point high above. What if there were an exit, and he ascended to a certain layer, only to be inexplicably thrust out? If he were alone, he would eagerly explore. Alas, he was not alone. Thus, he had no choice but to descend. Jarvis mapped the ground area of this layer. As he descended, Tony issued the command through the sensor and visual scans. Soon, Jarvis began to report. "Sir, through mapping calculations, we have discovered that only 92,000 square kilometers of the landmark area is valid. The remaining regions are mere repetitions, akin to this 29,000 square kilometers of duplication, with identical locations, orientations, and dimensions." Jarvis' voice resonated in Tony's ear. "So, this place might actually be a cyclical region?" Tony pondered. The 92,000 square kilometers of desert forms a circle, no matter which direction one walks. They ultimately return to the starting point. The thought flashed through his mind. Tony inquired again. "Jarvis, have you scanned for the shield?" "Apologies, sir. The altitude is too great to scan the ground." Jarvis replied. "Very well." Tony nodded. Shortly thereafter, he descended from the sky. He then swiftly began a wide-ranging search. The sensors scanned 3 meters underground, encompassing a 3-kilometer radius. He flew round and round, detecting countless almond milk and soy milk signals, yet found no trace of Steve's shield. "Has someone taken it?" Tony's brow furrowed. He returned to the room they had initially entered to relay this disheartening news to the others. "It seems we need to gather some individuals to gather intelligence." Tony sighed. While he was in the sky earlier, he indeed detected traces of movement in this area, and not in small numbers. Some people congregated in a seemingly large and relatively intact room. It resembled a marketplace with a steady flow of individuals. "Captain, do you have any knowledge of the people here?" Tony looked at Steve. "Not really. I only know that some individuals have established an organization here called the Desert Travelers." Steve replied. "TSK, it appears it's my turn to step up." Natasha smiled. In direct confrontation, she may not surpass the captain. In terms of long-range kills, she may not outdo Hawkeye. For firepower coverage, she may not match Tony. However, when it comes to intelligence gathering and assassination, she could claim the second spot, with no one present able to claim the first. Chapter 61. A failed extraction. The 16th catastrophe phenomenon, the turbulent storm, has arrived. The Black Widow's operational prowess is undeniably exceptional. In fact, she effortlessly uncovered the whereabouts of S.H.I.E.L.D. without employing any covert tactics. However, for Tony and his companions, this revelation was far from favorable. The fragments of S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed in their possession, but they had exchanged them all for resources. The threat level of the situation was not particularly high, as they had long regarded this layer as their organizational stronghold, where the benefits from the shield fragments paled in comparison to the material gains. This was troublesome. Tony sighed, glancing at Captain America with a hint of exasperation. Are you not aware of the shield's intrinsic value? The material alone surpasses that of most metals. Where shall we find it now? Captain America exhaled deeply, equally at a loss. With so many individuals in the back room, who could possibly know whom they had sold it to? And even if those individuals were alive, who could ascertain their locations? What shall we do next? Natasha retorted. Perhaps we should drink. Who knows, we might get lucky, Tony suggested, handing out bottles of yellow packaged soy milk. Each one heated to an impressive temperature of 70 to 80 degrees. Lucky soy milk? Natasha raised an eyebrow in surprise. Where did you find this? It's everywhere in this desert, Tony shrugged. He had specifically sought out the yellow variant, recalling from Hawkeye's files that it was reputed to enhance luck. Although ordinary versions existed, they were indistinguishable from the lucky kind. The only difference was that it had been heated. 70 to 80 degrees was indeed hot. Yet those familiar with the material knew that they had to drink it regardless. Who knows, perhaps their hands held the hidden lucky kind. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of slurping as they drank. Tony, feeling it was insufficient, scoured the area again, returning with 4 more bottles, reheating them, and distributing them once more. Each person indulged in their drink. Did they mention where they were selling these? Tony inquired of Natasha. They said it was at level 230, known as Fog Harbor. It's a large community with a trading area, where many organizations have set up camp, Natasha explained. How do we reach 230? Tony pressed further. There's a stable entrance at level 6. 1. From there, in various layers, you simply need to locate stores marked with closed signs. Entering one will lead you to level 230, Natasha continued. It was evident that Natasha possessed a comprehensive understanding, a testament to her expertise in intelligence. However, when asked about which layers contained stores, she was at a loss. With no alternative, they turned to Captain America. Many layers have entrances to 230. Captain America confidently stated, having lived there for a considerable time. Level 230 was a large community he had visited more than once. He elaborated, the only exit from this layer is level 9, which connects to level 11. Level 11 is an infinitely vast city containing a mall that leads directly to level 230. Additionally, you can reach level 230 through level 6. 1, which also has a stable entrance. So we just need to traverse level 9 to reach level 11? Tony contemplated. Indeed, the captain nodded, then explained how to navigate from level 9 to level 11. It's quite simple. Just follow the directional arrows on the streets for approximately 160 to 320 kilometers to reach level 11. Wait, Clint interjected, stunned, as he looked at Steve. Are you certain it's 160 kilometers? Although it poses no difficulty for me. Yes, that is accurate, Steve affirmed. This. Clint and Natasha were both taken aback. Can we fly? Tony inquired, unable to contain himself. Uncertain, Steve shook his head. He attempted it. So who could say if it counted as flying? Is there a more straightforward route to level 11 from level 9? Tony pressed again, preferring a less taxing route than walking 160 kilometers. Let me think. Steve pondered the various exits from level 9. After a considerable pause, he replied, on the path towards the sky within level 9, you will reach level 10. Once there, find a small path and walk long enough, and you will eventually arrive at level 11. How long is long enough? Tony could not help but ask. Perhaps 10 minutes? Or possibly half an hour? Regardless, it's shorter than 160 kilometers, Steve explained. All right, is there anything else? Tony inquired again. Additionally, Steve hesitated before continuing, as I mentioned, following the arrows. Before reaching level 11, you will encounter an airport. Entering it will lead you to level 36, which is an airport terminal containing shops. If you come across a closed store there, you can bypass level 11 and go directly to level 230. Great. Tony nodded, indicating that Jarvis had noted it down. Is there anything else? I'm not certain about other details. Steve replied. The exits of the layers were not universally known. What Steve was aware of stemmed from personal experiences and inquiries. While there were also probabilistic exits within level 9, such knowledge was not accessible to a solitary traveler like him. To learn more about a layer, one would need to join the larger organizations within the backrooms. such as MEG, BNTG, or others. However, this was sufficient for most ordinary individuals. Oh, by the way, suddenly, Captain America seemed to recall something. There is also a special entity known as the backroom subway, designated as number 39. It is said that this subway can lead to any layer and theoretically appears in any layer, but its presence is entirely random. The backroom subway? Tony raised an eyebrow, once more marveling at the wonders of the backrooms. Incredible. Such a thing exists? It can take you to any layer? Actually, I believe there is another route. Clint interjected. The group turned to him as he continued with a grin. In the tunnels of level 141, there are numerous doors. Aren't there? We just need to locate the door corresponding to level 11 and pass through it to reach level 11. Moreover, since our goal is 230, we could directly find the door for that layer and arrive at level 230. I must say, Clint is truly a genius. But tell me, how are we supposed to return to level 141? Tony retorted. Isn't there still the Transcendence Berry? Clint chuckled. This peculiar item records the first tier area from which it is obtained. We merely need to consume it, and we can return to level 141. However, it applies only to individuals. Tony shrugged, indicating that he was not in the habit of accepting items from others. Thus, he did not possess a Transcendence Berry, let alone the coordinates for level 141. He initially intended to retrieve the berry once a relatively habitable area was located to record the coordinates. Who would have guessed that subsequent events would become increasingly absurd? No worries. The journey is not far. Natasha smiled and turned to Steve, inquiring, Captain, could you elaborate on level 9? Level 9 appears to be in seemingly infinite suburban area, perpetually shrouded in darkness, filled with numerous houses. And many entities inhabit this level. Steve furrowed his brow and began to narrate. The most commonly encountered entities include death moths, grinning spirits, skin thieves, hounds, corpse rats, and wailing corpses, which are abundant in this layer. Furthermore, there are other entities unique to this level, namely, the teleporter, warning kites, crushers, and neighborhood watchers. Upon hearing this, the group perked up, urging, Captain, please continue. Provide more details. Steve nodded and continued. The teleporter is a humanoid entity that floats in the air. Those captured by it are randomly teleported to other levels. Of course, it is not limited to humans. Even some entities may be randomly transported. However, this random teleportation process carries potential fatal threats, as some wanderers may perish rapidly during the teleportation. As for the warning kites, as the name suggests, they appear when danger is imminent. The quantity of their appearance varies according to the level of danger. The more perilous the situation, the more numerous they become. This could be considered a relatively friendly type of entity. Next, we have a crusher. The crusher resembles a gigantic monster with a human head and a spider's body, posing a significant danger with immense strength. They typically manifest alongside dense fog, but generally, one would not encounter any fog during the initial days in level 9. Only prolonged stays may refresh the fog and bring forth the crushers. Regarding the neighborhood watchers, they consist of 3 variants. The first, known as the Watcher, is a massive eyeball floating in midair. Upon spotting prey, it emits a beam capable of reducing living beings to mere dust. The elasticity of the Watcher is remarkable, rendering physical attacks nearly ineffective. The second variant, the Pursuer, also possesses a gigantic eyeball, but beneath it lies a series of appendages resembling blood vessels and nerves. They move swiftly, relentlessly pursuing their target, with reported speeds reaching up to 90 miles per hour. Once they capture their target, they will batter them until death ensues. The third variant, the Swimmer, similarly features an eyeball connected to several tentacles, roughly the size of a dog. They inhabit aquatic environments, but can also emerge on land, moving like an octopus, slow on land, but swifter in water. If one happens to fall into water, there's a high risk of being ensnared, potentially leading to drowning. That sums up the neighborhood watchers and the general entities of this level. Steve finished his account without even a hint of breathlessness. The teleporter and watcher seem intriguing, but the others are somewhat lackluster. Tony chuckled, radiating confidence. By the way, Steve paused and continued. The watcher can interfere with electronic devices, Brief contact may cause minor distortions, while prolonged exposure can render electronic devices completely inoperative. Thus, regarding he glanced at Tony's armored suit. Tony froze momentarily, his expression darkening. Interfering with electronic devices? Indeed, how effective your armor will ultimately be remains uncertain. Captain America remarked with a hint of melancholy. It was at that moment that Tony truly grasped the difficulty of the situation. Never mind. If we encounter an eyeball creature, I'll just blast it away. Even if the electronics fail, I can still use the armor for protection, right? If it fails, I can still repair it once we change levels. Is there anything else we need to be cautious about? Tony inquired once more. Steve pondered for a moment, concluding that this encompassed all his knowledge very well. Let us proceed to level 9. Tony exhaled. Reaching level 9 is not particularly challenging. One simply needs to enter a dark door in any room to arrive at level 9. Such dark doors can be found in nearly every room. Of course, it is preferable that the door is intact. Fortunately for Tony and his companions, the room they occupied harbored a well-preserved dark door. However, just as Tony was about to push the door open suddenly, his outstretched hand froze in midair, and he frowned. What's wrong? Natasha sensed something amiss and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, perhaps just a minor injury. My joints ache a bit. Tony shook his hand. Yet, this motion not only failed to alleviate his symptoms, but increased the pain. It was not just his arm that ached, but his legs too began to exhibit joint pain. It felt almost like rheumatism. How to describe the pain? It was a piercing agony, akin to a drill boring through his very marrow. Yet he also sensed that this pain was bearable. Tony furrowed his brow. He harbored a strange feeling his armor was enchanted by dwarves, imbued with runic magic capable of healing injuries. Yet, he inexplicably experienced joint pain. Tony unconsciously rubbed his wrist, turning his head only to find Natasha and Clint also absent-mindedly rubbing their wrists and moving their arms. You too? Tony narrowed his eyes, realizing something, and could not resist asking, "What is wrong with you?" "It's nothing, just a bit of soreness in my joints," Natasha replied while rubbing her wrist. Clint also sensed something was off, rubbing his arm and retorting, "Did you both suddenly develop joint pain too?" The three exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned to Steve. Steve furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. "What's wrong?" He too rubbed his arm, as if he had just exerted himself in battle. Something is amiss. Tony finally recognized the anomaly. This sudden onset of joint pain was peculiar. Despite being bearable, the fact that Natasha and Clint, with their exceptional physical constitutions, experienced it, as well as Captain America, a super soldier, underscored the issue. The sky gradually darkened. The ambient light diminished steadily. The group turned to gaze out the window, only to find that the previously clear sky was now shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. A heavy gray-white layer of clouds loomed overhead, creating a suffocating sense of impending doom. Thunder rumbled, accompanied by the collision of thick clouds. Flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, and the sound of thunder erupted. "Is it going to rain?" Tony exclaimed in surprise, unable to restrain himself from looking at Steve, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Captain, what is going on?" "I don't know. I've never heard of such a phenomenon occurring." Steve furrowed his brow, peering through the shattered window into the outside world. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, as if a torrential downpour was imminent. It was peculiar. He had never heard of such occurrences on this level. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that something was amiss. "Can we leave?" Clint grumbled. He was aware that Tony's curiosity was piqued once more. However, in such a bizarre place as this backroom, it was conceivable that some form of anomalous disaster had emerged. Their priority should be to evacuate this level. Once they exited, they could discuss matters at their leisure. There would be ample time. Indeed, Natasha nodded in agreement. At this juncture, their best course of action was to depart. "All right, let's proceed outside." Tony ultimately conceded. He extended his hand to open the door and stepped through. Yet, there was no familiar sensation of translocation. He merely opened the door normally, entering the room, but he did not vanish. His attempt to cut through had failed. Tony frowned. He withdrew from the room and glanced at Clint and Natasha. The two hastily tried as well, only to find that they too had failed to cut through. It was as though this exit had been sealed, preventing access to level 9. A gust of wind began to stir. The air was thick with yellow sand, and tumbleweeds danced about, propelled by the wind, swirling gracefully through the air. The atmosphere was reminiscent of an impending sandstorm. A sandstorm? Steve mused, observing the tempest in the distance, stirred by the fierce winds, as tumbleweeds soared through the sky. So, when this sandstorm approaches, are all exits sealed? Tony asked, frowning in response. I've never heard of that happening. Steve replied, his expression one of resignation. I've heard that this level can experience sandstorms, but the likelihood is quite low, and their duration is typically brief. I've never heard mention of exits being sealed during a sandstorm. So what do we do now? Clint inquired, his brow furrowed. We wait. Once the sandstorm passes, everything should return to normal, Tony suggested. The three exchanged resigned glances and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile on Earth, countless viewers watching the live stream found the scene somewhat peculiar. Descriptions of Level 229 were indeed scarce and simplistic. A glance at the text revealed that this level posed minimal danger. There were no terrifying entities nor bizarre phenomena. Yet now, what was happening? As countless spectators pondered, the live stream suddenly froze. Tony and the others appeared to be stuck in a moment, as if the network were buffering. Wait, can this sort of thing even freeze? How odd. Why did it suddenly freeze? Is my internet slow? No way, this can't be freezing. Hold on. Could it be that this isn't a freeze, but rather some unknown situation unfolding? Stuck, but can still send comments? Clearly, it's not just stuck. Perhaps it's related to this storm? By the way, what is up with this storm? Can a sandstorm even bring about dark clouds? Dark clouds looming? Which fellow practitioner is undergoing tribulation here? This doesn't resemble a sandstorm at all. Could it be some peculiar entity? At that moment, as countless viewers debated in the chat, the previously frozen image began to blur. Then, lines of text appeared on the screen. The backroom, a region composed of multiple dimensions. In addition to various entities and countless dangers, it also harbors strange, inexplicable, unnatural, and extraordinary phenomena. Phenomenon ID 16, Turbulent Storm. To ensure your safety, please pay special attention to the following warnings. 1. Mysterious joint pain, initially localized to a single area, but soon spreading throughout the limbs and body. For most individuals, this pain is merely a slight discomfort, though some may experience severe, unbearable pain that renders them immobile. 2. Sudden appearance of dark clouds overhead, dense clouds enveloping the entire sky, typically grayish-white, but may also manifest in colorful layers. 3. Lightning, accompanied by the heavy clouds, signals the arrival of the storm. When lightning strikes, it indicates that the storm has indeed descended, simultaneously affecting the surrounding reality. Turbulent storm, a special influence that distorts and alters reality. Any entity caught within the storm will undergo rapid transformation. This alteration may be subtle or could entirely rewrite the rules. Whether matter, energy, time, or space, all may be impacted by the storm. Each storm possesses its unique tendencies for change. Turbulent storms can arise on any level, and even a single storm may affect multiple levels, causing widespread devastation and unknown chaos. Below are the currently known and recorded cases of turbulent storms in the database. Storm codename, McManus. Turbulent tendency, minor. Turbulent impact, all affected entities had their dominant hand altered. Affected level, level 11, storm codename. Turbulent tendency, environmental. Turbulent impact, the storm summoned numerous entities, descending like rain. Surviving entities began to settle in this level, with the difficulty of generation shifting directly from 0 to 3. Affected level, level 194, storm codename, Dreckler. Turbulent tendency, environmental. Turbulent impact, steel developed infectious properties, post-storm. All organic beings rapidly transformed into active steel. Affected level, level 850, storm codename, Shah. Turbulent tendency, biological. Turbulent impact, oxygen-breathing organisms experienced intolerance to oxygen, which became a corrosive gas, causing victims to expel their respiratory organs. Affected level, level 566, storm codename, Leakin. Turbulent tendency, biological. Turbulent impact, human limbs, teeth, and hair exhibited growth, elongating, while those affected became radicalized and bizarre, attempting to attack those who had not undergone changes. Affected level, multiple locations, storm codename, Escher, turbulent tendency, spatial, turbulent impact, level 87 transformed into a deserted office akin to level 4, post-storm. All original entrances to level 87 ceased to function, and the corridors began to extend infinitely, creating a self-looping spatial paradox. Affected level, level 87, storm codename, Shannon, turbulent tendency, informational, turbulent impact, a plethora of records regarding levels, entities, phenomena, and items vanished without a trace. The information loss concurrently affected the public database, leading to many levels, entities, phenomena, and items being passed down orally. Affected level, Manila Room and other locations, storm codename, Fermi, turbulent tendency, time, speculative, turbulent impact, no records available. Affected level, no records available. Chapter 62, Oasis in the Desert, a hundredfold flow of time. At this very moment, countless individuals across the globe were taken aback by the sudden text message that interrupted the live broadcast. Immediately, an avalanche of comments flooded in, and discussions erupted among the viewers. How is this even a phenomenon? Is it possible to interrupt with a phenomenon? Phenomenon number 16? Wait, does this imply that there are 15 other phenomena preceding it? Could it be that more phenomena will emerge afterward? Incredible. Aside from the tangible dangers, there are these peculiar phenomena. The turbulent storm? It resembles a distortion of reality, as if it directly alters certain rules of existence. Not just resembles, it unequivocally is. I sense that the most affected aspect here is the intolerance to oxygen. This is a direct alteration of biological functions. An allergy to oxygen? It transcends mere oxygen allergy. Oxygen has essentially become a toxin. I find that level 850 seems tailor-made for Iron Man. It could activate steel, transforming the armor into a cybernetic companion. Whether it suits Iron Man is debatable, but it certainly is ideal for forging flying swords, especially those imbued with spirit. The cultivators are in raptures. With environmental changes, biological transformations, spatial shifts, and information alterations, the only aspect yet to be recorded is the alteration of time. Could it be that this turbulent storm, occurring at 229, might alter time itself? One cannot deny that 229 feels intrinsically linked to time. This turbulent storm might indeed impact the temporal flow of this layer. In that moment, an incessant stream of comments filled the screen as everyone passionately engaged in discourse. Meanwhile, within the S-H-I-E-L-D helicarrier, Nick Fury stood in the command center, gazing at the multitude of split-screen feeds projected before him, feeling an overwhelming headache. These split-screen images showcased real-time surveillance from various regions of Manhattan. Some clips displayed agents sealing off all underground access points, while others, such as subway entrances, required no sealing. Only the smaller, sewer-like passages needed to be blocked. Alongside the Manhattan visuals, aerial projections were also displayed prominently on the highest screens. At that moment, Nick Fury's gaze fell upon those screens. Observing the lines of text, his already dark complexion seemed to darken further. Initially, he thought that even if 229 descended, it would merely present a desert environment, perhaps with a few corpse rat toxins posing a threat. But those toxins could be mitigated with almond water, rendering the issue manageable. Just as Tony and the others were about to leave this layer, an unexpected, catastrophic phenomenon emerged. A turbulent storm? Nick Fury felt a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. According to the textual description, who knew how this layer would transform? Furthermore, if it were indeed a time-related disaster, he was at a loss for how to address it. He hoped the disaster would be minor, perhaps merely accelerating the flow of time in this region. While Nick Fury pondered, his communicator rang. Upon connecting, he heard Steve S.'s voice. The target has vanished. Thor is also missing, and mysterious symbols have been discovered on the ground, suggesting they were teleported away. Captain America's voice was noticeably hesitant. Nick Fury frowned. Is there anything else? For some unknown reason, Thor's hammer was left behind. Steve remarked in confusion. Nick Fury paused, as if a realization struck him. Are you suggesting that Thor has entered the back room? It seems so, Steve replied. All right, I understand. Return for now. Nick Fury nodded. This matter was beyond his control. If Thor had entered, so be it. It wasn't T as if he couldn't emerge. Well, didn't the frost giant Lao Fei come out? Although he had never seen anyone else emerge from the back room besides Lao Fei. The back room was indeed a place of exit, was it not? And what about the hammer? Steve countered. The hammer? Nick Fury contemplated. Is it unliftable? Unliftable? Steve expressed mild surprise. Nick Fury continued, unfazed. That thing is inherently unliftable. According to Thor, only those deemed worthy can lift it. You need not concern yourself with the hammer. Just leave it be. Is that so? All right, I understand. Steve concluded, and the communication ended, leaving Nick Fury to massage his temples, filled with anxiety. The matters to be addressed were multiplying. Now, he felt the personnel were insufficient. Large numbers of agents were dispatched. Additionally, military personnel were cooperating, yet he still felt understaffed. After some contemplation, Nick Fury ultimately decided to contact the bald man, halting the internal investigation. He only requested that the bald man send him the list of suspects. In the office, Nick Fury examined the list in his hand, falling into deep thought. The roster was not extensive. There were only about a dozen names. 1 level 6 agent, 3 level 5 agents, and the rest were level 4 and level 3 operatives. Of course, the list contained more than just names. It included their identities, backgrounds, and the actions that led to their designation as traitors. As for which organization these traitors belonged to, that remained unclear, as they had yet to be apprehended before Nick Fury called off the operation. As Nick Fury perused the list, he abruptly furrowed his brow upon opening a new page. There, he saw the label remnants of Hydra among others. Hydra? Nick Fury frowned. He glanced further down the list, and the first name that caught his eye was Richard Parker. Following there were details regarding Richard Parker. Firstly, Richard Parker was not A.S.H. agent, but rather affiliated with the CIA, although he had collaborated with S.H. It was unexpected that this liaison with S.H. was in fact a Hydra operative. The information also contained accounts of Richard Parker's deeds, as well as his family background. Richard Parker